Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! European World Championship Qualifier in 2023. Let's introduce your coverage team.
Ed Templar, Sebastian Lemka and Leonard Koenig, Alberto Marazzi and Marcello Barbary, Tom Payne and Nadia Mazzoni.
We are your coverage team for this weekend's broadcast. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great content coming your way. Welcome back, duelists, to this coverage of the EU World Championship Qualifier for the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, live from Utrecht. We are in our second day of all of this coverage, meaning we've already had 9 rounds of Swiss. Today we have 2 more, one of which you're about to see in just a moment. And then we get into that top 64 cut before we make our way down to see who the champion of Europe will be, and also who's making their way to the huge World Championships taking place in Tokyo later this year. It's going to be very exciting, and for those of you who are watching on both Twitch and YouTube, remember, we have a giveaway going on. Throughout the stream for the last 2 days, we've been showing off some cards. I'm going to show off another one. This is Chef's Special Recipe. Take note of this card right here, because this is one of the ones you're going to have to list down on the pinned links in both the chats. We've been showing off 5 yesterday, we're showing off a few more today, so make sure you guys are completely caught up with what cards there are to be in with a chance of winning a display booster box set of Wild Survivors. Very exciting. Without any further ado, I'm going to throw you guys over to our wonderful trio. We've got Marcello, Alberto and Nadia ready to give you a little welcome to today's proceedings.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome everyone to day 2 from us. We are excited after what was an incredible day 1 made of 9 rounds of Swiss. Today, we are going through the remaining 2 rounds of Swiss before, as Ed mentioned, top 64. And what a day is ahead of us, right?
Yeah, this is the exciting part. This is what it all comes down to. All of the Swiss rounds are starting to conclude here, and we're getting to those extremely intense bubble rounds where you're either in or you're out, and this is where you start thinking about your draws, your losses, and are you going to make that 64 threshold?
Absolutely, and guys, you are in for a treat. Not only are we gonna show you, of course, the remaining of these live matches, but you also got some exclusive content from the playoffs yesterday. Today, you're gonna see how those 3 duelists managed to qualify for the World Championship later on in Tokyo this August. But before going into the match that we're gonna show you guys, let's bring up on the screen what these duelists are fighting for, the prizes for this event, and they are amazing. Starting from, of course, we are gonna feature what the first place is gonna win. Lot of different stuff as usual. Actually, it's 2 copies of the Another Verse Dragon prize card, but obviously, most importantly, invite travel and accommodation to the World Championship, which is amazing. And as you will see in the following slides, that is the same case for the second place. He's also invited, of course, to Japan, and what a way to do it. I think even losing the finals, he will be happy. And the same, of course, goes for third and fourth, because just as a reminder, from Europe, 7 duelists are qualifying for the World Championship, and 3 from the playoffs, I guess, and we will find out the remaining 4 today. But, of course, the tournament, as mentioned, covered almost 2,000 players from all over Europe, from a lot of different nations, and they are playing a lot of different decks. So I think with that, we can bring up what was the deck breakdown for this event. Are you guys surprised at all, or what does caught your attention?
Well, I think most notably, Kashtira, as the most represented, has dropped quite a lot, I think by about 5 to 8% since the last tournament we had. And obviously that's a lot to do with the Forbidden Unlimited list, but naturally I think people probably still perceive it as the deck to beat. What do you think about Runix?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was kind of expecting this because, I mean, Runic Furare has been doing very well lately, and also we saw a live twin Runic, you know, made it very very impressive stuff. But I mean, I'm not say I'm surprised with the amount of percentages of bestial dragons, honestly, because we were talking about this, and we haven't seen this in the playoff happening. But I think that dragon in general have been doing very well over the last few years, and I think they can do very well, honestly. But my pick is still here, so Labyrinth with 7%, have a 7%, so I will take it, I guess.
Absolutely, and among them, one is really a guy you should bet on, because Dinka Bui, after qualifying for the World Championship already from the playoff, is here 8-1 once again. What a player with the Labyrinth deck once again, with good chances. Maybe he will qualify twice in a way.
Yeah, he gets to go 2 years in a row or something, you know. That's a question for later.
I guess so. But yeah, of course, there are still a lot of amazing duelists remaining from all over the world. And I think even among the top tables, we have seen a lot of diversity, even in the last rounds, which obviously our German colleagues plus Tom got to feature in the last rounds. I think there are a lot of surprising picks among the top tables. And did anyone specifically got any of you guys' attention? I saw a lot of different decks this weekend.
Well, I think, you know, yeah, we saw some of the amazing Dark World play by Bryce, for example. That was
exciting.
I was blown away by that at the last feature we saw. I think what's particularly surprising, I think, is after the Forbidden Limited list, I thought maybe something like Branded would be like a lot more powerful. Rika as well, coming away completely unscathed. But as we saw from the representation, not as many people were playing that, were they?
Speaking of which, yesterday I saw the top 4 player, the Italian National Championship, Marco Pastore, beating Joshua Schmidt, and then Nico Schierkampf with Branded Despia. So honestly, I mean, that's impressive stuff. But on the other side, yesterday I was walking by the tables at the last round, and there was this player playing Dragon Link, having TG Hyper Librarian on the field with other 4 Synchro Monsters, 6 cards in hand, and 3 set cards, which honestly was incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Pastore, of course, fresh off a top 4 finish at the Italian National Championship. Actually, funny enough, lost only to a mirror match of surnames against Federico Pastore, which we featured on stream with Flowanderies, but has only lost to him. He is also 8-1 with the Branded deck, and I think that's obviously one of the decks that is here to compete. Unfortunately, as you guys will be able to see, I'm not wanting to spoil what happened at the playoffs, but one Branded player did manage to make it to the top 4 of the playoffs as well, which, I mean, is a pretty good statement to how powerful the deck is. But as mentioned, there are some underdogs picks as well. And among that, spoiler ahead, it is some of the decks that we are going to see for this round 10. Because as a reminder, since we have 11 rounds of Swiss and top 64, our duelist to be guaranteed should go for a 9-2 finish. Probably we can bet on a lot of 8 and 1 draws also making it, but obviously you really want to guarantee it. And so those duelists who manage to go X1 pretty much have a double chance now in day 2. And that is the case for some of these top duelists like Pastore with his Branded deck, but also, spoiler ahead, like Herman Hansen and his Marinces deck. Wow, he's always one of those players that bring these unique decks. And what do you guys think of Marinces?
Well, Herman has definitely taught me a lot about this deck. In fact, I used to ask him specifically for advice on how to build this. And yeah, I think it's, I think when you discuss and think about Yu-Gi-Oh! As maybe like an outside observer, I think for recent modern competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!, I think that if you were to show anyone a deck, it's something like Marinces, because it's one of those classic type of mid-range 1-2 card combos with defensive cards. That's an all-round versatile pick. Salomon Grey, Tri-Brigade, it reminds me so much of these style of decks in the sort of modern era. And I think that's like a perfect sort of display of like the variety that you can bring to Yu-Gi-Oh! That sort of acts as that kind of default deck that's good at everything.
Absolutely. And I mean, Salaman Great sends to the fire, we could say, as Marinces to water. But outside of that, obviously, Cyber's decks, and they can do a lot. And especially, we mentioned it with, for example, Dinka Bui plenty of times. when your opponents need to read what your cards do, I think you have a huge advantage. And although Marines is performing pretty well throughout what was a year, because honestly, I think back at the Italian National Championship last year, we saw a lot of Marines players, maybe for the first time, actually achieving some success. I think players still do not respect the deck as much, and they are not familiar with it. So obviously that a huge advantage. And obviously, talking of decks that can get a similar advantage, how can we not name Ricca? Obviously the deck that was able to win last year with Marcus Patel, incredible journey. But we mentioned it plenty of times throughout the year. Marcus Patel, as he also shouted his friends, was not able to make it alone. He needed the help of a lot of his friends, and among them Jessica, of course, as we remember, the Ricca Queen. She was able to have a fantastic season with a lot of top cut finishes, fresh off top 4 at UK Nationals.
Yep, UK Nationals.
And she's also 8-1 here in Utrecht with the Ricca deck. What do you guys think? We saw the Ricca deck yesterday twice. One time it lost, one time it won. It seems still as a pretty solid deck, but are people finally, ready to face it? They know where to interrupt the deck?
Yeah, I think that's the whole thing with Ricca, right? As the Forbidden Limited list came off, you would think like some of the top decks like Kashtira got significantly weaker. People might gravitate towards something like Ricca. I don't know how many people have been playing it exactly throughout this event. It does seem to be this homegrown UK deck for some reason with Jessica and friends like playing,
Yeah.
So it just seems to be our representation of the deck, I suppose, in the UK. And I think it's absolutely incredible. I love the deck.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of it. So it's just a matter of, can Jessica pilot this in the same sort of vein that she did at the UK Nationals on the Top Cup?
And to be fair, it's true that a lot of the UK players are using the deck, but it is not having success just at UK events. It has had success, I think, at every single event since last year European Championship. And I think it's one of those decks that's really, really scary, because when it goes first, it's very tough to interrupt correctly, and when it goes second, it still has a lot of flex spots for cards such as Dark Ruler, Kurikara. We've seen a lot of different ways, even for some trap cards. So last year, obviously, Marcus was maining Rivalry, which is a scary card even in today's meta, where maybe they've transitioned more to the Ethereum package, I would say. But I guess the deck still has a lot of potential different combos, as we have seen yesterday. But as you maybe might have predicted, our pick for round 10 is exactly the one between these two amazing players we have mentioned. On the one hand, we are going to see Herman with his Marines deck against Jessica and her Ricca deck. I think this is a unique matchup, right?
Extremely unique. And I think when you play a sort of semi-off meta or on the precipice of the meta type of deck like this, you're probably going to be very accustomed to knowing how to play against Branded, how to play against Kashtira. But then when you put them against each other, this is probably not a matchup they would have practiced as much as some of the other decks. However, what I do notice is people who play these type of decks, these sort of semi-off meta decks, they kind of tend to test everything. So I wouldn't be surprised.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, because when you are playing a sort of weaker deck per se, you kind of need to know what you're doing to do well at it and excel. And I've no doubt that Jessica, Herman, both fantastic players, are probably quite well accustomed to know what each other's deck does. So I doubt we're going to see too much in way of missteps with interactions or disruptions. I think they're both going to be, really, really knowledgeable about this matchup, despite how unpopular you would think to see this.
Absolutely, I do agree with you. It's a great catch, and I think especially Herman has proved year after year that he's really not afraid to go all out. And similarly, I would say, alongside Dinkabui probably, there are those two guys who perform really well with very unique choices. He was also the only other player back when I would say Dinka reached fame, winning YCS Milan. The only other Prankits player was Herman, by the way. And so, like, you can see that they sometimes reach these really amazing conclusions. And obviously, it's important to mention that Herman already made it to the World Championship one time.
Thunder Dragon, I think it was.
Absolutely, yeah. This Thunder, I think maybe 60 card pile.
Yeah, that's the thing. Herman has always played these sort of stranger choices. He's always been a bit of an innovator. He's one of the most known Marine Cess pilots. I think during tier format, he played like 60
Exactly.
card tier
Madol.
branded.
Yeah.
He also
right?
played Madolce, YCS.
Yes,
Yeah,
Madolce.
yeah,
Yeah, so
He just loves playing like this sort of different decks.
He
Absolutely.
always finds his way, no? So I think it's very unique, and against this kind of deck, honestly, players are not so prepared. in
But he
general.
knows what you need to get there, because obviously I think actually at the last World Championship, yeah, because it was back in 2019 where he made it all the way to the top 4 at the European Championship, and he qualified for the World Championship. So just like two of our participants, Jonas and Gabriel, he could make it a back-to-back World Championship appearances. But without further ado, I think we can go back to Ed for the introduction for what is round 10.
Thank you very much, Marcello. We're going to be coming back to you in quite literally about 12 seconds. But don't worry, we're here for a grand welcome for Herman Hansen and Jessica Robinson, who are going to be taking part in our round 10 feature match. We've just got underway with the shuffling, so now we're going to do a high roll. So who wants to roll the dice first? Herman, do you want to go for the dice roll first? Okay, we're going to see who gets the high roll. That is a 6. And Jess? That is higher than a 6. So, Jess, are you going to go first? Jess is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys straight back over to Marcello, Alberto, and Nadia, who are going to take you through the commentary for this round 10 feature match of Swiss here at the EUWCQ. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. And as we saw, it's gonna be Jessica. She's gonna go first with her Rika deck. I think without further ado, our players are ready. Let's jump into game 1.
So we've got the mid-range style kind of slower deck per se of Marine Cess, likes to kind of be able to be good at everything, jack of all trades style of deck, and then Rika, sort of more of a powerhouse combo deck in the traditional sense of Yu-Gi-Oh, where you really do want to exhaust all of your hand, make a big unbreakable field, and then clap back on turn 3. So this dice roll is going to be very relevant here, as Jessica will be going first with the plant deck, and I think this is not as horrible of a situation because, as mentioned, as a mid-range deck, you do have a lot of disruption, you do have a lot of the hand traps.
Yep.
And Herman is also maining, I think, Dark Ruler no more, right?
Yeah, he's playing 3 copies. Yeah.
An unexpected die, a great way to start things off. Obviously, accessing the Loshi.
Yeah, this is the 1-card combo of the deck. The small little Lokai seed blooming into a full field of disruption, negates as well as bounces and protection. So this is really Herman's time now to see, have we drawn any hand traps? He is playing Imperm as well as Ash, and also some of those field breakers as we've just mentioned. So it really is going to come down to seeing a lot of non-engine, and I think sometimes, do you think that can be a bit of a frustrating experience versus combos, that you have to see non-engine to kind of break these fields?
I mean, it's fair enough. It's in the history of the game, the way you built your deck, and I think it also makes up a big part of the decision of what deck you're gonna bring. If your deck can afford to play a significant part of non-engine, I think that's obviously a great bonus, and that is what Herman has decided to go for, as you mentioned. But sometimes I would say you see more of a single decision, and here,
That's huge.
yep, we see the Ash, as we can see Herman experience with the deck.
Oh, normal summon the twin.
Yeah.
Wow, that just didn't do anything.
Yeah, and
Unbelievable.
you can see Herman smiling at.
So normally drawing twin is really bad because it's, I guess you want to call it more of the garnet of the deck.
Yep.
But in this case, because Jessica specifically didn't start with a normal summon, she actually special summoned the Lokai from the deck. It meant that you can just normal summon the twin instead. Oof. And because the... Oh, wow, this is incredible. And when you normal summon the twin, it still gets the same effect as if you had resolved the sowing. Yep. So the Ash Blossom basically might as well have said discard this card to the graveyard.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think Jessica must be happy with this. And
yeah, it's a dream start.
Even if Herman holds an impermanence, will be not enough, honestly.
Yeah.
So it's.
And you're really happy about the Ash.
Yeah.
Essentially, your combo now added a discard one card from your opponent end kind of thing. And as you can see, she's now using this Therian engine, which I think makes sense. It adds some additional combo potential going first, obviously ending on the Regulus as an additional interruption, and why not?
I've seen this deck iterated upon and changed significantly over the years, and with the pre-Rika version all the way back to last, now was it the National before, they were playing a sort of punk version of the deck with adventure tokens, and it just goes to show just how good, like, I think specifically like the Sun Avalon aspect of the deck is, with just the single normal monster and the link climbing of Malayas and even ending on Dryad Trinitai, but not really something they do anymore. And I think actually speaking to Jessica at UK Nationals, mentioning how it's really a tight extra deck because of the Rikas at this point. So there's not a lot of ways to truly, you know, utilize some of the more obscure strategies and versions of the deck, as you could say.
And this is amazing stuff, as you can see. Longfire tributing the Lily so that the Regulus can come down.
Yeah, this is probably the last form of disruption Herman could have had a chance to use something on, as the Regulus now insulates from any other further disruptions from the hand. So really going to be potentially having to rely on drawing something like that main deck Dark Ruler.
Absolutely. He's also using 3 copies of Cosmic alongside Feather Duster, which usually are really good against the Rika deck. Obviously, the Con being the card you're afraid of, and when you draw, you know, alongside the Dark Ruler, maybe that's the only chance, but we're asking for a lot.
Yeah, that's the incredible thing about Rika as well. It's even if you do get Dark Ruler, it's one of those super dangerous combo decks where you don't just rely on your monster disruption. When you have an in-engine way to search for something like a trap card, it helps incredibly well against Dark Ruler. I mean, you know, there's, for example, the Zephyr Divine Strike, Yangzing 9 Pillar, which some people were playing in that kind of synchro pile a year or two ago. So whenever you have a big full combo deck that has the ability to search spells and traps as well, Dark Ruler becomes significantly weaker.
And here looks like Jessica was also explaining Herman something that we don't see quite often, no? Him being super familiar with it, but
yeah, absolutely. Herman correcting Jessica is a surprise for sure here. But
I think it was the attempt to use the twin effect while not controlling or not having the right names in your grave or field, as it does require you to banish, to revive. Okay, so no twin here. We're going to go down the Madan path, and this is where the super important aspect of the Rika version comes in, getting into that Con as the best way to protect against Dark Ruler, but also just diversifying your interruptions is extremely important. You know, something as simple as negate doesn't necessarily mean you can actually beat a deck that can push through disruption. If you're able to sort of mix that up a bit with a negate, a bounce, a steal, that really sort of like mixes up your strategy and your win condition.
Yeah, and there is always that Rika Princess sneakily sitting at the bottom of the graveyard, which is even another form of interruption there. So
yeah, even further protection against Dark Ruler as it's in the grave.
And yeah, as expected, we do get the Rika sheet.
The so-called mind control, as we like to call it, where you can, using Con in tandem with it, allows you to tribute your opponent's monster for cost, and then steal another monster, either, you know, removing an important link summon, removing a normal summon body that's particularly important. Extremely powerful card. Do you like to play all-in combo decks, or are you more of a mid-range player?
No, neither. No. I can answer for you, yeah.
Wait, what do you like to play then?
No, him.
Oh,
I was answering.
Me, honestly, I told you I would have played Labyrinth. It is my
trap deck.
He's
a trap guy.
It is my play style. Only deck I played back then, and here someone disagrees with me, is Spiral, but
yeah, Spiral is his favorite format of all time. No, in my case, yeah, I do love combo decks, but more of not the like all-in combo decks. I do like you know, more of the grind games as well. Obviously, Zodiac. I'm biased toward that deck.
Really? Why?
Yeah.
Did you do something with Zodiac?
Not really. I can't quite remember. Been a while.
All right, drawing for turn here. Herman has actually picked up a really important card. It's Gozen Match.
Yeah. Ooh, but actually just 2 face downs and play is back. But as you mentioned, Gozen. Wow.
So, prompting a Regulus negate here for sure. And the question is, do we have something else to pair with this? Because actually, does this matter? Because Regulus negates effects, so you can't do anything about it, can you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna resolve.
Incredible.
And it's gonna be Herman making Alberto happy and cosplaying Labyrinth.
Oh,
wow!
Never mind.
No way. What seemed like
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Full combo and Duster.
Wow. What a game one. It seemed as if Herman was able to get the game going into a grind one, but RP, Feather, Duster really closing this one out.
Well, when you do so much searching and special summoning, I guess you start deck thinning into those non-engine outs, so yeah.
I mean, it's a brutal start, obviously. Jessica, amazing combo through an Ash Blossom, and now she's ahead. Only one game away from locking the top spot, because as mentioned, they are both on an 8-1 record, and so they have a double chance. If they win one of the 2 remaining rounds to Swiss, they are guaranteed a place in the top cut. But now it's Herman who is gonna go first and will try to set up his Marincess combos. What do you think he's gonna side for this one matchup?
Yeah, I really hope we get to see him kind of do a little bit more than set a card and pass. But, you know, there's a lot of options in Marincess. As mentioned, it's a very mid-range deck, so there's a lot of non-engine pieces you can swap in and out quite comfortably. I would assume you probably just want to put in more hand traps, right? He's siding 2 copies in Nibiru.
Yeah, I mean, you can side out the Dark Lure going first, and then I think Nibiru is super powerful against Rika anyways. So
maybe go Stoker for the Concon at the worst case scenario. You can use it in a few different ways against the deck, I guess, but might as well just cut those going second cards. Jessica instead has a lot of interesting cards in her side deck.
There's a couple of really important search points in Marincess, and I noticed that she's siding Droll and Lockbird. I think that could be quite
that's
important.
amazing against Marincess,
Yeah, and I think especially you need to deal with back row. It's a very common thing to play Gozen match in Marincess. Sometimes you even play Rivalry, although Rivalry doesn't hurt the Rika deck at all. But there's a particular interaction that's actually really, really hard to deal with in Marincess. It's when you summon the Stealth Kraken in tandem with Gozen match, as it changes all monsters your opponent controls into water. And then Gozen match means that even if your opponent is playing any non-water deck, because, you know, for example, against a fire deck, your fire now becomes water, and now you can't special any other fires, despite the fact, you know, so it's a really, really oppressive lock that I think you're going to have to protect yourself against.
And if he picks up Gozen once again, I'm sure he will try to go for it. But now our duelists are almost done with their side deck, so we can jump right back into game 2.
So going second, Marincess definitely struggles a lot, I think, compared to, you know, some other more mid-range combo decks, I would want to say. But going first, it should be quite comfortably able to play through a lot of hand trap disruption, because there's so many ways for you to extend in this deck. You've got special summons like Spring Girl, you've got Seahorse that just brings itself into a link arrow pointing. So there's a lot of ways to keep pushing through disruption, and it's just a question of, will Jessica see one of those potential blowout cards like Droll and Lockbird? A lot of one-card interactions with Marincess. Let's see what Herman has here.
Looks as if it's a 5-monster end from Herman.
All right, big summon here. So Pascal's effect is able to special summon from the hand, just getting more bodies onto the field. And I think at this point, Jessica might not actually be as familiar with Marincess as Herman is with Rika. So a little bit of an advantage in that department for Herman, and he's drawn Spring Girl. Spring Girl, a really important card as well that I want to talk about, because we've mentioned a lot about the time manipulation of life points. That's very important in a large-scale tournament. Spring Girl is one of those cards that does allow you to manipulate that way. So what it does is it sends cards equal to the number of Marincess monsters you control, and then you mill off the top of your deck, and if you hit any Marincess card, it burns for 200 damage for each. So if you just start Marincess, Spring Girl, Link, you mill 1. But typically in time, you know, you want to like spread out as many Marincess monsters as possible. Hits none here.
Unfortunately, a whiff.
So not too relevant, it's okay. But Spring Girl does get added back to the hand by the Blue Slug. At this point, you are now locked into water monsters with the effect of Blue Slug. There's a really cool interaction that I'm not sure if a lot of people have been aware of recently, but there's a new card, a Link 4 monster, Zalantis. Oh, okay, Imperm comes down here. Not actually too bad. As you can see here, Herman gets to keep going. So Zalantis is a really good go second tool for Marincess because what it does is Zalantis banishes all monsters on the fields and then immediately special summons them back. But when you waterlock yourself with Slug, you are the one special summoning your opponent's monsters. So if your opponent is not on a water deck, they stay banished. So it just acts as like a dark hole that banishes. It's a really powerful card that's been added to the arsenal of Marincess.
And it looks like here, once again, we have been discussing this a lot this weekend. If Jessica is not familiar with Herman's deck, maybe that impermanence will not be enough, but we will soon find out. Honestly, here I think it's one of the key factors entering an event like Herman's deck, and I think it will be one of the main reasons why not only is now sitting on an 8-1 record, but you know, he has his chance to basically advance even further into the event.
So this infinite impermanence that Jessica used, if that's her only disruption, then that was probably correct to use it on specifically the search of either the field or the Marincess dive. But again, Marincess can play through sort of the softer hand trap disruptions as we've seen here. And this is one of the newer support cards. It's Coral Triangle, has two incredible effects. So Marincess actually now gets to search the I like to call it the widow anchor of the deck.
Yeah,
shout outs to Striker. But yeah, Marincess Wave is now searchable because of the new addition of Coral Triangle. Simply by sending a water you control from your hand to the graveyard, you can actually tutor this out of your deck. And also, if your opponent does break your field, Coral Triangle has an incredible grave effect, where you can banish to special summon Link up to Link 3 ratings from your graveyard. So it gives you a lot of follow-up as well.
You can see the Argonaut. Let's see, he has a couple of options.
So it's a little bit rough here with the Argonaut not going to be able to negate any spells and traps, I think.
Yeah,
okay,
that's why we go for the draw,
So typically what you want to do in Marincess is end on Argonaut, which basically negates a spell and trap that your opponent uses, and then it special summons one of the equips. But because Jessica correctly so infinite impermanence on the other Link one, the Searcher, that meant that Herman wasn't able to get to the field spell, which then equips onto the Argonaut. So it's actually better to go into Bubble Reef, because during the standby phase, you can banish a water monster to draw a card. So giving you more cards after deck thinning is really powerful in a mid-range deck, as you can start digging for those all-important hand traps, especially against Rika.
Yeah.
Wow, no back row.
No poison match, and that's the only card on the field from Herman for what was, it seems like a very impactful impermanence.
Yeah, doing quite an important job there by stopping the field spell, but Bubble Reef does dig for another card here, and the question is, does Herman have enough from the hand? We know that there's a Marincess Wave that's been searched out. Wave is, you know, surprisingly not just as simple as a effect negate. It's actually going to be quite hard to out Bubble Reef, as its attack points should be 38 or something. It's quite large at this point. But also Marincess Wave has the effect that it makes your Marincess monsters unaffected for the turn. So not only do you negate a card that your opponent controls, you can make your Marincess monster unaffected. So even if Jessica does set up a big field, it's going to be quite hard to out simply the Bubble Reef.
Yeah. Ooh, never mind. Never mind.
All right, we'll just get a tribute it for cost.
Yeah.
The one of, by the way.
Wow.
Oh, very good.
Really? Oh, wow. What up, Kurikara? And that's an amazing start.
And most importantly here as well, that Herman did search out the Marincess Wave, which has now been turned off. Oof. And the Glamour.
This could be a quick one if Herman doesn't have any other end traps. This could be a brutal start of this game too, for what is a 3000 attack Kurikara now on the field, and
yeah, don't need a lot here to finish this off.
Rika Princess hitting the field.
We can probably count how many summons at this point for Herman, as that might be one of the most powerful ways he has to stop this. We're on summon number 3 as Medan activates. Always funny to hear when Plant players discuss the best place to stop their deck. It is actually Medan.
Okay, but there is a Ghost Ogre from the side deck from Herman.
Ghost Ogre on Medan. Still resolves to search the field spell, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what the logic there is. I guess it probably just keeps a plant body off the field so you can't extend with Princess, I want to say.
Yeah, I think that will be one of the main reasons. Maybe
I think Jessica was thinking about actually negating it with the princess, you know? Because she could have just banished or let her put it back. But instead, she's gonna allow the Ghost Ogre to resolve. Obviously, already activated the Glamour, so should be Con, I guess. But
I think she's debating whether or not she... well, I suppose, yeah, I mean, you just go, okay.
Oh, wow, okay.
I mean, Con gets you to sheet, right? So.
But yeah, but you need the Rika, so without it...
Yeah,
like,
okay, that makes sense. So by Ghost Ogering the Plant Monster off the field and hoping that she doesn't end on a Rika, it turns off sheet, I guess is the logic. Oh, okay. Well, we've just got normal summon Loci.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
yeah. This is actually amazing.
Yeah, this is powerful. All right, so we're going to search out Sowing, activate. Does Herman have an Ash Blossom for this? Nope, he does not.
And I mean, I think most of the end from Herman is actually known because, yeah, there is an handshake.
Oh, that's it.
A quick 2-0 from Jessica.
Yeah, that's a monster-heavy hand there. It's pure Marine Cess monsters, which in a mid-range deck like this, sometimes there's no kind of relation between your engine and non-engine.
Wow. What a match it was. Obviously, Herman, amazing player. We mentioned it, World Championship competitor. But here, he was absolutely destroyed by a dominating performance. Jessica, 2-0, and now 9-1. She's guaranteed a top 64 finish. So that's amazing. She gets to play a very relaxed round in round 11, I guess. And at the same time, now Herman will have to win or maybe draw the last round to have a chance to advance to the top cut. But wow. She's just amazing with the deck. I mean, we have seen it plenty of times throughout the year. Again, another top cut finish. Maybe we can get to ask her just what the number of top cuts. I think it is an insane.
Yeah, she's topped every event.
I think so, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's
that she has.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It's unbelievable.
Wow. What a season, and hopefully, without jinxing it, she can go all the way. And, you know, compared to the UK National Championship, I don't think she would be mad about a top 4 finish this time around. So.
Yeah, top 4 this time is actually pretty okay, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. And, yeah, I mean, on the other hand, of course, we knew about the deck. Gotta feel bad for Herman on the other side, because especially...
Yeah, game
one was pretty underwhelming on his side. I think he even top decked into the wave, which didn't help. It looked just for a moment that the Gozen match could get him there, but I think RP Feather Duster is a good card, right?
Yeah, to be fair, very fortunate from Jessica to get ashed on the Sowing and then get a follow-up normal summon of the Twin, when normally your normal summon gets used on Loci, had the die instead. And then game 2, Herman just only drawing Marine Cess monsters, not really what you want to see in a mid-range deck.
But at the same time, we gotta say, although Jessica started the game 2 by reading a few of the cards from Herman,
credit where credit's due.
Yeah, but she was actually incredible in the selection of the impermanence.
Yeah,
I think she by far hit the best target available. But obviously, the MVP has to be the one-off Kurikara, which shut down the wave. And sometimes you just get those, you know?
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing at the highest level like this and both players are equally as matched or, you know, both super highly skilled, you know, you're going to need a little bit of luck, like that one-off Kurikara or that one-off Duster. You know, like, you do need a little bit of fortune on your side to get this deep with so many talented players.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, that will just be the case as now, as mentioned, we have one more round remaining of Swiss for you guys watching. Before we will find out who the best 64 players are in Europe for 2023, and I'm excited for it. Obviously, we will be able to show you even the deck breakdown for Top Cut later on, but once that is the case, obviously you can feel free to make your predictions for not only who wins the event, but maybe who will be the other 4 representatives going to the World Championship. And I think we need a strong team this time around, and the start from the playoff was great. But
off to a good start, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for being with us. This was round 10, but without we go on a short break, we need to hear it from the winner, Jessica, and Ed is ready to interview her.
Hi guys, thank you Marcello. Yes, I am here with Jess, who's just won that round 10 feature match, now 9-1. Jess, congratulations. How are you feeling at this point in the tournament?
Thank you. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm not for top cut now, so I'm like, this is where I wanted to be.
I mean, frankly, at this point, you're kind of a seasoned topper by this point, so it's been a very good season for you. You're at the Euros. Has it been a generally all right tournament so far? Well, 9-1, it's definitely been pretty good. What was the one?
I went against set rotation, and I opened all field spells and like evenly, so I couldn't use any cards.
Fair enough.
It does happen. Yeah.
That's always the nature of the beast of these things. So talk to us a little bit about that game. By the looks of it, Herman had some slightly difficult hands, especially in game 1. Game 2, it just seemed like you played around it. Talk us through that very swift game.
So game 1, it was quite simple. I comboed, and he just didn't have enough, and I had the out for the Gozu match. I had no to get through the Gozu match anyway, so it didn't really matter, but it was nice that I just had that. Also, I made a slight mistake with the healer combo, but it didn't really, because that's my fault, because I blundered, because I forgot that I normal summoned the twin, but it's fine. Those are the lines. And game 2, very straightforward. He didn't have hand traps, he just had a bunch of Marine Cess cards, and there wasn't much he could do, really. It's like a full combo hand.
That's the thing, the second that combo starts with those Rika decks, that's it. But obviously you are a very seasoned player of Rika. Everyone refers to you as the person who taught the current European champion everything he knows. What is it that you really like about the Rika deck, and how much do you play test and things?
So, I just like how it interacts. I think I said before, I like how the blooming kind of aspects, like one seed becomes everything. But I just like how it has in-engine outs to tribute stuff. It has a bunch of it's had a bunch of utility in the deck, and even my favorite interaction is a Dryas attacking into a monster, taking damage, and then just summoning 3 bodies out. It's just those little interactions I just really like in this deck.
Were there any of the 9 that you won that were a little bit of a struggle, or has it all been pretty much a breeze for all the wins?
Honestly not. I can't.
You could be confident about it. It's okay.
I don't think offhand. I can't think of one specific match was a massive struggle. But obviously, I went to game 3 quite a lot. But yeah, I can't think of a massive match that was a particular struggle. But that's just because I'm probably just tired, and it's every match blurs into one at some point when you've been through 10 rounds of Swiss.
No, that is true. And there's only one more round of Swiss, which probably means by this point you've guaranteed the top cut. I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, exactly. So we'll be seeing you get into that top 64. Very exciting. I ask everyone this, but it's always worth checking. But with all these wins, it's hard to know. What decks are you nervous about going up against, if any?
I'd rather avoid Trap Labyrinth. Okay. Just because even though it's not I wouldn't say it's a negative matchup, but it's more hand dependent. I can't do any weird tech plays and outplay people. Or things like the Korokara we saw in that match, which came in really, really clutch. I couldn't use. I can't use in that kind of matchup. So a lot of my tech, it messes with my tech choices. But I played against it in Swiss and it was fine. So we'll see.
We will see. We'll see exactly what happens when you get into that top cut, see if you do go up against those Trap Labyrinths, but fingers crossed, Very excited to see if we see you in another one of these feature matches. Congratulations again. Guys, do not go anywhere because we've got one more round of Swiss, and obviously then we're getting into that top cut. But before then, we've got some more WQP stuff for you. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the playoff here on Friday. That will actually find out who is going to the World Championship. 3 spots on the line, and we are here in round 4. Obviously, duelists, as we are gonna go through 5 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to the top 4. They need to go at least X1 to make it, and here we have 2 duelists who cannot afford to lose anymore, as they are on a 2-1 record, but obviously among the top performing European duelists we have fresh from his victory last weekend in Germany, becoming a German national champion, Jinka Bui. What can we say about it? Which was just the amazing history of YCS Milan, but also Simon became a remote duo YCS champion, so it's obviously gonna be, as you would expect from a playoff, an incredible match, and it's also one between 2 decks we have not seen against each other today, and especially the one from Dinka. Not a surprise. Same, most likely same card-by-card deck from the German National Championship, Labyrinth.
Yeah,
So-
a big fan of the Labyrinth deck, so we'll see how it works out for him as our players look like they are now ready. Love that little pyramid
Yeah.
formation that Dinka always seems to form here.
I was about to say peculiar choices by both in the way that they draw their cards, but yeah.
Simon was just out there setting 5, you know, immediately ready to go.
Exactly. But that's actually going to be most likely from Dinka's side and his trap-heavy deck.
Really important to see who wins this dice roll here. And it
okay.
looks like it was Dinka, immediately revealing Lord of the Heavenly Prison.
Yeah, compared to other Labyrinth versions playing 3 copies of like Stovey, he is just playing the 1 clock for the Virus combos, which, by the way, for anyone who missed out on the finals of German Nationals, just go back and watch that game free because it was insane. But yeah, just 4 very solid opening.
Yeah, this is like the Goki Adamancipator combo for trap decks here, set for Reveal Prison. So Dinka off to a very good start here, and there's a lot of game-winning blowouts in his deck,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I also really like that he's on 3 Heavenly Prisons. That's something we haven't seen at all.
No,
lately.
usually you would see it in the side deck
Yeah.
as kind of a going first card by his main deck in 3. On the other hand, as you can see, Simon on the Runic Furier deck, which, by the way, funnily enough, was popularized, if not invented, by Dinka Bu himself
Yeah.
at YCS London, so yeah.
So the Runic deck, I think, is not... I don't know, I wouldn't say they're at a major disadvantage in this matchup, right? Like, you can kind of grind out of
Absolutely.
trap cards, right? So,
Ooh.
big skill drain coming down
Wow.
here from Dinka.
Yeah, do we see a Runic Destruction, or is that gonna stick? Because if it does, I don't think you have many outs to it outside of Tip and Destruction,
Yeah.
obviously. Yeah.
They're the only ones. And doesn't seem like Simon has any response to this.
Okay.
Oh, hard draws
Okay.
Fountain. That is actually a really good spot to be in here. Now, do we have another Runic to trigger this Fountain? Yes, we do!
Okay.
The best one.
Wow.
Runic tip here.
This is insane because now he obviously can get access to the Destruction and draw 3 cards. Wow.
What an opening from Simon here.
You know, I'm curious how you feel about the fact that he actually opened the Fountain.
Yeah.
Because sometimes maybe you just activate the Fountain and then go with the Runic spell just to get some value immediately, but I suppose because you have the tip, you can afford it.
Exactly. I don't mind it because of that reason specifically. Did he actually search for a
Is that
fountain?
another fountain?
Yeah.
Wow.
And Terrors of the Overroot here
Really?
has been banished.
That's an interesting choice by Simon.
I think he's just trying to dig for, I suppose, just as much
Yeah, the
resources
skill
as
drain
possible
resolved.
here.
I don't know what Simon is on about. I think he forgot that that was not going to
Ooh.
resolve. And I thought he meant to add the
Yeah.
fountain with the
With the
Yugen, but this
Yugen,
is actually a big misstep here from Simon. Wow.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, that was surprising to me. I don't know, for some reason he thought he was resolving Yugen.
Can you add fountain? You can add
You
fountain. It's a
can,
legal target,
you
right?
can. That's
yeah.
why I was
Okay.
like, there is no reason to add that.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, you get Destruction. Wow. Unfortunately, Simon...
Just subconsciously resolving
Yeah.
fountain, resolving Hugin there.
yeah, I mean, at the same time, it's not the end of the world. You can draw 3 cards now with the fountain, but that's a
Still,
big deal. Yeah. Gonna read the Terrors of the Overroot, but yeah, not like he can do much at the moment. It's getting banished.
All right. We still do get to resolve the fountain, regardless of the
Yeah.
fountain add there. I mean, I suppose it's not a completely horrible situation.
No,
you can activate
yeah.
a second one that you just searched, and maybe if you have more runics, you can
I guess.
still get some value. It's
guess.
not terrible.
Okay, he gets the Fossil Dig.
Still no destruction picked up, it looks like.
Yeah.
What's he playing destruction at? It looks like a one-of, right?
No, I would expect it to be a free off.
Oh,
Free
yeah,
off,
no, yeah. Free
free off,
destruction.
yeah,
Very
yeah.
okay. You can draw that here, so.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Fur Hire variant? We saw Live
It's-
Twin Sprite was on stream earlier. Do we have any thoughts on the Fur Hire version?
I think I do like the Live Twin more. At the same time, they are very similar but very different. You know, I think it depends on the popularity of Nibiru. I think that's the #1 issue, because if Nibiru is popular, then you cannot really afford to play Furier. But if it's not, Furier is much better. Like the combo is much more threatening. Drawing like 5 cards consistently,
That's insane,
it's crazy.
honestly.
Yeah, Folgo finally getting its time in the sun here after
Yeah.
quite a almost old card at this point, it feels like. And the Rex support for Fur Hire really took this deck to a whole new level.
Wow, and another interesting choice here, I would say, from Dinka.
He had it in, right?
Yeah, because no, basically what he did was he went for Ariane, which would be negated by skill drain in the next turn. So I would have expected a lady to come down, I guess, to just play more safely.
Yeah.
But I mean, now we can use in another chain Heavenly Prison to set a card, because the effect is just from the end, I think, or maybe no. Let me check.
What
It's
did, what did we summon with Welcome here?
not the lady. Ariane.
Ariana. Yeah, yeah,
Arianna.
yeah. Okay.
That's why I was surprised by Arianna coming down. Let me check, because I'm not sure whether the Heavenly triggers once it's summoned.
I think it's on summon.
Because it might be an end effect, right?
It's
No. It's an end effect. Yeah, you can resolve it. Yeah.
once. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So.
Did you catch what he said there? Oh, there's
I
destruction.
think it's the virus.
This is Flashing Fire to destroy the Heavenly. And now he's gonna chain the Daruma to put it face down, alongside the Yugin.
Does Flashing Fire not resolve versus a set? I think that's what Dinka is trying to aim for here, right?
Yeah, because face down monsters are still
Yeah.
considered as special summon, I'm pretty sure.
Destroy
Yeah,
it.
still resolves, which, I mean, these duo seems like they are kind of nervous. I mean, you cannot blame them. There is a lot on the line, and they are both on stream, although they have been on stream multiple times in the past. But
Ooh, okay.
yeah, what's going to happen here, as mentioned, is Ariana is going to use the effect. He's going to chain, bounce it back so he can resolve under skill drain, which is a nice play from Dinka.
Yeah, cool interaction here, and I think maybe Simon looks like he was just verifying you can use both effects on the same turn.
Yeah. No, because it's a new turn now.
Okay.
Yeah, play pass back to Dinka.
Something being clarified here.
Yeah, he just asked probably a translation for the card. I might imagine it's all in German. So. But this is pretty straightforward. It's basically a compulsory-like effect. Basically, when you have a level 8 Fiend, you can target your opponent monsters as well, but you can just use it on your own, just like he's doing here.
Yeah, this can be a pretty technical matchup, I suppose. The slow grind nature of the Runic deck versus, you know, it is a trap deck after all with Labyrinth. And yeah, this one might go all the way down to the wire here potentially, but Skill Drain is obviously putting in a lot of work at this point in time. But that Fountain Search by Simon really didn't help him out, did it?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
Can definitely cost him the game, and would be a shame. Ooh, and as expected here, we do get to see the Virus, but quite different outcome from his finals against Tom last weekend. Only one more card getting sent to the graveyard.
So we noticed there that Evenly Matched is actually in Simon's hand there. He must have picked that up off of the Fountain Draw. As Dinka is going to have to consider that quite heavily with what he sets and how he progresses this his turn here, since Hugin is on the field technically set here, so the Evenly Match isn't going to be too useful now. So
honestly, just leave it there.
Yeah,
Now
Leave
that
it
you
there
know.
and that's it.
And here you can see some interesting cards, such as the Solemn Strikes, which is main decking.
yeah, interesting that Dinka has gone for like almost like just a full kind of stun variant of Labyrinth. You know, we've seen a couple of different variants of the deck over the course of this last year. A lot of people, you know, were opting to play a lot of the furniture, as they call them. You know, the other pieces, but Dinka actually just playing the 1 Coup Clock and the very minimal basic Labyrinth package and just a lot of good, strong, powerful trap cards.
Getting rid of the Slumber off the top with the Eradicator still. And as we know, he can just normal summon the Rex, but he has really no way of getting rid of this, and it seems as if he's in a tough spot. I really like Solemn Strike though, because the deck #1 weakness is Ash Blossom and Ghost Bell, and your opponent is going to keep them in hand for your Labyrinth traps. So if you have a Solemn Strike just to use on those, I think it's a really solid choice.
Crazy that Strike has just been absolutely really like sort of a staple in basically every trap deck, right? Yeah. For however many years now.
It's been, I don't know.
Breakers of Shadows 2015.
And yeah, Dinka just gonna play it slow, okay, but Nibiru picked up.
Yeah, this is where it sort of kind of feels like a bit of a chess match almost, like despite the skill drain, you know, because in Dinka's position, you really do have to fear that evenly matched.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure he's just gonna... Wow, but no spells is wow from Simon. No more spells outside of the Slumber.
Yeah, I think Dinka is kind of disappointed compared to his last Eradicator we saw resolve, you know?
So guys, as you can see, that's not a big deal. Eradicator doesn't always discard 5 cards from your opponent hand.
Yeah, like this Eradicator against Runic, you'd think it would be...
to be honest, funny enough, because like Tom was not even playing Runics, he was playing Kashtira, obviously. Less
the irony.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that's just how it goes. So, I mean, what do you think the ultimate like game plan here is of Dinka? Like, just try set up things in defense. Yeah, we're just gonna have to go for a full game shot here.
Okay, interesting. Simon finally going for a play.
Simon trying to play here activates the effect of the Jet. Sometimes you activate that kind of stuff under a skill drain just to maybe see if your opponent does something. You know, like anything you want to check here.
But yeah, Dinka is not gonna float for it. And there is not a real way to push this. I was thinking, but yeah, there is no way to just access... a
lot of ways to like remove your own monsters from the field.
With skill drain around, it's very tough to do so. And obviously, since a Runic deck, you don't really play Zeus. So it's not like you can set on a 3000 body maybe in defense and just stall. You usually don't play Zeus, so...
Yeah, not having a battle phase in most of your turns is usually why people opt to cut Zeus from the extra deck. It can feel kind of tight sometimes deck building Runic.
Absolutely, especially the Furier version. So,
I mean, what do you think Simon's game plan here is? Just wait till you see destruction?
Unfortunately, that's it. Like that or Tip, which at the same time, both of your fountains are gone. So you need to access first another... it's tough, because basically you would like to do and get to the Gary. So Gary is the only way you can get Fountain back, but with skill drain on the field, you cannot use the Gary, so like... Yeah.
It looks like on the other side, Dinka is not drawing into any trap cards.
Any Labyrinth. Yeah.
At the same time here, Dinka will have to try and achieve something as setting...
The only weird decision, I think, for me was not using the Lady like 3 turns ago. So after he resolved the Varus, since he activated the Orianna, he could have just special summoned Lady in defense, which your opponent cannot really clash into it. So you would at least have that around, but I don't know.
Yeah, and then if you eventually try to get multiple big monsters in defense, like the Heavenly Prison, eventually you could try set up that game shot quite
Because as you can see here, he's actually getting punished by this.
He's being whittled down here by this Mannequin Cat, actually.
And plays just back to Dinka in what feels, as you mentioned, like a chess match more than a Yu-Gi-Oh match at the moment. And wow, actually having to face down a monster.
All right, that's a lot of sets we've got here. I was trying to think if there's any ways that you can like clear your own monster in Runic to try and resolve this evenly. You
Not really.
You've got like the Tribute Rookie for hire, but that's only going to work on for hire monsters.
Yeah,
and I guess it summons anything anyway. So it's
yeah, because even the Donner doesn't really do anything, because the first effect is not cost. The second one, you still summon something back. So Here we can see an Arianna face down because it's 2100 defense potentially, if there is, but...
Very relevant in this situation here.
Yeah.
You know, the old set a big monster under a floodgate can can stall you enough here.
Gonna use the activation of Rex as he picked up the destruction.
Simon is pushing for a reason here, and ultimately sitting with like 6 cards in hand or something at this stage. But again, as we mentioned, I'm not sure how much you can really achieve here without destruction.
Oh, because with the skill drain being phase up...
Dinka doesn't buy the bluff, and it's just gonna wait. But again, here, what can you really do with this?
So Donor, a really good card that we've seen in many decks being played recently just because of the genericness of it. Can you use that under skill drain?
You can use the other effect, but you can still need to special summon one.
So this isn't going to really fix the clogged evenly problem here.
Yeah. As you can see here, you still need to special summon, which is making me wondering what Simon is going for. But there is the destruction in end. So...
What, is there a reason you think we didn't just lead with destruction?
No, because honestly here you could even use the Donner and then chain the destruction. So I'm not sure where Simon is going with this. He has the Sprite starter as well, but yeah, as you mentioned, you would think that you would just use, even on the Rex effect.
Was that a pass?
Chain. Yeah.
Okay.
Did he pass, really?
Yeah.
Simon knows something we don't hear, right? Like, is that another one?
Up, no, I think it's flashing fire, yeah.
Okay, well, time is a very important factor in a matchup like this, so whoever is...
To be fair, more in the favor of Simon.
Do you think so?
Yeah, because he has access to some time management card.
No, I'm just thinking more in the terms of the long run here, right? Like if you inevitably lose this game,
I agree with you. Yeah,
sort of like in the grand scheme.
Definitely, but
are we just gonna loop Donners? Okay, interesting. We're striking the effect of Rex, despite it being under skill drain.
Yeah.
So I think that just gives an opportunity for Dinka to put more monsters on the field here. In defense, of course, to not be able to have that evenly match be live.
Yeah, because now, as he activated the trap, this will give Dinka an opportunity to OTK next turn, because as you can see here, he gets the big welcome. So I don't think Simon can afford to wait anymore.
Yeah.
Unless he just activates a Flashing Fire here to just clear the evenly and passes. He needs to do something.
He has 2 copies of Flashing Fire, right? He doesn't have
No, he has 1 destruction
right?
and flashing.
Okay.
I think.
Goes in match.
Wow.
Only being able to control 1 attribute now.
Yeah, this is tough.
Yeah, that's a pretty good 2-card combo. Eh? Gozen and skill drain, you know, that's not a lot anyone can do under that. Change the destruction here to the Gozen. Values removing Gozen over skill drain. I guess that's why we held the destruction. I suppose Simon probably felt
and
that.
he needs to banish the top 4, which could get rid of a lot of the Labyrinth cards.
Deck out win condition, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Unjokingly, a possibility.
The special summon of starter here, I think he kind of peeked at blue for a second. I don't know how relevant it is, which sprite monster you summon here.
The thing is here, Dinka can't even afford to get rid of everything from Simon, because he activated a runic. He cannot access the battle phase, so evenly is not an option anymore.
Yep.
If you were Simon, where do you go for now? Even if, you know, there's skill drain still fizz up, no battle phase.
I'm trying to think if there was like some, you know, neat little plays you could do,
Yeah.
like Nightmare Phoenix, target skill drain, flashing fired off, but obviously you can only use it on your opponent's monsters. I don't think this deck has any tricks like that, right?
Not really, and the thing is, you're up against the creator of the deck itself, so like it's tough to trick someone that knows the deck in and out, and as you know, knows if the deck has an out to a specific situation. So
Yeah, I think Dinka is probably quite satisfied that both fountains have been dealt with.
Yeah, and I think now he's just gonna count some life points. And yeah, I think he realized that he can close this one out. It seems really convinced with the big welcome face down.
Yeah,
Super poly, okay.
Nice one.
Oh,
Yeah, this is enough.
right. We talked about I mentioned the starter ability to special summon. It would actually not. It wasn't relevant which one he summoned, but it turned out it was relevant because it was a dark attribute after all.
Yeah, unfortunately this was enough. I'm wondering why Simon didn't set his runic at the same time, but whatever. The game was probably lost by that point anyway, and yeah, now it's actually Simon who is gonna go first. Obviously gonna try to set up his Folgo combo. And does he have some tools for this matchup in the side deck?
Well, he is definitely siding there's a lot of anti-combo stuff, I would say here, Beast Steals and Super Poly, but for Labyrinth, not really, just Ash Blossom.
Yeah, just Ash.
Ash can be huge, you know, just
Absolutely.
completely cutting them off of Welcome and their engine, but not really a lot to deal with in terms of, you know, just setting 5, right? Like, just destruction.
Because, like, for example, Bestials are really nice against the non-trap heavy version of Labyrinth, but in this deck, I think they're pretty awful. So
there is Wiz, I noticed, actually. Wiz is the spell and trap negate, so that's definitely an engine piece you can bring in and then special summon off of Folgo.
Which is played just because it's a spell and trap negation, no other reason. And from Dinka on the other side, though, going second, he has some interesting tools, one of which is the Sphere mode, which goes up to 3 copies.
Yes. And you do end on quite a heavy field with, if you go full combo in the Runic for a higher deck, you do sort of end on the Folgo, the Rafale, the special summon monster, potentially some sprite stuff as well. So just dropping the old Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere mode is a possibility.
And I mean,
I think we've seen him do it before, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And especially against this version of the deck, it's almost impossible that they don't have 3 monsters.
It's great.
Yeah, you could even play Kaijus. I think they are good enough. If you get rid of the Folgo, it's still decent. They can do a few cheeky plays, but like, it should be decent enough.
There's a full force virus, and I'm trying to remember which type or which damage threshold.
The attack,
The attack? 25 and above with full force?
I think it's the defense. 2000 defense.
20, something like that, yeah.
We can do a quiz on it if you want later on. I think 2000 defense, or I would guess so.
1500 or less defense.
Perfect.
So that's
what I said. No. But yeah, regardless, I don't think that we are going to see that right here in Game 2. But if we ever go to Game 3, we can see another one of the Clock Virus combos from Dinka. Regardless, our duelists are ready. So let's find out the winner of Game 2.
I was talking to some of my friends before the event, and I was, really trying to theory out the Labyrinth deck with some of them because, I don't know, apparently they're just big fans of Labyrinth. And I was wondering, like, is there a reason that people don't play something like Waking the Dragon post-siding?
It's mostly, I want to say, because of Kashtira, that the ability of the deck to just banish cards face down is probably one of the only ways how the card cannot trigger, I would say. Because otherwise it would have been amazing against Kashtira as well. But I do agree with you that sometimes it isn't. But with cards like Evenly Matched and Arise Art banishing face down, maybe that's the main reason why. But I'm a fan of the card in general. Wow, we discard the Rex. So most likely we have a second copy, or already the rookie, maybe.
Yeah, so we'll see if Simon gets to pull off the full for hire combo for some of you watching just now who may have not seen this before. The general idea and win condition of this deck is that you actually summon Blade Justice for hire, who is actually generic, which is funny enough. You don't actually need to summon it with for hire monsters, and I've seen people summon summon it just with sprites and stuff, which is really funny. But the idea here is that you the full combo basically allows you to special summon the Rex from the graveyard to triggering a Dompa, which allows you to pop a face-up card. So you pop a face-up card your opponent controls. This triggers the effect of Folgo, who special summons, and then because you control 3 different far hires, you draw 3 cards on your opponent's turn, and then ideally you have your Runic set up as well, and that is also 3 more cards. So you can see potentially 6 cards a turn with this deck.
Yeah. Wow, but we do see the Ash, and this is huge because that was all Simon needed. Just a single Runic and Rex does the full combo. But this Ash is huge, and as mentioned, Dinka knows exactly when the best time to go for Ash is, which is the Ruku. And wow, Pilot passes.
Wow. No
Crazy.
sprites, no way to extend here.
Not even another Runic to just special summon and draw some cards.
I think he can draw 2 on his opponent's turn here.
But do you not go for it if you have a Runic? Like, depending on the Runic.
It depends which one, right? Yeah.
But I guess only Destruction you wouldn't use, right? Maybe, yeah.
It seems like the most important piece of this matchup's puzzle is the Runic Destruction for Simon, since there will be a lot of nasty floodgates to deal with.
And here we see 6 cards off the top from Dinka. And here is that Spear Mode alongside. Wow. Okay. I mean,
Double
don't
Spear
think
Mode
we are taking
Polarization.
those, but yeah.
No, but
really,
like this is why I love Prosperity. I think it's such an incredible card. You have so much options available to you because you get to play. If your opponent stops you, you can dig for extenders. You can dig for a defensive card. It's such a fantastic card, especially in especially in Labyrinth, who does not care really about its extra deck.
Yeah, I would put it among the maybe top 10 or something. Most impactful Yu-Gi-Oh cards ever. It's really changed the game. And the way deck building even works.
Yeah, Dinka Bui has achieved 87% of his combo here with 4 occupied spell and trap zones. How do you feel about extravagance in this deck over Prosperity?
I mean, usually you could see even a combination of both. But I do think Prosperity is just much better because of what you can do in the side deck, by the way. Yeah. Which is just getting 2 cards like in Sphere Mode.
And that's, again, one of the amazing points of Prosperity is that you're actually able to dig deeper and deeper.
Yeah.
Post side, which is usually where you find a lot of those blowout cards.
Yeah.
And recently was limited to 1 in the OCG Forbidden Limit list.
Absolutely. Which will make things interesting, obviously, when we actually go and analyze what will go down at the World Championship later on this year.
That's a second Ash Blossom.
Yeah.
Incredible. Dinka has some control here. That's a beat for higher.
Yep. Unfortunately, it's not that bad, to be fair, but are we actually going for those? I feel like it would have been much better to go the other way around, because then you could use the beat to just search the Rafale, you know? I think kind of a interesting order from Simon.
Does he have a second for higher in the grave? No? It's a Hugin that we use.
No, he has the Rex he discarded, but you could... You literally can just use the other monster and you get a search right away, which I think is much better.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, welcome Labyrinth here. This is the engine piece that Dinka needs, and does look like Simon has... Oh, his last card in hand.
Is there a strike from Dinka, or does he even want to strike this Ash? I mean,
this is one of the better cards to cut off the Labyrinth engine, as we mentioned earlier, is the Ash Blossom. It can just sort of put you in a situation where you're just setting and passing, but as you mentioned, if he has any other of these set, he might not actually care.
Yeah, by many renamed the new Diamond Direwolf, Donner actually can only destroy monsters. Yeah. So it means that in this case you cannot really use the first effect, but the second one is really good. Yeah.
So the genericness of Donner, is really where it comes out here, because it is does not need a for hire link monster. Yeah. As we mentioned also with the Folgo. So
yeah, just monster with different types, which
it's a big think here on this Ash Blossom by Dinka.
Yeah, there is a strike. Interesting.
Why do you think that was a bit of a think there, not just like a no-brainer? Yeah, strike the Ash, let me get my lady onto the field.
Yeah, it probably depends on what the two face down are, whether he can play with non-engine or whether he needs to set up is what he was thinking here. But overall, as we mentioned before, Solemn Strike is here for this exact reason. I think it makes sense to use it. But obviously, it really all depends from the last 2 cards. Because as you can see here, this Welcome Labyrinth does not give you an interruption by itself. it just gives you Arianna plus Lady. But what matters is what those two cards are. And hopefully the decision to link away the beat does not cost Simon, you know, this +1 that he would have got otherwise.
All right, well, Simon is on no cards here.
Yeah.
It's a pretty precarious position.
Yeah, it's gonna use the effect to bring back Rex and Beat. Now getting the search with Beat. He's reading it.
Maybe checking to see if you can only control one Rex or something.
Yeah, no. Not the case. So he's now gonna go for the effect to search Rafal.
Rafal, very cool, by the way, because it does not just add Fur Hire cards from the top of your deck. You can dig for anything. So
yep,
that would synergize quite well with this fountain here. It's amazing. Sometimes it feels just like archetypes were just designed for each other.
But now we see the Lady come down, which means if Dinka has something good face down, it could be the end of the game and the match. So you can use the beat, which is what's going to happen here to special summon Rafal. Let's see if the effect... Ooh, and this is huge.
Wow.
Because the Rafal does not resolve, because basically it reveals excavate cards based on the different names, and face down, well, they are not really Furiers, so...
Does the beat still search here? Oh, the beat was used to search the Rafal, yeah. So,
no, this is...
Yeah, huge. On resolution.
Yeah.
It's an incredible Book of Eclipse style effect here.
And he's playing 3 copies of the card. So
yeah, in the main deck we noticed as well, which was really cool. It's a great way to, you know, just instantly shut down Kashtira. Against Link decks. It completely, you know, just sends them, and looks like Simon's just gonna have to pass here.
And yeah, unfortunately, this is huge. I think he set the big welcome, which is amazing, because now you can use the big welcome. You get another trap from Lady, and you get a draw from Mariana. This feels like it might be Dinka's match overall.
I think Dinka might have been trying to confirm with Simon which monsters were which there, but as they...
But yeah, he does not really need to tell.
Yeah, as you may have noticed from the new policy documents of the tournament updates, once things become private knowledge, they are private knowledge.
Welcome back. You're now back here with your coverage for the EU WCQ here in Utrecht. We're now into our final round here for the Swiss rounds. Very exciting stuff. Round 11 in front of me. I have Christian Foldager versus Dennis Kwarteng. And this is going to be a very interesting way to see exactly what's going to happen with that top cut coming in the next round. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going first. Who would like to go first? Christian's going to roll first. That is 7. And Dennis? That is not a 7. So are you going to go first, Christian? Christian is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto, Marcello, and Nadir, who are going to be your commentary team for this final round of Swiss. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 11. As Ed mentioned, the last round of Swiss for Utrecht, and what a round we picked for you guys. Obviously, we mentioned in last round as well, our duelists to advance to the top 64 are required to go at least for 8 wins a draw, and that is what these guys are gonna aim for, because we picked obviously a bubble match. It's in or out for these guys who are on an X and Shu record. What do you feel? What do you feel about this match? What do you feel when you play in a bubble match? I think
yeah, that's this is the hardest part of a tournament, is when you don't have yourself completely locked in for top cut. You don't get a little bit of a relaxed round. This is all or nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can always feel the pressure, I can tell. And I mean, especially like being on feudal match, honestly, it's maybe not easy for someone who maybe hasn't, you know, set the stage. But here, I mean, we have very interesting match coming up.
Absolutely.
With Dennis being on Spring Guns.
Yeah, it's not a joke. We have seen some of the Spring Gun cards, especially I would say in branded out of all the decks with just a few additions. But Dennis went for just a pure, we could say, although it has some few interesting engines in the deck, a Spring Guns deck, which is definitely something we're excited to look in action. We have not seen any of it before it any event of the year, I would say, and that's definitely an interesting one and an incredible accomplishment nonetheless, going 8-2 in a field among the best European players there are. But his opponent is not gonna give him an easy time, and Christian is representing the Runic Live Twin Sprite deck, obviously a deck that was really popular even at YCS London and that is now adapted to the new format, but I think represents a very powerful strategy. Sometimes it was overshadowed by the Furier version, but I think it's still really strong here, and this will go for an incredible matchup. But our duelists are ready, so let's go to game number 1.
So I'm sure you're all excited to see the Springgan deck in action here, and that is a really interesting sort of adaptation of the deck here that Dennis has brought to this event. However, we'll talk about that in a moment, as Christian is going to go first here, winning the dice roll with the Live Twin Runic strategy, as some of you have probably noticed has been picked up as potentially one of the better decks and one of the top contenders of the meta right now.
And it's a great start. You only need any of the Live Twin cards alongside a Runic to really get things going. And this is exactly what Christian opened with. Obviously, any Runic card that you can use right away, specifically the Tip and Slumber, are amazing. And Christian has those two. So this is a very powerful opening. I am assuming he is playing the Masquerena version of the deck with, you know, Griffin and a lot of the, exactly, Link Force.
Should be banishing off the top of the deck with the Destruction, no?
No, I think he just used it to special summon
the
Yugen, so yeah.
The Gigantic here gets you into the rest of the engine, and you set up quite a strong field of disruption with the Masquerena, the pop with the Live Twin cards, and of course some Runic draws potentially as well. So a lot of different strategies synergizing incredibly well with one another.
Absolutely, and here an unfortunate news obviously for Dennis, who has a very unique interaction in his deck that he's able to search Nibiru with, but compared to the Runic Furier deck, where Nibiru is probably the best entrap you can have, this deck, as you can see, goes into Gigantic really early, so Nibiru is pretty much always useless against this version. And yeah, now as mentioned, we will go for the Masquerena. This is the heart and soul of the deck, as you are able to continually bring back your Evil Twin Link monsters and then use them to go into some Link Force. So this is the usual stuff that we had seen in London plenty of times, but still really effective.
I think one of the weaknesses that a lot of people would try avoid with this deck generally has been because of the fact that Bestials can be very popular in the side deck, can't they?
Yeah, and I think one of the main reasons why we've been discussing this this weekend is you can basically splash Runic into a lot of different decks, and I mean, still now here, Christian.
Yeah, Christian shocked by what's going on. And yep, I mean, you don't expect to play against a deck like this on the bubble, but...
Yeah, that's a Sakitama that we've banished off the top there, a newer Spirit support card featuring a entourage of other Spirit monsters in the main deck to be able to go into a rank 4 play. And for any of you who are experienced with Springgans might know that it is basically a rank 4 deck. You go into Merrymaker, who can rank up into the brand new Captain Sargas, as well as the Gear Giant that gets you into more machines for your Springgans. But also, interestingly enough, generic rank 4 is Prime Mathmech Alambertion. So Dennis is running a Mathmech strategy alongside the Springgans.
And it makes sense, because as you mentioned, the Spirit Engine is played by some pure Mathmech decks as well. So why not splash it here? The Mathmechs allow you to set up some really good interruptions going first, or to OTK easily with Access Code going second. So now the setup is amazing by Christian. We know the face down is Bright Starter. which can get him into the red if needed. But I see a monster heavy hand from Dennis. Only one spell, but it's talent, so that's actually a nice one to have, I guess. We'll see.
Talent's, yeah, extremely powerful if this Masquerena resolves, because that means you're able to force it out quite early, or even maybe sometimes you can steal like an Apollosa and use it on your opponent.
Yeah, but here the question will be, does Christian know where to activate the Masquerena?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, as you know, what this play accomplishes is that you can go into a Griffon in a zone that is pretty much protected from your opponent linking it or putting a link in front of it, because Griffon prevents the effects from special summon a monster if they are not linked. So really strong card to go for.
Works really well with the arrows for the bonus effect to draw potentially 2. And Springan Carrot acts as a spell and trap disruption.
Oh, but that's a nice one. Where did he use it though?
I think he's using it on Kill. Okay.
Oh, wow. Because
I think he wants him to use a monster effect.
Yeah.
So that he can force out this talents potentially.
But you would think maybe the Masquerena was a better target there, because now technically Christian could just use his effect and draw a card and bring back the same card. As you can see here, this does not really affect much. So maybe not the best target, especially because if you only have a spell in your hand, the carrot can just negate that and you have no other ways of forcing it out. And
only one spell in the hand as well, so
yeah,
let's see if that becomes a peculiar choice or not.
This is exactly what's going on. The carrot can be used here potentially. But
I think it will make sense just to negate the talent in general, not to prevent your opponent.
Yeah, depends which effect he's going for, but yeah, as expected, now he can get rid of the other evil twins, which makes it so that he can bring back the Lila and just destroy a card from his opponent. But finally we see a normal summon, and it is the spirit monster, which is Aratama, one of the older ones, which was played by a lot of different decks in the past, but it's nice to see it back in action. What it does is it can search for another spirit monster from your deck, essentially.
Many years ago, I actually won my very first locals with spirits.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you're going Aratama, Nikitama, and then detaching from Lavavel Chain, and then you could draw a card. Yeah. Not going to see that interaction in this match here. It's going to be some rank 4 plays that Dennis can use to either go into the Merrymaker for some access into the Springan engine or into the MathMech engine, which might be significantly more powerful going second here, so we'll see how he decides to play this one out. Only Masquerena left to contend with, which I don't think Nightmare Griffin's going to be too relevant here because of the arrows, so we might see potentially some sort of unicorn spin.
Yeah, that will definitely make sense. I think Christian here just wants to make sure when to respond to Dennis.
I think he's read this the Sakitama 3 times now. Yeah, in a high-pressure situation on the final round of Swiss on the bubble before Top Cut, you want to make sure that you get everything absolutely right, especially when you're going to have to probably improvise at this stage to make sure you don't misplay against a deck you've never played against, I would assume.
And as you can see, life points are also changing fast. That is because of the Sunny Snitch continuous spell effect, which every time your opponent summons a monster while you control an Evo Twin, basically you gain 200 life points and they lose them, which is a nice bonus effect.
Yeah, it's a 400 life point deficit each time between you and your opponent, so that's one of the advantage of this deck to run in time as well.
Yeah, and as you can see here, he's gonna go for his own Evo Twin effect, just preventing a potential rank 4 from Dennis. Maybe was fearing an exit on night,
Which he does play, I think, right?
Maybe.
No, I think he does.
He does.
Yeah.
Wow, that would have been amazing, honestly, yeah. So well played by Christian in that sense.
All right, so rank 4 play here, nullified by the destruction effect, and with a hand that's quite heavy on monsters, Dennis might be in a bit of trouble here because there's a lot of decent ways to extend in this deck, obviously with the Cyberse engine that he's running, but also you have things like Booty, and okay, we're just going to pick up here.
Unfortunately picks up his cards, and it is Christian winning this game 1.
Do you think that the talents misstep there was really clutch?
I mean, honestly, I think that Kaiju could have been used on the Masquerena.
The Kaiju, more or less, because the thing is, the talent not so much, the carrot was there, but Kaijuing the Evo Twin, especially considering he was playing the Exiton, if you just Kaiju the Masquerena, you can then go into an Exiton and clear the whole field. Obviously, there is a good chance that with like a 5-card end, there could have been, you know, maybe a runic spell, like Freezing Curse to negate it, but still, I think you should go for that line. Yeah. But at the same time, nothing is sure as of yet. And now Dennis gets to go first and set up his Springans combos with some help from the side deck. And interestingly enough, I think he's the first duelist which we have ever seen siding Small World.
Yeah, I'm curious what the logic with the Small World siding is there. It's either for going first or second to try pick up more cards like Droll, potentially, or... Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the most sense based on how he's constructed his side here. Going first, I'm not sure if we're going to see too much other than maybe that Cosmic Cyclone will be really good against the Fountain.
Yeah, or Draw a Lock as well.
Yeah, a lot of his side deck actually is potentially useful. As mentioned, Small World can just search a lot if you're missing a combo piece or if you already got things going. Maybe you get that draw, which is nice. On the other hand, though, Christian, I'm pretty sure had no idea what's going on. So like,
that's the point.
Yeah, he might just not even touch his deck or like improvise, I guess, with maybe that third copy of Evenly Matched, which go in second. Should be good against most decks, but
I mean, he hasn't seen enough. But would you sell in Nibiru?
I mean, I don't know. Like,
I'm kind of thinking Chaos Hunter looks okay against Springans here if we're playing the
maybe
the Mannequin Cat. I assume is what we're trying to bring that in for.
The thing is, he didn't see any of the Mathmech cards either. So, like, if he knew about that, maybe then, yeah, as mentioned, Nibiru, even the Ghost Spells would be amazing. But I think when you have one game won that convincingly, you really don't need to take any risks. The thing is, the Runic deck offers you engine outs to pretty much anything, obviously. So I don't think you want to overside. I would say you just keep it as generic as possible. Maybe just the rulers or the evenly, or even just Ash, which you can just use against any deck. And for the rest, focus on your engine, and that should be good to go. And once, if you lose game 2, then you probably understand your opponent deck and you can side better for game 3. But our duelists are pretty much done with their side decks, so we can jump right back into game 2.
In terms of the side decking, this is exactly why I think Runic and Runic variants in general are really well positioned in this meta, because they're very versatile due to the Runic engine being able to have spell and trap removal, there's effect negates, there's monster removal. So regardless of siding or not, especially into a deck you're not familiar with, you already have the tools at your disposal.
Absolutely, and let's see if Dennis will be able to advance. I see a very interesting end with the Super Factorial, which you don't really want to open, you really want to search that off. But we start with the Booty, I think.
Yeah, Booty is a really powerful card in this deck, because you want to be able to get to the all-important field spell Golgonda, as it sends itself from the field to search out the field spell. And Golgonda has the effect to discard a card and special summon an Xyz monster from your extra deck. And that is how you get into your end field of sorts, with the X-Blower as well as the Captain Sargass, and potentially searching out Tally-Ho as well to make as many rank 4s and various link monsters as well as possible. That's kind of what the aim of the game is here. Not also forgetting that we have that Small World package that we talked about being sided in for this matchup. Could be trying to search out something with a Droll. Perhaps he has some sort of a bridge there, we'll see.
And as you can see here, gonna access the Merrymaker, a card that was really popular in the super heavy Samurai deck as well, just as a way to search the Tyrian Regulus with this Springans little engine, but in this case it's the real deal, and we're gonna see some XYZ action from Dennis.
So this is the whole sort of gimmick of the Springan engine. You're supposed to special summon out Merrymaker, either with the rank 4 spirits as we've seen, or with the Golgonda. Activate the effect of the Springans in the graveyard, attach them onto your Merrymaker, rank up at the Captain Sargas, and then get Tally-Ho. So here's a small world that we talked about. Let's see, we're bridging off Ash Blossom. And I feel like either you get into a Mathmech portion of the deck or another hand trap.
I mean, I would say you go for engine here, right? You don't.
Yeah,
really
especially with drawing the Factorial.
Yeah.
And Regulus.
Yeah,
okay.
Goes for Regulus. Nice.
It's always fun to see people checking out the attribute and attacks matching up here. Okay, so this is a really cool way to be able to protect yourself from any hand traps and disruption, because you get Regulus online quite early.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like, though, there is any from Christian, so Dennis will be free to do whatever he wants, at least during his own turn. And as you can see, he gets to put a material under the Merrymaker, which is probably going to be used now to advance into another rank. And yeah, that's exactly what we see usually.
XE strategy not going in the typical method of overlaying, as we just simply rank up with the effect here, and Captain Sargas will be searching out the new spell card, the Tally-Ho, which will detach materials from the XE monster and then special summon those back from the graveyard equal to the number of materials you detached. So you can go like, you can get like up to 3 materials sometimes with Captain Sargas with big combos, but trying to play a little bit more conservatively by using resources to go into the Regulus to protect here.
It's basically a known XYZ Encore, but obviously much better because you get to keep the XYZ on the field as well. And as mentioned, you get to special summon back from the grave depending on the materials you detached.
So Springan's kit, you might be familiar a little bit with the story of the Albaz deck of sorts. It has a lot of crossover into Tri-Brigade, into Dogmatica, into Branded, and also here it is with the Springans. As Kit will be able to search a card and then put one back, but it looks like we're not using the effect, we're using it exclusively as a way to get into a rank 4. Recycling, putting back the Merrymaker, and yeah, it looks like we are actually going to use the Kit. Branded in High Spirits.
Nice.
Okay, so this is how you access your extra deck with the High Spirits. You want to dump Iron Dash into the graveyard, and then Iron Dash has an effect to special summon Springan monster from your deck in the end phase, and that gets the main deck Sargas monster, which allows you to detach material and then destroy a card your opponent controls.
And it is very cool, honestly, because this weekend we have seen Blackwing, Marincess,
a lot of different decks, absolutely. And this is exactly how we access the Mathmech version of the deck. As you mentioned, it is the generic rank 4, and now the one copy of Circular still there and just as good. But actually not going...
he doesn't send Sigma.
Yeah, Sigma.
The Nabla, okay.
Does he not play Sigma? Sigma is a free special summon from the graveyard if you control no monster in your EMZ, but it seems like he actually just doesn't run it. Okay, cool. All right, there's that High Spirits play we talked about, setting up that Iron Dash, getting another Kit to the graveyard. And I think we haven't used Branga's effect either yet, so it can also reattach onto Sargas if he needs it to.
And as you can see here, he's gonna access the Nabla.
Oh, that's actually really cool. I just noticed because we put back the Factorial, and then you can just research it out with the Circular, so not too worried about drawing into those one-offs that you don't really want to draw but search. So decent synergy there with Kit.
Yeah, we finally access the third name, which is important to resolve, obviously, Laplation with all effects. And here,
Okay.
Here is what I was saying in game 1. Unfortunately, not the best maybe in this matchup, but what you can do is you can access Nibiru with this and a lot of other different monsters, obviously searching a rock, but most of the times it will be the Nibiru against other matchups. So let's see if he goes for a different one in this one.
Yeah, sadly, I don't think he's going to be searching Block Dragon. I do miss him, but yep, Nibiru is the target.
I think he actually
do we not have a legal
sided out the Nibiru,
okay, all right, so Probably going to pick up a penalty there for that illegal activation with no targets. But as we have generic non-number monsters, you can actually combine 2 Xyzs of the same rank to rank up into a Utopic Future, and then Utopic Future Dragon.
There it is.
Which is an incredibly powerful tool of disruption as it negates and steals an opponent's monster effect.
Yeah, it's an amazing card that kind of fallen off in popularity, but it's nice to see it here, and it's still really, really strong.
And using the Branga's Grave effect here, this is one of the other Springan Grave effects that not only attach themselves, but can search out spells and traps, and we're going to get another copy of Tallyho. So I suppose this is just a form of follow-up.
Absolutely, and this is impressive stuff, because you leave exactly 3 monster zone open for the Super Factorial, and what an opening. Wow.
Yeah, it looks about as good as you can hope for this first turn combo. So if you did want to at least see the Springan deck in action, this is what it does and this is what it achieves.
Yeah, I think it's really an amazing start here with basically 2 interruptions and then the Super Factorial, which alone can represent up to 3 interruptions. So that's amazing, amazing stuff from Dennis with this Springan's deck.
I'm so curious why Iron Dash didn't get to the Captain Sargas, as that's a really important tool of disruption, but I'm sure Dennis has a plan here that we're not seeing, so we shall trust his intuition.
Now it's up to Christian, who top decks and has 3 spells and 3 monsters in his hand at the moment, with maybe a runic tip. Oh, but he has seen enough.
Okay.
Wow. Quick one, doesn't even bother, but quickly prefers to go to the side deck.
I would have really liked to have seen those disruptions actually come into play, you know, like have them play into it and then see, okay, exactly how does the Springan deck work? Because I'm sure there was a lot of tools there that were kind of hidden that we didn't really see. You know, obviously we know what Factorial does, but it would have been cool to see how those, how that Tallyho could have interacted with some of the plays there.
Yeah, but I mean, Christian probably knew his position. As mentioned in game 1, he didn't really get to see anything from his opponent, just a couple of Spirit Monsters. He didn't know what the goal of the deck was, and he probably didn't even side deck that much. Now he really understands, or at least most of what's going on, and I think he's gonna really adapt his deck, most likely bringing in those 3 copies of Nibiru and maybe some additional interruption. We could see Droll, maybe even the Ghost Spell, I
think Ghost Spell is actually really important because Tallyho, special summoning 3 Springans, is his deck or graveyard, so it should be able to prevent that.
And all of the Math mechs, of course, Ghost Spell usually really good against those.
Especially against Factorio,
Yeah. On the other end, though, Dennis obviously much more familiar with his opponent deck. Going second has quite a few tools. Maybe the small words are coming off, but he has both Cosmic and Lightning Storm as a way to disrupt the Runic Fountain, I would say.
He actually has a lot here, right? I mean, you could bring in Dark Ruler, you could bring in Droll, the Cosmics, as you said. So there's a lot of tools here. He's clearly really prepared for this matchup.
Absolutely, and he is maining 3 copies of the Star Destruction Kaiju, which we saw in game 1. Maybe now that he lost to the way he activated it, or rather summoned it, will use it in a different way. But technically, the Kaiju is really annoying for that deck, because if you get rid of the Masquerena, they usually end on both the Kiskill and the Lila, which means that they cannot activate their effects. So just a single Kaiju could help a lot. And yeah, I'm definitely curious to see it. Maybe he's gonna cut some of these Spirit Monsters. The Super Factorial is also obviously not great going second, but I mean, he has a lot of tools available to him. On the other end, though, they are 1-1, and with more than 20 minutes remaining, I think it's unlikely that the match is going to end in a draw, which means one of them is probably kicked out from the tournament. The other will be guaranteed a spot in the top 64 for this event, which is obviously what you want to be at, because the top 4 is qualifying for the World Championship. The best possible achievement, I would say, that you can get in the game. And yeah, you really want to keep focused and look for that spot. But I think our duelists are preparing to finish up their side decks for what is game 3, the last game of Swiss that we are going to show you guys for Utrecht. Let's go to the table.
Starting up game number 3 here, Christian gets to go first and probably going to be seeing much of what we saw in game 1 with the ability to set up all of those crazy interactive cross-archetype disruptions between Live Twin, Runic, and Sprite together. So yeah, a real threat in the meta currently. So it's been working out really well, and we've seen it a lot in the playoff, and it's definitely something to be afraid of here. So Dennis definitely going to be relying a lot on those non-engine side deck cards, like we've reiterated.
And I do see once again a Lila and a Runic, which is all you really want to pick up when you're playing this deck from Christian. Remember, for one of these two duelists, this might be the last end that they draw in this tournament, which really turns this into a lore-in matchup. And yeah, as mentioned, incredible start once again from Christian. We are going to see the same as game 1.
Yes, this is as good as it gets for Christian. Probably extremely excited with how this is going here. It's pretty decent. Doesn't discard a Runic card there. I think we've got a Tip and another Runic there.
Yeah,
so
Tip is amazing when you open up with this. Yeah. No draw, obviously great news. And now he can just go for either Gigantic first and then the Tip.
Is this one of your favorite Runic decks, would you say, or is this something that you would maybe consider?
Absolutely. I mean, I really like it because it's really my playstyle, I would say. It's not something that brings up, I guess, a combo that you completely win with, but it's based on a lot of interactions. You can play going second. I think it's really my style kind of deck, and yeah, I did play it in the previous format for a while, so I really enjoy this deck.
Yeah, lots of tools available to it, very similar to other variants as we've seen like Furhire, and plays quite significantly differently despite the fact that they're playing two very similar engines.
Yeah, I think the Furhire deck is more of a high risk high reward one, with obviously Nibiru being an issue and a lot more bricks in the deck overall. But obviously, if your combo goes through, you draw like 5 cards with it, so it's obviously a much stronger one. But yeah, this is the exactly same thing as we saw in game 1.
Very powerful start here from Christian, and I think he's definitely feeling quite confident as we're about to end our turn, but not before resolving a Fountain with a Slumber. Oh no, that's the Sunny Snitch here that we've picked up.
Yeah, just gonna fin his deck before drawing some cards with the Runics, I guess. He already has access to another form of advantage in the graveyard, because usually what you play are just the regular Life Twin key skill, but you obviously play the one off Frost, which allows you to draw a card during your opponent's turn, which is great. And now he's gonna draw 2 more and banishes, okay, Ice Spirit.
Oh, that's a one-off.
Yeah.
Could be very relevant in this matchup, actually.
Yep. Picks up 2 more cards. Obviously, any of those hand traps really would be nice. Can't quite tell what he picks up, but it looks like it's 2 monsters. So there is a good chance that he picked up any of those hand traps. And yeah, he's finally going to hand on the starter. Carrot, maybe? I mean...
it's hard to tell, right? I think there's like so many power spells post-siding, so you want to be able to prevent those. But at the same time, Springgan is kind of like a monster-heavy deck.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think both options do seem quite decent.
Maybe I would say in game 1, if you know you're up against this, you go for red. But in the side deck, you're always afraid of cards like Evenly, Storm, Feather Duster. So I think it makes sense that you go for the carrot.
I think he drew double blue.
Yeah,
yeah,
he did.
Wow. Which are the only copies you have left in the deck. So very unfortunate draws from this Runic Fountain, but still really solid setup. But ends his turn right here. Do you like not setting any of the Runics after siding, considering Cosmics are really popular?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would have considered it, because if there's a cyclone here, you just basically lose your interaction.
I think sometimes the biggest fear is something like evenly matched, and so you sacrifice cards that you could have just held in your hand potentially. So if he feels confident enough that Carrot is able to sustain against it, then holding them in the hand at least gives you some follow-up if that happens. Oh, we're going to lead with Tallyho, okay. And this will special or add kit. Let's just double check how this card works when you don't detach.
Yeah, you just add any spring gun from your deck, and that's it, pretty much. As straightforward as it
Just a
gets.
Rhoda. Yep,
Yeah,
okay.
just a quick spell, Rhoda.
All right, options available now as we search out the spring gun kit. So many targets in the deck as well for kit here, as there's so much that crossover between archetypes. Let's see what we lead to with. You can special summon kit from the hand, I believe, right? With the your opponent controlling monsters, right?
I think you need the Albats, don't you?
Is that how that works?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
So not really. This is
just
the normal summon.
just a basic normal summon of kit here.
Yeah. And unfortunately, as you can see, the banishing does not matter all too much, but you can add from there as well with the effect.
Might not be super relevant, perhaps, but still 50 minutes on the clock. But that Sunny Snitch is going to start ticking down on the life points.
Yep. And now we get to activate it, and as you can see, the Frost obviously resolved, giving Christian an additional draw, but I think he whiffed on that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, High Spirits is activated here, so I think Christian's just debating, like, is this actually important enough for me to negate with the carrot? And
Doesn't
he
seem
decides
so, yeah.
no. That's the Iron Dash that's going to be able to resolve in the end phase, potentially. And we also discard in the process here. I think that was a Brothers we're discarding.
And he's still holding the carrot, so where do you think he can activate it? Honestly, what is he waiting for?
I think he's probably just scared of, like, talents or something.
Talent or Cosmic or these kind of interruptions on the fountain. Interestingly enough, it's not Christian but Dennis who draw into the Ghost Bell. You would expect it against the Mathmax Springans deck. Instead, being sided against Runic Life Twin, it's decent. You can use it on the fountain or on any of the Evil Twins, but maybe not too impactful. Yeah.
There is a talent in the hand, actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Dennis definitely hoping for some sort of monster effect activation soon.
Let's see if he will negate this field spell.
So we can negate and destroy with the carrot potentially if we want to, or we could just simply negate the effect, as you do have the option to choose on resolution if you want to negate. It's going to be really, really huge here if this is activated. Looks like it's okay.
He is debating still with what looks like choose Pride Blue and 2 more Life Twin monsters in the end. Really not the ideal draws, but
It's also important to note as well that the Golgonda doesn't even just have like a great special summon effect. It continuously boosts your Springan monsters by 1,000 attack. So this kit could potentially go battle phase, force out the carrot, maybe bait Masquerena before end of main.
yeah, and Christian allows it, so not gonna get into this bait. He's really afraid of losing out to a talent here, and let's see if Dennis has anything going for him. He's gonna now finally have the kit, which thanks to the sent card from Brandon, which specifically mentioned Albats he can special summon. And now Masquerena is activated, yeah.
Yeah, there's that middle zone Griffin, which is extremely important. And I don't really hate going battle phase and clearing carrot and then using talents. Might be a line to consider here. We discard the blue, which gets to reset any of our spells and traps.
Yeah, considering the starter, which
Decent
is
follow-up
there.
if that's required.
Gonna pick up a card, one more chance to get something useful like a Runic or an Entrap.
Yeah, it's just incredible how much draw power you can sustain with the Runics, and also the versatility of these the Life Twins, giving you draws like the Frost, even just the regular Link monsters on your own turn, then your opponent's turn. You get to dig so deep, and it's really important post-siding as well, because you start to see really those powerful blowout non-engine pieces.
And now obviously he can use the key skill to get an additional interruption, destroying a card from his opponent.
Do you think you want to hit the other level 4 here?
I mean, at the same time, your opponent cannot really link it because
or,
the
or
thing
do
is,
anything with the
yeah,
rank 4.
because thanks to Griffon, obviously, special summon monsters need to be linked to activate their effects. So the exit on Knight is not an option anymore. Okay, but he goes for talent right here, which is obviously going to force out the carrot, it seems.
One thing as well about not shotgunning that's important is if we negate here, we have to tribute off the Kiss to kill.
Exactly, yeah.
So we can't actually bring back Lilla anymore if we do need to negate it. And I think you have to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're absolutely forced to. I want to figure out what the last cards... I think it might be a Flashing Fire, which is a nice one to have. But yeah, as you mentioned, he's forced to activate the carrot. And now he's cut off of these Evil Twins, which mean that Dennis is not going to lose any more life points from the Sunny Snitch as well.
Trying to figure out how Dennis gets to out this Griffin. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're going to have to like overlay and then rank up into Captain Sargas to be big enough to hit over it.
And unfortunately, if that, as I think it is, Flashing Fire, that could be terrible news for Dennis.
No big Springan Ixie monsters in the extra deck available, just directly into a rank 4. Just so much power in this deck, you know. You've got like basic disruption with this, with the, you know, your live twins. You've got the runics, but also like the floodgate style effect of Nightmare Griffin. So incredibly powerful. It really limits your opponent's ability to do anything, particularly when special summoned correctly into that middle zone.
And as you mentioned, the play has to be the Merrymaker. Oh, he actually attacked her.
Have we already used our battle phase?
I don't know. I see that they are counting life points, but like the Sunny Snitch is not there anymore. Like it cannot be activated, so I don't know if he already entered battle phase. Yeah, it seems that way. He did attack with that, which actually prompted Christian to use a Flashing Fire. Unfortunately, it was Flashing Fire, the best by far. Gonna banish 2 cards off the top and get rid of the Fear of Azus.
One of Captain Sargas, by the way, hit off the top here. I'm not sure if there's any way to retrieve that outside of Kit again, but... Oh, looks like we're just going to the end phase now.
Unfortunately, no more way to advance his plays. Gonna move to the end phase, and that seems like it's not gonna be enough.
We saw this happen in the playoff yesterday where if your opponent just has the full setup, do you think you can just pass since they've not got a battle phase and you could just try see an extra card to play on turn 5?
Yeah, I mean, that was the Dinka special.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes it can make sense. At the same time, the Evil Twin or Live Twin version of the deck, it's different in that sense from the Furier because they can still access more advantage during their next turn. So I guess slightly less possible against that version of the deck.
Yeah, Christian's up on life points here, up on advantage, and it's looking pretty bad for Dennis now as a full hand of runics and sprites is going to be able to let Christian rebuild this field.
Yeah, cut off from a battle phase, but still in a great spot.
So ideally, Christian does not want to use any of his runic cards on this turn or the next turn either, and just try and set up with those live twins, and the live twin engine is more of the disruption here because you do want to close this game out. But not particularly too much of a rush with the Sunny Snitch also ticking down on Dennis. And with only 1 card left in hand and a Rocky, it's going to be quite hard. That Nightmare Griffin is just causing so much problems.
Yeah. I mean, as mentioned, I think it's not needed that, you know, he goes into that runing spells now, especially because, like, now Dennis is only left with 1 card in hand. And if he gets on the line, the red as well, alongside with the carrot, is going to be very difficult for him.
Yeah, it's really the name of the game at this point for Christian is how can we get to a battle phase ASAP, and it is by using the live twin and the sprites predominantly rather than any of the runic cards. Although again, not really in too much of a rush. You're up in life points, the Snitch is helping you gain, and so that means you're still controlling the field even if you're not dealing any damage directly by battle. The Snitch is keeping you well ahead. I think there's a Nibiru in his hand as well. He's top deck now, so just so protected from everything.
Yeah, he has a lot of cards. As you can see here, he is free to access the other card in his extra deck with a star, we could say, which is obviously the link for amazing tool. Not only is it able to bring back both the Kiss Kiss and Delilah, activating both of their effects as they're special summoned at the same time.
Oh, okay. That's a pretty powerful Ghost Bell.
Nice Ghost Bell here from Dennis.
I think that's completely cut off the Live Twin engine at this point.
A really nice pickup.
So looks like it might just have to be a red and pass unless we want to use some Runics here.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because he could have just used the red at the very start, you know, and maybe try to play around that. Of course, it needed to be linked to activate his effect, but he could just normal summon it at the very start. But
yeah, true.
now he's still in a good spot to just draw some extra cards with his Runics.
Retrieving that 2 of Fountain, potentially with Jerry as a nice little grind tool that is offered, but just using it as link fodder here.
Yeah, I'm
Muckraker, okay.
interested in what's going on now, because Christian going for a fancy line, I would say, getting rid of his carrot and not even activating his fountain to draw a card.
Well, you still have, like, you know, this turn to use the Runics as you would like to, and then after that is when you need to stop using them, so it's still a decent way ahead here, especially with Muckraker, like, such a powerful card with the synergy between Fiends. Saw it in action against Dark World yesterday, and it is here doing pretty well.
Gonna banish 2 cards off the top and draw.
Yeah, Dennis is down to 0 cards here versus a full field, including Griffin, Life Twins, and the Sprite Red. So
impressive stuff from Christian, and where there are about 4 minutes remaining and he's ahead even in life points. It seems like an upfield battle.
Double snitch as well, so
yeah.
I assume that isn't a burn once per turn either.
No, it's not, yeah.
Okay, evenly matched and a dream, I suppose, for Dennis here? I'm not even sure how far this would help, to be honest with you. All right.
And one more draw for Dennis. Could be the last for his tournament. Although his opponent does not have a battle phase, unfortunately, there is just no way to come and get ahead in terms of life, I guess. Yeah, just gonna end this turn once again. Christian not able to access his battle phase. Could just pass back, honestly. Like,
you don't need to do anything here, you know, just...
No.
Yeah, no, he cannot access...
No, it was last turn, right?
I mean, unless he skipped it before, because he used the runic, the flashing fire. I guess then he skipped the battle phase, probably. Yeah. I guess he might have skipped the last turn after activating the flashing fire. Yeah. And then now he's able to completely close this one out. Even a third Sunny Snitch. Wow.
Okay, so if we special summon a monster, we lose.
Yeah, basically. Fair enough. Even normal summon works, by the way.
Was it normals as well? Okay.
Yeah,
so
GG. That is that's it enough. It's Christian who wins 2-1 and gets to celebrate. Yeah, this is the end and last round of Swiss, as mentioned, in what was an amazing 11 round of Swiss between Christian and Dennis. In the end, although showing off his brilliant play, especially in game 2, it was Christian just having too much of a good start with the live twin deck going first. Both times.
I think like in a situation like this, on the bubble, high pressure environment, sometimes you feel like you're really rooting for that kind of rogue strategy to do well, but live twin Sprite, I mean, this is why it's one of the best decks right now.
The deck is super consistent. Tony does an incredible strategy. You can play with the live twin, you have the sprites, you know, you have the runic, you have so many cards combined all together, and it's working very well. And now Christian is advancing into the top 64.
Absolutely, great achievement. As mentioned, unfortunately, Dennis, I mean, tried his best. Still a great performance, going 8-3 at the European Championship, but is almost guaranteed not to make it to the top cut. On the other hand, 9-2, Christian is locked in, and we will see him more and more as the time goes by. And obviously, this is the end of the Swiss portion, as the reminder of the matches are done with. it all comes down to this. We will be able to tell you guys just in a few moments, of course, when we will be back for Top 64, who those duelists are. And I'm excited to look at some familiar faces and maybe even more at some unfamiliar names, you know?
Yeah, I think that's the most exciting part about Top 64, culmination of the end of a season.
Yep.
We're here at the last hurdle between the World Championship and it's Top 64. You want to be able to see if those efforts that people have put in throughout the whole year leading up to this point. I mean, some people take breaks and only come back for the European Champ. That's how big and prestigious of an event it is. So
absolutely,
it's going to be crazy to see if we'll see familiar faces again, even potentially people from the playoff trying to get a second chance.
Exactly. And we know that there are for sure some of them who were successful, some of them playing in similar bubble matches. As you know, this is one of the most difficult match, I would say, of the entire tournament, because it really brings out whether you make it and can pretty much have a new, fresh start, because when you get to the other portion of the tournament, it really does not matter much what you did in the Swiss rounds. You really need to take one match at a time and hopefully make it to that top 4 finish, qualifying for the World Championship. But guys, there is still plenty of content coming from Utrecht. But before we go on a break, obviously we gotta hear it from Christian, the winner of round 11, and Ed is ready to interview him.
Thank you, Marcello. Yes, I am joined by Christian, the man best dressed in the vest, and now heading straight into that top 64 top cut. Christian, congratulations. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Like that was a scary matchup. If I lost the die roll, I feel like there's a very small chance I win that, because the spring in stack, like I don't know exactly what it does. As you could see, I was reading a lot of the cards, but I know it's like a FTK kind of combo deck. Like not FTK, but like pseudo FTK. Like it makes too much. So yeah, I was very scared. But I won the roll. It was like my 4th die roll win, so I was like, at least it happened here, right? And then in game 2, I had like Nibiru and Droll in my deck, but I just didn't draw them, and I figured they would be pretty good. Like I think if I had Droll, I don't think his deck can like end on that much. Sure. And then I think I can outgrind him with the Runics.
Going through the games, like that first one, you built pretty standard Runic board, and you interrupted the 2 normal summons, which meant that deck just wasn't going anywhere. Yeah. Game 2, sort of like you said, big field of Xyz and stuff, so you just went, let's get into game 3, I'll go first and I can do it a bit more. And then talk to us about game 3. How are you feeling in that when you're 1 apiece? What's going through your mind?
So like I conceded game 2 quite early. Like my hand was actually pretty good, but I thought that my chance to win game 3 if it didn't go to time was higher, because you have that like awkwardness of like your deck can't like push for damage very easily, and you can't commit for like you have to choose what you want to do with Gigantic on the first turn, right? So it's awkward if there's not like a lot of time left. So I just felt like with 25 minutes left, my deck is so favored going first against that matchup, and I just felt like I sided in Ash for the small worlds, because pretty sure he could small world for like a lava golem or something, and I felt pretty confident.
Well, you should be confident. Look at you now into the top 64, and you're no stranger to top cuts. You were top in Leon and also 2nd in your nationals. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So this is all pretty easy for you by this point. So I guess we'll see what happens with the Euros. Are there any decks that you're slightly worried about going up against in this top cut that you're not so sure that the Runic Live Twin Sprite can deal with?
The mirror match. Yeah. Strictly the mirror. Like I tried for a week straight playing against myself to find cards that could beat the mirror, and basically if the mirror opens good, you lose. I couldn't find anything except for a Dark Ruler. That's the only card that gives you a chance.
And I'm guessing that may have to come out then if that matchup ever happens. But I guess we'll see. Congratulations. We're going to give you a little bit of time just to sort of compose yourself before that top 64. But congratulations, top 64 here at the Euros. Very exciting and a nice accolade to add to your currently growing list. Congratulations, Christian. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be heading back to more of the replay of the WQP round 4. Because there's quite a bit of a break between Swiss and the top cut, we might also get to see some of round 5. Don't go anywhere. The rest of this tournament is going to be very exciting.
Has some control here. That's a beat for higher.
Yep, unfortunately, it's not that bad, to be fair, but are we actually going for those? I feel like it would have been much better to go the other way around, because then you could use the beat to just search the Rafale, you know? I think kind of interesting order from
Does he have
Simon.
does he have a second for hire in the grave? No, it's a Hugin that we use.
No, he has
right?
the Rex he discarded, but you could,
Okay.
you literally can just use the other monster and you get a search right away, which I think is much better.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, welcome Labyrinth here. This is the engine piece that Dinka needs, and doesn't look like Simon has. Oh, his last card in hand.
Is there a strike from Dinka, or does he even want to strike this Ash? I mean,
This is one of the better cards to cut off the Labyrinth engine, as we mentioned earlier, is the Ash Blossom. It can just sort of put you in a situation where you're just setting and passing, but as you mentioned, if he has any other of these set, he might not actually care.
Yeah, by many renamed the new Diamond Direwolf, Donner actually can only destroy monsters.
Yeah.
So it means that in this case you cannot really use the first effect, but the second one is really good. Yeah.
So the genericness of Donner, sorry, is really where it comes out here, because it is does not need a Furhire Link monster.
Yeah.
As we mentioned also with the Folgo. So
yeah, just monster with different types, which, you know.
it's a big think here on this Ash Blossom by Dinka.
Yeah,
And
there is a strike. Interesting.
Why do you think that was a bit of a think there, not just like a no-brainer? Yeah, strike the Ash, let me get my lady onto the field.
Yeah, it probably depends on what the Shu face down are, whether he can play with non-engine or whether he needs to set up is what he was thinking here. But overall, as we mentioned before, Solemn Strike is here for this exact reason. I think it makes sense to use it. But obviously, it really all depends from the last two cards. Because as you can see here, this Welcome Labyrinth does not give you an interruption by itself. It just gives you Arianna plus Lady. But what matters is what those two cards are. And hopefully the decision to link away the beat does not cost Simon, you know, this +1 that he would have got otherwise.
All right, well, Simon is on no cards here.
Yeah.
It's a pretty precarious position.
Yeah, it's gonna use the effect to bring back Rex and Beat. Now getting the search with Beat. He's reading it.
Maybe checking to see if you can only control one Rex or something.
Yeah, no. Not the case. So he's now gonna go for the effect to search Rafal.
Rafal, very cool, by the way, because it does not just add Furhire cards from the top of your deck. You can dig for anything, so that would synergize quite well with this fountain here. It's amazing. Sometimes it feels just like archetypes were just designed for each other.
But now we see the Lady come down, which means if Dinka has something good face down, it could be the end of the game and the match. So you can use the beat, which is what's going to happen here to special summon Rafal. Let's see if the effect... Ooh, and this is huge.
Wow.
Because the Rafal does not resolve, because basically it reveals excavate cards based on the different names, and face down, well, they are not really Furhires, so...
Does the beat still search here? Oh, the beat was used to search the Rafal, yeah. So,
now this is...
Yeah, huge. On resolution.
Yeah.
It's an incredible Book of Eclipse style effect here.
And he's playing 3 copies of the card. So
Yeah, in the main deck we noticed as well, which was really cool. It's a great way to, you know, just instantly shut down Kashtira. Against Link decks. It completely, you know, just sends them, and looks like Simon's just gonna have to pass here.
And yeah, unfortunately this is huge. I think he set the big welcome, which is amazing, because now you can use the big welcome, you get another trap from Lady, and you get a draw from Mariana. This feels like it might be Dinka's match overall.
I think Dinka might have been trying to confirm with Simon which monsters were which there, but as they
But yeah, he does not really need to tell.
Yeah, as you may have noticed from the new policy documents of the tournament updates, once things become private knowledge, they are private knowledge. There's
I mean, playing a game... so let's see. Yeah, okay. As expected, he's gonna use the effect. He could get into the Lovely, which actually I think makes sense. If he feels like it, and he gets a Terror of the Overroot face down. Nice. Interesting choice, by the way. But allows him to get rid of the fountain if he feels like it. And as expected, you get the lovely, you get to draw a card and pop another one with the lovely and Arianna, and this is amazing, especially because you can special summon with the Arianna. So you basically get rid of the entire thing, left Simon top decking.
Yeah,
I don't see how he comes back from this.
Yeah, it's such a controlling position Dinka has established for himself with that, you know, the amazing little interaction between the welcome, as you've mentioned there. It's such a, once the deck like controls the field, it feels really difficult to come back from, doesn't it?
Yep. As expected, gets rid of the fountain, draws a card, special summon back the lady, and as you can see, the whole field is gone. Beautifully played by Simon. No more cards against, I think, 7 from Dinka. What a show of dominance.
Yeah, lovely play.
Yeah, lovely sets the card. Yeah, this is
Oh, and a prison as well here with set
brutal.
4.
You can see Simon smiling, and I think
Maybe
wow.
Evenly's like the one card that
But
could
you
do
can
something
pop
here.
it now, because you use the big welcome, and lady just pops the last card.
Last card in hand, yeah.
Yeah. So, as you can
Freezing
see,
curses.
he cannot actually target the lady though. He has to use it on something else. Yeah, this does not matter, I think.
I think the judge here is just clarifying when you have an illegal activation like that, if you are then made to choose another legal target, but if your initial target was illegal, you don't have to try and resolve the card, you just make an illegal activation and then go back. But
You get a warning and that's it, yeah.
Yeah, you get a warning for your troubles, but
Yeah.
I think Simon's had a bit of a warning here from his Labyrinth opponent, as this is, as we mentioned, this is almost a knockout match for these two players, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. This is brutal from Simon, who time and time again got close to qualifying for the World Championship, but hasn't really managed to accomplish that yet. Still, obviously, getting into the playoff, an incredible achievement, and it does come with prizes, because obviously outside of the Another vs Dragon, you also get to start things off in day 1 with a 2-0 score record, which, you know, gives you really good chances at advancing to at least day 2 on top card.
There is some commiseration prize here, or consolation prize rather, for even just making it this far, which is, you know, an incredible achievement, as you mentioned. But 2 buys in the main event is absolutely big, right?
Yeah, it's great. Especially because you can also kind of deck build around those, because usually the first 2 rounds are really the most important one where you need to avoid decks. But
there is the handshake.
Dinka wins it, and he's gonna play it out. What a match it was. Dinka showing dominance, asserting it, I guess, and winning 2-0. And now he's gonna play it all in the last round of Swiss, where it all will come down whether he makes it to the top 4 or whether he's also knocked out.
His one singular loss has to be a pretty good loss, I would say, in the way that tiebreakers make out here, as not everyone is going to make it. It's such a tight, closed event, isn't it, with the pressure of these
exactly
players.
That's the point, especially because like now in the last round it all comes down to this, and I think he is used to this stage, honestly.
It's
so
la creme de la creme, so like the top players in Europe, and you would expect some tough competition, and that's how things goes. But still, kudos to Simon for giving it his best. Maybe just in game 1, you know, that interaction with the Yugi, and kind of forgetting it was negated by the skill drain led to an outcome of the match that maybe would have gone different. To be fair, I don't think it was guaranteed that if he searched for destruction, he would have won game 1. But regardless, they both played it out really well, and especially Dinka, which, as we mentioned, won last weekend his national championship with the deck, and he's playing a very similar deck list today. But guys, thank you for being with us once again. We have 1 more rounds of Swiss in this playoff before finding out the top 4, and then it all come down to who are those 3.
Really intense top cut for that coveted World Championship 2023 spot.
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with more action here from Utrecht.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for the final round of Swiss for the World Championship Qualifier playoff. And we've got something we don't normally do, which is featuring the same player again.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty stacked. It is a small tournament, so we are actually running out of players that we haven't featured already at the top tables, because some players that are at the top tables have performed over the entire tournament.
Absolutely. And something really interesting happened here, because we are featuring the player that lost in round number 1. Bryce Doddle wasn't able to win round 1 with Dark World, but from there on he managed to win all of his matches and now sits there 3-1, facing now against Ryan Jabri.
Yeah, Ryan Jabri just lost to another player, obviously. And
wow, really. But interestingly enough, at the top tables, we were just checking them out, a lot of branded players are doing really well. And additionally to that, a lot of the French players are branded, so vice versa, all the French players are actually doing really well in this tournament too. So we have another match of 2 French players coming up. I don't know, but it seems like Euros, or the World's Qualifying Points playoff before Euros as well, is just the event of the French players. Because remember, like, Sami Basha versus Gabriel Soucy in the finals, they're always doing really well.
I think next year we've got to watch out. We might have some French people in the commentary booth instead.
Oh, no.
They're coming for us.
Yeah, if we're not watching, it's a takeover.
They are definitely ready, and I think they are actually ready to play this final round of Swiss. This game matters super much to them, because only one of them has the chance to move on to top 4. Let's get into the playing action. Let's see this round number 5.
Right, it all comes down to this. Basically, there is a small chance, if you are going X1 in this tournament, that you are not going to be included in the top 4 cut in the end. It is going to be tough for Bryce, because he lost round 1, but he still has a good chance. The person he lost to, Gabriel Soucy, still did really well for himself in this tournament, so there is a chance.
That was also a very strong handshake from Bryce. I think that's the biggest. That was a proper flex.
Yeah, and I mean,
I've not seen that on
he will be happy, because he just won the die roll. So he is starting off here with his Dark World deck. And what do we have there? Oh, that hurts. Why?
I would have said that.
I was thinking, I think all of us probably, like,
usually
you're not supposed to set it, or you could
first.
just activate it.
That's
also
also
allowed.
Crazy.
That makes me curious. What is the rest of his hand?
It must be insane. Like, also a lot of Dark World cards, apparently. One of them for sure is going to be Genta, because that's the one being discarded right there, searching us for Gates of the Dark World.
Genta, one of the newer Dark World support cards.
And it's
Absolutely,
so nice.
yeah, it's so strong.
Oh, we do discard the Zelamander Catalyzer, which...
Not really something to discard, is it?
Yeah.
Nope. It special summons itself from hand by discarding another card, or not by discarding. That would mean that it's cost.
Oh, and he has to go into Dugaris, and honestly, going into Dugaris that early kind of makes me think that his hand doesn't play any further without drawing into more cards, but that's what he's doing with that Dugaris, so he might as well be starting off strong here with this.
It is quite a last-ditch play sometimes, but I think if you're playing against Branded, it's not super common for Branded to be running a lot of hand
and there's Sephiroth being discarded, and that's not only a monster you can special summon, but that's also a way to recycle the Gates of the Dark World. We saw it right there. He can just activate it again, and he can use the effect one more time. That's really strong once more.
Hopefully he's got another Dark World.
I mean, at this point he must have some, but let's see. Okay.
Well, yeah,
Gates.
he's activating the gates.
There he is.
The absolute best one is probably the new Grapha Overlord, Rainbow Overlord.
I think it special summons something from... Oh, it searches a level...
Oh, there's Grapha being
5.
discarded. Okay.
Yeah, it searches another Dark World when it's discarded.
Oh, and there's Nasty. Okay, so we found another danger. Let's see. 4 cards in hand. One of them is going to be discarded, and it's going to be... Oh, it's Radiant. Okay, I mean, that's a card he can't do anything with on this turn. So
Might as well get rid of it. I love the synergy it has with the Dark Worlds being a fiend itself, so you can discard it for gates if you want to and banish it with gates and so on.
Absolutely. So
and
Silva
another
in the graveyard. There's
And you know
Tsuchinoko.
you know what 4 monsters means?
Oh,
or 5 monsters.
Not yet. I mean, there's also Grappa coming down, putting the Silva back to hand. And yes, from that one Dugar's on the field, a lot has evolved from there, not gonna lie.
But have we actually taken a proper look at Bryce's deck list? What kind of cards does he play for his end field? Is he playing the Ceruli combo?
Oh, he's definitely playing the
Yes,
Ceruli
he is.
combo.
Yes, one Ceruli, all right.
There is a Ceruli, but first of all, we're going into SHUEISHA. Very similar names, but this one is drawing 4 cards.
Ceruli doesn't draw any cards, you know, it makes you discard cards.
Yeah, but I mean, Ceruli, of course, a card you would like to draw with the Saruya. So at that point, kind of a connection between the two.
One of the most funny interactions about Ceruli is that it activates, it's your opponent activating the card, obviously, that's the intention, and it lets you get your Dark World monster effects off. But it also lets you activate Triple Tactics Talon.
There's another Ganta being discarded to search for another Gates. And honestly, I think the trend so far in the tournament is that we saw all the power decks, all the very, very aggressive decks that can put out huge fields or maybe even try to go for some kind of a hand loop like the Dark World deck, are doing really strong. The decision to play those decks has been paying off so far. All the runic decks are somewhat struggling. There are still some in competition, but they're definitely not safe or anything. And the branded players and also the Dark World player here, they are doing really, really well.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. Like, we haven't been seeing, I mean, we haven't featured a Kashtira yet.
True.
I think Nadir and Marcello and Alberto did feature one, but we saw it lose. So not too much of a shout, even though there probably would have been the deck on everybody's minds going into this.
So there's Nassi now. Again, 4 cards in hand, and this time it is the Nassi that is being discarded, but as we know,
you get
we just replace it with another one. What are we going for here? It's Mothman. And look, Rian immediately grabs the dice again. He knows, okay, yeah, we're just going to re-roll. Still 4 cards in hand, and is he going to hit the danger once more?
All right, and Mothman wouldn't even be true. Oh, Snow,
that is a good
really
one
strong
for Bryce.
Immediately getting to search another Dark World card from the deck, and now you can slowly start putting together those combo pieces. Get the Cerulis, get the Silvers, but you have to find a way to discard those.
Yeah, it feels very unlikely the Dark World deck's going to fizzle out at this point. Normally it has to do it quite early. I think that by this point, you know, he's going to start, you know, once he gets one more Dark World in play, then he can add 2 more back, you know, summon it, add it back with both the Grapher and the Rainbow. It just, you start to accumulate so much advantage.
I think a fairly easy way to get Dark Worlds into the graveyard is just the Muckraker, because there are 2 monsters on the field, so you could just easily go into Muckraker, and that would enable you to go for it very, very, very easily.
That was just a Saryuja summon as well.
I would think so too. Silva was quickly being summoned there by Saruya, and it gets immediately bounced back to the hand through the Grapha summon.
And we have the Accession as well in hand now after the surge. So it looks like it's really going well for Bryce. This kind of gives me Muckraker vibes here.
Yeah. Oh, let's go Cross Sheep. That's also
corrected.
nice.
Cross Sheep makes a lot of sense. It's great if you can fusion summon.
Yeah, exactly. He now has access to Accession, so we are going to trigger the Cross Sheep off of the fusion summon of... I mean, I'm assuming... Wait, there is only one fusion monster in his extra deck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only the Grafar Dragon Overlord of Dark World, and that's probably what's going to come down here. And when I'm saying probably, it is 100% going to be Grafar Dragon Overlord.
Lets you proc the Cross Sheep and the Ascension's engraved, so then you can discard again. I don't think he's going to run short of discard outlets anytime soon.
Probably not.
Yeah, hasn't chosen Muckraker yet.
Yeah, and also the Grafar Dragon Overlord of Dark World is not that great versus runic decks, but versus branded specifically, being able to negate branded fusion is actually like really good.
Doesn't even negate branded fusion, you know, it just changes its effect.
Yeah, true, it still resolves. True, it does
You can resolve your branded fusion.
It will just discard me 1 card out of my hand, which doesn't really help you, let's be honest.
Bryce is just comboing off with Dark Worlds here. Who would have known? That is insanely cool.
If you'd asked me, like, do you think Dark World's going to be competing for the World Championship spots? I would have laughed at you. But I'd have been wrong.
How rude.
So, we are not done yet. There is the Rainbow.
Rainbow is an absolutely crazy card, just getting back any of your Dark World monsters from the field. I think level 7 or lower. Super strong.
Yeah, Rainbow is a level 7 or lower, but then Grappa is any, so you bounce back the Rainbow, and then you bounce the Rainbow back to your hand with Grappa, if it wasn't already banished.
Just filling up your hand again. Now imagine he had the card destruction.
That would have been crazy. And I mean, it feels like there was no need to not set it, right? Like, he could have just easily set it.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of an oversight. I mean, one thing, if your opponent's not interrupting you, you don't necessarily want to just give them a brand new hand for the sake of it.
Fair.
I mean, even though you get a lot of advantage, you don't... I guess, like, if you think you can do everything you need to without playing it, then...
So, and I think it's finally time for the Muckracker. Yes. Oh, okay, he's still contemplating, but there it is, hitting the field. Muckracker, not as a cost, but as part of the effect, is going to discard one card out of the hand of Bryce Dodelier here. And that will trigger maybe the Snow he just considers there, and that would lead to more Dark World cards in his hand.
Yeah, it seems that he might value the Snow, the Surge more than another body on the field. We are just...
one extra normal summon.
Right.
We
can do that as well.
Oh yeah, they've been doing so much. It can be difficult to keep track of sometimes, because I mean, this turn's already been going on for nearly 10 minutes.
I did not see Unicorn coming, to be honest.
That gets you an extra draw.
And it does shuffle back the gate. Bryce playing with his opponent at this point, just shuffling back his own cards, drawing cards through it, and now being able to search for gates again if he gets access to Genta again.
Yeah, and now he can use Muckracker. And okay, he has a Bigfoot, he has a full hand, so it's a good chance that he's going to hit something other than Bigfoot. He hasn't been too lucky.
Back up to 6 cards in hand.
Oh, a session discard, very nice. You can use the Muckracker to discard Snow and then search for a Genta and get the Gates of the Dark World as well. Oh, Allure of Darkness.
Allure. So much going on here. He can afford to banish the Radiant here because there's no monster to tribute on Rion's side.
Are we going to see a regular good field here with Apollosa as well?
Yeah, we've already got Apo and Grappa, and I think then you just loop some of your opponent's hand and you say that's probably enough.
I mean, there's also Nightmare Griffin in the extra deck of Bryce Dodelier. We know that more of the more from the Livestream Runic Sprite decks, but he's also able to summon. Oh, but first of all, there's going to be Security Dragon being summoned, but that's probably just a way to link up even further, I would assume.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It has to be co-linked, right, in order to bounce a card?
Oh, we're re-rolling twice, and this time it's going to be the Snow.
Perfect.
Oh boy.
That is huge. Nessie is discarded. We are finding one more spell card. I wonder what that one's gonna be. Is he going to search for the Ceruli finally? This is getting dangerous for Ryan.
This is Dark World dangerous for sure. The Dangers are doing the work, and the Dark Worlds are probably going to do their thing now as well. Oh, and let's just draw some more cards with the Allure of Darkness too.
Does he have any secured discards in his hand, though? There is another Jackalope.
The Muckracker, at very worst, is a discard.
He hasn't used the Muckracker yet.
Yeah, I think
tough to imagine, but yeah. I mean,
you do just make like linked monsters just because you've got so many, you're overflowing with monsters. So I'll just make this now and then use it later, kind of thing.
He couldn't have used some of the Security Dragon.
Exactly.
Otherwise.
You want to wait with the Muckracker to make sure that you can summon out all the linked monsters beforehand. Because as soon as the Muckracker resolves, you are just completely locked into Fiend monsters. Which is not a problem for the Dark World monsters in general, but for your extra deck, you are somewhat limited then.
Yeah, and the Dangers.
Yeah, true. Those as well.
Are we going to go into Dark or something just to make room?
Yes, indeed.
I mean, if you use the Jackalope or discard anything, discard this Ceruli, you have to have the space to special summon out the Silver as well.
So another danger being revealed. Bryce shuffling his hand.
Ryan is just having fun at this point.
Yeah, I mean...
He's rolled a dice like 8 times.
Oh, and we are discarding the Snow. Oh boy, is there even a target left in the deck?
Oh yeah, Snow searches any Dark World card, so...
Well, I mean, look at his deck. There's like 10 cards left on there. Oh, look. There. Oh, looks like there's none.
No way.
He's confirming it. There's no Dark World card he can search anymore.
What just that?
Oh wait, there's a lot of Dark World cards though.
That's his hand?
No. That is his deck.
Why is his hand mixed with his... what happened to his hand?
I think it is somewhere else. Now everything is mixed up.
Ryan just
I think
conceding?
that's just conceding.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Ryan sees no way to win this game anymore, and therefore Bryce Dornier with Dark World takes game number 1 here in this last round of Swiss match of the qualifier. Holy!
It makes sense that if you know that your opponent is able to search the gates, that he can just summon out the Ceruli and therefore just go for game at this point. So
Still, he waited for quite a long time, didn't he?
Yeah,
maybe his opponent can't do it.
I was thinking, it seems strange to wait for like 10 minutes and then like not just let them finish their turn.
Yeah, that is true. I would have loved to see it, to be honest.
Yeah, true. But now
Game 3 maybe.
something interesting is going to happen, because something we've seen very regular and we also have seen in this tournament already is that branded players are going to summon out the Gimmick Puppet to their opponent's side of the field. Ryan, whatsoever, has decided to not run that card at all. So it's not going to happen in here. He decided to side a different card, though, which is kind of popular as well in many different decks all of a sudden, and it's Eradicator. So we might see him siding an Eradicator. But is it that great versus Dark World even? Because there's like a couple of spell cards.
They're all quite good though.
They are drawing a lot. So if you Eradicator your opponent and they go for
True.
danger plays and they draw into the gates or the allure or the triple tactic talents, this actually might influence it.
Also, it's kind of like Trap Dust Shoot. You always know all of the cards in your opponent's hand.
Very important.
Until
as well,
they've drawn them all again.
That is a good point as well. Until the hand is completely recycled. That is, of course,
But I mean,
also
you
an
see
issue sometimes.
everything,
You see,
everything he draws. So like,
Oh,
you
yeah,
will
that's
always be
true.
perfectly informed. So that's kind of nice.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah, but besides that, looking at the extra deck, or rather the side deck of Ryan Jabri, I see there's Necroworld Banshee. So he actually valued the Fluandereeze matchup, because Banshee plus Zombie World is something you want to side in versus Fluandereeze.
Maybe he knew that every Italian player was on Fluandereeze.
I mean, they are. So it definitely wasn't the worst decision. Quite frankly, judging by the top tables, I did not really see any of them really performing well with it, though, right? I don't think any of them is really left in the tournament.
Maybe Lyrilusk would have been the better bird call.
Wow.
Thank you.
But yeah, besides that, of course, we have said it earlier, Dark World can play through fields pretty well going second, so they don't really have much space for non-engine cards in their deck. Whatsoever, he's bringing some in from his side deck. It's Book of Eclipse in there, which is okay. It's actually quite good versus Branded, to be honest.
I would definitely have my eyes on those Bestials as well.
Those are kind of nice too, not gonna lie. Even Called by the Grave going second is a decent card
They
to
are
side
just
in.
extra bodies to link off in your turn after that as well. So I think that the Bestials are definitely going to make an impact.
Linking off Jerusalem seems kind of nice. I gotta agree on that. I do agree. Absolutely see that. Then there's Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood, just gaining 1 billion life points so that the duel can never ever end. Who knows? Maybe the players will show us that now, because they're done with sideboarding. So game number 2 coming up now.
We are back for the next game, last round of Swiss World Championship Qualifier points playoff. Insane.
Yes, it doesn't get much more intense than that. And it's going to be Branded opening, being the opener here in this second game for Ryan Jabri.
Very, branded opens with branded opening.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, and we're not summoning out the usual Aluber. Wait, that looked like a Gimmick Puppet to me there. Did he just completely miss it? Oh yeah, there's a Gimmick Puppet in there. Oh. Somehow there is actually a Gimmick Puppet in there.
You were so excited to see a branded deck without the Gimmick Puppet.
Even before the match, you came to say, did you know?
Yeah, there's no Gimmick Puppet, but yes, there is.
Ryan isn't playing it.
It was very well hidden at the bottom of his deck list, though. I couldn't really catch it. But what I was about to say is that he did not summon out the Alubler to search out Branded Fusion, but there is a very easy explanation for that. He already had Branded Fusion, and therefore he could just summon out the Guiding Quen.
I think the Cartesia and Starlight Rare, if you're looking at it from a different angle, it kind of looks like a fusion card as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So we are going to resolve the effect of Albion here. Oh wait, it's Lubellion already that's resolving, right? Because he put something back to the deck.
Lubellion, yeah, Albion already resolved to summon the Lubellion.
Yeah, so there is the next Lubellion now, the Bestial Lubellion, and that is going to activate Branded Lost right from the deck.
All the Lubellions, yeah. Oh, there's 2 Lubellions and 2 Albions, right?
Yeah, it got confusing by now, right?
We have to come up with different names.
There is Khadijah's effect being used now. Together with the Lubellion, it's going to be Grand Guignol being summoned.
So the important part is going to be what side deck cards did Bryce pick up in his opening hand, or maybe as his 6th card as well, because preventing Ryan from summoning the Gimmick Puppet is going to be crucial to this matchup.
Priority number 1, I totally agree. So as you mentioned, there's the Call by the Grave and then the Bestials, but other than that, I don't really see what the plan is.
Albion, the Sanctified Dragon, says that he summons 2 monsters from the graveyards.
Yeah, so that's like it got a little bit worse for Branded players now, because usually you would not do it with Albion, but you would do it with the trap card, summoning back from either the graveyard or the banished pile. So that could actually just play around Bestials and Called by the Grave, but nowadays you can't do that anymore, because Albion, the Sanctified Dragon, specifically requires you to special summon back from the graveyard. So Bestials and Called by the Grave very well work against that. So one thing I can see though is now that there is Branded Lost, we could just summon out the Albion on the opponent's turn via Branded in red, and then immediately make it use its effect. So that your opponent cannot respond to it anymore.
To be fair, Bestials are still, against Branded in red. Oh, you should use
You can just change the Branded in red, right?
Yeah,
then there won't
possible.
be an Albion in play.
Yeah, true, that's right.
I mean, also in the end phase it kind of would work to just go for Magnamood or Druis.
On the Gimmick Puppet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, once it's banished, it's gone, right?
So we are searching for Branded in red. That is interesting. Does that mean we already
That's
have?
cunning. That means you
okay.
can
We
just
are
activate it
immediately
now,
going.
yeah.
Wait, we're immediately going to activate it, targeting the Fallen of Albas, fusion summoning away the Grand Guignol, or not the Grand Guignol. We do fusion Grand Guignol and Fallen of Albas into the Albion now. There it is.
Grand Guignol might not look like it, but is in fact, despite having Dragon in the name, is a spellcaster. Much like John Lockbird, having Bird in the name is also a spellcaster.
So immediately, Rian wants to activate the effect of Albion, and it does resolve.
Oh,
so
that's a tough one.
Bryce gets a gift that he doesn't really want. He gets the Gimmick Puppet onto his side of the field.
Bit of a Trojan horse, isn't it?
Yeah, and he looks into the camera being totally happy about it. What a show he's putting up here in this super intense match. He has time to play with the camera. What a man.
And now he just goes, well, what am I going to do? Take your Gimmick Puppet. I don't want it.
Game number 2, Ryan Jarvi takes it with the Gimmick Puppet, and that means in this last round of Swiss, we're also going to have a final and deciding 3rd game.
To be fair, Bryce really worked so hard in the first game to get to this combo where Ryan just said, okay, I'm going to concede this game.
Yeah.
Ryan made it just a little bit easier for himself, right?
Quick and easy, really, yeah.
Why make it long and complicated, you know?
Exactly.
Just take the win.
Take the Gimmick Puppet as well.
To be honest, if there would have been a Bestial, that would have been quite crucial, right? Because the summon of Gimmick Puppet doesn't happen, and what's left there? I mean, there is a Mirror Jade, yes, but besides that, what are we even facing? Not that much, right?
Not much.
Yeah. That's why I don't like why I would have liked to not go for the Gimmick Puppet lock, because I think just doing your regular Branded stuff is good enough and maybe a little bit more flexible now that there are Bestials everywhere.
Yeah.
It would have been a really good call for this event, because we have mentioned earlier there aren't that many Dark Ruler no more in the decks of the players, because that is what this bigger combo kind of suffers from, loses against in a way. And this time it would have been just perfect to not go for a puppet lock and then maybe lose to Bestials.
Yeah. I do agree, but there were no Bestials, so Rian Jabri just takes this game 2, and maybe he now brings in Bestials on his own. I mean, there are Bestials in his main deck already. We just saw it. There is the Bestial Lubellion, and let me see what is.
Other?
That's what I'm checking.
Not really the one you want
Saronir?
when you're going second, is it?
Doesn't. Oh, wait, there's one Saronir. So there's a very, very slim chance that he's going to open with a Bestial that he can use on his opponent's turn, because it's only Saronir, and he's apparently not bringing in any. Oh wait, that's the. Yeah, that's Ryan, yeah.
I'm not seeing anything, really. that Ryan's going to want to bring in.
That's a really tough one.
That's a really
There's one
bad
Dark Ruler no more.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. You lose your hand.
You know
that
what
is the case, yes.
kind of tells me? That if he... that kind of means that he didn't play that much with his French players, right? Because if you know that everyone is playing the puppet lock, then you can't just go with one Serenier and then just wing it, right?
I mean, maybe the French community agreed on, hey, let's just get some of us into the World Championship. So we are all going to play the branded deck. And if we play against each other, it's fine because one of us is going to make it. And therefore, they just treated it as a community project to send someone to Worlds.
A way better explanation than what I had, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Working together as a country to maybe be the country that represents the most people from Europe at the World Championship. I mean, who doesn't love that?
It's an interesting strategy. Like, just say, like, I'm not. If I play against my friends, like, neither of us have got cards in the side deck for each other. We're just going to go for it.
Yeah, one of us is going to Worlds. That's a positive thing. That's a nice thing.
I feel like I did the opposite. Whenever I went to a tournament, like my friends' decks, it wasn't like I was expecting to play with friends, but I would always be heavily influenced by what they were playing. So I would be like, wow, you know, I need to side deck for this deck because it's clearly really strong.
That's really hard if you're having one friend who's playing like a rogue deck and you're sitting there with your Zodiac deck and you're going like, I really need something for chain burn.
Exactly. You always need something for chain burn.
And that is indeed
True, absolutely.
Every event there will be chain burn.
By the looks of it, we are going to be ready for the last Swiss game of this very intense World Championship Qualifier playoff. Only 4 players are going to make it into the playoff top cut. One of them is going to be the one winning this game right here, maybe. So let's get back into the final action. Let's go into game 3.
You know, after our little conversation, I think that I'm beginning to think that maybe the reason I'm not appearing in top cuts anymore is because I always over-prepare for chain burn.
That sounds like a you problem. I definitely gotta say so. But Bryce has no problems finding danger cards because he immediately starts off with activating one of them again. Oh! And that's a nice discard. Hello, Snow being discarded to the graveyard. Good
This is
start.
a tough one.
Good
That
start
is
for him.
just not what you want to see if you're Ryan, is it?
And we are immediately going for the Genta, and Genta is immediately discarded for Gates of the Dark World, and now that is a proper combo.
Yep, he's ready to go here in game 3.
The sort of tantalizing thing about Dark Worlds is that it's not like fixed, you know. When you're playing Brand, you see like 3 cards and you know they're going to have everything. Whereas Dark World, even if they're off to this like perfect start, you still don't know. You can still kind of hope that something's going to go wrong for them.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, he just discarded the second copy of Snow, so I think he's definitely doing great. We are searching for the
instantly
Cerulli
adding
here.
Cerulli makes it feel like
Oh, that's almost
Bryce
combo.
has got everything he needs.
I mean, this is a muckracker already.
So there comes Danger Mothman being revealed, and maybe Rian now discards the Mothman, and that makes him draw into his Bestial Saronir potentially. Just saying, he gets a draw here. Oh, and I mean, discarding Tragedy also secures himself a search.
Ooh, Ryan can actually activate cards, and that means that he has one more card in hand, so he's not going to be full hand looped.
Oh, well now you can actually, because the reason you have to do it for 5 is because silver doesn't work if your opponent has 2 cards, one card left.
Oh no!
So if you have 6...
Oh no, and Cerulli is already on the field.
Yeah, we are going for 2 right away.
Cerulli normally makes an appearance below the extra monster zone, but maybe Bryce is going to use the Security Dragon to bounce it rather than the Akashic Magician. Is he running Akashic Magician?
I don't think so. Let me check. There is only the Security Dragon.
Okay. All right. So he can't loop for he can't loop for 6.
All right. Okay, that would have been really funny.
So there is the middle card. Oh, and he does find the Tsuchinoko. That is not optimal there for Bryce.
I think those are 2 Dark World cards in hand for Bryce, but I mean, he can still play on, right?
But he really wanted one of those Dark World cards to be discarded, that's for sure.
True. Yeah, so you're either making SHUEISHA here or you're going to summon and make Dugares.
Looks like we are considering to normal summon, absolutely what we are doing. Rank 4, we saw it in game number 1, 2, and that led to a lot. Yeah. So let's try again with the Dugares.
Possibly a bit hasty searching the Cerulli there. You could maybe search, you know, like obviously that's the final thing you want to end on.
Welcome back, duelists. We are now getting into the home stretch here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG EU World Championship Qualifier live from Utrecht. We're in the top cut. Swiss rounds are all over, and our top 64 players are now getting into their next round to make their way towards that final to not only win a chance to be the champion of Europe, but also to earn their spot at the World Championships in Tokyo later this year. So in front of me, I have our two featured duelists for this top 64 match. I have Bostian Kosipa and Petro Roussos. And right now, we're going to get straight into this dice roll so that these two can get dueling. So, okay, that's a 10. And that is a 5. Are you going to go first? Okay, Petros is going to go first, so I'm going to hand you guys over to Tom, Basti, and Leo, who are going to be your wonderful commentators for our first Top Cut feature match. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ed. Almost 2,000 players have entered this event, and we have brought it down to only 64, and they will now battle it out in single elimination. No more losses allowed if you want to go to the World Championship, and we still have some pretty cool decks left.
I can't stop smiling. This is the most exciting part of the weekend, the top 64 cut. So many players have advanced, so many more players have lost so far. There were so many emotions during the rounds we are not casting. We are always wandering around the top tables. You see people celebrate, you see people cry. It's just amazing. The atmosphere, it's just all over the place, fantastic.
It really is the event of the season because the stakes are the highest. The top 4 players of this tournament are going to the World Championship in Japan. Who wouldn't love that? Maybe one of our players in the featured match is going there, but first of all, he will have to win the top 64 match he's about to play, so let's get into the action. And honestly, what a deck Petros has brought here. It is Earth Machine. Who would have thought that? Tom, aren't you a little bit surprised by that deck?
I am shocked. I mean, no one would have guessed that there would be a 100% representation of Earth Machine from the Cypriot players at this tournament.
He's the only player traveling here from Cyprus.
Statistics. Statistics,
Petros
exactly.
is insane, and then he just goes top cut. It's crazy.
So here we see the Machine of Gear Frame, probably a card that maybe players who have been playing for a long time will recognize. Maybe people who have been playing the Time Wizard formats will recognize because it's quite popular.
Yeah, those are old cards there.
Seeing a Machine of Fortress and a Machine of Gear Frame.
And also the Machina Unclasper was just searched out there and immediately being special summoned out to use its own effect, and then also the Fortress was dumped to the graveyard.
Yeah, very powerful card, Unclasper. When it's added to your hand, then you can special summon it, and then when it's special summoned, you can send a Machina card from your deck to the graveyard.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was the one.
Little correction there.
I totally love how Petros is from Cyprus, and then on the other end, Bostian is from Slovenia. So these are really small countries in terms of Yu-Gi-Oh! Representation, but still they're here in top 64, battling it out versus the big nations, battling out versus all the Germans, all the Italians, all the UK folks, and also, of course, the French players, because those are our most represented players in Top Cut, but they're going as strong here. From now on, it doesn't matter whether you were first or 64th after Swiss. Every single one of those can take it. They just have to keep on winning.
Yeah, we are seeing the Fortress on the field. Now we see a Platinum gadget.
Yes,
that is a Platinum gadget, allowing you to special summon a machine monster from your hand, I think. Might be some more things than that.
And we do go for the Harvester here.
And now we are also in the Infinite Track engine after we have played through every single Machina card in the game, basically.
And of course we're going to search for Brutal Dozer. That's the usual procedure because we can now just special summon the Brutal Dozer out from hand by tributing the Goliath we link summoned, and that will allow us to special summon out another one from the deck.
Do you think maybe we'll see a Tunneler here?
Probably, right?
No, I was wrong. That's not a Tunneler. What is that?
That is the Trencher.
Yes, that is Trencher indeed. And Trencher, I think, allows you to modify levels if you like.
That must be the case because I
wait.
saw River
You can
Storm.
just you have a graveyard effect there. you have a graveyard effect of Trencher, which you can banish itself to special summon out another Infinity Drake monster from your graveyard.
And there we have the Therian King Regulus, probably the best generic machine monster that we're having in the game right now.
Oh, but there is Bestial Magnamut. And is it a good card to banish versus Earth machines? Yes, there is a Dark Machine, and it is the Machina Ruin Force, and that's a one-off in the deck, and quite frankly, that is a very important card for the deck, because it is like one of the crazy interruption cards for the deck.
Oh, this is a really cool interaction here. We see the Therian Kings attaching the Gear Frame from the graveyard, and then Gear Frame, being a Union monster, can just special summon itself.
That's very cool indeed.
Making use of every single effect of all of those old cards even. Gear Frame used to be such a powerhouse with Solidarity as well.
The structure deck back in the day, right?
Yeah.
That was just such a... It came into the tournament scene and it immediately was shining. We had that with a couple of other structure decks in the past, but this one was definitely an example too. We're searching for the Ancient Gearbox, which immediately also is going to use its effect to, I think, I saw him grabbing another Trencher there, right?
Another Trencher, yeah. So Gearbox, I think, has to add a monster with either 500 attack or defense. So maybe Trencher satisfies that. I know people commonly were adding Tunneler in their super heavy Samurai decks, one of the few targets.
A little bit of a pot of avarice there.
Exactly. Oh, it's a big bit of a...
Yeah, that is actually true.
It's a fully fledged pot of avarice.
And Bostian, he must have felt relieved after making Top Cut, because he was one of the players being 9-2, so he might have been on the bubble for a while already. And then you sit down here in top 64 and you play versus Earth Machines. You have no idea what's going on. Your opponent is just non-stop special summoning monsters, putting more and more monsters onto the field, and you only sit there with a Bestial Magnamut so far.
Yeah, you think Bestials, we've mentioned before, like so great banishing your opponent's monsters from their graveyard, but presumably not too many targets against Earth Machines.
The deck name kind of gives it away, right? It's mostly Earth Machines, but not gonna lie, the Ruin Force is really important in the graveyard, so it might actually come up that is not there anymore. But there's the other really good Machina card that you need in the graveyard.
Fortress.
There is... No, not the Fortress. I mean, the Fortress is being special summoned here, but he did so by discarding the Machina Citadel. And Machina Citadel is really, really strong, because this is the one that has a quick effect on the opponent's turn that can just destroy multiple monsters on their side of the field. And look, he's already bringing it out by the Angle Knuckler.
Can it just destroy itself?
Yes, it can. I'm pretty sure it can.
Does it check the attack points in the graveyard then? Must be, right? Of course it must, because otherwise it wouldn't even work with any other monster on the field.
Ooh, and look at that. We are going to use the continuous spell card, the Heavy Forward, to equip it to the Dora we also just summoned out.
Dora, I was thinking Lee before a second.
The biggest cannon.
Yeah, it's
in the game. This is absolutely huge. How often do you see a monster with 3,200 attack and 4,000 defense points?
Not very often, and it's pretty unique in the fact that your opponent cannot really do anything about it in terms of monster effects or just card effects in general, because it will make itself unaffected as a quick effect.
That is really strong. Unless you get Kaiju, then you can't really do anything about this. There's one more card that Bastian is running multiples of, I think. And that works a little bit like a Kaiju, I think.
A little bit like a Kaiju.
Absolutely, there's
just dropping hints there.
Free Kurikara Divincinate in the main deck of Bastian, and I mean, at some point you want to make your Liber unaffected, so it would definitely play into Kurikara. So a really, really good card in this matchup. And Bastian is like, sure, I will just keep on special summoning my Bestials, and there's another dark monster we can take care of.
And that is fantastic of those Bestials, because you can just summon Magnamut and in the end phase add another Bestial, special summon that one out as well, and then you're just going to start with 5 cards and 2 big monsters on the field already.
Yeah, I mean, starting your opponent's turn with like 2 monsters in play is absolutely crazy.
When it looks like normal summon, Tracer into Synchro Summon level 10 might immediately be access to Baron de Fleur. Yes, that is such a strong way to start off your turn. After Petros comboed there for quite a while, with only 1 normal summon, Bastian immediately has one of the best boss monsters on the field.
Do we have any guesses on what the face down is for Petros? Did he add it to his hand or anything like that?
I did not see him add something, but like guessing, I would assume that it would be the Machina Overdrive, which is the card that is theme internal, but it's not. It's Urgent Schedule.
Ooh.
And Urgent Schedule gets destroyed here by the Baron de Fleur.
It has
But
an
I think
effect
that
when it's
triggers
destroyed,
the
yeah.
effect, actually. And you can add one level 10 machine monster from your deck to your hand. That's probably not going to do too much here in this particular situation because
Underrating the big trains. That
but
he
the
always
thing is, Bastian probably wants to go for a lot of damage this turn here because he already has a lot of damage on the field.
I don't see how he's going to do any damage through this 4,000 unaffected monster.
How about Kurikara? I mean,
How
I
about-
don't
if he's
know
got
whether
the Curry,
it's
yeah, I agree.
Also,
Okay.
Petros will have to activate the card first, so that means he has to force out the effect.
He's already
of the
activated it, right? He detached a material.
Yeah, but he did
think
that
that
on
was
his
last turn.
own turn, yeah.
Why did he do that on his own turn?
Probably to get the card in the graveyard, I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. He detached the Citadel and the Link monster that's still left on the field, the double-headed Angle Knuckler, can just special summon out the card again, so it's good in the graveyard, and I think that is the plan here. So Chaos Space discard Absol-Router. That's just what Dragon Link or Bestial Dragon players are dreaming of at night. Because you're not only searching out the White Dragon, but you can also use the Absol-Router effect right away to grab yourself another Rocket card.
Yeah, another Rocket Tracer being added to the hand there, so maybe we'll see another level 10 Synchro hitting the field.
Oh, but first of all, we are going to summon out the White Dragon Wyver Buster.
And now we can see easy access to Striker Dragon and then trying to search out the Boot Sector launch so we can just pop off with all those rocket cards as you guys just assumed.
Yeah, Boot Sector Launch gets a... I mean, most of the time you use the effect to special summon a rocket monster from your hand, but it's actually got a bonus effect if your opponent controls more monsters than you, which is currently the case. That you can special summon rocket monsters from your graveyard up to the difference.
Absolutely.
So he's going to get a free summon out of his graveyard rather than having to use the Tracer in his hand. Because I think he's already got a Tracer in his graveyard, right? That was the
Normal summon, yeah.
the normal summon.
He did.
When people started playing Bestials, that was when Telement was a really strong deck. People kind of disregarded the Saronir a bit, right? It was just there for this banishing from the graveyard effect, but now Saronir has become the Chaos Dragon Levianir hits the field, and that always means trouble. There is one negate on the side of Petros, which would be the Therian King Regulus, but there is also the Baron de Fleur as well. And so now Petros will have to probably try to activate the Regulus or activate the Dora as well.
Yeah, I don't think Bastian's going to give him a chance to negate it, right? Because you've got that branded regain, so you're going to be able to trigger branded regained as
You can negate
Chain Link 2.
that with Baron, right? Can you negate the Dora effect?
I assume
You should
so.
be able to, yeah. You should probably be able to do that. But as Tom just pointed out, that is very, very smart there by Bastian.
Yeah.
We are chain blocking the effect of Levianir by also triggering the branded regain, and it looks like we are just going to resolve the Levianir, and then I don't think we're going after Vidora anymore now because it is protected now by card effects. We can just go after the Regulus.
I like that. Bastian just having a good old read of Machina Fortress. Very old card, but it does have the effect when it's targeted by a monster effect, I believe.
And when it's destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard.
But neither
so
of those two things are happening.
Nope.
Levianir does not target. You get to choose what cards to destroy when the effect resolves.
So he wanted to activate Machina Citadel there in the graveyard, but that was immediately met by the negation of Baron de Fleur.
Do you think maybe Bastian's not 100% sure what's... I feel like if you knew exactly this Trains deck, you may have chosen to negate the... What's the Super Dreadnought called?
Dora.
with Baron de Fleur, because now I don't see how he's going to force through any damage this turn.
I mean, if he
Now that
has
it's
the
resolved.
Kurikara, that
Without
would be
having exactly Kurikara in his hand, yeah.
But maybe Bastian also is thinking, I can win this on the long run. I don't need to immediately answer out this card right now. It is fine. Now we get to special summon out the Machina Citadel. The thing is, Machina Citadel has 3,000 attack points. Is it destroying everything with less attack points, or is it also equal? Because that is pretty important in this.
Equal.
It is equal. Okay, so we could get rid of the Baron de Fleur and the Levianir.
So basically getting rid of everything. Magnamut was special summoned as well. Now, is there any restriction for that to happen? Because otherwise this would be an entire wipe right here. I think...
Doesn't look like it.
But did the Baron de Fleur get used already earlier?
I think that... So this has an effect that summons itself.
Yeah.
And I think the Baron de Fleur was used to negate the effect to summon itself. But then the Knuckler just brought it back anyway, I think is what happened here.
Yeah, to me it looked like that too.
So maybe he's got no way of stopping this Machina Citadel from just wiping the entire field. I mean, that's a huge threatening field, and it's just going to be... Yeah, here it is. It's all gone.
Oh boy!
Oh, is this a Link monster that he's summoning?
Wait, yeah, it is all
Oh,
gone
wow.
because we summoned out the Ball and Dragon. Let's double check the Machina Citadel. Is there any kind of restriction on it? You have to target one machine monster you control, and then you destroy that, and you destroy all your opponent's monster with attack less than or equal to that. So I don't think there is.
Maybe he just wasn't expecting the Boral End Dragon right here.
Petros was like, I'm fine, we can wait it out, but now there is the Borderland Dragon, and that is definitely a problem. But funnily enough, the Borderland Dragon also is not big enough to run over Vidora.
Yeah, that is true. But maybe there is a way to alter the attack of the Boral End Dragon? I mean, the dragons all have so many different effects that it wouldn't surprise me if one of them said, yeah, push something for 800.
Well, it can't be targeted by monster effects, so that's going to be an extra special challenge.
Maybe
Maybe you have a spell.
boost all the dragons by 800.
Maybe you play United We Stand.
Oh, that would be cool.
So we are negating the Citadel with Borderland. At least it looked like he announced the effect of Borderland, but Petros was thinking, yeah, no, it looks like that is going to resolve. So that Citadel is just sitting there, not really doing anything, and Bostian is just deciding on what to bring back. But I think there's only the Rocket Tracer that he could bring back.
We are not bringing back anything. No, we're just attacking over the Citadel. So I am not sure that this turn went out the way both players wanted it to work out.
I think Petros is kind of fine with it though, right? Because he gets to keep Fedora, which was the boss monster he wanted to have on the field. It goes back to him. The Machina Earth Machine strategy is very repetitive. He can just start doing what he was doing last turn already, once more on this turn. And I do believe he's okay with this. Because usually the end field of the Earth Machine deck is not really what you're focusing on. You're trying to have as much resources as possible so that you're able to repetitively play on every single turn. And then you just outgrind the opponent at some point.
Yeah, look at his hand. He's drawing to 6.
Yeah, exactly. It's better than in the first turn even.
Yeah, and he has a Dora.
Yeah. So, but there's still Borderland Dragon on the side of Bostian, which is not to be disregarded.
There we have another Harvester, I suppose.
Yes, Harvester, normal summon, and we are going to use the effect of the train we searched in the last turn, and that is the Derrick Crane.
Heavy Train Derricane.
What a name.
Wow, another rhyme.
And we are also, I think we used the effect of Borderland there, right?
Yes. No, that's regained.
Oh, it was regained. Yeah, true. That interaction is so strong. You bring back a monster, and that monster just activates to search for another monster in the end phase.
I doubt that Petros runs any rank 12s, but the Harvester says you can target two monsters, I think itself and another machine you control, and make them both equal to their combined levels. So
is Liebe rank 12?
Liebe is rank 11, actually.
Ah, all right.
That would be very cool, just a hard make a rank 12.
So I think we just preemptively used the Dora effect here.
Maybe it was chained to the Book of Moon.
Ooh.
And then, yeah, so the Dora was chained to the Book of Moon to try and make the Derricane unaffected. But then the Borderland negated the Dora.
Fair enough. But before the match we were saying, yeah, heavy forward, being able to attach itself to a monster is just like a little extra bonus, which usually doesn't come up. But right away we see that Petros actually used it quite well, because it gives you an extra turn for Dora protection. And therefore he could attempt to do that here, and he already took out the negation effect of Borderland here.
Is there, do you reckon, another heavy forward? I can't see the last card. There's a spell card in his hand. Could be anything.
There are a bunch of spell
Oh no,
cards.
it's only one. That is... It is interesting to see, because we are, as you might have noticed, already not too familiar with the lines of the Earth Machine train deck.
Oh, but look at that. Bostian being able to special summon out the Bestial Baldrake here is huge, because that does not only mean he gets to trigger the regain to get a draw, but also Baldrake on the field is an interruption once more.
Branded Regain means that you are heavily competing with the resource game of the Earth Machine deck, because this is basically like a small pot of avarice for one banished monster every turn.
Yeah, it's like
kind of not
seriously,
like
both
Everest.
of these decks are like it's a resource battle because both of these decks are super, super good at accumulating resources and keeping them in flow. And therefore, I don't know how long this match is going to take because they are just going to keep on having resources.
Yeah, I've heard a number of players say that the Regained is the best grind game card in the meta right now. The branded Regained.
It probably is. I agree.
I mean, you can just recycle both your Collapse Serpent and your Wyver Burster the entire time if you use Chaos Space once. Now he sent away the Collapse Serpent for the Ball Drake effect and added again the Wyver Burster that he put back with the Chaos Space before. And next turn he can just banish again the Collapse Serpent and then put it back with Regain.
But there comes Trencher effect, and look at that. Bostian might have not noticed that there is a graveyard effect for Trencher because he seems to be kind of surprised, and that will bring back the Harvester from the graveyard. And I think we might be able to now also use the effect of Machina Fortress in the graveyard. Okay, Petros gets his engines going here again. The trains are on track once more.
And that's going to make both of those rank level 9? Is there a rank 9 he can make? It looks like about...
Oh, yeah, that is going to be a rank...
Unless, no, is Fortress 7 or 8?
Oh, it is a rank 9, and that is going to be the almighty, also powerful Phantom Fortress Enter Blood Near. That is a card that has multiple effects. You can basically decide what you want to go after. Do you go after cards in hand? Do you go after cards on the field? It is very, very flexible.
This card reminds a little bit of Dragon of the Ice Barrier Trishula.
It does.
I was thinking that.
It absolutely does, but it does only do one of the things.
The one thing that it doesn't do is target.
That is indeed correct, yeah.
It looks very much like that Boral End Dragon is going to be ended. Let's say there's a bigger ship than Boral End around now.
True.
He's used to being the big bad boss monster, but
not versus trains.
not versus trains.
Also, worth paying attention to is that Petros is running Zeus, and I mean, Zeus versus those all the time generating advantage and resource cards on the field, like Branded Regain, could be a good way to do it.
Yeah, but that would mean if you're going for a Zeus line, then you would have, I think, taken a card from the hand, right?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, you're right, because Zeus would have also been out to the Borderland. That's correct. Oh, but we just overlay the Liebe over our Adora. And Liebe, of course, is an OTK powerhouse as well. So I think this might be a really good way for Petros to apply a lot of pressure in this turn right here. You can just put it over any of the Gustav cards, right?
I think you have to put it over a sufficiently large machine.
I mean, yeah, it basically is the same at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
it has to be a rank 10.
Yeah.
So it's going to attack monsters on the field up to the number of materials it has +1, so it can attack all of the monsters in play.
Oh, that is looking good so far. Now we have the Anger Knuckle as well. We are running over all of these monsters.
2,
tack.
And number 3 as well.
We're just using the Tracer here. Maybe that's what Bostian was indicating.
Yeah, getting another monster to the field, destroying probably the Dragon Ravine. Yeah, it does not seem like the Dragon Ravine has much more purpose after you have sent the Absolouter to the graveyard. Lobellion is also in there, I suppose. So no reason to have that on the field. And now we can summon a Caliber or a Recharger just to protect our life points.
How did the Angry Boxer come back? The Knuckler.
The Angry Boxer.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he's down to be called like that, but let me check on how he returned to the field. And it says, if this card is in your graveyard, you can send one card from your hand or field to the graveyard to just special summon back out. Pretty easy.
That's the most convenient way to summon something from the graveyard I've ever heard, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just its own effect, just anything, anywhere, that'll do.
Oh, and there is the Zeus as well that I was talking about. It only will be able to use its effect once, because there are only 3 materials, but of course it has its own way to get to more materials if Bostian decides to destroy cards on Petros' side of the field.
I'm wondering if Goliath as well can attach, because Zeus is a machine.
It's a light machine though. So
oh, it's a light machine. No, okay. I was wondering if there was more tricks to attach more materials.
And now we are in the end phase, of course, that we know because Bostian is adding dragons from the deck to his hand.
And
of course,
Bestial Druisworm. And honestly, Bestial Druisworm is such a crazy answer to the Zeus right away. That is very, very scary for Petros.
Zeus is, ever since it came out, one of the best Exceeds monsters that we have ever seen in the game. And maybe this is also why dragons are really good right now, because Zeus players, they just really can't keep up with the Druids.
It's true.
Do you already, if we are banishing one card now, oh, Ciphered, that is a really smart way. You can add back the Levian
Still
here.
in the graveyard, and therefore it would be a way to get it, yes.
The question is now, do you Zeus already? Because now the regain is going to trigger. I think it's just one draw. So Boston is really happy about that he didn't... I mean, it's really good that he didn't summon a monster, summon a Bestial to banish something, because otherwise then you could chain the Zeus to the branded regain, get rid of 2 Bestials and the regain. Now he just got a draw for free, basically.
Yeah, it feels like you can't... I mean, because if you Zeus here, you're then losing the Zeus as well.
Okay, you would basically nuke your own field and then also just lose the last monster you have left. So that doesn't really seem like the way to go. It will be tough to find a correct moment here to use the Zeus effect. I think you just have to wait for quite a while, to be honest.
Oh, this is a real battle of the boss monsters here. Are we about to see a Chaos Angel?
Indeed we are! Chaos Angel being synchro summoned! Bastian, with his Bestial Dragon deck, has so many tricks up his sleeve. That's amazing.
To be fair, one thing that I saw earlier is that the Collapse Serpent is still in the graveyard, so you had to put back the Ciphered with the regained. But I think this is something you are okay with at this point. You can summon the Chaos Angel basically for free. It doesn't really bother with the Zeus effect, and you can just now use Druids to send away the Zeus and use the banish effect of Chaos Angel, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually decide on whether to banish the Zeus or whether... Because you might much rather want to banish the...
Anger Knuckle.
Yeah, the Anger Knuckle, because as we just saw, that is able to return, and we're just... Wait, what did we send with the Druids?
It looked like the set Derricane.
Oh, true. There's Boot Sector Launch, and still we have less monsters on the field than our opponent, so we can use the Boot Sector Launch effect to special summon from the graveyard.
I think that's interesting that he chose the Tracer there, because if I remember correctly, there should still be a Tracer in hand, maybe. So you could have gone for a Recharger and then go for something like a Savage Dragon to have a bigger field here. Quite frankly, I'm just really impressed right now with how this Dragon Link deck is performing.
Honestly, just showing...
Also, there's Recharger, right?
It's the true king of the grind game, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Recharger into Striker Dragon, into summoning back the Ball and Dragon also seems quite appealing to me, but he did, for the moment, not decide to do that. But it looks like he still has a very good plan, and that involves special summoning out the Bestial Disparter here from his extra deck.
Just having a quick check if there's any cool monsters he can summon from his opponent's banished pile.
All of those Cyberstorm Axis Synchro monsters are just showing why Dragon Link has become, or Bestial Dragon rather, has become so good for this tournament, because just look at this, those powerhouses here, so much attack, so much grind game, and then just a boss monster that can basically not be outed.
Yeah, for sure. We already had a brief look through the top 64 players, and we saw that there are multiple Dragon Link, Bestial Dragon Link players around, and it might be a very, very strong contender for this tournament, for a deck going to the World Championship.
Stay tuned for the deck breakdown at some point, because there are surprises in there.
100%. And now we are going to special summon out the Borderland Dragon again, and I think we just brought it out with the Disparter, right?
Yeah, it looked like it was being summoned from
Oh, and there's still the Livian here we can summon out. That is so much pressure now from Bastian. It's going back and forth and back and forth.
He's got a lot of damage in play, and it looks like it's going to be enough.
And this is just OTK. This is just game on board, Boral and with the Chaos Angel. And Bastian just takes this after Petros started with this Dora on the field
what
that
a great
couldn't be
game.
outed. What?
Great game. The crowd is cheering already after game one.
Yeah.
Usually we don't have that because there's some cheering after the entire match because they're celebrating their friend going into the next round of Top Cut or something. But the people already love that game, and I can understand why, right?
Yeah, that was great. That was really back and forth. It was really great to see because I think it looked like the Earth Machine's plan was to sort of outgrind the opponent.
Yeah.
But then the Dragons just showing like they're the king of the grind game at the moment. Yeah, you're not outgrinding me today.
Yeah, so I'm really curious on whether Petros now, because he will be going first again, maybe has additional ways to make his deck a little more fast-paced, a little bit more, because he can't really go the outgrind approach versus Dragons, as we just saw. So we could just go for quick and easy Gozen match, for example. Is that a way we could approach?
There are many Dark Dragons in this Bestial Dragon deck. I think that there might be some other dragons that are Wyver Burster.
There are a couple. There are a couple.
You can shut off Wyver Burster,
I feel like it doesn't the main deck most in the dark, and then when you start looking at the extra deck, it sort of shuts you off a little bit. It can be very, very annoying.
For sure, I do agree on that. And also, Droll and Lockbird is a card that is not too... that's not making Dragon players too happy.
No. Like, Droll and Lockbird, Dimension Shifter, the real, like, duo of very, very annoying cards the Dragon players don't want to see.
But also, of course, super interesting, Bosjan now being confronted with the Earth Machine matchup. What did he decide to bring in there? Of course, also Droll and Lockbird. Droll and Lockbird surprisingly often played in this tournament, I feel like.
Yes, this is not a card that we really expected, because it has fallen out of favor a lot. It sometimes stopped the Kashtira deck, but it mainly rose in popularity for the national season because of the super heavy samurai strategy that is completely absent from this top card. I can tell you already there were some players that tried some crazy combo variants with it, but they all did not succeed. It was too much to lose the Link 1.
Yeah,
but
true.
This deck seems very sort of similar to the Super Heavy Samurai. It's a big combo deck. It's using all of these Earth Machines, which Super Heavy Samurai did as well.
Good
so,
point.
I mean,
Back to
maybe,
the OGs, back to the OG machines. But yeah, also more going second cards. Bosjan has Triple Tactics Frost, Harpy's Feather Duster, and also more Bestials just in case. But they're playing, but they're not playing too well into those Earth Machines we were talking about non-stop. But I saw a friendly fist bump between the two players. That means game number 2 is ready. Back into the action we go.
Right, game 2. Ken Petros, I mean, he had a pretty good start. We have seen him play for a long time in his first turn, but the field that he put up was not sufficient. Oh, he's shaking his head, but that is a good normal summon right here. Oh, and he has the Droll and Lockbird in hand.
I was thinking that. Some players do just sort of shake their head because they have an almost perfect
but there's
hand.
also Droll and Lockbird for Bosjan. That is huge. Both players opening up the card we were just talking about while they were side decking. The effect of Machina Unclisper will resolve, and it will put the Citadel to the graveyard, but I don't know whether we're going to see anything else. Okay, there's a Regulus. That is kind of a nice consolation prize there.
That is true. Regulus can't special summon itself out, though. I don't think it is a Union monster. I will get it up for you guys, and nope, it is
the
not.
Citadel, no, I don't believe so.
Also really nice to see Unions back, right?
You're a fan of ABCs?
Big time.
Never seen you play this deck.
Oh, I played it in Liverpool.
Oh, and there's Dark Riddle no more now. So even if Petros would have put up a big field, it would have been met by the Dark Riddle no more anyways.
Yes, and if someone is confused that the Regulus just detached the Citadel or put it to the graveyard, he did not negate the Dark Ruler no more. It is just the case that now the Regulus can't hold an equip card anymore.
Yeah, the monster is being equipped by Regulus' effect. I wonder if it was a gear frame, which can be equipped by its own effect, whether that would fall off. Seems a bit of a technicality, I'm not sure.
Oh, that might be a good point, but now we are seeing the Striker Dragon, and we are not even using one of the small Chaos Dragons with the Striker Dragon, so we can't search 2 cards, we can only search for the Boot Sector launch, and there we have the Drone Lockbird. However, we can go for at least 1 Synchro play, as you can summon from the graveyard now with a Boot Sector launch.
That's true. Not for the first time in this match. That could come up. Oh,
have
and we see, I think there's Chaos Space in the end of Bosjan, so
That's
the
a very
Drone
annoying
Lockbird
roll, yeah.
is putting in work. Oh, but there's Rocket Caliber being normal summoned. That's a card we haven't seen in Dragon Link decks for a very long time, but it has become popular again lately. It's just an additional level 4 tuner on top of Rocket Tracer. And you already play the 3 Tracers, and you need more tuners because you have so many level 6 non-tuners with all the Bestials, so it makes sense to also include the Caliber.
That's really good to go for a
2 monsters back from the graveyard
that is
with that Boot
huge.
Sector launch.
I mean, both of them are tuners for the moment, though.
That is true, but you can go for some Link summons. Yeah, there is the Magnemut, which will unfortunately not be able to search a card in the end phase. Because
it can search from the graveyard. It can add from the graveyard.
Right! We would just need a Bestial in the graveyard at that point. Oh wait, whoa,
Just
any
any
dragon.
Yeah, it's very easy to have
huge.
a dragon in the grave. Well, can you activate it now? Is that allowed if you've got no dragons in your graveyard and you can't add from the deck?
Very technical question. I would have no answer to.
I feel like most players just activate it and then say in the end phase, aha, I have a dragon. But sometimes you're not allowed to activate a card if you don't have any possible things to add while you're activating it. But I'm not 100% sure on how this works.
I don't think this is the case for Magnamut, because by the end phase you could have some cards in the graveyard, and some cards also work like that, but I'm also not, especially, this is why I'm sitting here and not standing next to the table as a judge.
Exactly.
Ooh, we're using the Tracer, getting out another rocket monster from our deck, and it is going to be a recharger. So all the 3 main deck rocket monsters now combined on the field.
How could the Bestial Dragon deck not be the best grind game deck if it has a card that is called Recharger?
Exactly. It's really a card that, knowing sometimes, I think there's the kind of standard combo and you don't use that many of the rocket monsters, but knowing all of the rocket monsters kind of effects that you don't typically use can sometimes be really helpful in playing through cards like Draw and Lockbird, which really restrict your usual options.
And that should be the first Synchro 10.
I think it is going to be Disparta, yes, because we have used the Tracer effect already, so no Baron.
Yep, it would have only been between the Chaos Angel and the Disparter, and he decides for the Disparter. And there is Pasty now as well.
Oh, look at this. This is very cool.
He's constructing himself a way to actually get that Pasty live there. He will be able to now use its effect by special summoning out the Striker Dragon. And now for sure he could definitely activate the effect of Magnamut if he did not already do that.
Yeah, it looks like it's just sort of generating materials maybe to make a... Oh, is this a Chaos Angel? Is Chaos Angel dark or light?
Yes, it is dark indeed.
It's dark, okay.
Chaos Angel is not a dragon though, right? And there's a Pasty on the field.
Oh, you make a good point. So I don't know what he could synchro summon here.
That is definitely not going to work.
Yeah,
okay. And also immediately Pedros thinks the same that I do. And I don't even think there is another level 10 dark monster he could bring out. Yeah, there's none. So...
Unless he runs a second Disparter.
No, he does not. That's what I just
very
checked.
unlikely. So yeah, I don't think there's much to make here because you're locked into darks and dragons. Can you make...
I think Borderland Dragon will just come down at some point, and that would be a way to clear the rest of the field.
But you'd have to lose your
seal
or your Disparter, which you don't really want to do. Maybe you can make an access code after making the triple burst.
We have Dark Roulette already, and you will get rid of the field anyways with the Borreload.
Yeah, for sure.
A Borreload I miss.
I'm just seeing there is not even access code Chalker in the extra deck. That's a very popular card for Dragon Link players, but instead there's a very new card from Battle of Legends Monstrous Revenge that he's bringing. There's Sky Striker Ace Azalea that he's decided to play. Ooh, there's Urgent Scheduler now. There are finally more monsters on the side of the field from Boschan, so Pedros could special summon out 2 Infinity Tracks monsters from his deck.
Was that what was being targeted with Chaos Angel, maybe?
No, it's in the graveyard, so...
Okay, yeah.
Would have gotten banished and the resolve, and now we are discarding Chaos Space for Quad Boral,
Oh yeah, we decided to go for Quad Boral now, finally. Bringing back the Tracer, also bringing back the Recharger.
I love how Quad Boral is just basically there to repair if you have made a misstep at some point, because you can just go, okay, I'm just going to link off everything and then I'm going to special summon 2 monsters that I want to have for a Savage Dragon deck.
Plan B, yeah, it's just Plan B at that point. And as you say, you just go for the Savage Dragon here. So looks like, even though we were thinking Borderland Dragon is the way to go here, we're not even going for that, which is kind of surprising to me, because there are 5 monsters on the opponent's side of the field, and Borderland Dragon could attack all of them, and therefore it's interesting to me that he decided not to go for that.
Yeah, because you can only run over 3 monsters. Seal is such a crazy card, but it's just not the perfect dragon in terms of attack and defense.
That is true indeed.
So we see here like the effect of draw. Even though Bostian's made a pretty powerful field, he's got nothing left in his hand.
There's still the Citadel in the graveyard, I just realized. Citadel triggering here when that monster was destroyed, being negated by the Savage.
But there will be a card in hand in the end of the turn, because Magnamut will just add back. There will not be another Bestial, though.
But yeah, just comparing it to like last game when he started his second turn, so it would have been the 4th turn of the game with about 5 cards in his hand as opposed to 1.
Wow, and I mean, Petros now starts with 2 level 4 monsters on the field, and in game number 1, we already saw that there is, of course, one of the most powerful rank 4 machine monsters in his extra deck. There's Gear Gygax, which could just grab him whatever he likes in terms of machine monsters from his deck. So Interesting that he decided to leave those on the field.
If you're going for Gear Dragon X immediately, then you're opening up to a pretty rough Heretic Seal.
Probably, yeah, you're right. I do agree.
So you think instead you use the battle phase? We don't know, I suppose we don't know how valuable the battle phase is. Petros might be able to summon some big monsters and maybe use the battle phase to attack over maybe the Savage or the Disparter, but the Disparter is very big as
We
well.
are discussing now about the good old Quad Barrel. Does Quad Barrel limit you to Link 2s for the entire turn, or is it just after you summoned it? Because that would be something very important here. Oh yeah, we are rewinding.
For the rest of the turn.
For the rest of the turn. Did we Link summon higher than that after?
No,
we did not,
but we
right?
synchro summoned Savage
Oh,
Dragon.
you can only Link summon from there on? Does it say only Link summon?
You cannot special summon Link 2 or lower monsters from the extra deck for the rest of the turn. So you can go for big Link summons and synchro summons and exceed summons.
Okay, yeah, I'm a little confused as well. Hopefully the judges will sort it all out.
We are repairing this right. Wow, even after a draw phase of Petros here.
So from the text of it, it says you cannot special summon Link 2 or lower monsters from the extra deck.
But
he didn't
also
summon a Link 2 or lower, did he?
I didn't see any.
Yeah, he just summoned 2 synchro monsters. I'm a little confused here.
Quad Ball, dropped like that.
I mean, maybe the Chaos Angel was the problem at some point. Let me check Tracer again. Maybe we also didn't read the entire text on Quad Barrel, or did you? Because
please, guys, double check on the Quad Barrel. Let's also bring the Quad Barrel back onto the card highlight, and let's just together see what the problem with the Quad Barrel could have been.
If it was a Link monster, you could special summon any number of Link rating. You can only use this effect of Quad Barrel monster. No, I think you can.
No, I don't see what the problem is here, but the table judge has spotted something.
They are way more competent than we are in keeping track of the game, because they're just standing right next to the table, and of course their job is to keep track of the game being in a proper state, and they have caught something there that is worth repairing, that is needed to be repaired, of course, because you can't just be like, yeah, do we repair it or not? If there's something wrong, you gotta repair that, and that is what is just going to happen right here.
It's definitely one of the benefits of being in a feature match area, because sometimes if you do this mistake in like a normal tournament match, it can be quite difficult. You just have to between you.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. So.
We're just being informed that it was the materials. You couldn't make the Quad Barrel with whatever was made. So what do you need to make Quad Barrel? Do you need at least a rocket monster?
Yeah, he used Pisty and the Striker Dragon, but you need a rocket monster.
That is true. There was no rocket monster, so Bostian again is left with that field of no rocket monsters. He wanted to go for he wanted to go for Chaos Angel earlier on, but that wasn't possible. Now he tried to go for the Quad Barrel, which also wasn't possible. So honestly, I think at the moment the judges may even be considering to somehow upgrade a penalty, because that was a back-to-back illegal summon in that case, because Chaos Angel wasn't able to be summoned. Then he went for the Quad Barrel, which also was not able to be summoned.
The main tricky thing I was going to say is that the face-down card, so we see we've reset a card, which seems a little bit unfair to Pedros to have to, you know, like, have a card that was previously set, and Bostian didn't know what it was, and now he knows what it was after they've reset the game state. So it is something that the judges will have to sort out.
Definitely worth discussing for sure, and that is something that the judges are going to take care of, and we're going to take care of the part that we are here for. We're going to talk more about Yu-Gi-Oh! Because as we said earlier, we are of course providing you with a top 64 deck breakdown, but we can already make some wild guesses, because we talked about it earlier in Swiss, what we are thinking, what deck is going to win the tournament. But right before Top Cut started, I told Tom that I have changed my mind. I don't believe anymore that Kashtira is going to be the winning deck of the tournament, and I'm siding with a bunch of the Italians now. I do believe that Flanders might be flying to Worlds this weekend.
I feel like we're seeing some sort of stages of change going over here.
Yeah.
You know, the Saturday morning, Sebastian's like, why is everybody playing Flanders? And then Saturday evening, Flanders is actually not bad. And then Sunday morning, Flanders best deck.
To be fair, when it comes to choosing winning decks, Basti is a little bit, myself included as well, like a little kid in a supermarket. You know, you see something that is bright and shiny, you're like, this is going to win the event.
Amazing.
This is going to win the event. Every single round, the
also,
opinion changes.
I'm really mad that the Plunder Patrol Runic player didn't make it to Top Cut, because that is now my favorite deck.
By the way, if we're going to do a little throwback here, Ninjas, Basti. Have you played the deck once?
Yeah. You just didn't see me play it.
Aha.
I didn't bring it to regional, but I brought it to my friend's house.
Of course.
And we had some very fun
But
games.
I thought Leo's your friend. Was it a
He's not
different
my
friend?
only
He's
friend.
All right.
No, but for real, it's always fun, and of course it's always super exciting to see those rogue decks perform, to see those people have fun with those decks, and immediately I'm always caught on fire. I want to do the same. I want to be that ninja guy. I want to be the plunder guy. I mean, who doesn't love to be a pirate? I was a pirate at Carnival back in the day as a kid.
Oh yeah, pirate. It's a very cool deck. It's a
can see
lot of
that.
fun.
I'm still kind of a pirate.
Bit of a Captain Carry right there. So also Gold Pride again. But as we have the time right now, I want to mention our giveaway game a little bit, and I just want to say that I'm madly in love with it.
I thought you got my little transition earlier on where I said I was really mad the plunder player wasn't really in the tournament anymore, but still you managed to,
Didn't catch
get
that,
into
gotta
it.
be honest,
And
yeah.
it looks like the players have picked up their cards, and that must mean that this game was decided with the judge call, and the only outcome I can personally imagine is that the game was won by our player from Cyprus, that it was won by Petros, and therefore
Would be
the
odd
double
otherwise.
illegal summon there of a monster from the extra deck was something that really hurt the Dragon Link play, and therefore we have an even score now in this match in top 64.
Yeah, the Chaos Angel would have been really crucial. He would have had to use the, of course, Pisty, because he wants to do stuff, and the Tracer as well, and then he would not be able to go for this additional level 10 synchro. He would have to find another way to do stuff, but I don't think that there is a way to get another tuner on the field except for the quad barrel effect, and then you can only go for a Savage, and you can't even go for a Link 2 anymore, so you can't put out something like IP Masquerena as well, because quad barrel just forbids that. So he would have just lost this Chaos Angel, which was making such a huge difference because it was a banish of a monster, and you would run over one more monster. I mean,
But honestly,
maybe a barrel end play?
Yeah, I think just from the beginning, even though it looks weird to link away your seal, just summoning out that Boral Land Dragon and hoping that it carries you to victory sound like a pretty good idea
Also,
to me.
you could have backed it up with other cards.
Yeah.
Like you would have had a Savage Dragon, a Disparter, and a Boral End, if I'm not completely mistaken. And that just honestly really sounds like a great feel, especially if you're clearing 2 more monsters in the process, which could come back to bite you later on.
I do agree. I think that would have been a pretty neat line, but the players now, of course, have to make sure to just get that game out of the system, especially, of course, our Dragon Link player, because he will be the one going first now in game number 3. He has to get his head straight again, just performing a regular cool combo of the Bestial Dragon Link deck, and I think he should be good to go in that case, if that happens. But we were talking about a couple of decks still in the tournament, but one more thing that I like to do is bringing attention to the names that are still left in the tournament, because there are a bunch. We already told you, and we're also going to show you later on in the day how our players from Europe qualified for the World Championship. And we are sending 3 players by players, which are Gabriel Susi, Jonas Koschel, and Din Kabui. And guess what? They're not only going to Worlds for the qualifier, but they're also still in the main event. All of them are in top 64. Quite crazy to me.
Honestly, I think that probably Din Kabui might be the best player in the world right now. In Europe, I'm almost set on him being the best player.
I mean,
gotta be honest.
by results, there's no arguing with it, right? Recently, winning the German national championships, qualifying for world championships.
Top 4 in London.
Top 4 in London.
He doesn't stop. He just also, like, just casually on that side note, topping all the other events. It's not like he doesn't top those. Like, when he's not in top 4, he's still in top, like, 32, top 64 or something.
And he does that with the craziest decks. I think that at one point he played Madolce and topped the YCS where Telements was released, or was that a Naturia version with Vernisils?
Yeah, no, he definitely played Naturia Runic at that event. That was definitely the case. And I think Madolce, you're more thinking of Eugen Haidt, who was bringing that deck back in the day.
I think he also played a Vernisilf deck once.
I guess, if you say so.
We might ask him later on. No confirmation here on that.
But we have to ask some other very urgent questions now, because game 3 is ready. Players are set to begin this. So one more game for this top 64 match, and it starts now.
Sebastian, was the urgent question a wordplay with urgent schedule?
It was by accident.
Perfect. Love those. Okay.
What do we think of the Earth Machine deck's chances going second? 'Cause we've seen it go first 2 times.
Yep, but Urgent Schedule just from the beginning is a pretty good card for going second scenarios, right? Because it can special summon out 2 monsters from the deck. Pretty big pressure, because Pedros is always going to play into a field of monsters. There's no way that Bostian just sets cards to the back row. They will always be monsters. But Bostian opens up strong here with the quick launch into Rocket Tracer, into Striker Dragon.
Quick Launch, just an unbelievable card, isn't it? You can use as many as you like per turn. It has pretty much no restrictions. Just get a free dragon to start your engine going.
It cannot attack and it is destroyed in the end phase.
Oh, that is terrible.
That is 2 restrictions.
What am I going to do with my monster that's going to be destroyed during the end phase and can't attack on my first turn of the game?
And now we are discarding a Cypher for Chaos Space. This is looking really strong. We are already in the Rocket Engine. We don't need any Romulus shenanigans for that. We can have the Collapse Serpent here as well. Is going to banish the Cypher, which is not the most ideal target. You would like to have this in the graveyard for later on, but I think Bostian is going to be fine.
Yeah. Also, we are safe from Drolan Lockbird now. That Drolan Lockbird would have already come down, so Bostian will be free to play on here.
Bostian has one himself. Did you know that?
Oh, that's pretty huge for reserve machines, of course. Also, pretty interesting, we only have a little over 4 minutes left on the clock, and I honestly don't know whether that information is correct, because we lost some time with the judge code, so there might be some potential overtime, so I wouldn't 100% be certain about that.
Yeah, it's always something to keep your eye on, the time, because obviously you don't want to be paying lots of life points or something like that if there's only a minute left.
Totally. So, Link 2 is
Romulus
going to be Romulus, of course.
Grabbing my favorite field spell in the game.
Dragon Ravine. So
I guess we're not going to see too many crazy combos this turn because we've already used the Pisty as just a way to get the one of the dragons in the graveyard.
Yeah, he had to do that quite early, and that limits the rest of his turn quite significantly.
So it might just be this Romulus finds its way into a Hieratic Seal or something like that. I can't see what else you really want to make with it.
It's already enough pressure onto Bostian and Petros here, but adding a little bit of additional pressure is just me mentioning that the winner, and only the winner of this featured match, will receive a prize card, because there is prize card as prizes for top 32 onwards. So yes, they are on the top cut, but if they want to win a copy of another Verse Dragon, then they will have to win this game right here.
Yes, and the Bestial Lubellion was just sent to the graveyard. This is a card, it has performed throughout the entire weekend. This is a phenomenal card, really elevating the Bestial strategy to the next level. Wasn't as popular when it came out, but by now I think this is one of the best monsters we have in the game.
I do agree. Dragon Ravine makes place for Rocket Tracer. No, of course not. It is going to be Boot Sector Launch, but that is going to bring out the Tracer.
We don't yet have any monsters that can just be field spells. We have a lot of monsters that can be normal spells, pendulum spells, but field spells may be something in the future.
Oh, and look at that. We will not be able to end on seals here, because Bostian decides to use the effect of Tracer here, bringing out Rocket Recharger, locking him into Dark Monsters for the rest of the turn. And that's huge, because seals is such a good card, not only as an interruption, but also for follow-up purposes.
Yeah, we look like such a strong start, but at the end of the day, are we just going to be passing on a single bar?
Oh, it's going to be Scarlight. Bostian is very well aware of the time, and he tries to burn some life points here, but there's infinite impermanence by Petros, and he smiles into the camera. Petros likes that.
Yes, and now the Scarlight is tributed for the Bestial Lubellion. Lubellion is going to activate its effect anytime soon. Do we run Branded Beast here?
I think I saw that. Yeah, there is Branded Beast in the deck of Bostian. He's one of the Dragon Link players decided to play this, but there's still the possibility to just put that Branded Regained onto the field.
And it feels like it's going to be very difficult to get this Scarlight back. I mean, I guess you can always banish it and make a Bestial Disparter. That's probably the easiest way to find its way back into play.
It is not hard once per turn, so you can just summon it back and activate the effect once again.
That's true.
I'd be very impressed if he could do it this turn, but maybe.
There always is a way. So, Bostian heavily considering whether to normal summon here, and he decides to do so. Rocket Caliber hits the field.
Was that just a... He hasn't used his normal summon yet?
Oh, yeah, I don't think he did. He started off with Quick Launch.
Okay, yeah.
And this looks like it's an absolutely legal quad ball.
Yeah, I was about to say, this time he made sure
Not quite
to not
perfect.
summon.
Got to get it in the right zone.
Oh, and I think this is just going to be Borderlord Savage Dragon, right? This is Branded Regained, Borderlord Savage Dragon, and Prey, if you ask me, because that's not too much that he's putting up there.
Oh wow, it really isn't putting the monsters in defense position. Smart choice here. We are attaching the Quad Borrel Dragon, getting 2 counters here for the Borrelord Savage Dragon to Borrel counters.
And it's the turn of Patros now. And I mean, Patros himself in his extra deck, of course, has a weapon to deal damage. First of all, Book of Eclipse comes down. So that will immediately trigger the negate of Borrelord Savage Dragon, or not. He just lets it happen.
Good night, you sweet dragons. I mean, it makes sense. You're not playing into talents. By this negating, this doesn't do anything for you, and now you're getting 2 draws in the end phase.
That's true.
If your monsters survive.
And also, if you even get to the end phase, because there is the Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max in the extra deck of Patros, which of course would be able to inflict 2,000 life points damage even in the main phase.
And here we see the players just confirming what the end of time procedures are. They do change in the top cut, obviously, because we can't have a draw in the top 64. So if this was the Swiss portion of the event and both players are equal on life points, then one player would have until the end of the phase. And then once that ends, if the life points are still equal, it would be a draw. But that can't happen here. So I think Petros, does it go phase by phase or turn by turn until one player is leading in life points? I'm putting you on the spot here.
In the beginning, it's just the same. You check at the end of the phase whether you can find a winner. And if there is no winner at the end of a phase, it is going to be on a turn-by-turn base. So there is now going to be the activation of a very powerful spell card that we have not seen. It's Machina Redeployment. And that is going to discard 1 to search out 2 cards from his deck.
Discards the Ancient Gearbox, which is not a card you want to have in your
There's
opening
Droll and Lockbird now from Boston. So does Patros even have a way to get to that potential Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max? Can he even get there? Citadel into the graveyard.
Yeah, this is a really important turn for Petros.
Urgent schedule coming down. That is huge for Petros. He can special summon out 2 monsters here. And that is, of course, immediate access to Gustav Max if he wants it.
You have to summon 1 level 5 or higher and 1 4 or lower, so not just yet, but almost there.
I think he can do it. Oh, there's Saronir now being used.
Saronir, but it is being used on what? We haven't banished anything.
That was the regained, just bringing it back.
Yeah, right. So we are going into the Anger Knuckle as well.
And the Anger Knuckle is
going
going to bring back the Citadel. He's going to go for the rank 10. There is the Gustav Max using its effect, trying to burn for 2,000 life points, and that is going to be successful. Petros is trying to win this game right on the spot with this effect, and there it is. We have Earth Machine in top 32 of the European Championship.
Bastian not too happy about this. How could he? He just got kicked out of the top cut by the Earth Machine Rogue deck. One of the only really hard Rogue decks that we are having in this top 64. And what a performance, even through the draw, showing how strong this urgent schedule really is. What a card.
It's just a card. We were just talking about quick launch being so strong, just like, well, you can summon 1 monster. How about I summon 2?
Yeah, easy peasy.
That is double the monsters.
Double 1, isn't it? Yeah.
100% more. Wow. Absolutely. But it was kind of funny to see because, first of all, Bastian tried to do his burning technique with the Scarlight. That was stopped by the impermanence of Petros. And then on the other hand, that Gustav Max did resolve for 2,000 damage. I think it would have even been enough if that burn damage by the Scarlight would have happened, probably, right?
Yeah, this is absolutely phenomenal. Scarlight would have been great, but
it would have not been enough if the Gustav Max also would have resolved then, if we would have been in the main phase. So it would have been cool. But we were already teasing it a little bit earlier that we will have a deck breakdown for you available later on, and that time has come now. So let's have a look at the top 64 decks of the tournament. What do we have for that? And the number of Kashtira players is even higher than at the beginning.
This will be about 20 Kashtiras, which is
That's
really,
a lot.
really strong.
Yeah. I feel like this is a fairly typical pattern of the deck breakdowns where you normally see like the main top contenders have all gone up a little bit and then what's gone down is the other category. So I think the other category was a little bit bigger at the start of the tournament and now has gone down and lost some of its place to all of the main contenders.
Yeah, but maybe the biggest surprise is the next on the list. It's Bestial Dragon. Of course, we just lost one of those with Bostian here in our featured match, but still, it's going up to the second place in representation is pretty interesting and pretty impressive to me.
We have seen so many Runics dominate the national championships as well. The participation number at the German nationals was crazy. The representation in Top Cut was crazy as well. And now Runic is starting to drop out a little bit.
I think people finally have started to find answers to the Runic decks. They are just playing Dark Hole, they're playing Lightning Storm and all that kind of stuff. They are just having their mass removals, which are really good versus the deck. And as you can see, that hurts the Runic players. Yeah. Nevertheless, Ben Kreuzkamp still first up the Swiss with a Runic strategy.
That is absolutely true. Ben Kreuzkamp, perfect performance this entire season. He hasn't quite gotten the win yet of the really deep run, but I think he was always there on the top cut side of those YCS events. He was there in the playoff yesterday, did not manage to pull through, but first after Swiss is really impressive. But what else is really impressive? This Earth Machine performance. And now we're going over to Ed for the winner's interview.
Hi guys, yes I am here with our top 64 winner Petros, who has just told me while he's topped some regionals and some nationals, this is the first time he's ever been to Euros, and now he's through the top 32. Petros, how are you feeling?
Great. I didn't think I'd make it this far, especially with my deck choice, but here we are.
Here we are. Let's talk about that deck choice. So Earth Machine is what we've got here, but basically a lot of people have been calling it trains. There's a lot of trains.
Yeah, but there's only like 2 trains.
Oh, that's enough trains.
In the name. Oh, and there's some in the extra, obviously, the cannons and all that. Yeah, trains is also what's been called Mystery Machine. I call it MIT, Machina Infinitrack Train. The reason I chose this deck is I've been playing this deck for like 2 years now. Everyone at locals is sick of it. And I've been seeing success with it, like Nats, as you said, last year and stuff. So, yeah.
And now at the Euros. That's just how successful this deck's going. Let's talk about the match that you had, because there's so much interaction between these two decks. So the first one, very interactive game. You built a very threatening field, but Bostian managed to play around that. So talk to us about what was happening in that moment, because it looked like you had the upper hand for a while.
So the deck doesn't really end on much. I ended on like a Regulus and a Dora that I just knew would survive till my turn, unless they made access code. But that means I probably will survive. And I had 5 cards in hand. That's the whole point. So I just survived the turn, and next turn I try to kill. The only reason I couldn't actually kill him on my turn back is because I didn't have Ruin Force because of the Bestials banishment Ruin Force. So if Ruin Force was on the field, there it would have been game, considering Liba attacked everything, and also I could negate the Tracer in battle phase and half his life points. Yeah, the board that's probably the best board you're going to see, plus or minus a hand trap, or maybe sided in like Gozen match or something. But yeah, that's the board the deck makes, and it's just, if I get a turn, I'll kill you.
And let's talk about game 2, because again, a lot of interaction, but then there was sort of a play issue. So can you talk about what was going on there?
Oh, he obviously there's a lot of stress in feature matches and stuff, and he incorrectly summoned Chaos Angel under PST, which locks into dragons, and meanwhile Chaos Angel's a fiend, so there was that. And then he made Quad Barrel without using a rocket monster. So yeah, and because it was double warning, it became a game loss. Head judge edge over came over and stuff.
So then we go into game 3. So this is where it was really coming down to the wire. Bostian tried to burn you for the damage with the Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend, but you impermed that. Yeah. So that's a really excitement. So that's when you're down to the wire, you're keeping cool, you're having to slam that down. What's going through your head in a moment like that?
Well, I know what Dragon Link does. I know they're going to try to Scarlight me, and I was afraid. So if they have a good enough hand, if you negate the Scarlight, they can summon it back with either PST or Dispatter and try to burn you again, because there's no once per turn on that card. Thankfully, his hand didn't seem that great, so it was just negate the Scarlight and pray, and then even if it wasn't into time, I could have OTK'd that turn. Okay. Oh, maybe not under draw.
Maybe not under draw, no, because then there was a Book of Eclipse from you, and then Bostian managed to draw you but you managed to find the Gustav Max, or in fact, I've been told to say the entire thing of Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max, because that's a heck of a card name, and you got that 2,000 life points burn. So you were looking for that, you found it. How were you feeling when you managed to find the route to it?
I was still stressed because I was like, do I just end my main phase? Is this what's happening now? I just turn to the judges and like, what am I supposed to do? Is this time at the end of main phase? Am I supposed to keep playing? I don't know. And yeah, but Gustav Max is a good card. What's really funny is if we got to that end phase, his monsters would have flipped up, but he wouldn't draw any cards because we were both under draw.
Goodness me. Well, there it is. That Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon. Gustav Max coming in clutch right at the end. Congratulations again, Petros. And something you were telling me before this, that you're from Cyprus, yes, but you're the only Cypriot at the Euros.
There's a judge as well.
Oh, okay, well, the only player who's Cypriot. And on top of that, you're now also in the top cuts. Basically, Cyprus has 100% representation in the top 32 here at Euros. So any other Cypriot duelists, make sure you guys are here at the next Euros. You're going to have to fight for this kind of spot. Congratulations, mate. Really great job. Hope the rest of the top cut goes well for you. We'll give you some time to sort of mellow out before that top 32 so you can let that stress down. But we're very excited to see what's going to be happening in this top 32. Congratulations to Petros. Guys, don't go anywhere. Loads more coverage, not only from this and our top 32 feature match coming shortly, but also more WQP stuff.
And he does find the Tsuchinoko. That is not optimal there for Bryce.
I think those are 2 Dark World cards in hand for Bryce, but I mean, he can still play on, right?
But he really wanted one of those Dark World cards to be discarded, that's for sure.
That's true. Yeah, so you're either making SHUEISHA here, or you're going to summon and make Dugares.
Looks like we are considering to normal summon, absolutely what we are doing. Rank 4, we saw it in game number 1, 2, and that led to a lot. Yeah. So possibly let's try again with the Dugares.
Possibly a bit hasty searching the Ceruli there. You could maybe search, you know, like obviously that's the final thing you want to end on and make sure, but maybe you need to do your due diligence, go through all of your Dark World cards to make sure you have enough resources.
Oh, there's the Summon of Silver, and now there comes Allure of Darkness.
Can he find a Dark Monster?
Probably one of the cards he picked up with the Dugares, because otherwise he would have activated it earlier. There's Mothman.
There's
Genta plus Genta.
He drew Genta plus Grapha? That is crazy.
I think he probably had one of them already before, but he definitely picked up the Allure there, and the Allure really
the Allure drew into Genta and Grapha, and
true. You're right.
The Mothman.
No, wait, you're right, absolutely.
You have to be careful here. You can't discard Grapha for gates because Grapha's mandatory, so you'll have to pop the Ceruli. You don't want to pop the Ceruli because you want to bounce it and use it again.
Oh, and I think this is going to be an extra Monster Zone Muckracker, so you can prepare the Security Dragon right under it.
I was trying to think of the arrows of the Muckracker, but I think you're right. Is it down and down and right?
Bottom left.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you're right.
I mean, down and left, not bottom left. Like
bottom left, I was very confused by
that. Would be a Link 1. That's Almirage.
But yeah, it's to the left and to the bottom.
So this looks like Ryan is going to start with at most 2 cards, but 2 cards is definitely enough with branded. Like a single branded fusion is...
Yeah, if one of them is branded fusion, that works. So, Gates of Dark World.
But we are still missing some... I mean, you could use the Muckracker now. You have used Security Dragon already, but we are going to draw 1 card.
Now we are able to discard the Grapha,
found another gate.
Was that a gate or an Ascension?
I think that was another gate. Yes, that was another gate.
Another gate. Holy guacamole.
I mean, at some point you will have to draw into those crazy cards. Right now, Genta is banished. Ceruli is discarded. Ceruli is special summoned. Ceruli is discarding the silver. Where are all of those cards going, Ryan? In your deck.
On the bottom.
So, how many cards does Ryan have left now? Only 2 cards left in hand. I mean, the good thing is he could decide which ones to keep.
Yeah, at least one of them is an Aliber, right? Is that what he added off the Tragedy? I'm assuming it was Aliber.
Yeah, it was, but maybe he decided to put that back just now. Who knows?
But Bryce is really not out of steam. He did not have to use the Muckracker so far because he drew into those gates. So there are actually some lines that he can go for now. Probably.
So we are going to link into... Is that going to be Unicorn again? He did that in game 1 as well.
Discard, spin your own gates. But yeah, you can't draw.
You can discard this. You can spin the Ceruli.
Oh, it's Cerberus. I think he's considering Cerberus, which in fact is a draw.
And now the question is, what is the last card in hand for Bryce? Is this a good discard? Chances are it is. I think Nessie...
I think we used Nessie already, to be honest.
I think we used Nessie to summon, although I think they'll... Ryan just checking. I think Nessie, the first play of the game was...
Can someone rewind the tape?
I'm pretty sure it was Nessie
he already put Chupacabra up there,
Yeah.
so yes, we are resolving Nessie to Surge too, and there is the Chupacabra, but
we have
did we draw?
We have Silver to bounce as well.
Okay, we did draw. Okay, fair enough.
Oh yeah, Graffa is now in the graveyard. Silver can go back up to the hand. This is just absolutely crazy. Can be discarded again for Muckracker. Remember, guys, he has not used it yet. I know I'm repeating myself at this point.
You love Muckracker. You're just always waiting on this Muckracker
the card
to
is
be
so
used.
cool.
So, what
Sprint.
is this going to be?
Send Nimble Angler.
I know you're obsessed with your sprite cards, but I don't think we're going to see that. So, Bry's not even sure, but now there is the unicorn coming down, and it's probably... Is it going to use its effect?
I think he just wanted to get rid of the Graffa so you can bounce another Dark World monster.
Oh, I think we're going for Muckracker. Yeah, he's using Muckracker now. Muckracker targeting the Ceruli. And what is our discard for this?
Is he actually going to do the Ceruli the third time using the Muckracker? Maybe you can't.
Discarding the Silver.
Discard Silver. Silver gets summoned. Is there a way?
Ceruli only triggers if it... Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
but you can bounce it there with the Graffa.
But
what is
now
this?
we have to summon a Fiend.
Yeah.
What kind of Fiend is left? Definitely not a Palooza. Oh, Nightmare Griffin is a pretty good Fiend, Bo. And I mean...
Does he have another... Oh, he's discarding a session.
To be honest, now Branded Fusion is not even that great anymore.
Hey,
because
you can just set gates, can't you? And that's that.
Oh, I think that is a good point here.
So we are double checking through the graveyards.
He's setting
so
a lure?
set a lure.
I mean, you have the Ascension to discard anyway, so you can just bounce your Silver with Graffa. This is a really cool line.
Yeah.
Darkworld can literally do everything.
Yeah, it seems like you're completely free to do whatever you like.
Even when you're locked into Fiends.
Yeah, as soon as you got to a certain point, you can do whatever you like. You can go for a big combo field, you can go for a hand loop.
He had like one card in his hand a minute ago and now it's full.
I mean, he can just use the Accession here. You are absolutely right to discard the Genta. I think he hasn't used it before. Special Summon Genta, discard the Silver, and then actually activate the Accession to have a negate in the big Graffa for the last card that Ryan might draw.
Not to mention the Griffin as well. Like,
that is a good point.
Like it shuts off all of Branded's monster effects.
Oh my god.
Because they can't get any link arrows.
The thing is, does Ceruli trigger on the field? Oh wait, does Silva trigger on the field? It doesn't, right? Because now there's Griffin on the field.
No, but Ceruli definitely triggers on the field though.
Yeah, so
Silva doesn't, but Ceruli does. So you may have to link off this Griffin.
If he still has one. Does he still have a Fiend in the deck?
That is a very, very good question.
Maybe? Is there a Phoenix?
No, there's no Phoenix.
So is there any way to link this off?
Underworld Goddess.
Yes, indeed. Underworld Goddess would be a way to link it off. That is a very weird way, but yes, that would be a way, indeed.
4+ effect monsters. Oh, man. And you can't link away the Muckracker.
Sure. You can't. Okay, but you have a Graffa, like... Strange that Graffa is like the premium link material in the world.
Look, but Bryce is also checking. I think he just stopped at the Underworld Goddess. Maybe he realized too that that's the only link monster you can basically summon from here on.
Can he discard a Graffa again later on just to pop the Griffin?
Does it not target an opponent's card?
I'm pretty sure it does, yeah. Otherwise, because it's non-optional, you would non-stop have to pop your own cards, which doesn't seem too good.
Getting some of the old Dark Rolls.
Sorry, they're very old.
It has
Graffa's like secondary effect is hilarious as well. It's like reveal a card in your opponent's hand, and if it's a monster, you get the special summoning.
So, Bryce really figuring out what to do now. Is there a line?
I'm loving this line that, the Underworld Goddess.
Discard Rainbow.
What is I don't know what this discard is for at this point.
I think Accession.
Was this for Accession? Okay.
Yeah, we're searching for the Graffa.
Now we're trying to... Okay, yeah, we just established that it doesn't work. Popping your own monster with Graffa. But I mean, at this point, does he just search for a follow-up? Does he just... a session. Okay, we're going for the big Gruffer. Of course, Griffin is still really strong for Bryce.
I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, what is even one Branded Fusion doing here? Because you're summoning out a monster that can't use its effect in any way.
The Branded Fusion will also just be changed to a different effect. That suits Bryce a bit
well, that on top of it.
That will then discard the silver, and then you are...
And that's going to be it. Ryan draws for 3 cards in hand. Does he have any to solve this here?
This is a riddle that is definitely going to be tough to solve. Let's read the Gruffer again. I'm going to bring it up for you guys as well, so you are in the same situation as Ryan.
I think one card that could be really clutch here is Dark Ruler No More. If he finds Dark Ruler No More, he still has 2 cards to play with, one of them potentially being the Branded Fusion. I think that could be a way to pilot out of this situation here.
Yep. Oh,
but it does not look like he has it.
That doesn't look too
Oh wait, I mean, to be fair, when you set it, your opponent can't discard it, so that's kind of a plus.
It can be destroyed by Graffa.
Normal summon Aluber. Wait, he can't even activate the effect. Oh wait,
yeah,
it's a normal summon. Yeah.
So I think he's setting it, so it can't be silvered away from his hand.
Yeah, for sure. That must be the reasoning. But on the other hand, that also means it can't be Dark Ruler, because he would have just started off with the Dark Ruler.
And on the other hand, if he just discards the Gruffer that he searched earlier now, he can just pop the set card.
Absolutely.
But it might be to protect the last card in his hand, so that can't be silvered either.
Endless mind games here. Endless mind games.
But like, if you just allow Branded Fusion to be searched and then activated, like, I don't really see what Ryan can do.
You still have the Griffin.
Yeah.
But I think Ryan is just going step by step now. One step at a time.
One problem at a time, yeah.
Also a reasonable approach to play around the Gruffer, the Overlord Gruffer, the Fusion monster, is Branded and Rat, because Branded and Rat cannot be negated or not be changed by the Gruffer. And therefore, I mean, there's only the Tragedy in the graveyard, which is not the best target, so what are you even really going to accomplish with it? But at least it would be a way to somewhat play around it.
Also still, then there is the Griffin.
Thanks for mentioning that again. I almost forgot.
Did you?
I know, it's crazy, but I mean, it's a pretty impressive card. We saw it earlier on that, for example, Jonas Koschel versus Flandries decided to not summon it out because in that matchup it doesn't make sense, but there are matchups where this card is amazing. Yeah. For example, a deck that just doesn't use Link monsters. So there's no way for Ryan and his Branded strategy to even get to zones that some Link monster is pointing to. Therefore, he can just not use special summon monsters.
And like, yeah, Bryce is definitely not going to give him any Link arrows.
I wouldn't think so, no. would be very kind of him. Okay, Aluber going to attack over the Muckraker, and now he could, that's what I was thinking. You can just protect the Muckraker by sending the Gruffer to the graveyard.
Bryce definitely knows his fiends, and that is something that we're going to see the Branded and Red now.
Branded and Red onto the Despin Tragedy, and I mean, theoretically, can we summon out a monster that's big enough to run over the Griffin here?
We do have to keep one thing in mind, which is the Griffin is boosted by the field spell.
Oh, that's true. Also, I think you can just protect again with the Muckraker, right? That's not once per turn as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I don't think it even activates, actually.
Yeah, but you can just protect, like, he protected for once, but he can protect other monsters with it as well. And
yeah, for sure.
As we saw, the Nightmare Griffin is indeed a fiend, because he summoned it after the Muckraker restriction. There's Daspian Quiritas now hitting the field, though.
Usually I was going to say that Quiritas can just basically get rid of the attack boost by setting everything to 0. However, there is a Griffin on the field.
Well, let's come up with a different reason for this, which is it's the battle phase and not the main phase. There you go.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now the question becomes...
There's 2 reasons.
Do we just let our Muckraker go, or do we decide to get rid of something else?
I think I keep my Griffin and my Graffer over my Muckraker.
Yeah. The thing is, yes, like both of these cards are really strong, but Muckraker is the only card that...
Welcome back. You are joining us here at the EU WCQ live in Utrecht. Already way into our top cut here, and now it's time for our top 32 feature match. The 2 duelists I have in front of me, Manuel Scharfegger and Adrian Durson. This is going to be a very exciting duel, and we cannot wait to see where this is going to go for these guys to make their way into that top 16 cut. Guys, we're going to do a high roll with the dice to see who's going to go first. Who would like to roll first? Adrian's going to roll first. That is a 3, and for Manuel, that is higher than a 3. That's a 6. So we'll go with that. Manuel, are you going to go first? Manuel is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Tom, Leo, and Basti, who are going to be your wonderful commentators for our top 32 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. No, you are wonderful, and we are getting closer and closer to the finals of this tournament. We are already in top 32. Man, time does fly.
I'm wondering how Ed's going to improve his adjectives for us as we get further and further into the top cut. He's going to have to think about that. We've had wonderful. I don't know what's better than wonderful. What do you think's better than wonderful?
He's a man of many words, so I would assume he would be the one finding some.
I'm waiting for perfect.
Perfect.
We're close to that, not gonna lie. No, but we will have a pretty funny story here because it will be Manuel from Austria facing off against Adrian Dursun, who went to Austrian Nationals this year and came all the way to 2nd place there. He couldn't win it, but this event, 2nd place would be enough to qualify for the World Championship, which he tried to qualify for already on Friday. That was unsuccessful, but he now tries to go the way through the main event.
Yeah, and I think he has a really good shot at that. If you're looking at this man's track record, it's pretty impressive. He has been to almost every tournament. He's topped everything, basically. So he was a very impressive Sky Striker player back in the day. Also a really impressive True Draco player as well.
I think the last time he tried to go to the World Championship, it was with Sky Striker, actually.
Yeah.
In the last playoff, he piloted with the Sky Striker
But
deck.
this time, sadly for me, no one is on Sky Striker, but the decks that the two chose are just as cool. And let's just go over to the table and see what they're bringing.
There we have them, and yes, this is not a mistake. Manuel bringing the Mathmech strategy. We didn't even really pick it up on the deck breakdown because, of course, it was one of the other decks, but we didn't even realize that there's still a Mathmech deck in the tournament. And then while we were checking for the decks, we were like, there's actually Mathmech still in the tournament. And it plays versus Pearly, so that's a perfect featured match here for top 32.
Yeah, and if you have paid close attention, oh god.
That's not what a Mathmech deck is supposed to do.
I was so excited. Mathmech is one of my favorite decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Also at the moment, and every time I get to cast one of those, they just brick. So that is not the most ideal start.
The crowd with a bit of a sarcastic sense of humor. They're applauding the set 1 monster pass.
A lot of fans, of course, for Adrian Dursun. He has tried to go to the World Championship for so many times, so maybe today is his day. Maybe he makes his way into the top 4 of his tournament.
I mean, that's a sign, right?
He only has to win a couple of games from now on. And this game is starting off quite strong for him. And we're going to get the My Friend Pearly here through the Pearlily.
Now we are going to show 3 memories.
Yes. It is not possible anymore to go for triple delicious memory because that card now with the newest Forbidden and Limited list is indeed limited, but we can still go for others. Let's see which ones he is revealing here.
When you're going second, I feel like Happy Memory is the premium pick.
Yeah,
I think that's what I see Adrian fishing out of his deck, but I guess we'll have to...
So there is Delicious Memory and I think double Happy Memory. So he still tries to get the Delicious Memory just in case. It might also be that he already has one Happy Memory in hand. So he gets that one.
I mean, if you're going second, you really want to have the combination of Happy Memory and Delicious Memory to get the maximum amount of attack and the maximum amount of attacks.
Yeah,
and he did get the Delicious Memory. Only the one-off, but he found the card from the triple reveal of My Friend Pearly.
Basti, I think that happened every time we casted a Pearly match, also at German Nationals.
German Nationals.
Always the Delicious Memory.
It feels like this card is not limited, but just going to fight its way every single time. We can just discard the Dark Ruler no more. Would have not been that impressive in this matchup anyways, but of course, now that there are no monsters to negate, we just don't have to focus on that.
Beautiful collected rare Pearly right here.
That is a very pretty cat.
And we're going to use the effect of Pearly. Do we hit? There is the Field Spell right away, so yes, indeed, we do hit. Stray Pearly Street is being added to his hand. So it's nice, because in the beginning it looked like Stray Pearly Street wasn't really a card people were even considering to play. You were playing a lot of other cards, but not the Field Spell. But now it has become a triple choice. Or like I just read
really?
the triple tactics talent in his main deck and also triple tactics Frost. But yes, he's also playing triple Stray Pearly Street.
It is nice now, I guess, having that extra value of being able to fish out any Pearly spell from your deck, because now it can be very hard otherwise to access that delicious memory.
And there we go. There is a Purely Plump being summoned.
How easy is it for the Pearly deck to put 8,000 damage in?
Pretty easy.
Pretty
I mean,
easy?
it has been used as a blind go second deck recently that's just super, super good at ending the game in the first turn. For example, Markus Jonte, top German nationals with it. So I think it is definitely capable.
So I feel like the easiest way to do that in the past was with multiple copies of Delicious Memory, but okay.
That was quick. Adrian Dursun has an easy game number 1 here. Not even 5 minutes have surpassed in this top 32 match, and he's already up a game.
Yeah, I mean, there was not that much that he had to overcome, right? That was just a set monster, which might have been a decent play in 2005, but this is not what we're doing right here.
No, and a play from Manuel there just... Rather than, because the monster was going to be banished with Delicious Memory, so... Not Delicious Memory, the Plump. So rather than showing Adrian what card he's running, because he's running a very spicy deck, so it might be worth just taking that small advantage into Game 2 if you don't think you're going to win Game 1 by just concealing your deck choice from your opponent.
So, of course, first of all, we're hoping for Manuel that he opens more engine now in game number 2. But on top of that, we can, of course, check what he's about to bring in from his side deck to support the non-engine part of his deck. And there's Anti-Spell Fragrance and Pearly. Is a deck with so many spell cards, and yes, there are a bunch of quick play spells which you can chain to the anti-spell. Well, let me tell you, it still hurts a lot when that anti-spell resolves versus a Pearly deck. And besides that, there's actually, in the side deck, the Arrival Cybers at Ignister, which I think is a pretty interesting decision.
Yeah, that's a really cool side deck card. I wonder if there's a specific deck he wants to side that in. That maybe he's found a deck that just doesn't really have a good answer to it. So, for example, if you play against Kashtira, they can very easily out it with the Scareclaw Kashtira. But maybe if there are other decks, I don't know how easy it is for Pearly to answer it. But maybe make a big monster with lots of materials or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. You can just make it bigger and bigger and bigger, and then at some point you
how
can
big does it get with just one Delicious Memory?
Fair enough, but you can just add multiple materials, right? But you have to crash a couple of times so you lose life points. Yeah, it might be interesting. It might be a card we're seeing being sided in here. We can side deck. We can see the players side decking. I think so far there was no card being exchanged from the extra deck on the side of Manuel. So let's see. But on the other hand, Adrian Dursun already featuring a bunch of great going second cards in his main deck. As I said, there's triple Tactics Talent, there's triple Tactics Frost, and on top of that, there is cards such as Herald of the Abyss, evenly matched in a side deck, and one card that is pretty interesting to me is there's a side decked Kashtira Arisard, which is not going to come in here, but just in general, I'm curious about that.
I'm wondering if maybe you side deck it against Kashtira, and then if they use a Shangri Era on your turn, you can take it with talents and turn it into an Arisard, something like that.
I think that is 100% the way. And there's also Bestials, which of course are huge versus Mathmech since the beginning of days. And
there are not only Bestials, there's one card that is really tough on the deck, which is Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion. This is the OG opponent of the deck, because the Bestials you can bell yourself if you're going for a super factorial play, but a bell you can't bell. So the side deck is really hyper prepared for Mathmech. I think that's not really the intention of it, but maybe this is also why Mathmech isn't performing that well, because all of those decks feature so many cards just generically in the side decks that just beat Mathmech.
Totally.
And one thing that Manuel has going for him is that he didn't show his deck, because now Adrian does not really, maybe he just knows. I mean, we are in Top Cut, so it's possible that he has the information of what he's playing against, but maybe he just does not side all of those cards in.
You couldn't know, because if you really don't know the deck, then you're just going for the generic cards. You like your Triple Tactics Frost, your Triple Tactics Talents, because those are good versus basically everything, and you just don't really rely on the super specific cards that need to banish cards and so on. But by the looks of it, we are going to answer all of those questions. Mathmech versus Pearly, game number 2 coming up. also, I think it's worth mentioning the general position of Mathmech right now, because they did lose to Mathmech Circular on the last Forbidden Unlimited list, but there's also something that they just recently gained, because they now have Link Decoder in their extra deck, which is honestly a really, really powerful card. And that is probably one of the reasons why Manuel was able to have success this weekend.
Very good generic, or not really generic, but a Cyber's Link 1 monster. Now we are starting with something that you can't really be too happy about as Manuel, because you have to normal summon the Diameter for nothing, then special summon the Subtraction and go for an Alimbersion. Of course, this one can negate everything that his opponent does in this turn now, but only for this turn.
Does have a little trap.
Oh, he tries to Ash Blossom, but of course that is going to be
like
negated.
A big mistake from Adrian there, right? Yeah. Because you might as well just leave it until...
Oh, and look at his face. He really forgot about it. He's shaking his head. There is, of course, the Diameter. You said it was there for nothing, but it was there for a very good reason, because it provided the negate here for the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So it was definitely worth going for that route. And now Adrian is down to only 4 cards in his hand.
Basti, please tell me, does Adrian... Is he maybe just a great actor who also has Nibiru in his main deck?
That would be super, super cool.
Or is this really
There is no Nibiru at all in main or side decks, so that is definitely not something we can see happening. There's Nabla now, so now that Mathmech Circle is at 1, we of course have to find some new ways to play, and apparently Mathmech Nabla is going to be one of them.
Is there any synchros to take advantage of?
I also was curious about that, but there's not a singular synchro monster in his extra deck.
Okay, it's just an extra name perhaps.
So Nabla is used for some combo routes where you don't get a Diameter into the graveyard, and then you have to special summon out the Nabla with Alimbersion to tribute it, and then special summon out something else. Also, this is really good because now the Sigma was special summoned from the deck and can be used later on again. It won't be banished because you have already gone through your Alimbersion, so no way to get a re-special summon Sigma into the graveyard. And now we're going for a Splash Mage.
There comes Splash Mage. It feels like the deck kind of does the same thing it did for a while, right? You're just going to end on Heat Soul. You play a bunch of hand interactions such as the good old Ash Blossom, Effect Veiler, Ghost Bell, Ghost Mourner, Ghost Ogre, Infinite Impermanency. I can't even stop because they're all in there, basically.
There's just a ton of interruptions there. It's kind of a nice strategy, just running 2 of each just to decrease the chances of drawing multiple copies of one. If you know, some of the newer cards, obviously you can't use multiple copies of it.
Totally, I agree.
In the same turn.
Yeah, I definitely do agree.
And when they're all kind of like do a fairly similar thing and you're not really massively preferring one over the other, it makes sense. But we do see like 3 Ash Blossom, for example, because it is probably the most powerful out of those.
I'm really surprised by Mathmech being in the top cut. We have seen so many Dragon Bestial players in this tournament already. And even if you're able to stop their combo with all of those hand traps, 1, or if you have Bell, 2 Bestials stop your Super Factorial from being effective at all.
Yep, and we did search the Super Factorial. And with 2 set cards, it's going over to the turn of Adrian Dursun. And I think we're thinking in the draw phase, and that would be a huge indicator for a potential anti-spell fragrance that is just not going to be used here just yet. We're starting off with the Heat Soul, okay.
Just scaring Adrian a bit there, saying like, oh, let me just check if I have an anti-spell. I can't remember.
I mean, I don't think there would be an anti-spell, because if there was the small chance of a Forbidden Chalice in the hand of Adrian.
But there is an anti-spell fragrance by Manuel. There it is. And we are, as we said earlier, going to be able to chain our quick plays, and that is the Sleepy Memory that is being chained here.
Maybe trying to find another Ash before we flip the anti-spell fragrance and force our opponent to use one of the quick play spells.
You wanted him to play around the Forbidden Chalice.
Yeah, I see it now.
I love it.
It's okay.
Oh, we are going to discard the field spell, and we're going to Special Summon out. And I think one card that is really, really relevant in this situation right here, right now, is going to be the Lava Golem. It depends on how well Manuel can play around it, because at the moment there's only 1 monster on his side of the field. But of course there is a way already set in his back row to bring another monster onto the field.
The problem is, immediately after the Super Factorial resolves and the Laplation hits the field, it uses the most important effect already.
That's true, yeah. So, looks like we did add Pearly to our hand, and we have not normal summoned yet, so that would be a way to extend The thing is, if we decide to normal summon Pearly, then there is no way to actually special summon out the Lava Golem anymore. So
Yeah. I'm just thinking, do you like it here, the Super Factorial? Because I don't see what you're
tough. It's certainly tough.
How is this Pearly Lily ever going to activate its effect this turn? Because you can't activate any more spells, so how are you going to get any of the other Pearly spells into the graveyard?
The anti-spell is really, really rough here. We're getting rid of the Pearly Lily, maybe even hitting the Lava Golem, so there is no discussion about that anymore.
I mean, you could just use the on-field effect of Pearl Lily to equip the Sleepy Memory and itself and make a Exceed monster right away, and I think you want to prevent that
you can't do that because you have to rank up to a Pearly monster that mentions Sleepy Memory, and there isn't. It hasn't been released yet. There is one in the OCG.
Oh, you're right. True. There's only the Sleepy Memory.
Yeah, you have to have one of the other ones.
Oh, true. Absolutely good catch. We are going to, of course, get rid of the Pearl Lily, and which card in hand is going to follow? Is it going to be? It's Triple Tactic Talents. That card would have not done anything there. And there is still the Lava Golem in the hand of Adrian, I'm pretty sure. But we will not be able to summon it this turn because we will be normal summoning the Pearly. And let's see what we're going to hit. Or is he going to negate it? He is.
I think he's not going to negate that effect. He's rather going to negate the effect of revealing a memory in hand and then Exceed summoning that.
Probably. So, what are we hitting? That's not a hit, but that is my friend Pearly, which also will not be able to be activated here this turn.
This anti-spell fragrance is really putting in some work.
But that is going to be a Link one summon. Very unusual for the deck.
Oh, the Anima.
Oh, of course. Anima takes or makes use of the fact that the Heat Soul is pointing towards it, and that is going to be the game here from Manuel, equaling the score. Marthmech still going strong here at the European Championship 2023 in Utrecht.
Yeah, it doesn't smell like spells in here anymore.
That was just a devastating anti-spell fragrance, wasn't it? I mean, Imperial Order may be banned, but its younger brother, Anti-Spell Fragrance, still putting in quite a big show.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, Adrian has a tendency to play spell card decks because he was very successful with his Sky Striker deck. Now he's very successful with the Pearly deck. So it's a pretty safe bank to just randomly play Anti-Spell versus whenever you're facing good old Adrian Dillson.
Do you think Adrian is intending to go first with his deck?
That's a very, very good question because as we said earlier, usually lately they were going second strategies with the deck. On the other hand, if people just consistently hit Delicious Memory off of the My Friend Pearly, I see no reason not to go first.
That's a good plan. What's your going first strategy? Just hit it.
Do you think, as the Mathmech player, that you are going to be able to go first now again? Would you, as a Mathmech player, side the anti-spell again?
That's a good question. This is one of the things I've always found with sort of like going first, going second decks can really mess with side decking patterns.
Yes.
Because if your opponent doesn't know, or you don't know, if you've chosen to let your opponent go first in game 1 and then it gets to game 3, do you know what they're going to make you do? It becomes really challenging.
I think it's a bit tough. I think as Adrian, you want to let your opponent go first again. You are siding in Bestials as well. Your most important cards are side deck cards, and they also work if you draw them on your first turn. If you draw them as the 6th card, you want to Bell the Super Factorial, and you want to Druiswim on the Super Factorial. So I think that you might want to let your opponent start. Also, he's running so many cards that disrupt the Mathmech strategy that you can allow your opponent to go first.
Also, just looking at his side deck, there's not a singular going first card. So if he would have like that going first plan post siding, then there would usually be some kind of summon limit or some stuff like that. But he just doesn't have that at all. So I think I gotta agree with you guys that the main plan for game 3 usually will just be going second.
Yeah, it's a real gamble though. Once you've seen that anti-spell, I would be very, very scared that my opponent would keep in the anti-spell.
Totally, yeah, for sure.
Pearly is a strategy where I think the most popular thing players are doing now is going second with it.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of that, yes, we play those really impactful cards that can break the entire field, such as Triple Tactics Thrust, Lightning Storm, and so on, so on, so on. But the Mathmech deck just has so many hand interactions, so you can't really take care of those. Yeah. He will draw into them with the Heat Soul and so on. And therefore, I think it's really, really tough when you're then also playing through cards such as Ghost Ogre. Ghost Ogre is a card that's not very popular at all, but Manuel has decided to play it because there's so much space in the Mathmech deck now.
And this card, if you're a surprise bet, it can really come in clutch because Ogre on a Transcode Talker, oh, that is tough.
I mean, yeah, but he's the one playing the Ghost Ogre.
That is a good point.
But I think
Ogre on a My Friend Pearly, that is tough.
Indeed,
Yeah,
exactly, absolutely. Or maybe like on one of the Exceed monsters that wants to transform itself into something else or so on. So there are definitely a couple of ways to do it, or like just on the Pearl Lily. And that decision has to be made now. Will we see Adrian Duelzone going first or second in this third game of top 32? It will decide on who moves on to top 16. So let's get back into the action.
Here we go, the decider in the top 32. And remember, if you are in top 16, you are really, really close to a Worlds qualification.
Yes, absolutely. So, who is going to start things off? Both players actively looking at the hand, so you couldn't really tell, but it is indeed Adrian Duelzone starting things off here. Going first with his Pearly deck, starting with the Pearly field spell, the good old Stray Pearly Street.
Yeah, I love this card. Sometimes these like extra little effects that are on field spells can catch you by surprise, just making your monsters untargetable during the turn they're special summoned. It's a really powerful effect, and you know, sometimes players aren't prepared for it because a lot of hand traps in Manuel's deck might just be switched off instantly.
Totally. Oh, and I think Manuel is heavily considering to act on that activated Pearly Happy Memory.
I think Pearly is one of those decks where it is kind of reasonable to just Ash the first thing that happens.
And they do here. Manuel decides
and
to
he
Ash,
passed,
and
yes!
there's a pass! And you're passing it over to Cyber's deck that is very well known to just put up 8,000 damage quite easily because Access Code Talker is super easy to make. And there's a one of Mavmek's Turkula being revealed! That is huge! Mavmek going crazy! He has the one-off.
He has the one-off. No Signet Mining, no Small World, no Spirit Engine that goes into Alambertian. No, we are just going straight circular, sending the Sigma, and there is a Signet Mining on top of it even.
Oh, he had the Ghost
discarding
Bell as
the
well.
bell here. So we're not even protecting ourselves from a Juris Worm or a Magnamut. That
Maybe
is
there's just another Ghost Bell.
Oh,
There's
wow!
a handshake. Adrian being disappointed. He knows his journey is over. It won't be Worlds this year either. And therefore Mavmek moves on to top 16 in this tournament.
I did certainly not expect that. That was a crazy game. The anti-spell fragrance in game 2 was absolutely massive. After Manuel just set a monster in game 1, he just came back from this.
A game of just absolute blowouts on both sides. We saw, well, I mean, an unfortunate draw from Manuel in the first game, a devastating anti-spell in the second game, and then probably quite a weak draw from Adrian in the third.
But the Ash, I was going to say earlier, it is reasonable to Ash just the first thing that happens from Pearly, because every time I played against the deck and I didn't Ash the first thing, they just started accumulating more and more cards, and you're like, okay, at which point can I just throw the Ash where it matters again? I think Ash is one of those cards that against Pearly have either high impact or none at all, and you just have to risk it. You just have to throw it immediately, and maybe you win the game immediately.
It worked like a charm right there. Of course, that makes you vulnerable to cards such as Triple Tactic Talents and so on, but as we saw right there, none of them were available to Adrian Duelzone. As we said earlier, this man is got to be respected though, right? Because he's just topping every single event. He's running deep and everything. Another top 32 finish here. You saw the disappointment in his eyes though. No World Championship for him this year. But Manuel on the other end, still maybe on his way. One of those underdogs, just bringing an underdog deck and then going to the World Championship. Two more wins only. It's only 2 more wins. That's nothing.
It's 2 matches against not a lot of other very hungry players.
It's half a local.
Half a local.
Half a local even. That's easily doable. But no, of course, as you were just saying, there's so many strong players still left in the tournament. A couple were already, of course, eliminated in top 64. For example, all the Din Kabui fans, I gotta tell you, he lost his top 64 match, so he's no longer with us. But on the other end, there's still so many more. Gabriel Susi. Of course, Jonas Koschel is still in there.
2 people who are already qualified for the World Championship, so there might be a possible pass down.
Yeah, well, that's very, very interesting. I don't even know what exactly is going to happen if that's going to be the case, because if you are now qualifying through the main event too by going top 4, of course, you got your spot already, so...
You can't go twice, even though you want to.
Can you not just you say, like, can I just have it next year, please?
Oh, that would be nice.
Can I just play myself round one? Is that somehow a possibility? No, it's obviously not.
It's a real flex, that, isn't it? Just be like, yeah, I qualified yesterday, but I'm just going to make top 4 and do it again. Why not, you know?
Absolutely. And I mean, the most impressive thing, I think, to me personally, is Jonas Koschel has just switched decks. He was like, yeah, that already worked for the World Points qualifier. I'll just now prove that this deck is also going to do it. pretty sick.
Yeah, he actually just tried out a deck in the World Championships playoff. It was actually not the deck that he played a lot with before, but someone who has played his deck a lot before, that got to be Manuel, who is running the MathMax strategy. So we're going to give it over to Ed for the interview.
Thank you, Leo. Yes, I am joined by Manuel, who's just won this top 32 feature match and is now straight into the top 16 here at the EU World Championship Qualifier. Top 16. Manuel, how are you feeling?
Well, it's my first top ever, so I'm really nervous about it. So just gonna draw circular again in top 16 and it's gonna be fine, yeah?
That's all we need to happen. So you've never been to a Euros and you've not topped any of these YCSs before, but you've not topped the Euros?
I've been a lot to Euros and YCSs, but I just not a good player, I guess, but yeah.
And you said that was your first ever feature?
Yeah, kind of exciting. Was kind of nervous, but it's really quiet with the headphones, so well.
It does manage to sort of trap you out of the world, but there's a lot of pressure up there. You're on a stage in front of an audience of people. Can you hear the audience with the headphones on?
Yeah, I could hear them clap on the anti-spell and on the circular, so that was fine.
Oh yeah, no, there was a lot of moments with that. So let's go through this. So let's talk about game 1. So at the start, a set 1 pass, bit of a brick.
It was a really big, really hard brick. So what was the hand? It was like double diameter. Triple Tactics, Whaler, and the one of Nabla. So no play there, and never happened. The whole Swiss never bricked, but had to happen.
I bet that must have been a heck of a moment while you're up there going, this hasn't happened all day, and now I'm on the stage, and it happens immediately.
Exactly in the feature match, so yeah.
Well then, you basically just thought, I'm going to scoop, we'll get on to the next one. He made the E-Pearly Plump, and you went, no, let's just get past it.
I didn't want him to see what I'm playing, so I scooped there.
Good stuff, always smart. So then we go to game 2. Adrian ashed the Alan Bershin, but it was made with diameter, so it was negated. And that you could see that he got really annoyed because he shook his head, he forgot.
I think he forgot, yeah. Well, I think I had Signet mining anyways to search or small world, so it wouldn't have mattered, but still, yeah.
Always good to have the backups. And then you said the anti-spell fragrance, the Plation, you just sort of got rid of his resources, so he scooped. And then we got onto that game 3. That was, I mean, you were saying you can hear the audience through the headphones, but they were going crazy with everything that was happening. Clearly, Adrian didn't do great with his first hand. Instantly, you ashed the happy memory, and then you revealed circular. And from there, I think he just knew.
Yeah, well, I didn't know what to ash because I think I played against Purely like a lot before the ban list, but I didn't know what the gameplay was now, so just threw the ash. It got lucky, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, there was a handful of times where you having to read the cards. So is this not a deck you've gone up against that much?
No, not really. Before the ban list, yes, but now it's a long time. Like it's been like a month since I last read a Purely card. But I think in game 3 my hand was like 3 hand traps plus circular plus mining, so I couldn't have gone better.
Wow, perfect. So let's hope you continue that luck as you go into these top 16s. Very close to possibly securing yourself a Worlds invite if you can get all the way through. Do you think you could take it all the way?
Yes.
Yes, that's what we like to hear. Congratulations, Manuel. Best of luck in that top 16. Do not go anywhere because we've got the top 16 feature match coming right up.
Usually I was going to say that Guiltis can just basically get rid of the attack boost by setting everything to 0. However, there is a Griffin on the field.
Well, let's come up with a different reason for this, which is it's the battle phase and not the main phase. There you go.
Yeah, fair enough.
Now the question becomes...
There's 2 reasons.
Do we just let our Muckraker go, or do we decide to get rid of something else?
I think I keep my Griffin and my Grapher over my Muckraker. Yeah.
The thing is, yes, like both of these cards are really strong, but Muckraker is the only card that looks like real follow-up here, besides the Gates maybe. Okay, yeah, the Gates is good enough, right? It's good enough. Yeah.
Having said that, you can use the Muckraker to bring back the Griffin or the Grapher.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of want to keep them as interruptions in this turn, right?
Yeah.
So there is really no chance that Ryan comes back from this. Actually, discarding the tragedy with Mothman is also kind of a big deal.
Kind of interesting now if Rian now would have a way to get to an additional fusion summon. That extra monster zone now is free, so he has a zone he can summon to where his monsters could use their effects. But I mean, what card would that be that would enable him to fusion summon here even? It would be Branded Red, and there's not even a monster in the graveyard.
Oh, we are discarding Ceruli immediately. Bryce does not want to wait at all, and there is the Griffin again, so, well.
That doesn't work. There comes a Lure of Darkness. Bryce really hurrying up here because he realizes there's only 6.5, a little more than 6.5 minutes left on the clock, and he's down in life points.
Though, you know.
Still, it can't hurt to be quick here. That's for sure.
That is true. I think next we're going to reveal Bigfoot. We only have 4 cards in hand. It's still very low chance that Bigfoot is going to be hit there, but you don't want to maximize the chances of it getting hit by revealing the other danger first. So let's go for Bigfoot.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to be aware that Despian Caritas also has a graveyard effect. So he shall rather not forget. We are discarding the Bestial Magnamut here, summoning out another monster with 3,000 attack points here.
Oh, that is Talons. Ooh. That is a really interesting draw at this point.
I mean,
it'd be great if your opponent could activate monster effects.
And if you get rid of the Caritas, then it triggers, right?
Yeah. So you have to destroy it in the main phase. Because at the moment it looks like it's going to be, you know, it's not going to trigger in the battle phase. It'll trigger in the battle phase if you attack it.
So Bryce again looking for his extra deck, trying to find a solution quickly for what to do here. How is he going to get those 2,000 life points difference? He's down 2,000 life points. He has to make up for it. And we are discarding the Silver. Okay, that's 2 more monsters right there.
That kind of looks like a solution, to be honest. Having so many monsters
Big
on
monsters
the field.
attack.
And getting 2 cards back to the hand again.
Classic solution to everything.
Here comes a Lure. Now he's safe because he has so many monsters. Oh, and he drew into Called by the Grave, which of course would be an easy solution to the Caritas now as well.
As long as you have a way to destroy it, not during the damage step, right?
And there is the handshake. Before Bryce can activate Called by the Grave, he goes 4-1 in this tournament. Dark World. Dark World. It is Dark World.
And the crowd loves it. The crowd loves it. Underdog deck going 4-1 in the most prestigious, in the most prestigious event that there is. Basically, the 32 best players that battled through years to come into this qualifier here, and then Bryce just shows up with this deck that nobody expects and just goes 4-1. Now he has to pray a little bit, maybe, because it's not safe that he's going to be in the top 4, because a couple of people will miss with a score of X1. I think it should be up to the 6th place or something. We can't tell for sure because of draws and so on, but like 1 or 2 people will miss that are X1 in the tournament.
Yeah, I would be very, very excited to see Dark World in the playoffs. I mean, I've enjoyed watching both the games we've seen of it so far.
Yeah, that is true. I'm really happy that we got to cast both of the Dark World games.
Yeah.
But, guys, we are going to cast some more games in the main event that you are currently watching. Again, we are here on Friday pre-recording this. I can't wait for the top cut of this playoff to start. But stay tuned. We're going back to the live content.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played of both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle eyes, and rock, skill, and deed. Who will make the final stand to make the move? The answer lies in your hands. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with your card you choose.
Welcome back. The top 4 of the World Championship point playoffs are decided. The next 3 matches are going to determine which 3 players are going to the World Championships in Tokyo. Are you guys excited?
I'm totally excited. This match right away is going to decide one of the players going to the World Championship. So we are going to be part of the experience, sending one player to the World Championship, maybe having like the biggest success so far in their Yu-Gi-Oh career, because the winner of this match is just going to Worlds. How good is that?
I mean, the World Championship is like the biggest event for any Yu-Gi-Oh player, really,
it's the pinnacle of Yu-Gi-Oh, basically. And who do we have? Who made it all the way into this final, or into this playoff for the moment?
It is Sofian versus Koschel. And that is crazy. And the other match is Susi versus Bui, Dinka Bui.
Yes.
And I mean, we have 2 players who already were at Worlds, so really experienced players. But this time, we're going to just see one player, Jonas Koschel, who already had an appearance on stream. Absolutely phenomenal stuff right here.
Yeah, I think the decks are pretty separated. We have like 4 different decks coming into this playoff, which is pretty cool. Nobody has really seen that coming. And here we're going to see Branded Despia facing off against the Runic Life and Sprite deck. And with all that being said, we want to see who's going to the World Championship 2023 in Tokyo. So let this top 4 match start now.
The hype is real. Sofian versus Jonas. This is going to be a phenomenal matchup. This is going to be a deciding game. We are seeing the dice roll. Who won it, Sebastian?
Jonas Koschel only rolled a 6, but it was enough because Sofian followed it up with a 5, and therefore Jonas Koschel has the chance here in one of the most important matches of his life to go first. And he starts it off with the Trouble Sunny. That's an amazing start. He's going to have access to his live twins here.
The Sunny Snitch was indeed activated. You can get the Lilla to get the Kizikil Frost out from the deck after the normal summon. Let me tell you, this dice rule was kind of important because Sofian is playing a deck with the gimmick Puppet Nightmare.
Yeah, I was so excited I even called it Trouble Sunny, but it's of course the Sunny Snitch, as Leo rightfully said.
Just start the game with a Trouble Sunny normal summon.
Yeah, it would be kind of nice, right? So there's Runic Destruction. So Jonas has access to the Runic part, to the live turn part. And the cool thing is, the Sprite part of his deck, he can always get to that with the Gigantic, so he should be able to get the full combo board out here.
Trouble Sunny as well as Trouble Sunny. I'm doing it now as well. Sunny Snitch. It's quite an annoying card. Sometimes the life points can make the difference because Branded is a deck that wants to go for that OTK if it's going second. So having like a few, you know, maybe 1,000 extra life points can make all the difference.
Certainly. There's the Gigantic, and he's probably going to summon out the Sprite Blue if he doesn't have that yet.
So say you see your opponent summon Sprite, another Sprite, that probably means the blue's in the hand.
Yep, 100%. So this is Van going to grab out the Jet. Jonas just immediately puts it onto the field, being like, yes, we are going to summon it for sure. And now he's going to search out the Sprite starter, which is the only target he has in his deck.
By the way, I want to say something really crazy. I talked to Jonas before this match. This is his first tournament on this deck. This is the first tournament he's playing Runic Life Twin Sprite with.
That is ridiculous, honestly.
What a time.
Is he summoning IP now before he is going to something else? That is a really difficult, really important step here.
Has he seen the combo video?
I mean, there's basically no other monster he could summon here, to be fair. So that should be IP Masquerena there.
Could be a Nightmare Phoenix if he's...
Fair enough, yeah, but there is none in his extra deck, sadly.
I think he discarded the Runic Slumber earlier.
That kind of has to mean that he has another Runic in hand, to be honest. There is VIP Masquerade, and we managed to summon it out. Now, of course, the Kizikil Frost and the Gigantic are going to go into an Evil Twin Kizikil extra deck monster. And that means we're also going to draw an additional card here on our turn.
Do you think you might keep the Ash instead? If that was your, if your last card? Because Jonas has got 1 card left, right? So you would probably keep Ash. Oh no, he's got Starter in his hand, so maybe he's got 2 cards.
So, of course, now the Evil Twin Quizzical together with the monster it's summoned back is going into the Lilla. Lilla is summoning back the Evil Twin Quizzical, and that will mean one more card will be drawn right here.
It's always good, right?
Oh, and we chain the starter.
Very smart.
Really, really smart and heads-up play by Jonas, because that means, again, we can't draw the card. We want to special summon out with the starter.
I assume it's going to be Carrot. Yes, you want to have a definite answer for this so powerful branded fusion.
Honestly, it maybe shows here that Jonas didn't play the deck for a whole lot before this, because the zone he's summoning the Carrot into is actually not a zone that any Link monster is pointing towards. So if he's going for the Nightmare Griffin line, which is really good versus Branded, as we saw early on as well when Dark World played versus Branded, that Carrot would not be able to activate its effect anymore.
He can, however, summon the Griffin in the zone that is pointing towards the Carrot.
Yeah, but this is suboptimal, right? Because then you give an extra monster zone with a Link Arrow. This is all looking a bit screwy, isn't it? Because you can't co-link the Griffin so easily with this setup. Oh, you can. You just have to link with the Quizzical. But normally you want the Quizzical. I want to say 2 spaces to the left in the way we're looking at it.
I think you actually just summon the Nightmare Griffin with the Lilla and the IP Masquerena. And then you have it in the middle zone where it is placed quite decently.
We are immediately negating the fusion deployment here with Carrot.
I think I like that, because now we have used the effect of Carrot, so it doesn't need to be linked anymore for the rest of the turn, and then we can go into the Nightmare Griffin. I do really like that, to be honest.
I'm going to further advance my theory that the last card in Jonas' hand is Ash Blossom. Because I think that makes sense. If you have Ash, you might as well just fire off the
He
Carrot.
has shown a tendency to draw that card in his first featured match of the day, where he defeated Alessio Cifola with his Fluanderis deck. There is Branded opening.
This must be in the main phase, so you could just chain IP here, right? And that's pretty devastating.
Oh, the thing is, then Sofian may decide to just search for the Aluber instead of special summoning it out.
Yeah.
But I mean, that kind of forces him to search it and not special summon it. So I still like summoning out the IP, for sure. But yeah, that's the perfect placement for the Nightmare Griffin right there in the middle. And he has used the Griffin already, so it's all fine now, because he is not necessarily going to be not able to use it, because he already did so.
Is that that's a chain being discarded, which is the perfect card to discard?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
This is a card I feel like it's like flicked in and out of branded lists.
It was gone for a very, very long time, but the patchwork package is back. Edgem Chain, good old polymerization, and also, of course, the patchwork.
Now we were searching for a Quem immediately, and even the match is being discarded.
And look at that, Jonas, of course, using the summon effect of Nightmare Griffin, and it is co-linked, and therefore we can draw a card. Maybe helping us to draw into more runic cards to interrupt our opponent.
Yeah, one runic and one Ash would be absolutely perfect for Jonas to have in his hand right now. Well, if you're Jonas, it would not be perfect if you're Sofian.
So, normal summon Aluber. As we just discussed, he had to search it out and not summon it out with the opening now.
And did Jonas forget his Quizzical Frost in the graveyard?
Ooh, you might be right there. Yes, he did, absolutely.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
But there is now the freezing curses, and we are banishing. Oh, that's a card we actually don't see a whole lot, but that's a card that Sofian decided to play. It's Fusion Duplication that is being banished there by the freezing curses. And Jonas is announcing the draw free, and I think it's going to resolve. That's huge.
That is absolutely massive. Drawing 3 cards has always been good in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! And especially now. As there's also a Griffin on the field. Like, even if Sofian had a branded fusion here, it'd still be a really suboptimal position for him to be in.
Yeah, it's a very annoying monster. It's so good it's such a good feeling when you resolve the fountain, isn't it? You just think, if I can just resolve the fountain, I know I'm safe.
And there is Lilla on the field again, destroying the Aluba. Probably announcing battle phase, maybe, so he could just run over the Lilla.
That makes sense to
Throw
me.
away, yeah.
And someone's just pointing out that there should be a 200 life point difference.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was a normal summon of the Aluber. That is something very easy to miss, but from time to time it can be really important to keep track of that, so definitely make sure to always do that.
It stacks up quite a while. Like, just one monster doesn't feel like very much, but when your opponent summons 4 or 5 monsters in a turn, it makes quite a big difference.
I was just trying to figure out whether there's a way for Sofian to resolve Super Polymerization, because that is one of the cards that he's playing that is decent going second into big fields. but I can't really figure out something here, right? He could use the Lilla and the Kizikal to go for... Is that
So
just...
he's running Garura, right?
Yeah,
so
that must be Garura, right?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, Lilla and Kizikal have different attributes, but Griffin is dark, so you can use that and Lilla to make.
Is he running the
Garura.
Armor Duke
I don't think he is, no. No, he's not.
card that Dinkabui brought to us in the German Nationals?
Oh, but to be fair, that would be even better. Like, fusing the Lilla and the Nightmare Griffin would be really, really good. But does not look like he has the super polymerization, so it looks like Jonas remains in the driver's seat here for this. And he just passes it back over. Yes, those were 2 turns basically going by.
Jonas had to discard a Sprite Blue as well. There was nothing left for him to do in this turn. Sofiane can try again. Jonas might try to not activate any runic cards right here.
Oh, normal summon for Novalvas is kind of nice if Jonas doesn't have an answer to it.
I feel like it's hard, not like freezing curses and you can't use flashing fire actually. So yeah, you're right, just the freezing curses.
But there is the freezing curses again. And we are banishing Albion.
It immediately resolves, so there is no answer for it as well. Also means that Jonas does not have a battle phase next turn.
That is indeed
I think you're fine though, because your opponent's just used 2 cards and you've used one that replaced itself immediately. So I think you're happy with that trade, even if you have to pass another battle phase.
Also, yeah, Jonas just realized there is going to be 200 life points being added to his total, and also 200 being reduced by the life points total of Sofiane.
Do you think he's gonna deck out Sofiane first, or just whittle away? Do you think he's gonna summon 40 monsters?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. This is a burn deck now. This is absolutely a burn strategy. So,
I think
Sofiane.
it was just passed back immediately, and Jonas just set a card now.
True, yeah. There wasn't a set card before. Oh wait, there was.
Starter
there was
set,
all the
yeah.
There was all the way.
Right.
So
now we have passed it back.
Yes. I mean, what is there to do for Sofiane? There is really not that much to do. There is Nightmare Griffin completely hindering.
It's not even useful to just attack either of the live twins. Your opponent's got a bunch of monsters, you just don't even need to attack it.
Oh, we are seeing cards being played.
This
is
is very
that
exciting.
a Trouble Sunny? The legit one, not Sunny Snitch?
Yeah, to be fair, I would have expected him to do that last turn because he had the chance to do this last turn already, but he decided not to do it. And now he goes for it. To be fair, now this turn he will have a battle phase, so maybe he just sees a line to go for game here right away. I'm confused that he just immediately went for the Troubled Sunny effect, though, to be honest, because he could have just went battle phase with the Troubled Sunny and used the effect in battle phase.
He used the freezing curses last turn, so no battle phase.
True, there's still no battle phase, never mind.
I like the link placement. Normally you want to like have your monsters co-linked. Most of the time they get a little bonus or something like that, but this time you actually want them pointing kind of away from the Griffin to give yourself maximum link arrow coverage. So now all of his monsters are linked.
And now we have 2 more set cards and the Sprite Red as well on the field. So Viana, this is not looking good for you. Do you have a way out of this? Quem is now summoned, probably special summoned, right?
Or if you special summon it, you can't use the effect.
Right. So probably a normal summon makes sense. And now we are tributing the Kizikil to negate and destroy the Quem immediately on resolve, or after resolve. We can just summon back the Lilla and draw another card.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That is a lot of advantage.
Yeah, and there was
Snitch.
another monster being summoned on the side of Sofiane, so of course Sunny Snitch is going to trigger again.
Oh, and this is looking like a scoop. Is Jonas leading 1-0 in this deciding match for the World Championships?
He is. He's one step closer to going to the World Championship. He only needs to win one more game, and then he will be a participant of the 2023 World Championship in Tokyo. That was... Like, it's stacked up, but it was certainly enough to completely prevent what Sofiane was trying to do.
We never got to see if he had an Ash. I still maintain that there was an Ash in his hand.
You may ask him
we'll
after
have to ask him afterwards.
But funnily enough, this is a rematch for both of them, because those two guys played in round number 5 of the tournament, and there Sofiane took it and he won, going 5-0 in Swiss. And now Jonas is sitting there and he's like, I will just win the one where it really matters, and then I will go to the World Championship.
Yeah, the last one was just a warm-up, you know, it didn't count.
Absolutely. And I mean, the good thing though is, even for the player that loses here, he will have a second chance because it's 3 players being sent to the World Championship through this playoff, and that of course means that the players that lose their top 4 match will face off against each other, and then they will play again, and they will have a decider of the decider to decide who's our 3rd player for the World Championship.
So instead of showing a final of this top 4, we are going to show something much more interesting.
Absolutely.
The match for the 3rd spot, which goes to the World Championships. And I mean, this game, it was just that was just crazy. You could just see the thing that Runic Live Transprite does the most. Just big field in the beginning, and then never let your opponent go back. And they can try, they can play some cards, you negate some stuff, you pop some stuff, you draw 20 cards.
Yeah, and I mean,
it's just dominance.
Like, he really profits off of the people cutting Dark Ruler no more, cutting evenly matched, because those cards were in the main decks mostly because of this deck, mostly because of the Sprite and Runic strategies, and now people are kind of shying away from them. And of course the deck is going to shine, of course, naturally, because the engine itself is so strong, so repetitive, so perfect in just accumulating card advantage. It's so nice.
Basti, what does Sufjan have in his side deck for going first?
Let's see. Of course, in his main deck already, there is going to be the Gimmick Puppet, which is probably going to be his main plan now. To be fair, though, specifically in this matchup, it's not that great even, because spell effects are going to be the main factor for Jonas Koschel, and the Gimmick Puppet only prevents monsters. Still, it hinders him, but it's not like the end of the world. But besides that, maybe the Branded Banishment is going to come in, which is an additional way to set up interruptions on your opponent's turn. And besides that, nothing really for going first. He rather focuses on going second.
Do you think the Bastiles maybe?
Is he bringing in? Oh yeah, there
he could bring in a couple of Magnamoots.
Double Magnamoot?
Or
Yeah,
Cosmic
probably.
Cyclone.
Or Cosmic
Oh wait,
the
there's
fountain.
Cosmic Cyclone, absolutely. He might as well bring this in too. I like it, I like it. But speaking of Bastials, Jonas Koschel most likely going to bring in his own Bastials here.
Basti, but I don't want to interrupt you, but it seems like the players are ready, and I think we can continue this discussion in game number 2.
There we have them. Sufjan will now be able to start this off. We said it earlier, 2 players from Germany, 2 players from France here in our playoff. And it's going to be Germany versus France on the first match, and also the same in the second.
I'm very disappointed none of the English players made it through.
Yep. It's an all-German-French affair, this.
Going first, definitely the place to be for a branded player, right?
And I mean, now again it pays off that Jonas just decided to run Ash, Blossom and Joy Spring for this tournament. It was so amazing versus Flu in his first feature match of the day. Also now, this card is basically designed to beat Branded Fusion. That's all it does since its beginning. And yeah, Aluver is going to summon, or rather search out the card I was just talking about, Branded Fusion. And did Jonas once again pick up Ash Blossom in his opening hand?
No. Leo just...
Oh, no, that was just the reveal.
Okay.
Leo just manifesting the Ash Blossom. He's like, if I put it on the screen, it'll be in his hand.
Okay, he first of all goes for the Albion. Makes sense, because he probably can draw into Call by the Grave or some stuff like that with it. So you rather want to do that first.
I think he's just checking if Jonas wanted to Ash Blossom the Albion.
Maybe, right?
It's like, this lets me draw a card. You should probably Ash this.
I mean, at this point, Branded can do a lot without activating Branded Fusion, right? So there's still a field that you can actually put up here, and now we're activating
There is
it.
the Branded, and there's the Ash Blossom! Jonas Ash Blossom Koschel is actually going to have it every single time, and look at his face! He has a stone face, and it's one set card and the pass! It's back over to Jonas Koschel, who basically faces nothing here. He's so close to going to the World Championship.
I have never seen a crowd go that wild for just an Ash Blossom discard. We are activating Runic Fountain immediately. What does Jonas Koschel have in his hand? 4 more cards to play with, and we're going for the
Oh,
structure.
that's a pretty good one. But there is the Chained Cosmic Cyclone. That's very strong.
Oh, if he just activated that before he activated the fountain, I think this is the only spell that Jonas has.
It must be the only Runic card, for
You
sure.
wouldn't- There's no way you would activate the fountain first if it wasn't your only Runic card.
Certainly. So that hurts, but still, I mean, there's only Aluber on the side of Sofyan, so if Jonas has enough monsters here... Oh, never mind,
okay.
There's Runic Tip, so there definitely is more Runic cards in his hand. But he may be forced to search out Runic Fountain now. Yes, he does.
Yes, and we are banishing Cartesia. We are getting Rim of Quem and Cartesia. So that is actually some crucial parts to Sofyan's Branded Despia strategy. And now we're activating the fountain. Does that mean that there is another one? We
Wow, there's Slumber as well. Jonas doesn't care. His hand was stacked up with Runic cards. And it looks like he will be able to draw 3 new cards. Yes, it is going to resolve. What a feeling.
It's got to be soul-crushing for Sofyan. This is just exactly what you didn't want to happen. I mean, we must have thought he was back in it with the Cosmic Cyclone on the fountain, but
it
not
kind
to
of
be.
felt like that, to be honest.
That was what I thought, but turns out Jonas just had more. Where that came from.
There is this beautiful ultimate rare Sprite Blue summoned in defense position as well, going to activate its effect on summon, searching another card. And you know what? I know that Runic Livestream Sprite isn't the fastest deck. We are definitely not going to see an OTK here. But Sofyan just passed after the Ash Blossom. Does he even have follow-up for the next turn?
There's a chance he might have... I mean, I suppose you can't have a second Branded Fusion. You could have a second Aluber or something like that.
Yeah, probably a lot of ways to play with Branded Fusion. I would assume that as well. Maybe like Polymerization, which didn't do anything afterwards when that Branded Fusion is not resolving. That's like the thing with the Branded deck. If your Branded Fusion doesn't resolve, a lot of the cards in your deck are actually relying on that card to resolve, and it can be tough from time to time. The only thing Jonas is missing so far is his Live Twin cards, though, and I think by summoning out... Okay, there's Fallen of Albus in the graveyard, so we could also go for Mannequin Cat, and that would make it that Jonas is not locked into rank and link 2s, but no, it's going to be gigantic.
Definitely don't want to just summon a Fallen of Albus to your opponent's
Yeah,
field.
probably. You're right. But on the other hand, yeah. I agree, that would have been foolish.
That would be quite a play to make, wouldn't it?
But we are going to summon out... do we get access to our Live Twin engine now, or do we just go for more Sprite cards here?
I mean, he searched.
Yeah.
He searched red already, so in the worst case, he can make a sprint.
But he goes for Quizzical Frost. Interesting to see that this card is even in his main deck, because that's very, very, very usual, a side out going second. But I mean, if you just stop your opponent entirely from playing on his first turn, you could just have your going first plan ready. Oh, and there is a Live Twin in his hand.
The Lilla normal summon makes sense. I mean, he had to go for a Hug and Summon first, so doesn't... I mean, if he drew into it, right? Oh, red is special summoned now. This is just looking like the regular full combo for Jonas. Now he just has to decide, does he pop the Aluber with a Lilla, Evil Twin Lilla? That's what it looks like. Or does he draw an extra card?
Seems like he wants to get rid of that Aluber.
Or is he going to make IP first?
All right, he can pop immediately because he has the Quizzical Frost on the field.
Okay, so this is no IP.
This could be an IP. I just don't know how that really helps you, because then you are losing your engine.
Yeah, I don't think IP is going to be summoned here.
IP is 2 non-link monsters, right? Oh, so yeah, you could make IP with... and then
with
you
red
could
and then the Quizzical, yeah.
Yeah, and then you could bring back the...
So there is Quizzical being used, summoning back the Lilla. But to be fair, now you didn't draw. There's Carrot as well. Okay.
Oh, this is looking difficult for Sofyan to overcome. Is that another Runic card in his hand? Jonas is going into the tunnel again.
And to be fair, this time it's harder to forget about the Frost, because it's right on top of his graveyard. So
that's what helped me all the time.
Remembering this for sure.
This is what helped me most of the time. Every time it was on the bottom of the graveyard, I just never drew a card.
Yeah, I think if I took this deck, I would like write on my eyelids, you know, remember Quizzical Frost.
Wear sunglasses and put a picture of Quizzical Frost somewhere there.
Okay, so Sofyan, does he have another way into Branded Fusion?
Oh,
we are just going to pass it over to Jonas. And quite frankly, that's a lot of damage potentially on the field there already, because that might be Trouble Sunny, and Trouble Sunny then in the battle phase can tag out again into the 2 smaller Link monsters, and that's a lot of damage there right away.
Yep, that would be 3,300, and both of the
Are
The
11
Sprite
hunters?
monsters are 11. Well, maybe, I think Carrot is 10. Maybe I'm making this up.
Carrot is 10, yeah.
Yeah, but like the evil
Oh,
twin monsters there, or the
yeah,
live twin monsters are
Red is
11.
1-2, so 2-2, 3-3, 1-1,
That's
1-1.
game, right? Or it's very close to game at least.
It's not quite.
Oh
You
wait,
need,
Sophian
like,
is at
one
1,000
further
life points
monster.
because of the Cosmic Cyclone though, let's not forget about
But
that.
he didn't put the red and the carrot in attack position.
That is an interesting decision.
Oh, Jonas. That looked like it might have been the game there for him if he just put his Sprite monsters in attack position. He seems to have missed the Cyclone damage. That is a little unfortunate for him, if I may say so.
So Sophian down to 3,700 life points. Deciding which zones we're going to use. Now getting the draw off of our Kizikil.
Now let's see if that one goes unpunished or not. Because honestly, that is a crucial mistake.
For sure.
It kind of
Giving
is,
Sophian
but
a whole extra turn.
Sophian just passed for one turn. That's such a big advantage in a Runic deck because usually you don't have those turns to attack, but he just got that free turn to attack and he had a way to seal the deal there, but he gives Sophian the chance again. Maybe now also realizing that he left his opponent on 1,000 life points with 2 monsters in defense position would have more than 2,000 attack points there.
That is a thing, but Jonas is still not out of this. He's still sitting in the driver's seat. Sophian is just waiting for his next draw. Now, this does not look too threatening. There is no spell cards on the field. Of course, it is a Runic deck. It can activate them from the hand. But how many cards does Jonas have in his hand realistically? This is not looking like it's way too much to overcome. It's just red carrot and a pop and a few cards in hand. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah, but
it looks like quite a lot.
We early on talked about Dark World being really good going second playing through fields, but let's say Brandon is pretty good at that too. Like polymerization into Guardian Chimera is a pretty healthy combination, and I think that might be something that Sophian could pull off here.
That is true. We are going to summon a Hugin now.
Destruction into Hugin. We probably can't use the effect of Hugin because Runic Fountain is now semi-limited, and therefore
that would be a big problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see one in the field and one in the advantage pile. So
That would be a whole other different misplay.
So, what are we doing with that Hugin here? Okay, well, linking away. That's potentially going to be Muckraker or IP.
Or maybe just a Phoenix, so you can climb up into...
Oh, it's Unicorn!
Sorry,
okay.
I meant to say Unicorn. I look silly now. I did say Phoenix. I did mean to say Unicorn. So you can just... Now, you've no longer got the wrong color twin in play, so you can just use the twin to bring back another twin and make a Griffin or a whatever other link for you feel like.
I mean, that's probably just going to be Griffin here, right?
Yeah.
I can see it being Griffin, and I mean, we are summoning Griffin into a zone where Sophian has no access to it at all, but to be fair, he also just enables himself from using the Sprite Carrot and the Sprite Red on his own side of the field.
So he can bring back one of his live twins.
All right,
But
yeah, so
that's
he can.
about it.
Yeah, he can enable one of them then again because he is going to point towards one of them.
So he can activate the carrot, which I guess is arguably the most important one.
Most likely, yeah, for sure.
But if his opponent draws Branded Fusion, that will be the first action taken in the standby phase, and you wouldn't be able to respond with carrot in that situation.
That is indeed correct.
I mean, you could, but then you would completely give up on your live twin.
You can't
wait, no, you
activate
can't.
carrot,
Yeah, you're right. True.
To be fair, the monster that is summoned out will be immediately popped by a Lilla that comes back, and it can't activate the effects before that.
Yeah, you just get the two, you just get to send some stuff.
So, Sophian picks up another card here for turn. He gets another turn, as we just thoroughly explained.
And Jonas has no battle phase next turn.
Indeed, he doesn't. Normal summon Fallen of Albaz. We are using the effect by discarding the Despian Tragedy.
And you can't read this. This is now... Okay, so we are actually using the Kizikil immediately. Makes sense. Summoning back the Lilla. Lilla now points at Carrot.
But that does mean we can get rid of the Nightmare Griffin here, if we wish to do so.
Yeah, and I would love to do that.
For sure, and Sophian likes himself that as well. He's using his opponent's monster and his own Fallen of Albaz to go into the Albion. And now, honestly, the destruction effect of Lilla is not even that powerful anymore because Albion is just going to be chaining one here. And yeah, okay, let him destroy the Albion. That doesn't do a whole lot.
It's great. Griffin being a light always throws me, because I look at it and it looks so much like it should be a dark monster.
That is true.
It goes to show you should really read the cards and not just kind of assume by the picture.
Red is just activated to negate the Albion. So we are not using the Lilla pop, but we are instead getting rid of the Albion here. And now Lilla is going to summon back the Quizzical. Is he having an Ash Blossom in hand? That is the biggest
but
question.
look at that. There's still Aluber in the graveyard. And indeed, there was a fusion summoned monster leaving the field. Jonas double checking, double reading on the Aluber. But yes, there is a graveyard effect indeed. And that is just being activated right there.
To negate the carrot as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, Jonas topped the German Nationals in 2022 with Despia.
That's true. I also just remembered that.
Jonas forgetting the... I mean, maybe he hasn't forgotten the Frost yet, but...
I mean, at this point...
Sophia not forgetting the...
Oh, and there's fusion deployment now. We got rid of the Nightmare Griffin. We also negated the Sprite Carrot. Sprite Red has been used already, so is Sophian actually free to play here? We are revealing the Grand Guignol, leading to a special summon of Katija.
Welcome back to your coverage here at the EU World Championship qualifiers for the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG live from Utrecht. We are now into the top 16. Only a couple more rounds some of these duelists will have to win to secure their spot in the World Championships, but also to work towards that European champion title as well. It's a very exciting time for all our duelists, so we're going to waste no more time. In front of me I have Juho Ahn and also David Erpen, who are ready to get into this top 16 feature match. Gentlemen, we are going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to go first. Juho, would you like to roll there? And that is an 11. Strong roll there from Juho. And that is a 7. So, Juho, are you going to go first? Okay, Juho's going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys back to Marcello, Alberto, and also Nadir, who are going to be your wonderful commentary team for this top 16 bout. Guys, take it away.
Welcome to the top 16. It is down to the wire as there are only 2 more matches remaining before we find out who are the remaining World Championship participants for Europe. And obviously then we will have 2 more matches to find out the European champion 2023. Obviously the weekend had a lot of different highlights and among them one was the playoff that occurred on Friday and from which 3 players locked in their spots at the World Championship. Throughout the weekend you had the chance to see some of those matches and how these players managed to qualify. Some of the matches will still be shown throughout the day, by the way, but obviously the highlight was that the remainings, we can say 29 players who didn't make it, still got to enjoy a VIP privilege, essentially entering the European Championship with 2 rounds buys. And then they still had the chance to make it. And surprisingly, or not, I would say, in the top 64 we saw a lot of them still making it. And here in the top 16 we still have a few remainings, and one of them is Ju. What an amazing player he has been, and proving once again that he's among the top 16 players in Europe, technically, right?
I'm extremely, be honest, a little bit biased towards Juho here. He's a young player who's been up and coming, has a lot of achievements during tier limit format, especially very high intensive skill format notoriously, and he's proven himself time and time again. He's here with the playoff. And as you said, he was in the playoff, and this is another opportunity. 2 more games stand between these players and the World Championship.
I mean, it takes such mental strength to lose it from the playoff and make it all the way to get another chance. And as mentioned, he's only 2 matches away now. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that one of the players who made it, obviously Dean Kabui, was playing almost the exact same card deck list. We can assume that they probably tested it together. Only 1 card different as Ju is playing Labyrinth. The deck has proven to be extremely consistent, but I don't think his opponent is gonna give him an easy time, because he's also one of the best players in Europe who briefly missed out on the playoff. That is David Erpen, who is playing Runic Furier Sprite. An amazing match is ahead of us, and as our duelists are almost ready though, I gotta interrupt this real quick because I got 1 card here for you guys for our giveaway, obviously, and that is recette de poisson, fish recipe. And just make sure to write down all of our 10 cards that will be shown throughout the weekend, as in chat you can find all of the details and the links to enter the giveaway. So thank you guys, but without further ado, our players are ready. Let's start with the top 16.
Deeper and deeper we go into the top cut as we come to the almost conclusion of the entire season, as we are closing in on that road to the World Championship. 2 matches stand between these players and a spot at the World Championship, and of course the actual European final as well is still to be crowned as the champion. And we see Juho here going first with a set 4. Looks like full combo to me.
Yeah, almost. But on the other hand, of course, we mentioned during the playoffs, interestingly enough, when Dinka was playing this deck, that he was facing his other creation, which is the Runic Furier Sprite. And in that case, it was a show-off of why Dinka is one, if not the best player in Europe at the moment. And this is still a very intricate matchup, a lot of interactions and a lot of different points where to actually use your Runic cards. Let's see.
Starting off with a flashing fire here to special summon. And we are off to the races with our runic portion of the engine here. Juho with 4 set cards and lots of disruption potentially waiting back there. Of course, the notorious set of an Eradicator Epidemic Virus potentially could be in the works, and lots of Game 1 blowouts available, such as Skill Drain, Gozen Match. Very powerful cards against all of the meta, and particularly in this matchup here.
So here, David seems like will activate Fountain, and maybe just Fountain, it looks like, as chain 1. Yeah, not going for the Yugen, just gonna draw a card. Maybe he has both copies already in the end.
Could be, potentially, and maybe just trying to test the waters here to see what we've got in that back row. Quite a monster-heavy hand, and that is a Gozen Match.
And this might be very, very impactful here, because it doesn't seem like, as David started things off with a strong hand, we have to assume.
Absolutely, but I mean, you never know with the Labyrinth deck, and as you can see here, it seems as if Sprite Starter has been chained, which also made me wonder why you would not just chain the Gozen to the Fountain by that point, you know? If you're just going to use it when it resolves, you give your opponent 1 extra chance to pick up something that they can chain to it, I guess. But
yeah, potentially. But Erpen has opted to bring out a Jet from the deck here, and the reason is to chain that is because on resolution of the chain, the Gozen Match will then resolve, and at that point you have to send away one of the monsters. And by chaining, it means that on the new chain you can activate the Jet by keeping the Dark attribute as your attribute of choice for the rest of that. We've got Skill Drain. Wow. I did tell you it was full combo.
Fair enough.
Only Heavily Prison is missing, and then...
Yeah, Skill Drain is draining a lot of the skill out of this matchup here by a mere 1,000 life point cost, and it's going to be a bit of a grind here for Erpen potentially to come through this. We still haven't seen Juho activate any of our Labyrinth cards to access some engine to start applying pressure. Could still be here in the works, however.
Obviously, the Runic deck has some engine outs to this, with 3 copies of Runic Tip and Distraction, but it doesn't seem like David has access to those yet.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that.
Just passed.
Gonna go end phase.
Wow,
big welcome.
What an end.
No Ash Blossom in response from Erpen, and special summons the Silver Castle from the deck here, bouncing it to the hand.
I mean, you go first, you open this kind of hand. Oh yeah, David just picked up his cards.
Incredible.
Wow.
Game 1 match point. Well, not match point, but going into siding now as we take a look at the analysis for that
Wow.
game. Yes.
Wow.
Quick
That's,
one,
a
That's
little
a
simple.
quick one, but
That's the advantage of this sort of labyrinth-style deck, right? You just set up some
absolutely.
floodgates and...
Sometimes you just win like this. I'm just wondering whether was it really necessary to scoop there? Because like
I mean, time as a factor,
Yes.
it's dragging out a game that you're 2 floodgates staring down at you, so you're going to have double destruction tip potentially at some point to try get going, maybe?
I agree with that, but at the same time, skill drain also makes it so that the labyrinth deck also cannot, you know, snowball out of control. And even just a single runic tip, if they cannot deal with the fountain, you get a lot of advantage. And I feel like even if the game drags longer, it's the runic deck that has an advantage, because obviously if time is cold, it has more options compared to the labyrinth deck at the end of the day. So I don't know, I just feel like David maybe was just done with the game, or maybe was frustrated by how the situation was and just wanted to clear and access his side deck. Yeah, because I mean, that's what it is regardless, but there are some cards which are pretty useful in this matchup.
Yeah, this is one of the weaker points, I suppose, of playing against a non-sort of monster-heavy deck, which most of the meta is comprised of. There's so much stuff in Erpin's main deck that's pretty much useless against the Labyrinth archetype. So we're going to be citing out a lot of things. Like Nibiru, the Primal Being, is in the deck here. Probably not even physically possible to achieve 5 summons in Labyrinth.
I mean, he has 3 Bells and 3 Ash Blossom that will go in for sure.
Those are going to come in and potentially be quite devastating.
Yeah, Ash and Bell are among the best cards, because as you could see here, yes, obviously Gozen and Skill Drain are really good, but you need to win the game with your monsters, and you access them through cards that can be negated by those, and you only play a few. At the same time, though, it's worth mentioning that Ju is playing a trap-heavy version of the deck, which usually require your opponent to play cards like Cosmic, Feather Duster, Evenly Matched, and I think none of those cards are in the deck. Maybe they're evenly in the main deck, but we can check that. But from his opponent, David.
I think the most important sort of tool that I'm looking at for Juho here is that he has main decked actually the copies of Sphere Mode.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is specifically better against this version of Runic than the Live Twin one, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good against both, but they can't really afford to do much. Regardless, though, it seems like David will now go first after a nice handshake. Let's go into game 2.
Starting off game number 2, David Erpin wants to absolutely go first here and set up that formidable for higher end field that we've seen numerous times throughout this tournament. And yeah, wanting to generate as much advantage as possible with your multiple draws off of Fall Gold, the Runic Engine, and try and dig for some ways to stop the Labyrinth deck from getting going. Multiple copies of Bell and Ash going to be very clutch, potentially against something like Big Welcome.
And we talked about is also, I think the consistency of this deck is, I think, slightly less consistent as the Runic Live Twin, but it's more explosive on one hand.
Yeah.
And I think here he started things off very well with the dig, so let's see if he can put up, you know, some of his, you know, 4R engine, but having the Runic as well would be very powerful. On the other hand, still, as you mentioned, there's the Sphere Mode in Juho's deck, which might help him out a lot, but seems like as David drew into a full monster hand.
Yeah, and all of the Furriers as well. Double Fossil Dig and the Beat. Wow.
Yeah, ideally these are the cards you want to start tutoring out of your deck more so than anything, and the Beat is still going to be able to achieve some sort of an end field here, but yeah, these are typically cards that you want to be searching from your deck rather than opening here, so not the complete optimal start from David, especially after being drained and gozened in game number 1.
Okay, now we see an interesting card not played by every single deck this weekend, which was the Mayhem Furier. The rookie is obviously must, but playing a second target is somewhat useful. It's basically a monster reborn for the archetype, special summoning a Furier in defense from the graveyard.
Yep, so Beat resolves to get the Rafale to the hand. And that's going to be able to dig further into the deck, potentially for some more tools to deal with Labyrinth getting its engine going. And we talked a little bit about this before. I suppose like this was one of the major disadvantages, I suppose, of the For Hire deck compared to the Live Twin deck. You know, that consistency, while it does have so much explosive power and multiple draws, it's just not as fluid between the two archetypes as maybe the Live Twins are.
Yeah, it can be a double-edged sword, I mean, in that sense.
Yeah, especially against Labyrinth, I feel like the Runic engine is even more important. Like, you really need to access that to be able to win the grind game. And here, interestingly enough, I think we see a sprint that will activate the effect to send yet another target that you can special summon back with the Mayhem, for example, which is why he's playing the second copy of a Furrier spell in his deck.
Situations like these, it does help to play, you know, some of the extra cards like the Mayhem, as you mentioned, just because if you do draw the one-off target, then you have something else to work out in your favor as well. And the level 2 scent is Dompa here, which is a key component of accessing Folgo, as that lets you pop a face-up card that your opponent controls and draw in the process. Now we're going to activate the Dino Rex from the graveyard here to special out the Dompa.
Yeah, but I think he requires a Furrier. Yep, and he cannot do it. As you can see, he requires a Furrier to be activated. The judge luckily catches it, and it doesn't really matter because he has access to the Mayhem. I think I would have gone for the Dompa, but I mean, it doesn't really matter too much.
Should work out the same way. We just have to use the Mayhem for hire instead here after resolving.
Yeah. What he can do now is obviously special summoning afterwards the Rafal from the end and essentially go into what is a smaller pot of duality to just look at the top decks and fish for a Runic, most importantly, I would say.
Yeah, the synergy is still there between the decks, maybe not as much as Live Twin, but there is obviously a lot of connection between the two archetypes here as you are able to draw into rather draw between each other.
Let's see what he's gonna take from the deck. This is really important. It's Bell, oof, and no Runics yet, but I mean, Bell would be pretty nice. Instead, no, he goes for the Sprite Red. Interesting. Probably, yeah, that goes back to the deck.
Yeah, the Ghost Bell should be put back into the deck. I'm sure that'll be picked up in just a moment. Okay, while that gets sorted in just a moment, we're gonna link summon into our Folgo. Yeah, there it is. The bell has been caught there.
Yeah, the Ghost Bell has to be shuffled back to the deck.
Please. Okay, for now, we've got Folgo here, and special summoning out the Sprite Red as we control a Link 2. Alright, as this conversation happens in the background,
yeah, they're gonna fix it in a moment.
So, do you think Labyrinth is decently positioned going second?
I think so, surprisingly enough, from trap decks. Usually, you know, back in the day, you would think they would usually just win going first, but thanks to addition of cards such as Sphere Mode and obviously Kurikara, Lava Golem, you have a lot of options going second. And even if that's not the case, you can play, I guess not in this end, but usually you can play the Dinka strategy, which is just passing, but without any Runics, actually, that doesn't work, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, you have to activate any Runic cards, but we might try and overlay. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go into the Sprint, utilizing it as a material. XC summoning with Link monsters truly makes you wonder, huh?
Yep.
All right, special summoning out the deck here for the Sprite portion of the engine, getting into the blue. And we're going to have a decent setup here of the blue into Jet, potentially for a starter or the banishing of Smashers.
Yeah, you can set up, you know, Carrot alongside it, and overall the goal is pretty clear. Hopefully the decision to not go for the Bell instead is not going to cost him the game. What you can do is probably play around, as mentioned, the Sphere Mode as much as possible. Instead, he's going to have the interruption on field with the Carrot.
Yep. There's a, you know, compared to the live twin strategy, I think it's a little harder to play around sphere mode in this type of, in this version of the deck.
Yeah.
As we, yeah, looks like we're setting up that red. No runic cards, unfortunately, for David.
And there it goes! Wow!
I love the way he pointed that one.
That's crazy.
All right, yeah.
I mean, sphere mode, the going second, and prosperity. What a brutal start to this match from
Huge.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's fantastic. Yep. So, Pot of Prosperity, gonna dig for 6 here. Not a deck that you particularly care about the extra deck in, and you're more than happy to rid yourself of 6 cards from your extra to rely on the lovely ladies as well as those trap cards. Let's see what we can pick up here off the top. So yeah, it's a pretty bad situation because not only have you like extended into sphere mode, you know, necessarily, but also because it wasn't like the full combo that also gave you draw follow-up.
My only concern, as mentioned, wow, and a lot of interesting pickups was if you go for this line instead, you're gonna have the carrot on field instead of a bell in hand. So if you get sphere mode, you could still hold the bell to at least slow them down, and I think that was worth considering from David, maybe.
Potentially, but at the same time, sphere mode is, I mean, it's a very specific card that you would have to know your opponent's playing right.
I mean, I guess, but you probably expect, like his Lava Golem does the same, you know, those kind of cards probably are in there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, or super polymerization, as we are seeing, I guess. Now, interestingly enough, we actually go for Arianna. Wow. Because you already normal summon.
Yeah, we can't normal summon actually. Juho has.
Wow.
Oh,
yeah.
He's really with that. That's unfortunate. Yeah.
Because he had the Welcome Labyrinth available.
Yeah. You can really see the frustration there, not realizing what he's done now.
This is quite unfortunate actually from Ju, and
we'll see if that actually ends up becoming relevant. But yeah, not having that access there is quite detrimental. It is something that you naturally forget. You don't really sort of click on that, oh yeah, I've actually normal summoned this turn by giving my opponent sphere mode, but...
And unfortunately only one face down, and you can see, as you mentioned, Ju really not happy with himself. But David now, once again, back. He can try to play, and now he has access to the rookie, as he only added the Mayhem, and he's playing a second target for the Rex, potentially. Let's see if he's going for it. Yeah.
No skill drain on the side of Juho here. And
no.
Did have an option to pick it up potentially alongside the Prosperity, so curious to see what this set card is. Yeah, this is really rough because he set himself back an entire turn now.
Yeah, and now obviously Sphere Mode can be used to make the Donner potentially.
Okay, sadly not using Sphere Mode's effect, but we'll see that one day, I'm sure.
Yep, and Donner comes down, obviously one of the best cards here, played by a lot of different decks, such as even Kashtira, but here realizing its full potential, which, as you can see, can be used to.
Yeah, really versatile as a card, you know, played in many other decks just outside of Far Higher. I think it's supposed to Ibli, no, not Ibli. There's
no, you can just use it, yeah, to get it. No, it is also for Ibli,
yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So, lots of, you know, ways to utilize Donner.
But in general, any monster, even against, you know, when, for example, they give you a monster with Mannequin Cat, you can use it. It's really useful to just get rid of a monster. Or a Nibiru token, I guess, yeah. A lot of different ways to use the card.
Reviving back the Folgo here with the Dompa. No face-ups as of yet to be able to pop to trigger the Folgo for the draw 3, but I'm sure that might come into play on the next turn.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
I think we're just verifying something on the Folgo here from the Donner Revival.
Yeah. No, it can be summoned because it doesn't say in defense, so you can totally do it. It's only Mayhem that special summoned back in defense. And wow, here we see one of the cards from the side deck, which is the Spell and Trap Negation, and the useless copy of Rookie in the end can now actually be used to negate this...
oh, we got Destruction as well.
Card, yeah. So now he's gonna go and negate it with the Wiz, discarding this Rookie, and then he's gonna be able to draw 3 cards. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Is it even worth chaining Welcome, do you think?
Let me read Wiz 1 second, because I don't know if it destroys. In that case, you wouldn't be able to banish from...
Oh, Ashing Folgo here. Yeah, let's double check on the draw of Wiz
negates
here.
the activation, and that's it.
It doesn't destroy? Yeah.
Okay, so we shouldn't be able to trigger Falco here? If it doesn't destroy?
No, it's still destroying, you know. So it's like...
Sure. Okay. Yeah, Wiz coming down here in game 2, sided in. By the way, not main decking Wiz. A lot of, you know, for hard players opting to put that in your side deck because, you know, main effect, I suppose, for some people potentially is the manipulation of life points when closing in on time, especially with Runic. No battle phase, you do get a long grind game occasionally. But yeah, against Labyrinth, very, very relevant with the spell and trap negate.
This is a nice one. Usually it only reveals 1 or 2 cards. Now it's going to be able to reveal 3 off the top. And
yeah. Another Ash Blossom.
Ash is great.
And we have Runic access too. That's pretty good Rafal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, you have so many options available to you
here. He
here.
has the Rex in hand, which is also really nice because it means that he can pretty much negate any card considering Rafal and Wiz are on the field.
Okay, opts to go for Ash Blossom instead.
I like it.
Yeah,
makes
just
sense.
deny your opponent of any access to their engine.
Yeah, I totally like it. Because the thing is, Rafal and Wiz both represent, you know, Monster and Spell and Trap negation. You discard the Rex, and once in graveyard, the Rex can be used. So that's a great combo. You could even make a Masquerena. Let's see. I mean, you have a few options here. Masquerena, Mannequin Cat, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, like we said, Joho being able to, or digging for that Ariana instead without misplay really could cost him now.
The only thing that I am not a big fan of is once you set up the Wiz, you did not activate a Runic, so why did we not just enter battle phase and try to OTK? And if they activate that, we just negate it with the Wiz, you know? Instead, he went for the Runic destruction, kind of greedily, I guess, trying to draw free, but we could have just gone for a game.
Yeah, because there was definitely no Runics activated turn 1, right?
Yeah, at all.
So we could have done a little bit more damage there.
I think we could have just tried to attack for a game, and literally, like, the set card doesn't matter because we negated with the Wiz. So, I mean, can't blame David, obviously. I'm pretty sure he felt devastated after that Sphere mode. He already imagined himself losing Chuo swiftly, and now instead he's back on track and actually on the driver's seat, I guess.
Yeah, so much to the game here, not just how you build your deck, not just how you play your cards, but also keeping your composure, especially this deep into Top Cut with so much on the line, so much to play for, and I bet that this means a lot to the players here.
My question is, with 3 cards in hand, we know one is Ariana, right? Your opponent does not set anything else. Do you expect a second Sphere mode?
I think there's a world where that happens, right?
I mean, there should be a world where that happens. But okay, now we see the Lady, but I think actually he cannot.
Because he negated the trap, right? Yeah.
Just check if there's a difference between negating
Activation
the effect and
was
the activation.
negated or the effect?
Yeah, definitely negates activations.
Yeah.
Alright, it seems to have been spotted. No, actually.
Yeah, they should probably let them know. And
yeah, there you go. They're just clarifying this here with the Wiz effect on the.
Yeah, the activation of the welcome was negated, and as you can see, he couldn't use the Lady. But luckily now they fixed it, and we are back with Ariana being normal summoned.
Okay, so with the normal summon of the Ariana, we can go into our deck here and look for another copy potentially, and it... Ooh, okay.
Yeah, in the meantime, I think we can go back to us while they fix the situation.
No,
yeah, obviously, I mean, they gotta
I think that was a game loss.
No, it's not. I mean, they gotta talk to their judge before, obviously.
I just saw the fist bump and I assumed it was over.
No. It's not.
They're just saying hi.
Yeah, they're just friendly match going on. But obviously, as in a previous situation, we had a similar thing from Juo. It will be obviously reviewed by the judge whether it's an upgrade, as you mentioned, into a game loss coming from a second PA minor for you know, illegal activation or whatever you want to call it. But in the meantime, they will have to wait for the call. What do you guys think of how this matchup is developing in general? Do you think one of the decks have an advantage, or is it just, you know, who goes first and sets up?
I mean, I'm just more focused at the players here. They've really, you can tell the nerves are there. Like that, we've seen a lot of misplays. And
it happens. I mean,
yeah, of course, but it's such a high pressure,
yeah,
you know, game here, and it's really dawning on the players just how important this is. So
I mean, it's more surprising than not. Even yesterday, of course, when we analyzed the best 32 players in all of Europe, which technically these are the best 16 for the European Championship, but obviously it's a different thing at the playoffs. Once we got to the final matches, you could tell that they also were nervous, and when you get closer to your goal, and in this case the World Championship, it's very tough to play, even more to play on stream, you know.
Yeah,
so
100%.
it's very rare that everyone doesn't you know, play perfectly or whatever. The real thing to do is just keep your composure and take your chances when you're offered some, which is the case because honestly, by the way the game was going, after game one where David just picked up his card almost immediately, he goes first, sets up a good combo but without access to the runics. The first card, Sphere Mode. I think you're devastated inside, right?
100%.
But then your opponent gives you an opening because the pickup from the Prosperity was the Arianna, which he thought he could summon, but obviously the normal summon was spent on the Sphere Mode.
I've definitely done that with Lava Golem, you know. I'm just gonna be honest, that's 100% something that you just forget on these like little minor restrictions. You know, there's conditions here, there's restrictions here, there's locks in here, you know, you're only restricted to this summon, etc., etc. So we'll
but yeah, absolutely. What I think we can do in the meantime is let's go through what's happening at the same time in the other tables. So let's bring up on the screen for you guys the bracket, and this is the top 32 bracket. As we can see, anything surprising you guys? So we had obviously an Italian matchup with Marco Parenti and
that what surprised you?
I guess so, slightly. I mean, no, but the Ricca deck obviously in there with Marco. And on the other end, we have some other familiar names. Mario, another Italian player, lost. And so we didn't have another, you know, top 16 all-Italian battle, I guess.
We've got a world's competitor in there, Lorenzo Roma, classic from 2015, I want to say Roma went to Worlds.
At the same time, Ryan Jabri got kicked out. So what a surprise. Unfortunately, he was also one of those players at the playoff, but he got kicked out in top 32. Oliver Newton, former UK national champion, right?
National champion, yeah, with
Alter, guys, what was it?
Was it twice? I think he was a two-time champion.
Really?
He definitely won.
Oh yeah, I think so as
I think he won once with Satellanite.
He might be a two-time champion, which is crazy, yeah. And on the other side of the bracket, though, as we move on, we have some other incredible names. Obviously, Gabriel Nets, really consistent throughout the season. Same can be said for Christian Thomas, but another shocker, and another shocker for the French community. Gabriel Soucy was knocked out. Another one of those players coming from the playoffs. But I think he's slightly less concerned, considering he's one of those three who already managed to lock in his World Championship qualification. But moving on, obviously, the first is the match we just are witnessing. On the other side, though, we are gonna see the one between Petros and the Ruin, which is obviously also both players we have featured already during the weekend. So interesting to see that. Maybe we are bringing them good luck. I guess the future match charm.
Was Petros on the machine deck?
Yeah, and I think he absolutely crushing it with what is, I think, the most by far the underdog deck, we could say.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, it was we thought like Ricca was the sort of, you know, peripheral meta deck, but I mean, to bring Infinitrack and get this far, absolutely impressive.
Crazy. But as we can see here, Jessica is still in the top 16. Amazing, amazing stuff. So at least two Ricca decks still in the top 16. But the highlight also is Jonas Koschel locked in for the World Championship from the playoffs, is still in the top 16, ruining some dreams, I guess, of the other players. But what can you do? And also, it's important to mention, he had the courage of switching decks. He switched from the Live Twin Sprite deck, the Runic deck, to Labyrinth of his own. So, really interesting choice to just switch decks after you qualify. I guess he just wanted to have more fun.
I don't think it's interesting. I think that is the ultimate flex to show up and win
you
a
win
world
with a deck,
spot.
and then you go with another one.
Yeah, he gets
crazy.
to take 2 decks to worlds. You know.
That's crazy. Yeah, that would be crazy. And absolutely, as you can see, there are still a lot of amazing players, a lot of different decks in the top 16, as they will battle it out to lock a spot in the top 8. And from there on, it's basically 4 deciders matches for who goes to the World Championship, which honestly has been a while, and that's just amazing, amazing, amazing. I think it's, as our friends called it, the match of your life. That's what can happen, and it's true, honestly. I speak from experience. The World Championship is just such a unique environment. You have one of the only players who have come from all over the world. But now to focus back on our match, as unfortunately we expected, Ju was awarded a game loss for the second warning, PA minor upgraded, and so we are heading into game number 3, where hopefully they will now lose some tension and really focus on what to do to achieve it. What do you think he is gonna bring in for his side deck for this one going first?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, it must be so heartbreaking to get that far ahead, especially, you know, David didn't open very well. Joho has the sphere mode. You feel like you're in such a good position here. You know, you can almost feel you know, and then to make a couple of minor errors like that to result in a game loss must be absolutely devastating. But this is, again, where the mental game comes in. You have to take each game as it comes, ignore the rest. You've come this far. Let's get to game 3. And talk about bringing in some very powerful cards in this matchup potentially.
Totally agree.
First.
At the same time, we gotta mention, although it can be frustrating, that game was probably going David's way at that point, I feel like.
Yeah.
And I mean, that obviously leaves some room for discussion. But as we mentioned now, Joe going first, and I see a lot of peculiar one-offs in his side deck, right?
Is there a thrust? Is that why? No, we just like the one-offs, I guess.
No, because we can search them with the deck, with the combos,
with the trap
you know,
cards,
with the lady. With the lady, you can just set them up, and he's playing the 1 clock. So with the 2 clock, what you can do is go first and just go for, you know, the Eradicator, or in his case, the full force virus as well. But I'm thinking Eradicator is the one you go against Runic, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, also, if he really feels like would also side in the Solemn Judgments going first.
I think that feels mandatory,
right,
to bring in Judgments.
And there are still 22 minutes remaining, which means Solemn Judgment is totally justifiable.
Do you think you can still keep Sphere Mode in your main, despite going first?
I don't feel comfortable doing that.
I just think maybe without a battle phase, if they play through your trap cards and make a setup, it might be worth.
It could be, but the problem is going first with 5 cards. If one of them is Sphere Mode, you're playing with 4, you're really risking, especially in a grind game.
But there's a lot of good tools in his main deck already, you know, the Skill Drain goes in as we saw in game 1, but also Daruma Cannon is not too bad.
Absolutely, Daruma is a great card, great tool, but it seems as if our duelists are ready, so let's find out in game 3 who it will be that advances to the top 8.
All right, we are in game 3, the final duel of this top 16 matchup. Who will advance one step closer to the World Championship into top 8? David Erpin versus Juho An in this match here. And Juho will, of course, be electing to go first with a Prosperity. Very strong start here. Do we see an Ash Blossom come down?
Doesn't seem like it, so we see a lot of different options already.
Good choices all around.
I like
Good
them
choices all around.
I like them all. Give them all to me.
Oh, goes for the Lord. Okay.
Wow.
All right, so Juho must have quite a heavy back row hand here to be able to pick up this Lord here with the protection effect. All of your set cards cannot be destroyed by card effects.
Oh wow, full combo. Full combo this time around, and we could see an Eradicator as soon as the draw phase potentially, depending on what he has face down.
Yeah, it's the Lord of the Heavenly Prison, incredible card here. Big support for control/stun decks with the ability to drain your opponent and protect it.
Crazy.
Protect the set cards from being destroyed here.
But
Chain
there is the
destruction.
destruction.
Do we have Judgment?
Oh,
there it is!
We
Soul
do.
of Judgment has come down here. Half of the life points being paid here. I think I would pay 7,999 life points at this stage.
Fair
Incredible.
enough.
Actually, no, because skill drain cost 1,000, that wouldn't really work. Anyway, yeah, no, Judgment protects the skill drain from the runic destruction. Do you get to Lord on Resolution? Or you can probably just hold it anyway if you have another
you
card.
can, but you can hold it as mentioned, because now you are protecting your other face downs at the moment, depending what you have. But this is a brutal start of this game, free from Ju.
Yeah, I think if there's a big welcome back there as well, it's really strong. So skill drain, very, very difficult card for this deck to handle. Looked like we just went for a Sprite Blue. Just checking our extra deck first.
I think what's happening is also they're clarifying whether a second copy, if it sees in the end, can be activated, and that's totally the case. The activation was negated, so if David has a second runic destruction, he can just use it now. So
yeah,
that's
very
totally
important
fine.
nuances in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! For people to pay attention to. Negating activations and negating effects are different. A lot of cards you'll see in Yu-Gi-Oh! Will say you can only use this card once per turn, and some cards will say you can only activate this card once per turn. If you negate the effect of a card that says activate, then you can't use a second one, but if a card has its activation negated, then you can use a second one.
And here we see a Sprite Blue, obviously not really using the effect. Wow! And it goes, that is indeed full combo. Yeah.
This is even better than game
one.
This is this is pick your hand territory, right? Judgment, Drain goes in, Lord,
Heavenly, and another one.
Yeah, no, we just need a Labyrinth card, I suppose.
Which, by the way, if we haven't special summoned it, I'm assuming that's a
there's
card
another
you can
set.
use.
Yeah. All right, wow.
This does not really matter.
Pokes for 11 though. I mean, that's if
Yeah.
we did have a big welcome, maybe would have been worth chump blocking, but doesn't seem like it. All the way down to 2,400 life points.
It is a big welcome, so
there it is.
did he end this turn? Oh, and there is a bell.
Ghost Bell, that's
And
huge.
This is huge because Ghost Bell negates activation, and this could be another huge misstep by Ju if he doesn't top deck into anything. He cannot use the Heavenly, which he could have used before. Wow, this is a huge risk, and he does not. Probably picks up an Arianna, but wow.
All right.
This is coming down to
Just
the wire.
A set card here, 2,400 life points, deadly low, but in full control of the field for the most part here. But yeah, we're going to have to try and eventually see some engine very, very soon, because David is just one top deck away from a tip, a destruction, or even any potential side deck cards brought into this matchup here.
The thing is, you can just go for life points damage at this point. Only 2,400 left. And yeah.
I don't think you attack the set card, right?
I mean,
oh, he goes for it. Okay.
Could, and yeah, it's Nash.
Loss. There it is. 1,800 defense, 700 damage.
Which,
so
just imagine it the other way around. I think, yeah, that could have been enough.
One set card in passing. Lord hides itself back again. Did we draw a card to set? Did we see another Prosperity? Lots of good top decks. No.
Keeps the card in hand. Wow.
All right. Potentially a hand trap.
And now if we draw any monster, we can just make a fall go and attack over it, I guess. But if obviously they need, with the goes and match restriction, it's tough to achieve such a thing. But
fall goes a dark, right?
Yeah, but the problem is
we're gonna need multiple.
Having 3 darks with different types, it's tough. Yeah. I mean, it's very unique situation. Oh, and I see a Nash and a Bell in the end from David.
Yeah, it's feeling kind of rough for Juho to eventually get to a welcome. I'm not sure how consistent that's going to be. We're in for a long game 3 here, I feel.
Absolutely, and this would have been all over if he just activated the Heavenly on the Gozen Resolution.
Why do you think that was? Just holding as long as possible to just a bit greedy?
I think he was probably not thinking about Bell. It was like, if Ash was activated, he could have, for the same reason that you explained, the difference between activate and use, he could have gone for that. But now he goes for the Rookie, which obviously
I think that's an illegal activation.
Yeah, so he should also get his own warning, I guess. Hopefully not an upgraded one as well.
Yeah, so I mean, you would hypothetically be able to do that and summon a different attribute if you had a target in your deck, but I don't think there's any dark for hires. You could have went for that. All right, well, this is a real nail-biter here. There is so much at stake, and this has ground to a halt. This duel is in a stalemate right now. Both players not really capable of doing much. David Erpen sitting under those continuous trap cards, and Juho unable to access any engine right now.
Yeah, and in the meantime, once again, I think we can go back to us while we wait for the decision.
All right, we're okay. We've got a little judge call there.
Wow, so as we are going through this game 3, obviously the tension is palpable as these duelists are giving it their all to give an advance to the top 8, where they will have a chance to play it in just a single match for the World Championship. And as the situation is, obviously we had an amazing start from Ju, who unfortunately was stopped in his track by a Ghost Bell that is actually pretty much made it to a kind of a stalemate in which neither of players are able to advance with additional end-traps in the end from David with another Ash, a second Bell, and a lot of ways to stop his opponent from playing. But a face-down Ash saving Ju with his 1800 defense points, I guess. It's literally hanging on to this World Championship with that defense.
Both players just sitting here, you know, no options really available to him. You know, it's really top deck after top deck. And yeah, it's such a stressful situation here, especially now with an ongoing judge call. We'll keep you updated with that as information comes through.
Absolutely, because as we witnessed, unfortunately in game 2, Ju was upgraded to a game loss, and that's how he lost the second game. But now the situation is reversed, and it's unfortunately David who lost to that play. What happened unfortunately was, as we saw, that he activated his own runic card, or rather, sorry, the runic Rookie Furier, when he couldn't due to the Gozen match. And unfortunately, he also had a previous warning, which was just upgraded by the ad judge to a game lost. Sometimes
it must be said, it's disappointing to see when a stream match ends like that, but the rules are the rules, and the tournament policy is in place for a reason.
Absolutely, and that's how it is. And to be fair, at the same time, although obviously for the show that's not the best part, I gotta say it's fair, because the same exact penalty happened in game 2, so it would have been, I guess, doesn't make sense that the same didn't happen in game 3 on the opposite side. But yeah, that is the end of the top 16. It will be Ju advancing and pretty much just one step away from the unthinkable. Losing at the World Championship playoff on Friday, he made it all the way to another chance on the top 8.
And now he's just one game away from securing that spot there. I think at the at the playoffs, I think he went 3-2, not close enough. Not being able to, you know, catch those tiebreakers or play on a bubble match or anything like this. But now this is the bubble match. He's going to advance to that.
And I mean, very few players can make it all the way among the top 16 best players of the 2022-2023 season, and again the top 8 best players from the European Championship. Incredible achievement nonetheless. Kudos though to David for trying his best. Also incredible gameplay on his side. But this is the end of the top 16. Thank you guys, and obviously we will be on a short break, but when we are back we will be able to announce the top 8 players for the event, and we will go through each of them one by one. Thank you guys, and we'll be back real soon with more live action from Utrecht.
Oh wait, do we play double Katesia? We must be, right? Yes, we do play double Katesia. Oh, we even play triple Katesia, actually. Wow, I just checked the list.
Cartesia, it's a very cool card. I guess it's down to the player how much they like to run. It's not obvious to me how many you're supposed to run in your deck, but it might have been obvious to Sofiane that 3 was the magic number.
And Jonas is back into the thinking tank. His hands hiding his face. He tries to think as hard as possible. while Sufjan is trying to overcome this
Is that
field.
a gimmick puppet in Sufjan's hand?
It might very well be. But it wouldn't be a card that necessarily helps him here.
Absolutely not.
Oh, but there's flashing fire for the Cartesia.
Probably chained to the effect of Cartesian.
Must have been, yes.
Should have been.
So you still have to fuse here if you're Sufjan, if possible.
So we can use Aluber and the gimmick puppet, right?
That makes... what Despias has he got in his extra deck? There's the
That would be
Quertes,
Creators, right?
Yeah.
Creators would work.
Or he's also got a copy in his side deck of another one, I think.
Yeah, there's also Masquerade, but I don't really believe he's going to bring that in here. But indeed, it looks like we are going to Fusion Summon here.
Lubellion Banished is also really strong. This is really intense now.
So, oh, you look, we are going... Oh, we did in fact side in the Masquerade. And Masquerade is being summoned by using the Quem out of our hand and also the Gimmick Puppet from our hand.
Yeah, it's still on a very healthy 8,000, so I'm not sure he's too worried about this burn effect, but it always can stack up.
Especially since he didn't have a Sunny Snitch in his opener.
If he had a Sunny Snitch in his opener, Sufjan would probably... probably game would be over.
That's a very interesting decision to use the Quem out of the hand instead of the Aluber from our field, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, now we can run over both of the Evil Twins, though, and we can completely cut Jonas off of those.
Yeah, it can be tricky to get back into the Evil Twins if you lose your initial ones, because you just have to have drawn some more, or you have to use Muckraker.
Muckraker is still a really good option for that. Also, it's not guaranteed that both of these attacks are going through, but let's see what Jonas has.
So his set is Runic Destruction, right? That was set off the Griffin. So, yeah, and he's used Flashing Fire, so I'm not sure there's any real way to stop these attacks.
So, Sufjan double-checking something there. I mean, also, Albion went to the graveyard in the meantime, therefore it will be able to activate its effect in the end phase, giving Sufjan additional resources to play with. Most likely Branded in Red. Branded Banishment is also a pretty cool card to activate on your opponent's turn when there are already Link monsters on his side of the field. So there are a couple of ways for Sufjan to actually get back into this game entirely, even though Jonas would have been able to already seal the deal in the last turn.
Yeah, there's a lot to remember here for Sufjan. You've got to, it can sometimes be tricky if there's a long turn and you've got a couple of end phase effects to accidentally forget. But
maybe Jonas also has a Runic Slumber to protect one of his monsters.
Yeah,
that would be really, really strong. I'm just curious to see.
You could either protect or you could just use it on one of the opponent's monsters so they can't attack anymore. Probably the smarter way, because then you just don't get battle damage. So we are trying to attack. He was very... Oh, okay. He goes after the Sprite Rat, and Jonas doesn't even hesitate, immediately putting it into the graveyard there.
And now we're
Oh, that's a very interesting decision.
Has the Lily used its effect yet this turn?
I mean, in whatever way, it's just interesting to leave Jonas on one of the Evil Twin monsters on the field, which you can just use again next turn at the very least.
And the carrot.
I feel like if you could have destroyed both the red and the carrot, then I would have thought about that, but it does seem strange to destroy like...
Yeah, it would have gone for either one of the two. Either both of the Evil Twins or both of the Sprite monsters.
I mean, you can't get rid of both of these Sprite monsters. So there is the line I would have gone for is both of the Evil Twins.
Yeah, true. I agree.
You should tell Sufjan that afterwards. Just say, by the way.
Oh, end phase, Cartesia is going to return to the hand.
By the way, I want to remember YCS Düsseldorf finals where Jonas Koschel did not win because he just did not attack with Jaguar. And now he just did not attack with red
flashbacks. So
he should have attacked.
This is the end phase, and there is a Druid Swarm for Jonas.
And Druid Swarm is an immediate out to the Masquerade as well.
I think it looked like he was getting the Albion there.
Yeah, for sure.
That makes a lot of sense.
Can't activate.
That is so good.
That costs Jonas a couple of life points, but we are still fine. One thing I'm wondering is, did we not use any of our Evil Twin effects this turn? Because that would lock us into Fiends.
I think it's extra deck, right?
It's only extra. Oh, yeah, never mind. I was confusing it with the Muckraker, because Muckraker locks you entirely, but...
Basti, to be fair, it's you can be confused at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
This game was a lot.
So, as we said, the Lilla is now just free to use its effect.
600 more life points. And did the Kizikil activate the effect earlier?
I think,
I'm
is this
not
not
too sure
Jonas's
about that.
next turn? I think I saw him draw a card, right?
That could have been the case.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm very sure that it's now
Yeah,
Jonas.
Sofian added back the Cartesia.
All right. That is true. Probably
So-
not going to happen in the end phase.
Paying 600 life points again to now also draw a card with the Quizzical. And I mean, to be fair, the Druid Swarm can just double with the Masquerade. And oh wait, how big is Masquerade?
I think he summoned, he activated a runic card.
Oh yeah, true. Again, no battle phase, true. But
Yeah,
which
can just-
runic card was it though?
Flashing Fire, at least.
Oh yeah, true,
Yeah.
true. You're right, you're right.
Right on the Cartesia, and now he goes for a big link. Someone in Druid Swarm can then just send away the Masquerade.
Yep, there is Abomination. Abomination is not going to trigger off of the Druid Swarm because Druid Swarm sends to the graveyard instead of destroying. But still, it's kind of nice. Because yes, the Masquerade will be able to special summon itself back to the field, but then it will not have its effect to burn every single time. Because as we can see, Jonas already now down to 4,300 life points. Those 600 life points at a time that can really, really, really add up.
Yeah, it does. It does stack up a lot. It's a bit like, I'm thinking of like Red Eyes Darkness Metal Flare, and that was only 500, and that was a lot harder to make.
So we do destroy Valilla here.
And there is only Cartesia in Sofian's hand. Cartesia against the world right here. Quem was discarded. The Gimmick Puppet Nightmare was discarded. Jonas passes the turn. Of course, you don't destroy anything in the end phase here with the Abomination. The draw of all times, if there ever was one for Sofian. Is Albion negating the carrot permanently?
Oh, that's a good question.
Aluba, sorry.
I think it does.
Until the end of this turn.
Oh, okay.
Carrot is absolutely a threat right here.
I think that was a Talents drawn.
Yes, I saw that as well. To be fair, Carrot is good enough because it can just tribute one of the Evil Twin monsters to make it live to special summon again. But there is the effect of Thespian Tragedy in the graveyard being used to set back Branded Fusion, and that is a pretty strong move right there.
Surely the Runic Destruction is the the go-to here, right?
Has to be.
It's been set for a good 10 minutes, but...
Oh, do we know that it is Destruction?
Yeah, it was set with Griffin.
Oh, right.
Unless I'm making it up. I'm pretty sure Runic Destruction was set with Griffin.
Jonas might consider to just carrot negate this.
Indeed, he does not go for the destruction, but rather is going to negate it with Carrot, question mark?
I mean, you can't really not do this, right?
Maybe Jonas is asking, do you even have a way to resolve this card? Because I think we saw double Fallen of Albas already being used, and when I'm checking the deck of Sofian, there is... Oh, there's triple Fallen of Albas in his deck, though, so it's...
Ash Blossom! It is absolutely Ash Blossom! It is Cartesia and triple Tactic Talents against the world. As we said already, he can summon back the Masquerade and try to attack over the carrot.
I don't know, like... Jonas should certainly frame this card into his room. Like, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring has been carrying him here. That is insane.
That was maybe the best Ash Blossom that I have ever seen. Next to all of the other Ash Blossoms that he resolved. This card is absolute perfection. It dominated versus Floowandereeze, a matchup where it is not even the best at. And now Masquerade is going to try and summon itself back here. And I don't think that there is immediately a way to get into the Lilla. We are going to get rid of the carrot. And now Talents is live.
Talents to draw too. But once you've already resolved Branded Fusion this turn, it feels like... I don't know what you do. That's what I...
Maybe you're taking over a monster? No, we are drawing two.
Well, you can't... Taking a monster in main phase 2 is very suspicious.
Can't link play here.
There are no link monsters in his extra deck, but yeah. Sofian trying to find a way. I mean, one card that can help him play on is Polymerization. He's playing the Patchwork package, so there are additional ways for him to fusion summon. There's Gold Sarcophagus as well. That must mean we are going to banish the Mercuria here, and the Mercuria is going to lead to potentially Albion, I would think.
You could just add another Fallen of Albaz, right, and normal summon it.
That's also a good way to try it, for sure.
Because, yeah, if your opponent's got some handy Link monsters on the field, I don't know, I like this too.
We are going with the Albion. Maybe we have Branded in red and we're just sending the Albion to the graveyard here. Who knows? That works. Okay, we are sending Opening, sure. That's just another card being drawn.
Sending Opening is annoying. It can, you know, it's important not to forget that it does have an extra effect in the graveyard. Because if you've only accounted for one way of destroying the Masquerade, then you might not destroy it.
There is Cartesia being summoned now, or at least trying to summon itself. That is successful. It does hit the field. And we are just double checking, confirming, is there a Fallen of Albus in the graveyard? And yes!
I like the judge
card at
just
the bottom is indeed
slowly going one card at a time. Like, is it there? Ooh, building some suspense.
And we are fusioning with the Fallen of Albus from our hands. So this is, in the end, a branded fusion. It was Ash, but we still got to the same point. We got to the Albion again.
Where do we go from here? There's no Lubellion in the graveyard. We saw it get banished earlier, so that is quite frustrating.
So Quem and Fallen of Albus going into Albion again, the Sanctifier Dragon.
Another Albion.
And I mean, there is now Gimmick Puppet in the graveyard, so that is something that works.
How easy is it to deal with this Albion in Branded? Doesn't seem very easy at all, right?
Yeah.
Because it can't be targeted, and all of Runic's cards target.
True. I mean, Abomination is 3,000, so you could just attack with it, and then both of them are being destroyed, but...
no, but he put the banishment in his graveyard.
Oh, true.
Sorry, the opening even.
He shall rather not forget about the opening.
Can't he just go for Fallen of Albus and then fusion with the Abomination from Mirror Jade?
Seems like that is what we're going to do. We are definitely going to activate the Fallen of Albus. And it really looks like Sofian is fighting back into this game.
Sofian just showing he knows exactly what he's doing with this deck.
It's the Kill. I think he just discarded the Called by the Grave, and now we are not, and now we are. I don't know where my head is anymore. This is incredibly close. Sofian is trying to push through this. Jonas had the chance to end the game. We're now taking away the Abomination. Mirror Jade is entering the field. The OG boss monster for the day.
It is. And there's only 4 more minutes left on the clock. Does Sofian find a way to grind all the way back into this game?
I mean, sneaking through an Albion just like halfway through the game just feels completely insane.
Yeah. Or everything. I mean, he now has no cards in hand. I think he banished the Cartesia from his graveyard, so there is not really anything to add back in the graveyard. It is going to be really difficult.
There's Runic Tip. As I said earlier, yes, we can't use monster effects anymore, but we still have our spell cards, and that's half of our deck, basically. And that's the best quick play Runic spell we have.
What are we going to Flashing Fire here?
Maybe just the Masquerade?
Yeah, it doesn't. There's nothing really appealing, is there? Because if you destroy the what's his name, Mirror Jade, then your whole field will be destroyed during the end phase, which is not really something you want to happen.
Yeah, you would rather not want to do that.
And the Albion gives your opponent a card, and the other Albion can't be targeted, so...
And also there's still Branded Opening in the graveyard, so whatever he's targeting, he can still protect if he likes. So that's a card being set to the back row, and it seems like it really will be going back to Sofian, who has a lot of strong monsters on the field. And now, with more than 3 minutes left on the clock, he's going to get another turn here.
That was just, yeah, it did just look like a pass. And we're going to see this Mirror Jade happen in the end phase.
Yeah. Sending the Rinbram, banishing his own Gimmick Puppet. There still was a Cartesia in the graveyard, which he added back.
Oh, all right. Or maybe not. I don't know.
Yes, there is. And he draws for another spell card for his turn that looks like Fusion Deployment to me.
Yeah.
But he can't wait to go into the battle phase. Cartesia announces itself to be special summoned. That is working. We are in the battle phase, attacking over the Lilla. Successfully doing so.
Game. Mirror Jade attacks as well. Albion attacks as well. Jonas is writing down life points. He can still use Runic cards to summon Hugins or Garys.
Yeah, Gary particularly annoying because it summons itself and then it pops something else.
There should still be a Mirror Jade effect though.
No, Mirror Jade was
just
used
during
during the end phase.
There is the destruction that was there for forever. We could have just used it on the sad Branded Fusion, but we wanted to flex with our favorite card, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. And now we are using it here to protect ourselves.
Yeah, it looks like Jonas is going to survive this turn.
And with 200 more life points than Sofian, by the way.
Wow, that is incredibly close here.
Oh no, he still gets to attack with the Cartesia. Oh no, we forgot. the Branded Opening.
Oh, now there is the Flashing Fire onto the Masquerade. It is going to resolve. And now it's going to be...
Is there an Alibur in the
graveyard?
And
he packs up his cards. Jonas forfeits this match after having game on the field. He still lost this. Sofian found his way back into this game.
this is for Worlds. And in this particular moment, Jonas Koschel was not able to see the line, to go for game. And that means that Sofian fought very hard, played perfectly to get a third game into his hands here.
Yeah, what a comeback.
What a comeback.
The talents for a draw too. This is such a classical anime moment,
Wow.
right? You need more than one card to win this game. You draw another card and it gets you 2 more. So
It wasn't Bubble Man, but
right.
What
talents
on
will
earth?
do.
And now, I mean, still Jonas has the advantage of
Yeah.
going first here, but his nerves must be not really in the best state of mind, because he must have realized by now that there were 2 months that could have just attacked for game there.
Runic Live Twin Sprite is such an incredibly hard deck. This is the first time for him playing this on a tournament. The guts that you have to bring it to such a prestigious tournament.
It's pretty crazy. It is indeed pretty crazy.
We were all very excited. There was a minute and a half left by the end of that game.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if Jonas has got any cards in his side deck for this exact situation.
Of course, it is a Sprite deck since the beginning of Sprite decks being a thing. There's Red Resonator. But much more importantly, I think for a second I thought they were the good old...
We saw that
Dogwoods. Yeah, the Spooky Dogwoods, but that was
yeah,
another
that was in
brand
Bryce's
player.
deck, I think, the Dark World player.
Oh, true, that as well. But it does look like our players are ready. Only one more game to be played to decide who of the two is going to the World Championship in Tokyo 2023. So let's get into Game 3 now.
Okay, guys, in the venue and at home, I don't even know if the guys in the venue can hear me. Give it up one more time for Jonas and Sofiane in this match for Worlds. And Sunny Snitch is such an incredibly good card right here.
Yep, that is definitely the start he was looking for.
I mean, as long as you make like a live twin
Also,
Link
there is
monster.
timeout being announced. So if Jonas has a way to separate life points this turn, he will be the one going to the World Championship from this match.
And I think even if at the end of every phase is it compared, or at the end of every turn? This is a tricky question.
I mean, it will be this phase, but I think from there on it will always be the end of turn.
Okay, yeah, that is quite important, because obviously the
Yes.
Sunny Snitch will deal damage to Sofiane in his main phase.
So Hugin discards another flashing fire or destruction.
But presumably the Red Resonator is going to come out. Does Sofiane have anything in his deck that will stop this Gigantic into Red Resonator?
It doesn't seem like that, but maybe he still has a trick up his sleeve. Maybe there is something that he can just do to escape this Red Resonator play. But it looks like that is going to be Gigantic Sprite.
Is he going to activate Starter this turn? That's the biggest question.
I would guess
I
not.
mean, you can after you've gained 3,200 life points with Red
That is
Resonator.
indeed true.
There is Gigantic Sprite.
resolves.
Sofiane gives the thumbs up, so it is going to resolve. And that is going to be the...
What is Jonas going to summon?
What is he summoning indeed?
And it is
There
Red
it is.
Resonator. Red Resonator targets the Gigantic Sprite, gaining 3,200 life points, which puts Sofiane in an incredibly big advantage.
Jonas Koschel now being ahead in life points and casually also using his runic cards here. But this game is only going to go on for this phase.
And Fright for Patchwork is in timeout now.
Is that, yeah, this game, is it finished now at the end of the phase? Because if so, I don't...
I'm pretty sure we had 15 seconds at the beginning of the third game, and therefore we just have regular timeout rules applying, yes.
So that would mean Jonas could just pass and win.
Yes. That would indeed be
That
the case.
is indeed possible, yeah.
But
And
Jonas is not done yet. Just in case there's some burn cards or something, he keeps on going. There's Sprite Carrier just for the flags.
And Jonas is shivering right now. He knows he kind of has this. Am I going to Worlds already? He is going to summon out the Kizikil.
I think we might even go for Muckracker, just in case use... Oh wait, let's not forget Red Resonator is once per turn, so that wouldn't work.
That is true. We had that at German Open. I remember that one. But Jonas is going to get another draw for the Kizikil because the Lilla is there on the field. So Gigantic Sprite and the other Lilla are going to be used. No access to the Sprite engine. Of course, you had to use the Gigantic Sprite to get to the Red Resonator. And now Jonas is going to summon out the Lilla. But Sofiane has not scooped so far, so maybe he has one last trick up his sleeve.
A card you can discard from your hand to do like 3,200 to your opponent.
3,201.
It's only 1,600. Let's not forget.
Is it only
Jonas
1,000?
is only on 9,600 there.
Didn't the Gigantic have a Hugin under it? Or is it a...
Should be 300. And Sofiane scoops! Jonas Koschel goes to back-to-back Worlds! Sofiane just got Koscheled right here. He has been to Worlds the last time and he is going again. Jonas Koschel, so far the only player on the planet who has advanced twice through this playoff.
Very, very efficient player, definitely. Last time he just went 2 games in a row. Okay, I'm done. I will go back home because he was crazily sick there.
Yeah.
And this time he fought for a little longer, going 5 rounds in Swiss, and now immediately winning his top 4 match. His friends are storming the stage right now, congratulating him. Of course, he will go to the World Championship. And I mean, very much kudos vote to Sofiane. What a match.
He's still in.
He fought himself back into this match, first of all, by winning that game 2 that looked unwinnable, and on top of that, as you just said, he's still in. He will still have another chance. He will play versus the loser of the other top 4 match. He will play versus either Gabriel Susi or Din Kabui later on.
2 players who you really don't want to face, but he will eventually have to.
You know what? You know you don't want to face them if you could face someone else, but I'd like to face them for the chance, you know, either way.
Yeah,
I still want to have that match.
That is true.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Jonas Koschel, our first player that we're going to send to Japan as a representative for Europe for the World Championship. Let's find out later who's going to be more of the players that are playing for us in this tournament. But for now, let's go for more live content.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
Welcome back, everyone. You're joining us here at the EU WCQ in Utrecht as we enter the top 8 cut of this tournament. This is a very exciting time for us. And what does that mean? It means we get to do a rapid-fire interview with your top 8 contenders. Remember, whoever wins these rounds will probably be guaranteed their place at Worlds, dependent on if they've already qualified or not, maybe during the WQPs. A little bit complicated. Basically, we hope people are going to get their Worlds qualifications by winning this. So I'm going to introduce you to your top 8. Welcome up first, Eldin Siddiqui. Eldin, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm fine. It was a long way to come to here.
Well, absolutely. Look at it now. I mean, 11 rounds of Swiss. You got all the way up to the top 8. Do you reckon you can go all the way?
Yeah, no, too tired. But we will try to bring back the trophy.
That's what we want to hear. Possibly the European title and possibly a position at Worlds. Are you excited about both?
Yes, both, yes.
That's what we want to see. Congratulations. You're going to be one of our featured duelists, so go and head this way. Get yourself ready. And now please welcome Oliver Newton. Come on up, Oliver. You can hear the crowd cheering for you, Oliver. You're clearly a favourite. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. I'm shocked I'm here, to be honest.
Why? I mean, you're clearly a talented duelist all the way to the top 8. No need to be shocked.
I didn't expect it at all, to be honest.
Well, here you are. Are you excited?
Yeah, but I've got to say thank you to members of Team Disciples and Team Tier Zero, because if it weren't for them helping me deck build, I probably wouldn't be here.
That's what we like to see, that team play, helping their friends make their way to the top 8. Possible European Championship, possible Worlds place. Do you think you can take them both home?
I don't know.
Well, that's a humble man. We wish you the best of luck. You have a feature match to get ready for, so we'll let you go, Oliver. Thank you very much. Head off that way. Please welcome up next, Gabriel Netz. Coming up, Gabriel. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Come closer. I won't bite. Come closer. Are you doing well?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah? Do you think you can take it all the way?
100%. Has been a pretty good tournament so far. Yeah, looking towards taking it all.
What's the furthest you've ever got in Euros prior to this?
This is my first Euros I ever played, because I'm Brazilian, so this is the first time I'm actually playing Euros. So I guess we're just going to win it all. Marcus did it last year. I live with him, so I think it's only fair.
You might as well take it from your housemate then.
I know, right? I can't keep hearing that slander, so it's only fair.
Possibly a win and then almost a guaranteed place at Worlds. This is exciting. Are you feeling nervous for the top 8 match?
Not really. I was more nervous in Swiss. Playing Chris is a good friend, and yeah, I'm happy whatever happens.
Excellent. Well, best of luck to you, Gabriel. I will usher you off this way as well. Please welcome up next, Christian Thomas. Welcome, Christian. Goodness me, you're a much taller man than I am. I've never felt more like a short king in my life. Now, how are you feeling at this point?
I'm feeling confident. I got 5th place in the Worlds playoffs on Friday, so I think I will go to Worlds now.
Yeah? You think you can really make it this time?
I think I can make it this time, yes.
Do you think you can also take home the European Championship?
We'll see about that. My main goal is just to go to Worlds now, so...
Well, let's hope you can get there. Are you nervous about the next round, or are you feeling confident?
confident and nervous.
That's a good combination. I like that. Thank you very much for talking to us. I'll usher you off this way so you can also get ready. And we'll welcome up our just winner from the last round, Juho-an. Now, Juho, how are you feeling? You've just come off that back of that slightly difficult feature match, but how are you feeling at this point?
I'm feeling really great right now, but like the feature was just us trading game loss basically.
I mean, doesn't matter. You got here in the end. That's what matters. Do you think you can make it to Worlds? Do you think you can make it to that European Championship?
I think I can definitely make it. I feel very confident now.
That's what we like to hear, a confident man. Do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give to any friends who've helped you make it here?
Oh, definitely shout-outs to Dinka, because he basically made the list.
And there we go. Yeah. So if this happens, it's all because of you, Dinka. Thank you so much. I shall absolutely usher you off this way so we can welcome even more of our tops. Please welcome Baptiste Aron. Come on up, Baptiste. Now, Baptiste, how are you feeling? You've made it to the top 8 of the Euros. You're no stranger to top cuts. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I feel great. It's been a great tournament so far.
Now, do you reckon you can make it to Worlds?
Yeah, that would be amazing.
I mean, it's always a nice thing to go to Japan. Have you ever been to a Worlds tournament before, or would this be your first?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's what we want to see. Congratulations on getting this far. I'll usher you off so you can get ready. Now, we're going to please welcome Jessica Robinson. Now, Jessica, we've already had you on a feature match. You did absolutely brilliantly. How are you feeling with Rika? How are you feeling in general?
I'm nervous. I think this top 8 match is going to be the most difficult tournament by far, matchup-wise. But one win to Worlds.
You might as well be trying. You might as well be putting in the effort. And you've already made it here, which is amazing. Again, you're no stranger to the top cuts, so we hope we can see you go all the way. Do you think that you can also take home a European Championship and a Worlds at the same time?
I mean, if I get past this round, we'll see.
That's true. I wish you the best of luck, Jessica. We'll usher you off as well so that you can get ready for your top 8 match. And last but definitely not least, we've got Jonas Koschel. Jonas, welcome. How are you feeling at this point?
I don't know, I'm very overwhelmed right now.
Bit overwhelmed?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, don't worry, it may be crazy, but what might even be crazier is getting a Worlds securement, which will happen if you can get through this round. No pressure, but it's all going to go fine. You're doing great. You've nailed it so far. Do you have anything that you're trying to keep composed with? Are you thinking about anything?
No, I just want to play, I guess.
Then we shall let you go and play, Jonas. Off you go. You can go and find your way to your match. Wish all of them the best of luck. Goodness me, this is a trying method of me interviewing 8 people at once, but we got through it all, and all of them are now making their way to their matches. And very soon we'll be finding out exactly who's going to Worlds for all the people I've just introduced you to. I'm about to hand you guys over to our wonderful commentators who are going to give you a little bit of a welcome into the match that we're about to see. But before I do, remember, we have a giveaway going on right now, where if you can name all of the 10 cards in the pinned link in both the Twitch and the YouTube that we've been showing throughout this weekend, then you get a chance to win a box of Wild Survivors, a display set. And right now I have another card for you, the 9th card. This is Bale Grill de Nouvelle, a wonderful chef-based card from Wild Survivors. Now, have you guys paid attention to this? Have you listed this and the other ones that we're doing? And maybe you'll see another one in the next round or two. You're going to have to keep watching to find out and to possibly secure your chance of winning a box of Wild Survivors. But for now, I'm going to hand you over to Marcello, Alberto and Nadia, who are going to welcome you in to our top 8 cut.
Hi everyone, thank you Ed, and welcome to the top 8. This is arguably one of the most important matches of the entire weekend, without a doubt actually, because this will mean that one of these 2 players will qualify for the World Championship, and honestly, what more exciting can there be? As Ed went through the top 8 participants, wow, we got really the best of the best here, with 3 players coming from the playoffs actually, including of course the last time we saw Jonas, Ju and Christian Thomas, so that's already an incredible achievement. And alongside that we have both a national champion, that is Baptiste, the current Netherlands national champion, and in our round instead we picked a former UK national champion, Oliver Newton. And well, Oliver, I think out of the top 8 contenders, we picked the 2 humble ones, we could say. Both of them were surprised and saying, I didn't expect to be here, but one of them is going to advance regardless, I think so.
2-time national champion with Ollie, by the way, so that's a big, prestigious title, and it's a stacked top 16, top 8 here for that World's playoff
Impressive,
spot.
honestly. And there's also Jonas Koschel there, already qualified.
Already qualified from the
Absolutely.
playoff on Friday.
And that, as you could tell from the interview, is really allowing him to play relaxed. I don't want to keep talking about myself, but I know from that experience that when you're already qualified, by then it really changes. Like, especially in this match. Unfortunately, I had the chance of playing against our dear colleague Tom Payne back in that day for that decider. And honestly, when you sit across someone who really needs to pay attention to everything while you're playing more relaxed, that makes a difference. But focusing on what we're gonna see, Oliver Newton is here with his Kashtira deck, and he's gonna be up against Eldlin and his branded deck. This is a matchup we have seen sometimes, but not all the time, I guess. But no, I mean, obviously it's gonna be an exciting one. And I think before jumping into our predictions, let's just allow the cards to speak for ourselves. Our players are ready. Let's go to game one.
Welcome. So we're already here with our feature match for the top 8. So we've got Eldin Siddiqui and Oliver Newton ready for this dice roll to get straight in to this game. It's a very exciting time for this entire coverage because it all comes down to this for some people. So let's get a dice roll on. Who wants to roll the dice first to see who is going to go first? Oliver's going to roll first. That is an 8. And that is a 7. Oliver's going to go first. Okay, Oliver going first. I'm going to hand you guys straight back over to your amazing coverage team. We've already been chatting to you for a couple of minutes. Let's just go straight back over to you guys. Take it away for our round 8 feature match, guys.
Thank you, Ed. Now we know the outcome of the die roll. So before we go to them, what's your prediction, guys? What do you think of this matchup? Who is going to take it?
It's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, I think they're so evenly matched. They're both really talented duelists, and as we saw, the dice roll could be an important part of this matchup. But both decks do have strong abilities to go second, so I just want to see this unfold.
Yeah, there's a lot of the line, honestly. I think both of our players really want to play this out. On one hand,
Absolutely.
there's a two-time national champion. On the other side, Edlin, very two humble players. And
Absolutely,
can
yeah.
get better than this, honestly. I think only the table will speak.
And yeah, it is, as mentioned, Kashtira against Branded, UK against Switzerland. Our duelists are ready. Let's begin this top 8.
Again, to reiterate, this is not just your run-of-the-mill regular top 8 game. Oh, you gotta love that fist bump into handshake combo.
Absolutely. Smooth.
Anyway, yeah, this is not just your regular run-of-the-mill top 8 game. This is for the World's Championship 2023 in Tokyo, Japan spot for these players here. Oh, big start here.
Yeah.
Shifter chained by the field spell here. So, yeah, powerful start from Ollie. And sometimes, maybe occasionally, this deck does sometimes struggle with a little bit of the consistency here, but picking up that unicorn and going to begin with our combo for the Kashtira deck.
And I think this is paying off a lot for Oliver this weekend, because we haven't seen our players relying on the Dimension Shifter in the main deck so far, while instead he decides to go for it. And honestly, up until now, it is working very well, especially because like his opponent is unbranded.
Interesting point of deck building by Ollie Newton here. He's playing the Forbidden Lances in the main deck, which is a card that we saw sort of creep up at the very beginning of Photon Hypernova, and it seems to have come back into popularity here, just because of the potential books, which many people have been main decking, as we've seen. Forbidden Lance is extremely powerful. If you go second and your opponent just activates Book of Moon on your unicorn, you're in a really struggling position here. So opting to run the 2 quick copies of the Forbidden Lance, it also can be used defensively if your opponent tries to attack over your Ice Horror, or if they have something like a Book of Eclipse going second.
Interestingly, here Oliver is also one of the few duelists using Tearlament Kashtira, which he just added to the end. Nowadays, you just see the Scarecrow, I guess, but he's working out. The card is working out for him. He's playing both, and yeah, he decided to go for it right here. Gonna go for the greedy line, we could say. Makes sense in game 1. You don't expect many Nibiru's, and obviously in the top 8, there is a great chance that you know what your opponent is on. So.
Yeah, a bit of a standard line here with the Rise Heart banishing Big Bang from the deck, and that will be able to activate the effect to chain by the Shangri-La to detach and special summon from the hand here. And also locking a card in the process, locking a zone. Typically, I suppose turn 1, there's either the scale is the option, but most likely knows what the opponent's playing. Putting it under the extra monster zone. Although against Branded, unless you're locking 5, it's not really relevant.
Absolutely. And yeah, we do see the Rise Heart, a couple of face downs, and that's it. Plays back to Eldlin, who really needs to fight back in this. One of the cards banished off the top I saw was a Super Polymerization, a nice tool, but unfortunately banished face down from the Rise Heart.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways that Branded can go second with the Super Polymerization, aiding you to be able to access a lot of different types in your extra deck just because of something like the Fallen of Albaz or various Despia monsters that allow you to climb up into those powerful fusions from the extra deck. Now, the most important part of this duel will be, does Eldon have access to Branded Fusion, the heart and soul of the deck?
Okay, so as I can tell, he has the Fusion deployment, which you might start things off with, but no, instead the Frost, nice one. Not really popular in this deck, I guess, but with some new addition, such as, let me check, is he playing the Trap card or just in the side deck? The new Fusion, no, it's not. So just as an engine.
Thrust is the first time we've seen this activated, I think, for our coverage so far this weekend, and we didn't really get to talk about it too much, but it is an incredible, incredible addition to, I suppose, the staple repertoire that players can often choose between main decking, side decking. Oftentimes, it's very likely your opponent just activates a card effect on their own turn, and going second, you can, you know, dig for either a card that you need as part of your engine, or you can go for more defensive options, as Eldon has gone for here with the talents being picked up, which shouldn't be too difficult to turn online here. Yep, there it is.
Is he actually playing Zeus in his Branded deck? That would be a shock, but...
No, it's not.
No, right?
It's not.
Yeah. Okay.
Now that would be something. Yeah, stealing the Rise Heart.
But this is amazing. Yep, he gets to steal the Rise Heart. A response may be coming from Oliver on what seems to be Impermanence. Okay.
Okay.
Why do you think he's using Imperm on his own Rise Heart?
No, the Impermanence negates, but there is a Shifter which gets banished. He probably just wanted to prevent the third material from being under there, I guess.
Yeah, to force out the Fenrir.
But now, as you can see, we are going for Cartesia.
And we also have Branded openings, so there is the ability to get into Alibur for the Branded Fusion if so necessary. Now, typically, don't forget, there's a Dimension Shifter in play here. So every card will be banished. Branded opening has a nice little bonus effect in the graveyard to protect your fusions from being destroyed. But also Branded Fusion not being able to send to the graveyard. A little bit of a nuisance, but there's a lot of cards in the deck that do actually work quite nicely, despite the Shifter.
Yeah, remember that there is obviously the Fenrir alongside the planet, which means that once it resolves, you can use the effect to destroy another card thanks to the Shangri-La resolving. But let's see what Oliver decides to go for. Yeah, I think he's going for this Fenrir.
Fenrir maybe banish Cartesia face down to force that
forcing
out?
it out. At the same time, it wouldn't obviously resolve, we can assume. But yeah, I think he allowed it.
He allowed it, right? Yeah, okay.
So now we see Branded Fusion, luckily not in the Impermanence column, and we are going to resolve that.
Yeah, that'll be a bit of an incident. Players have gotten very accustomed to not activating cards in the same columns as cards their opponent has set. Seen that happen a few times at the highest level at the YCS. But here we are with Branded Fusion, dumping probably a Tragedy, can get a search if necessary.
You can get a lot of different ways. Obviously, even the Mercurier works out.
Mercurier works, yeah.
Yeah, so you have a lot of different options that you can play around with the shifter being resolved.
All right, so most important of all is there's no Ash Blossom or response into the Branded Fusion. That is, again, the most important aspect of Branded. The ability to resolve this fusion is completely centralized around your deck's power. If your deck does not have a way to get to this card, it's very, very underwhelming here. So Eldon fortunate enough to pick this up here and just weighing up the options for what we go to. Notice as well that we are playing Red Eye's Dark Dragoon, which is a, shall we say, controversial figure in the community. There he is.
Very powerful card. We see Dark Magician in the top 8 in 2023, and I'm already happy. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah.
All right, all of these effects will be resolving in a chain here with their Rise Heart, discarding with Lebellion for cost. Edge Imp Chain as well being discarded. I think that should trigger when discarded into the Banish. And we are resolving the Lebellion, returning. There he is, Fallen of Albaz and Dark Magician into the deck.
Yep. So Edge Imp Chain needs to go to the graveyard, so
Here it
he
is.
will not get the search.
Red Eye's Dark Dragoon showing up in the top 8 of the European WCQ 2023.
Amazing, amazing play from Eldlin here.
This face down has been here for a while. I'm probably going to assume it's maybe one of those lances that Ollie has been main decking. Hasn't really come up just yet. Yeah, Red Eye's Dark Dragoon should be able to destroy one card.
Yeah, but it seems like he's activating Ferrir now at Resolution, targeting the Aluber. But Eldlin is not chaining Cartesia. Wow, and now we are gonna get to see the planet also potentially activated after the Shangri-La resolves. Let's see if that's the case. Yeah, it seems like Eldlin doesn't really want to interact with this. But yeah, as you mentioned, Dragoon, once it gets the chance, he can destroy a monster from Oliver. Yep, so the Cartesia is targeted from the planet.
Yeah, I think he activated the Lebellion, right?
I changed the, yeah, to just go for a fusion summon the Cartesia. Let's see.
Yeah, okay, that's what it. Yeah, so putting back the, or rather resolving the fusion with the Rise Heart, bringing out the Drake's Stability to be able to negate a face-up monster, placing a Predator counter as well, reducing the level as well, which is extremely important. Very powerful tool in the Branded deck here to remove those rank 7 access for the deck as well. Dragoon is still online, and there it is. Destroys and banishing the Fenrir, dealing a significant amount of burn damage in the process as well, by the way. Don't forget, he does indeed remove the life points.
And also, we have mentioned this before, with the Red Eye's Dragoon on the line, I think it's very difficult to deal with that, especially because, I mean, now here I think that Eldlin navigated this very well, being under shifter. And yeah, I mean, now here, yeah, I think it's, okay, Defender gets, but maybe Cartesia gets destroyed.
Yeah, we're just clarifying how that chain resolved here, because we did use the pressure planet.
Depends on what the planet targeted, but yeah, it seems as if yeah, it targeted the Cartesia to me, which would lead to it being gone. But I mean, I'm sure they will clarify it if that was the target indeed, or if it was a different one. But regardless, as you can see here, play seems to be back to Oliver. Yeah, I think they're just going through what was the target for Planet, which to me seemed like that, but maybe it was a different one and it just changed it to fusion someone with it. They're just trying to go through what happened there, absolutely.
Okay, so Ollie's playing out here on the turn 3, and you can see that he's picked up an Ash Blossom from his hand, which, you know, even drawing into Ash Blossom and not opening against Branded can be pretty devastating, especially since you do want to be resolving a Branded fusion turn after turn. So I think the pressure planet must have resolved by the time that the Cartesia resolved. It brings out Drixtopelia and then the pressure planet target. I'm not sure if that's... Okay, yeah,
it will be figured out now by our judges, but still here now it's back to Oliver, who is just considering whether to...
Okay, I can see that they've managed to catch this here.
Yeah, now they are just gonna go back to us while they fix the game state real quick, I guess. Obviously, what was down was that once the Fenrir resolved, banishing the Aluber face down, the Shangri-La was activated to lock another zone, and then when that resolved, the pressure planet activated, targeting a card from the side of his opponent, Eldlin, which from my memory, should have been the Cartesia, and now they has been fixed, so Cartesia was supposed to be destroyed, which they briefly missed out on. But yeah, once Cartesia is destroyed, I guess we can resume to what was the previous game state with both the Dragoon and the Stapelia on the field.
Just while our judges clarify and fix the game state here, we can just jump on over after this has been clarified, and it looks like it. We've resumed play. Yeah, it does look like we're back in this now. Okay, yeah, Ollie's turn 3 here is underway now, and we're checking our banish zone for our resources, looking at our extra deck for any potential different abilities, different monsters that we can go into to clear up this Dragoon. It's quite a difficult monster to out, and we are trying to... oh, that's the negate of Dragoon. Yeah, all right. Yeah, so discarding a card to negate and destroy, also gaining attack points in the process now. So this is now untargetable and indestructible with 4,000 attack points. Shifter's also had its effect wear off at this point still, so that won't be a concern for Eldon.
And he passed, right?
Did he just
I think
pass?
Oliver passed.
Yeah, unfortunately, he passed back to his opponent. And in the standby phase, he will activate the Shangri-La to special summon from deck, which allows him to potentially use his planet again. Obviously not that great of a decision at the moment. And the Dragoon is there, bossing around this Kashtira deck, it seems.
Yeah, there's a really... it's very hard to out Dragoon for Kashtira. So Scareclaw, as you can see here, is one of the few ways to be able to out this. It actually has a pretty unique effect because it allows you to negate the effect of the monster while it battles continuously. It's not activated. Interestingly enough, it's one of the ways that you out the Pearly Noir because it is unaffected by activated effects, whereas Scareclaw is continuous. And so that's one of the ways in which Kashtira can deal with that. There's that Ash Blossom coming down on Patchwork. Last card in hand, which makes sense. We don't need to hold for anything here. And the graveyard's empty. We can't retrieve the Branded Fusion. We can't add back the card from our graveyard. So, yeah, there's not many options available to Eldon here. Just burn and destroy the Scareclaw, which thankfully has 0 attack points. So Oliver won't be taking any sustained damage here. But we will be attacking into the Shangri-La, protecting with its ability to detach.
Are you surprised at all that he decided to dank?
I was going to suggest, yeah, because
Scareclaw.
now he can't use any of his...
Yeah. No, what I mean is you can just get rid of the Shangri-La instead of the Scareclaw, right? Because the Shangri-La now summons from deck. Like, instead, what I would have done was probably leaving the Scareclaw instead, right? Which is more of a negative thing. Now you instead get to search your deck for whatever. It could be a Unicorn, it could be a Fenrir. So I think I would have attacked over the Shangri-La and then destroyed it with the Dragoon, maybe. But
yeah, I think Eldon maybe a bit of a misstep there. Leaving your opponent up with a free special summon out of the deck is not ideal here, especially standby phase, searching out Rise Heart with the Fenrir.
And now it's Dragoon against the Ward with pretty much 4 cards in hand, and only Dragoon with no cards in hand anymore for Endlin. But I mean, yeah.
We're going to try find that out here, and there is a Rise Heart in the hand that we just searched out. Special summon, go for some rank 7 plays. Let's check out the extra deck. Let's see what we have as options here. Do we have any non-targeting abilities to get through this?
Seems as if it's going to be very difficult.
Looking pretty slim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to do it could also be thanks to the pressure planet, you know, boosting the attack of all your monsters. Maybe you can find a way to attack over it by just destroying it by battle.
Potentially, but remember, Dragoon has also gained attack points from the negate.
I think only one, right? Yeah.
4,000, yep.
So 500, I guess.
That's 1,000, isn't it?
1,000, yeah. So it's 4,000 at the moment. Yeah, this is definitely not an easy task, but there are some ways that you can go for this. One of them, at the very worst case, could be the Zeus.
Here's Rice Heart being recycled here, and remember, limited to 1. It's really hard to you know, maintain that Rice Heart, especially if it gets outed initially. So you have to do your best to recycle it as best as you can with the Theosis, I think that was. So putting that back into the deck here, and Shangri-La has been activated this turn. So we can actually rank up into it if we need to at some point.
Okay. Yeah, I think the Zeus is the way you clear this, it seems, for Oliver, but at a very high cost.
Yeah, we do get to out Dragoon this turn, but at what cost? It will be a Shangri-La Crash.
It seems so.
And protection with 0 attack points. It's gonna drag Ollie down to 1,600.
Yeah, I guess they get 200 boost from the field spell, at least.
Sure,
at least.
Something.
It's something. Yeah. 3,800 damage, but yeah.
A top deck Branded Fusion would be absolutely really devastating here, though.
So it goes down to 1,800, I believe. And then in main phase 2, it will be able to finally go for this Zeus.
Which I think is the only way to deal with this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in the main deck, I
check
can't
it.
really see...
Checking his extra deck. It's, you know, I was thinking, you know, I mentioned the Pearly interaction with Scareclaw because I was thinking maybe there was some shenanigans you could do alongside Dragoon with the non-targeting. But there's nothing you can really use in the damage step.
This unfortunately means that all the zones that were locked are actually gone, and this set card reveals to be a Book of Moon, not even a Lance. So that might have been better than what we expected it, but now we go for the Tier Element Kashtira, as mentioned, a card that's not really popular in the deck at the moment.
Really wondering what the Kashtira Tier Element offers you.
It's
an
just
extra
an
way
extender, yeah. It's pretty much another name alongside the Scareclaw to extend your plays, but...
Tribute summon your card.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you know, you can do your old classic special summon level 7s for free, or just keep it old school and perform a tribute summon with your 7-star monster, removing 2 monsters. That works.
Yeah.
Very important here, though, because the Unicorn gets you the Birth. And Birth is an absolutely fundamental tool in the grind game.
No, well played here by Oliver.
Yeah.
Gotta give it to him.
Yeah, it's important, especially when you're depleted on resources here, to get access to Birth ASAP.
And especially he already recycled, as you mentioned, the one Rice Heart, which means he has access to it again.
And we've used Shangri-La this turn, so it should be quite easy to rank up into.
Absolutely.
Now, speaking about the long game here, I'm just wondering if maybe Eldon should consider conceding, or I suppose we're just waiting to see if we can draw Branded Fusion.
Final top deck, this could be
picks
it.
Up, there
and
it is.
He picks up his card. Oliver takes game 1. Definitely impressive stuff here. Both players giving it their best, and how can you blame them? There is a World Championship spot on the line, and a 20-minute game 1.
Yeah, that was a big grind back and forth there, and I think he just about managed to close it out with that out to Dragoon with the Zeus.
I think it was very impressive anyway from Eldlin, because basically navigated very well being under shifter, and basically was able to put up a couple of fusions and the Dragoon, which was huge, honestly, and I think forced on one way Oliver basically to go into the Zeus, and he paid off. So it's
yeah, it worked out in the end. I think, you know, if that shifter wasn't in play, there would have been a way to retrieve the Branded Fusion and give him a better turn turn 2
potentially.
So it's yeah, that's the issue, right? Like, shifter is not completely debilitating for Branded.
Yeah.
But losing that Branded Fusion in the graveyard as not being able to recycle,
absolutely.
Really strong.
I'm not sure. At the same time, I feel like obviously one of the turning points was also the decision to leave that Shangri-La on the field, instead destroying the Scareclaw. I feel like that could have maybe not entirely different, but even that same turn, you force your opponent to use a lot more resources. They wouldn't have access to Ferrier. They would have needed to use the Tirlem and Kashtira to make a Shangri-La. So maybe that could have gone another way, but regardless, it's still far from over. And as they move to the side decks, now it will be the opposite, with Eldin going first and siding some of these tools for this matchup. What do you guys suggest?
Well, playing the Necroworld Banshee strategy in the side deck is something I'm a fan of because it hits a lot of different decks like Dragons and Flow Under. But speaking about Kashtira in this matchup here, he's got a pretty well-balanced side deck here. Is there anything in particular you see good useful in his matchup?
The thing is that he's playing a Dark Hole, but I mean, he's going first, right? So I mean, playing Branded, you really want to put on the field as many pressures as possible. You know, going with the Mirror Jade, most likely, and the Branded in red. I wouldn't side in a lot of cards, honestly.
Yeah, I'm looking and I'm not seeing too many blowout cards here.
And how can you blame him? It's still a combo deck, and now he's going first, so the pressure is on Oliver. Our duelists are ready. Let's find out who the winner of Game 2 will be.
All right, this is Ollie's chance to capitalize on that Game 1 win here. 1 game away for him to get to that World Championship. Eldin gonna have to perform a bit of a reverse sweep here as we're gonna line up and go first. Does Ollie draw a Dimension Shifter? That's the question. Oh,
why does? Wow.
He's
Shifter Bell?
Shifter Bell Impermanence and Prosperity.
And I think also Fenrir.
Okay, all right.
No, I can't tell.
Okay.
Well, it ain't over till it's over. Eldin.
Average hand.
What?
Yeah. Like,
weakest Kashtira hand. Okay.
are we not using it now, though? I feel like you really need to use it.
Do you think you want to use it ASAP?
Yeah, you saw talents in the main deck, and if they can use some of the cards that send, like for example the Albion sends for cost, I think I would shotgun it in the draw phase. But yeah, he's waiting, and let's see if he gets punished by this. Normal summon of Cartesia, though.
Can't quite make out if we have access to Branded Fusion in the hand here.
Oof.
Chain Dimension Shifter.
And here the Shifter once again. An opening gets chained.
Okay, worst case scenario, there is access to the
Branded Fusion.
Yeah, to the Branded Fusion. This is a really important chain as well because the Albaz is now put into the graveyard.
No, but the opening is
the opening should be banished.
Yep. But
so most important of all, Albaz is in the graveyard here because it was chained, which is really important because I think he's got a Branded in red in the hand. But conversely, Oliver has drawn Bell.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one, and now he gets to resolve the Cartesia. Luckily for him, banishing instead of sending to the graveyard what is obviously his card, the Tri-Brigade, which will allow him to search his deck. The Courier, would you say?
That was not an illegal fusion summon there. The Saranir and those should be banished.
Yeah, banished. Okay.
Are we
a little bit of confusion here.
I think he couldn't summon the Mad Dragon.
Yeah.
No, you can. And also, those should have been in the grave. I guess Elda's just figuring out the materials here. Maybe he's overlaying.
Now he's obviously going to get a warning, and hopefully it wasn't. It was the first one for him, because otherwise this could be obviously upgraded as well, as we saw in the previous match. But it should be the first that he has received for this tournament, from what I'm aware of. Which means that he can just, transition to a different play now.
Okay, so the summon of the Mud Dragon was illegal, but do we?
Yeah, we can just go back to us in the meantime while they check with our judges, of course.
Important thing to note there is that if you activate the effect of Cartesia, the question is, do you have to fully resolve it if the initial summon that you made was illegal? That's that's kind of the question I think they're trying to resolve right now.
No, you do, because it was activated as Chain Link 1, in a previous chain. So if you have no target, of course, that would be a game loss, even if you don't have any warnings. But I'm pretty sure he has some legal targets. You could see it on the field as well. You have plenty of different legal targets in your extra deck. It's just a matter of what he did. That it was the Mud Dragon, of course. But as we know, they are obviously got to check whether he received a previous similar penalty in this tournament If not, what do you guys think could be the line that he can go from here? Obviously, not knowing that your opponent also has Ballad Impermanence, because that's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the dimension shifter here is massive. The branded fusion, I'm not sure what you really do when your opponent has you locked under shifter and potentially negates. So regardless of what you do, I'm not sure how really relevant it would be. I mean, Dragoon is a very powerful card in this matchup, right? If you can get Dragoon online early, that's pretty strong.
That's probably the goal,
especially because, like, I think that holding the Saronir and the Mercurial doesn't really help you out a lot in this situation, with also being on the shifter. So it's not gonna be easy, honestly. Let's see here now what will happen. Likely.
Yeah, basically for anyone who missed it out, so once you activated Cartesia allows you to fusion summon, but only level 8 or higher fusion monsters. So you cannot use it to make a Mad Dragon, but at the same time, he has different targets, as mentioned, with a hand composed of a lot of different tools. He could use the Bestial Saron areas in his hand, as well as just the Aluber on field, which at the same time would be unfortunate, because if you use the Aluber as he was summoned in a previous chain, you miss out on the effect. You don't get to use the effect on a new chain, which...
that's the important thing here, because like we saw, Branded Fusion, so important to get to. So if that doesn't resolve, then that's going to be an issue. So you can see our judge team here is just clarifying the situation to fix the game state and figure out just exactly what's happening here. Do we have any legal targets for Cartesia plus Saronir?
Potentially. I guess we can take a look at this extra deck.
Because I think that's really important, because you need this Aluber to resolve. That's the most important fundamental thing here.
The thing is, you have so many. Even just the Grand Guignol you can always summon, right? Yeah, with any light or dark. So you can go for the Grand Guignol at any time.
Worst case scenario, he should be able to access Branded Fusion. That's the most important thing. How do you think about this matchup in general? Do you believe it's sort of balanced? Do you think any deck has one sort of favored outcome?
I think that in general Oliver was advantage in this kind of matchup because he was main decking the shifter, which of course, you know, is a 3-off. But in general, if you draw it in game 1, is of course super impactful. Having both Kashtira and Bradin on the line, I think it's of course like kind of tough for the branded deck. But in general, I think he can play it out very well. We have seen Eldrin this week, and I've seen also him playing at our matches. It's very good player.
The thing is, based on engine, maybe that could be the case, but unfortunately for you guys, I bring bad news for fans of the branded deck. Unfortunately, Eldrin was upgraded as per previous penalties to a game loss, which makes it so that the end of the top 8, and the winner is Oliver Newton with a 2-0 victory. He is the one who most likely now qualified for the World Championship later on this summer in Tokyo. What a way, of course, emotions will be a lot, and as we will go through the remaining top 8 matches for you guys, we will be able to showcase the entire team, the entire roster that will be representing Europe at the World Championship 2023.
Yeah, massive congratulations to Oliver Newton. You know, like we said, a very accomplished player, 2-time national champion. Maybe he gets to add world champion to his repertoire. That would be an amazing accolade to take away from this.
Especially, but before he does that, obviously there are 2 more matches remaining for the day, because surely it's an amazing accomplishment to qualify for the World Championship, but don't lose your focus. You can still become European champion, and that is a huge accomplishment to do, especially with a field and a top 8 that is so stacked as the one that we have today. Regardless, guys, thank you for being with us. But before we go,
yes,
okay,
we've got
end of phase response.
I have a response. I'd like to. So before you leave us here, this is our first of all our last match that you'll be seeing from us here in Team Italy / Scotland. Of course, we'll have the top 4 and final coming your way very shortly. But we have a giveaway just before to end off. So I have the final card to reveal here. It is. Give me a second. Boureibes du Nouvel. Boureibes du Nouvel. So. Check the social media links in the comments, or in the chat, sorry, in YouTube or on Twitch, wherever it is you may be watching. Fill out the Google form with all 10 cards that you've seen this weekend, and you can join that giveaway.
Absolutely, thank you. And make sure to sum up, as Nadir mentioned, but as he also mentioned, this was the last match that we had the pleasure to do commentary for. Thank you a lot for watching us and for the feedbacks, but we'll leave you in amazing hands as Leo, Seb and Tom will do the commentary for the semi-final and the final match crowning the 2023 European champion. We will see you though later on, obviously, on the prize ceremony and when we will find out the 7 players representing Europe. Thank you guys again. Keep watching and we'll be back soon with more live content from Utrecht. Welcome to the second semi-final for the World Championship playoff here in Utrecht 2023, and we have to find out the second of our duelists who will qualify for the World Championship in Japan. It doesn't get much better than this, and what a match it will be. The one between two amazing players. On the one hand, Dinka Bui, YCS champion and fresh off a victory at the German National Championship. On the other hand, 2019 European champion Gabriel Sussi. Wow.
It doesn't get bigger or better than this.
It's
the
crazy.
World Championship spot is up for grabs in this match.
No, honestly, like we wouldn't have asked for better. After 5 rounds of Swiss and our guys now competing for their spot at the World Championship.
Two of the most consistent, we can say, European players. Amazing stuff from them throughout these years. Gabriel obviously have already been at the World Championship. Dinka has never been, so maybe this extra hunger will pay off in the match.
He wants it a little bit more.
Exactly, and that might come into play. Obviously, we have both been featured already, so we do know that while Gabriel is playing his Runic Furier Sprite deck, Dinka didn't change deck from his victory in Germany, and he's playing Labyrinth. So let's see who will win this game 1. And here they are. Just as a reminder, obviously, Jonas Kosho was the first player who qualified for the World Championship.
Gabriel hits a 12 there. Not bad. Oh, that was close.
And a 10 from Dinka, but Gabriel happy to win this one.
I can't imagine the emotion, the stress that's going
crazy
through their heads right now. I mean, you've been in a spot like this before. What is it like knowing that you are just that one match away from the World Championship spot?
To be fair, in my case, I was close a lot of times, as you mentioned, and it's unique. It's honestly way different than playing in a finals, because in a finals, you know that's the last match, while usually for this kind of matches, you know that you still have some other matches to play, and it's really a weird feeling, but I don't know, you just try to zone out. It's tough when you play, especially on stage with a crowd, but yeah. This is a great way to start things off, though, by Gabriel.
Yeah, we've got essentially a full combo here, so it's just a matter of how Dinka is going to react to this by using those trap cards to break apart the field that Gabriel's going to put together here. This Fur Hire deck accrues so much advantage, can control the field so well.
But unfortunately, the rookie was hard drawn. And again, though, interesting to notice, Dinka against his creation. So if he doesn't get to the World Championship, it might be because of his own fault popularizing this version of this deck.
Yeah, just really suffering from success, isn't he?
I guess so. I mean, that's when you know you're good, you know, when you're losing to your own ideas, potentially. But, I mean, Dinka has some very unique choices, and we know his main decking Sphere mode.
Yeah.
So that's something to, you know, be aware of if you're Gabriel.
Yeah, no, we saw that Prosperity reveal in a previous match for Dinka, and it is an extremely powerful card, especially against this deck that builds a lot of monsters onto the field. That's a huge pickup there from the Rafale.
Might as well keep both, maybe, but I mean, it's better to get the carrot maybe in this matchup. Obviously, they know what their opponent are playing at this point, but
yeah, it's just a case of you know, Gabriel trying to set up as many cards as possible that actually help with the trap setup, because maybe your searches kind of change depending on your matchup here. And
yeah,
he's gonna want to definitely try and get to, I suppose, maybe a carrot setup at some point.
For sure.
Might see here. That's a mutant we're going for. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably just getting rid of the least usable one because he's gonna go into a Folgo later on at some point.
Yeah, so you're just using it as fodder essentially for your Link Summoner. Don't want to waste your Hugens. And just to trigger that fountain, that's 2 cards drawn. Pay attention because there's gonna be more potentially.
Yeah, as mentioned though, it's definitely an interesting matchup. I briefly spoke to Gabriel before the match. He told me he was quite nervous about this specific matchup because it feels like Dinka might just pass. Like, because he knows that he cannot get Oticate because the runic card was there, and it feels like he gives him an extra turn where your opponent cannot really advance much, and it gives you an extra draw for that sphere mode. So maybe we could see something like this if Gabriel is right.
Interesting line of thinking there, but do you think maybe just letting your opponent have an extra turn of resolving runic cards might be a bit scary? Or?
It's tough because you leave the Folgo in the extra monster zone, so at the same time it's not like they can special summon with them. And most runic cards, except from Slumber and Tip, you know, you cannot even activate them. So it's an interesting option. Obviously, it depends on your hand, but especially if you have maybe, you know, multiple copies of maybe Prosperity or even something like that, could be worth. We'll see. And yeah, this is amazing, and I see the runic destruction as well in the end, which is the best one you can get against Labyrinth. Let's see.
This is as good as it gets for Susi here, as he's set up this amazing turn 1 play here. Most notably as well, we went for the carrot over the red because it is, of course, this spell and trap matchup. Both players are not playing completely blind into this and are more than aware by now who is on what. And yeah, Dinka is, well, I suppose at this point, maybe he doesn't have the sphere mode. I think that's maybe something you just slap down here. And I think he's doing what you suggested.
Yeah, I think he did. At the same time, I was thinking maybe the 3 copies of Heavenly Prison are actually quite nice here. Because obviously when you activate it, your opponent cannot really destroy your face down. So it could be another way of playing going second, I guess. But yeah, it seems like that's what's going to happen. And
yeah, I think like sometimes a lot of decks can, you know, pair up against for hire like this. They make such a big established field, and you know, there's almost just an unplayable way to get out of it. But in a trap deck like Labyrinth that's specifically designed for, you know, clearing the field with things like the Darumaka and the sphere modes, you know, he's not in a bad spot at all. Despite losing the 10 roll, you'd be very upset about that.
And yeah, we just resolved the Rafale, picked up a Freezing Curse, and we're basically with 6 cards in hand or something. Yeah, crazy advantage.
Yeah, so the one downside about Runic is that the battle phase is cut off for yourself, so we're going to have to go to this battle phase, skip it to skip those Runics that we resolved on the previous turn.
Interesting.
Back to Dinka. He sets 2.
Yeah, the thing is, this does not lose technically to the combo.
Oh, he picks up instantly.
Wow.
Oh my. Wow.
Game 1 goes to Gabriel.
Convincing.
Wow, really convincing start.
A lot of monsters, maybe?
Maybe a monster hand from the Inca, a weird one for sure, but I mean, sometimes the combo just goes
maybe
your
sometimes
way.
they hit the right one, you set 2 cards.
Yeah, because one is negated back arrow, then
I mean, to be fair, it's really tough to fight back from that position.
Yeah.
And it's definitely tough. At the same time, though, always we're gonna go and look at the side decks. But just as a reminder, whoever loses here is not out of the World Championship because he will actually be joining a 3rd and 4th playoff for finding out the last duelist, which will advance from the playoff to the World Championship. So nothing to despair, I would say.
Yeah, it's almost like a bit of a double elimination at this point here.
Exactly.
As you get a second chance to play against Sofiane. It will be in the that 3rd place match, and you know it is that spot at the World Championship in Japan. It is where dreams are made. There is no bigger stage, and so that's going to mean a lot to these players here.
And so now taking a look at Dinka's deck, obviously really good at going first. might cite something else, but honestly, I think his deck is solid. Maybe just the solemn judgments, I would say.
It really feels like he can basically set out the sphere modes
Mhm.
and then set in the judgments.
Seems like a clean trade there. So
On the other end, though, what do you think Gabriel can do? Is he prepared for this matchup?
I feel like we saw almost a card-for-card list of one of his friends in this playoff, right? That looks like a very similar side deck
Absolutely.
here. And it's, again, it's a very anti-combo side deck, right? That's sort of what he would be... and you mentioned that you spoke to him and he said he was not very confident about this matchup.
Now that I look at the side deck, I know even better why, because he literally doesn't have much at all for this. I'm surprised that he doesn't have anything, not even just a feather duster, you know, considering how much this deck can draw. It's like you would think that you could play them. Obviously, Runics give you out to pretty much any card in the game, potentially, but it's tough.
I think sometimes when there's maybe just so many decks in a format, you just sort of have to concede that, well, you can't side for everything, right?
I totally agree. But this time it will be Dinka going first, so let's find out who will be the winner of Game 2.
So some really strong blowouts here, as we've mentioned many times in Dinka's deck here going first, you know, with those Gozens, those skill drains, particularly into the Furhire Runic matchup. That Gozen is going to be really, really hard to play through, but it all is... Oh, okay, Pot of Prosperity. That's an incredible card. Post-siding, you want to dig for those sided cards that really help you blow out this matchup here.
Is Gabriel maining evenly? Because usually you could see that in the Furhire deck, at least. No? Not even playing that. No. Wow.
It's such a bad matchup, it feels like, for him. He's even maining the Dark Rulers, and the Biru.
Yeah, so basically...
I mean, looking at his like side patterns, what do you do? There's just nothing good to bring in, it feels.
Yeah, because usually in this kind of decks you have 6 spots. Ooh, but I do see the Eradicator. We might see a final 2.0. I mean...
Dinka is very familiar with that card.
I mean...
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good options here, right? We go for the Eradicator.
Yes, and there he goes, honestly, yeah.
Go for Eradicator, go for Engine.
Could be for a...
play this one out.
We could be in for a quick one. And we do see
Reveal
the Heavenly.
Okay.
Maybe set 4, set 3 it seems, okay. Wow. Are we gonna activate anything right away?
Is there anything you think you want to preemptively flip up?
I mean, if you just want to go for the Eradicator, any trap is fine, because then you resolve the Evenly and you can use the Eradicator tributing the Heavenly, I guess.
Yep. Huh. Okay. Decided not to...
I mean, maybe he doesn't have any trap that he can use right away. That would be a shame.
Well, begs the question why you would pick the Eradicator, maybe? And like Gozen match would probably be the better pickup in that stage, I think, if you truly didn't have a way to resolve this.
Potentially.
But here we go.
I don't know. Maybe he has like Solemn Strike and you can just try to do it that way.
Alright, Rex has picked up of this Fossil Dig, so Gabriel's hand is going to be good in terms of being able to play his main engine here, but the question is, what do we have set face down on Dinka's side? And I am, just truly despairing at his main deck and his side deck here. It is just so badly built for this exact matchup.
It just set one and pass.
Interesting.
Probably reading into what we were saying about Dinka not having a trap that he can use right away. And yeah, that seems to be the case.
Yeah, Lord is now going to be back into the hand here and stay unrevealed.
Definitely an interesting read here.
All right, reveals again, sets one more and passes. Do you think there's a reason you hold Eradicator other than maybe you just don't have a way to resolve it? Like, do you think there's like a way to just sort of plan it out?
I don't think so.
No?
Especially because this feels really slow, and if you can access a trap, Heavenly, not only does he allow you to resolve the Eradicator, but it gives you the big welcome. So like you can even OTK or get advantage. So I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a trap that he can use. I would be shocked if that wasn't the case.
All right, looks like we're repeating it again here. Set pass, 5 back row, Lord, and a monster too.
Wow. Very unusual start to this game too.
Yeah, not how I expect this to play out.
Yeah, especially because like now I think we can expect Dinka having at least one useful trap cards, right? Okay.
Okay, he did pick it up. Let's see if there is a Nash on the other end or something else changed. He could try to snipe the Eradicator with a Destruction if he has it, for example, but the problem is that the Heavenly protects it, so that's not even an option right now. And yeah, it's gonna resolve. Going for the Lovely. That's why he even set a card to begin with, so that he could actually
resolve the destroy effect, yeah.
Yep. Makes sense.
So whatever you go for here, I suppose doesn't... Okay, we're going for the Destruction. It's a card that you want to have in general in this matchup here, but it's a question of will Dinka actually resolve the Prison? Doesn't look like it. We're just going to hold it in hand.
Yep.
Skill Drain off the top there.
So now he's gonna use the Lovely as expected, and if Gabriel doesn't change the face downs, those could also get sniped off.
Yeah, I mean, even something like freezing curses to negate wouldn't do much, as we just chain the Eradicator, and it looks like resolution. Wow. There it is.
Yeah. This is exactly the combo that won him the German National Championship.
Let's see how many spells and we've got in Gabriel's hand here.
You can probably chain a Runic just to special summon, I would say, but here, okay, makes sense. Is the rookie? Is he gonna chain a Runic?
Judgment!
Wow. Judgment.
Okay.
This prevents the other Runics from activating, meaning they will be destroyed. And yeah, this is actually
that is a monster-heavy hand.
Wow.
Do you think that's why we just didn't fire off this Erratic, just holding for this long? That's... Okay,
no, he didn't have a way, as mentioned. He had Solemn. He didn't have a trap that he could use. Makes sense. And what is he getting sniped? I think the only one that was a chew-off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not actually the greatest hit there, not all things considered. Still has that Sprite Blue in his hand.
So now we can access another big welcome for next turn. But finally, it seems like Gabriel has at least an opening to try and play this out.
Yeah, we've got options on Gabriel's side here, but 3 set cards as we normal summon Dompa to another
Solemn Judgment. Double Solemn from the Inca. Wow.
That's a 6,000 life point cost for both of these Judgments here to prevent Susi from playing. And, well, pass it back, draws for turn.
And this seems like it's easily game with the big welcome resolving from the Inca. Potentially, let's see if he has enough.
There's big welcome, lovely bounce.
Okay, it seems like for now he's actually not going for that, going for the Lovely instead. And then, yeah, as expected, really well played by the Inca, finding the OTK and even the score 1-1. Wow. Very weird game, I gotta say, yeah.
Strange one, yeah. No, I mean, it's the double Judgment was powerful. You know, that's
absolutely
the signature staple of a trap deck is the old Solemn Judgment.
It was devastating, honestly, especially because like there was nothing else that Gabriel could have done. And but now I think Gabriel is in trouble, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, he's still going first. So
gets to go first,
at least. But on the other hand, as you mentioned, while his side deck looks as if it doesn't even exist for this matchup, Dinka is siding into a lot more options. He has, first of all, the full set of the sphere modes. And he has Kaijus as well, which I think are really good in this matchup. So he has a few tools. So I think it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I feel like Susi's only real major advantage, I suppose, is that he gets to go first. And, I mean, gotta hope that we've got enough destructions in our hand and try and resolve that. Hope he doesn't draw Sphere Mode. Hope he doesn't draw Lord. You know, it's a lot of hoping on Susi's side, I feel.
It seems so, but, I mean, when there is hope, there is a chance, you know, and that might be the case. Similarly for us, game 1. But, guys, again, you don't want to miss this game 3. It's only 1 game remaining to find out the second World Championship participant for Europe coming from the playoff. Is it going to be Gabriel, or is it going to be 2-4-2 with Germany? We're going to find it out. Let's head into game 3.
Amazing what these players have both accomplished over the course of these last few years, have established themselves truly as an iconic European name in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene, and regardless of what happens, I feel like we're going to have a pretty exciting conclusion to this matchup here.
Absolutely, and with 28 minutes remaining, it doesn't seem like time will be a concern, as in the previous semi-final, lot of time. These duels were pretty much quick, both of them with picking up their cards from Dinka, at least in game 1, right away after the combo from Gabriel.
Really curious what Dinka's hand was in game 1. He just seemed to not really do anything. He just set 2 passes.
Yeah, might just have been 4 monsters even, and 2, you know, nothing great. But here they are.
Yeah, we're ready for game 3 as we do our final cuts. And there it is,
Nice
the fist bump. Okay, well, as you mentioned, whoever does win this will be going to the World Championship, and it isn't too bad of a situation if you lose this one. There is one more third-place match to play, as Sofian is awaiting his opponent and his redemption.
I see a blue and a tip. Tip is great, obviously one of the best cards in this deck. I saw a Sprite Blue, which, I mean, it's really good on his own. And yeah, it seems like we are gonna go for the add of Fountain right away. When you get the Dispelling, usually that's what you want to go for. Yugin. Let's see. What's the rest?
Ooh,
Carrot, Fountain, and maybe another Runic.
Yeah.
In that case, he doesn't have access to the Furier engine yet. So he might play... Is it starter even, maybe? Yeah, makes sense. When you don't have access to that, you are forced to go for the draw first. So you want to get to that Rex right here. You have 6 copies essentially with the Fossil Digs. Let's see which order he wants to activate his cards here. He could prioritize getting a draw free potentially if he has another Runic to discard.
I think that's a second Fountain in his hand, isn't it? Oh no, it is a Runic, okay. All right, this is really important. We have 3 chances.
And yeah, he goes for the greedy line, and he actually gets punished severely. Wow.
Oh, that must really feel bad when you had a way to draw 2.
Yeah, this is tough. At the same time, he saw an Ash Blossom from the tip, and in his mind he was like, it's probably less likely now that my opponent has the Ash, but yeah.
But I think you have to go for a greedy line when you know that you're in such a disadvantage for this matchup potentially, right?
Maybe, I do. I don't know. Definitely might be the case. At the same time, when you have 2 chances, maybe you can take more risks in the first match, but I don't know. It's a brutal one for sure, and this Pride Starter doesn't feel like it does too much. What he can do is still access the Furier engine through the Gigantic, but obviously that means that you are forced to go into like a Masquerena. You cannot really go into the Folgo because you would be locked under Link Choose.
So weighing up his option, I think, is he deciding on the zone here? Or maybe he's considering using it as a material?
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Gonna give up on the Carrot. Really interesting.
Right.
But at least this feels like very interesting to play to just get back the Ash Blossom. So at the very least case, you can get back the Carrot. And you can use it, which is a very nice play, to actually access the Furier engine. And when you give your opponent a card, you can then use the Folgo to draw. So that's what he's gonna try and go for.
Yeah, neat little sequencing there by Gabriel.
I like it. I actually like it. I think he played really well this one.
Yeah, so despite that Ash Blossom on 3 coming down, it seemed really clutch, but actually making the best of it here as we're kind of working it out.
I think this was an amazing play by Gabriel. Yeah. And honestly, I feel like...
Maybe he knows the deck as well as Dinka. It's really, really well played.
And obviously Dinka was forced to Ash, but when you get Ashed in this deck, as you can see here, you can actually smile in a way and access your combo and still draw free, so that's nice.
Making the most of it here as we go for the Donner to trigger our way to get into Folgo and then later beat.
Exactly. At the same time, obviously, when you go for this kind of line, you miss out on the Dompa. And you can search it out because you cannot access both Dompa and Raphael. But, I mean, you still get a draw free potentially, which is great.
managed to make it work despite the Ash Blossom, and if anything, maybe at this point you could argue that that was actually deliberate the way he chained it to force out a potential Ash Blossom. That way you can guarantee you have access to the Fur Hire engine.
Yeah, you can probably see it the way where if it does resolve, you're happy to draw free. If it doesn't, it's because of Ash, and then you can still go for a play like this. And as mentioned, he needs to go for the Dompa at this point. Now he needs to figure out how to access, another summon just to use the Dompa. And here we could go for another Donner potentially. To just pop the Ash and draw. Yeah, this is exactly what he's gonna go for. Gonna draw free with this. And yeah, seems really strong. So
yeah, really managed to make that work, and the sequencing has been absolutely perfect here by Gabriel. I'm super impressed with the way he's ran this out, and what I'm going to really question here is, yes, we draw 3, but how good is it to dig post-siding when you have nothing in this matchup? It's really scary here to see if Dinka can actually capitalize on this, despite the advantage that Gabriel has managed to accrue here.
Especially because in game 1 he also had the carrot on the line. No? So
and play is back to Dinka, who might have a sphere mode, but he doesn't really need it at the moment to fight back here. It would be really nice. And it's important to notice that with the Ash Blossom negating Fountain, there are still 3 runic cards in the graveyard. So any runic card from Gabriel actually draws him 3 cards, which is huge.
Do you think it's worth maybe just firing one off immediately in the draw phase just to trigger that Fountain?
The problem is you only have Slumber available if that's the case, or Tip, I guess. But outside of those, you don't really have a way to activate them. It could be.
Wow. Did he pass back?
And this is exactly what Gabriel mentioned. This deck can afford to just pass back because you're not getting OTK. But now Gabriel is gonna try his best to just do as much as he can to get the Rafale, excavate 4 cards, which is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. It's quite strong on his part here. Wiz as well was
nice.
sided in. The spell and trap disruption that we've got available in the Fur Hire engine. So a whole bunch of tools that this deck offers you that you can side in. It's sometimes it's really cool to see people bring in specific archetype searchable cards that work in some matchups but not others. So you just keep it in the side deck as a one-off. This gives you that option. Moonin is summoned here as we want to save our Hugin to resolve this Fountain for 3. Here we go. So no battle phase this turn. Remember, that's the restriction of the runic cards, and we're just trying to build a huge field here, control.
And this is nice. Having access to a Furier card means that your Wiz can actually negate a spell and trap, because obviously you need to discard a Furier. So that's nice.
Yeah, it's just really about setting up as much spell and trap disruption as possible here. Also gaining life points. Not sure if this will be relevant, but game 3, 20 minutes could be. 500 per each, I think that is.
Yep, exactly. Except itself, so yeah, it's gonna be 2,000 gained. Going to 10,000. Yeah, this is impressive, honestly, from Gabriel. Managed to put up the same board, but again, better improved with the Wiz protecting him from evenly.
Multiple spells and disruptions this deck can offer you. So we had Wiz, Carrot has obviously been used earlier. Yeah. But there are some ways to fight through this, despite the fact that we have no sort of non-engine to deal with the trap deck. And it is now Dinka's turn here to try and mount something. The strategy of passing has worked out and played well for him so far, but this is the turn where he needs to play, as Gabriel will not be under that battle phase restriction next turn. Super polymerization.
Ooh, super poly from the top by Dinka. Let's see if that is enough to give him a hope. Seems like he will go for both the Donner and the Beat.
It's a Mud Dragon. Yep, that is Mud Dragon.
Yeah, for a Mud Dragon.
And also the targeting protection here could be kind of relevant potentially if we try and stop a monster with Masquerena.
I agree.
Or we could just force it out with a battle phase potentially, it looks like.
And yeah, it can be really annoying because all of the runics also target. So that means that you cannot really use them on the Mud Dragon right here. And this is exactly what's going on. Dinka resolving the battle phase attack. And now just might move to main phase 2.
I think there's a reason we went for Dompa over Mascherano.
To attack, you mean? I mean, to be fair, the thing is with the Rex Engrave, if you get rid of the Mascherano, they can still use the Rex and destroy a card, a face-down card. Yeah, so maybe you just want to prioritize your face-down being
Dompa is face-ups, isn't it?
Is it only face-ups?
Yeah, so there's Recon for face-downs and Dompa is face-ups.
Oh yeah, it's only face-up. You're right. Then yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter.
All right, so it looks like we might be playing in the end of the main here as Dinka has set 3 cards.
And yeah, he's gonna use the Rex to instead bring back the Folgo. And with 1 protection coming down from the Wiz, this seems like a totally reasonable position from Gabriel's, to be fair. His advantage is insane.
And end of main Mascherano here. Links off that
Unicorn,
Wiz.
maybe?
Try and hit a clutch back row here with the Unicorn.
Okay.
Okay, goes for the Phoenix. Makes sense because at least you get a draw then, because it destroys instead of just putting it back. Little roulette.
A random one here with the dice. What is it?
A third
Super
Poly. Wow.
God, there's 3 Super Poly in this
That's
matchup.
Crazy. 3 Super Polys. What an end.
Wow.
Not a good one from Dinka, honestly.
No, 3 Poly and
Not ideal. And still in the end phase here. Runic Destruction hits a Judgment.
And now you draw 3 cards off the fountain, which is
incredible.
Wild. Yeah, this seems like it's almost an impossible task for Dinka.
It seemed like an impossible matchup almost for Gabriel, but it's just crazy to think just how good this Furhire Runic engine is. It's so versatile and it can adapt to like so many different situations. Combo decks, back row decks, mid-range. It has it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And
it seems that way.
Yeah.
And now he's like sitting on 6 to 7 cards in hand as well, which is crazy. Like, whoa, wow.
Yeah, seeing 4 new cards for this turn specifically, and well, it will be a case of trying to clear up as much as possible. Still under that battle phase.
Yeah, wow.
Second
and
Runic
another Runic Destruction. This is getting a little too much for even us to witness. Gonna get additional draws. The last card in hand is a Lady Labyrinth. Wow, and more Solemns. Yeah.
It is a strange hand we've seen from Dinka. Triple Super Polarization, double Judgment. Wow.
So now he's gonna draw a card off the Folgo. Doesn't activate the fountain, it seems. I think he has at least 2 in the grave, which is interesting. But maybe he has a tip.
Dinka probably wishing here that Mud Dragon could declare face downs instead of monsters for the target protection, because we have absolutely cleared out 3 cards just with our in-engine disruption of the Furhire deck. Absolutely amazing.
We mentioned how both of these players are amazing, amazing duelists with lots of accomplishments, but at this point it seems like it might be Gabriel going again to the World Championship, and it would be a back-to-back pretty much, because it was the 2019 European champion, and obviously the last World Championship we held was back in 2019, so still, just like Jonas, it would be the same trend, both qualifying twice in a row.
Yeah, I think these players at this point should just set up like a tent or something in Tokyo, you know, like they're just going so often at this stage, you know?
Yeah. To be fair, the last one we had was in Berlin.
Oh, yeah.
I think they will be pretty exciting to visit Tokyo this summer.
All right, Links offer access, I think it is. Yep. And that is more than enough damage on the field here, but we are restricted from, right? There's no battle phase this turn?
No battle phase,
yep,
right?
Okay. So setting and passing here.
Yeah, and then he's gonna pick up a card, but then draws, and that's it!
It's over!
Wow! You can see the crowd going wild.
They are going absolutely crazy here.
Crazy,
what a game!
Crazy match, and that's what you expect when you put the best players in Europe in a room and ask them to
you
compete.
get an incredible tournament.
That's honestly an amazing match. Back and forth, as you mentioned, Gabriel having doubts, but in the end, he really proved his dominance, even in Game 3, just like in Game 1.
Really underwhelming by Dinka there to draw all those super polymerizations.
That was very unfortunate,
right?
honestly,
not
in
ideal,
Game
not what you wanna
3.
see.
That's not what you want to see. But
You open 3 Super Poly, it's obviously not great. You need trap cards in this deck to win. But let's keep, as a reminder, as mentioned, we have 2 of our players locked in for the World Championship. The first one, Jonas Koschel from Germany. The second one, Gabriel Soucy from France. But now we still have a third going from the playoffs, and it's obviously gonna be the one between the 2 losers from the semifinals. They're gonna go ahead in one remaining match for the playoffs to find out the last one going.
This is the double elimination, the final chance now. As bad as that might have been, you need to keep your head screwed on, stay cool, and have another chance at getting this spot here, because this is all to play for now. This is the last chance to go to Worlds.
And it could have been a 2-for-2 for Germany, but regardless, we are gonna find out who between, once again, Germany and France, with Sofiane will advance against Dinka Bui in our final match for the playoffs. Thank you guys for being with us. This was the second semi-final from the playoff. Keep watching, and we'll be back live soon with more content from Utrecht.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links 6th anniversary!
You can't do a thing against my creepy crawlers. Here I go, my entire swarm attacks. What? You don't mean Mirror Force? Look at these great presents!
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links campaign underway!
Welcome back to your coverage here of the EU World Championship Qualifier in Utrecht. We are now in the semi-finals, the top 4 of this very exciting tournament. And we can also reveal that the people I'm about to introduce you to not only have made their way all the way through these European Championships, they have guaranteed their place in the World Championships in Tokyo later this year. Very exciting, and we're going to hear from each of them about how they feel about both of these amazing achievements. So coming up first is Jessica Robinson from the UK. Jess, how are you doing? So we were talking only in the last round about this. You've made it to Worlds. How do you feel?
Amazing. Like, my stresses are just gone.
Really?
Yeah.
You were telling me earlier that it hasn't quite hit you yet. How do you feel this will manifest later on?
A lot of, like, happy crying, maybe. Like, tonight, we'll find out.
So do you feel Rika can make it all the way in Worlds?
Possibly. I mean, Rika's completely unhit. Every other deck is hit. I mean, there's a chance.
It is, and a great representation from the UK as well. Congratulations, you're our next feature for this top 4 match. So I'm going to let you go on and get ready. Congratulations again, Jess. Please welcome Juho. Come on up, Juho. Congratulations, sir. We just had you in a feature very short ago. The crowd are applauding. People love you, Juho, and you've made it to the Worlds as well, and the top 4. How do you feel?
I feel amazing, especially after my really terrible top 16 match.
Well, it's nice to see the positivity and the energy. You're always smiling, and seeing you win as well. A big fist bump in the air and a clap, a bunch of people cheering behind you. It was great. Do you feel good about the Worlds? Are you excited for it? Are you nervous, anxious? Tell us what you're feeling.
It's like a mix of everything. Okay. Yeah, but I also feel great that I can join my friends to Worlds, since like a lot of them are going to Master Duel Worlds.
Wow. Goodness me, so that's going to be very exciting. All of you traveling together, you get to stay in Japan, you get to take part, and you maybe get to, you know, represent over there and try and take home the win. And also, how are you feeling? Top 4 of Euros, do you think you could take it all the way?
Maybe, like, I don't really care anymore what happens.
You know, that Worlds thing is just, it's lifted your spirits, it's made your weekend. Whatever happens now, who cares? You're top 4, you've topped this event as best as you can at this point, but who knows, you may go on and win. Congratulations, I really hope that you enjoy not only your feature match that you're about to take part in, but also your Worlds time. I'll let you go off so you can get ready. Congratulations, Juho. Please welcome Oliver Newton. Now, Oliver, we just saw you in a feature match not too long ago. You can come a little closer, don't worry, don't worry. Now, you've secured your place at Worlds. You're in the top 4 for Euros. Tell us how you're feeling.
I've got a bit of mixed feelings, like it feels unreal. I'm going to be honest, I wasn't happy with my opponent getting a game loss in top 8. Like, it's too much pressure-wise, you're going to make mistakes, and I felt it was unnecessary, to be honest, for him to get a game loss.
Well, fair enough. It is exactly what happened, though, but it has meant that you secured your place in both the top 4 and the Worlds. What are your feelings about Worlds? I mean, the Euros, obviously, this is all happening right now and here, but looking forward, how are you feeling about going to Worlds?
Just feels unreal, to be honest.
Do you reckon it'll settle in later and it'll really hit in?
Yeah, it's not really, yeah, it's not actually really hit me.
Well, do you know what? Enjoy the rest of this event, because this is where your head is now. And then after this, you can really start preparing for Japan, for Tokyo. That's going to be so exciting. Congratulations, Oliver. Best of luck in this next round for you. I hope it goes well. I shall usher you off this way, Oliver. And welcome last, but certainly not least, Christian Thomas. I feel short again at this, but it's all right. Now, how are you feeling? Saw the energy. It was a very long, drawn-out duel that you guys had for that, but you've made it. How are you feeling?
It was a very tough game. Of course, I'm very happy about going to Worlds, but I also feel a bit sad because I played against a very good friend of mine, Gabriel Netz, in top 8, so it was kind of heartbreaking that I won against him, but I'm sure that he will go to Worlds next year. He's an insane player, so...
We can only hope. Bittersweet, I can imagine, but you've made it. You're in the top 4 as well. That's an incredible achievement across both of these things. Looking to this, are you nervous about what's happening now? Or like the other 3, are you sort of, whatever happens at this point happens, I'm going to Worlds?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not really nervous. Like, this was the main goal, and I already achieved my goal. So, of course, it would be nice to finally win a Premier event too, but again, I'm very, very satisfied with my accomplishment now. So.
You absolutely should be. You've done amazingly, and I wish you the best of luck in this top 4, and obviously also for Worlds in August. But I shall usher you off this way so that you can go and get ready for your next game. Congratulations, guys. Goodness me, a top 4 in the Euros, all of whom are heading to Tokyo in just a few weeks. That is incredibly exciting, and you can see everyone elated. It's definitely going to hit a lot of them later when they get back to a hotel room and suddenly start going, oh, goodness me. I'm going to Japan. I'm going to be in the World Championships. Absolutely amazing to see the representation from those countries going to Worlds. Obviously, you guys have also been watching the World Qualifier points things that we've got. We've got one more of those, which we may be able to show you most of, but you'll also be able to check out all of those on the YouTube after the event. But we obviously have a top 4 event coming up right now, your feature match. And to introduce that to you before the dice roll, I'm going to throw over to Basti, Leo, and Tom. Guys, what's going on over there?
Thank you very much, Ed. What's going on over here? We are completely losing our nerves at this point. We have been standing next to the players in the last round. We have seen players celebrate that they are going to Japan, to Worlds. People were freaking out. People were basically almost storming the scene. It was really fantastic. And of course, you have seen the top 16 match between Yoho and David Erpen, and both of them just hugged it out first. It was an absolutely beautiful image.
It was beautiful to see. Usually, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is more of a quiet card game. You're putting cards onto the table. Well, there were so many emotions happening where people going to Worlds have been determined, and we have just seen who are the 4 people that are going, and it will be for the featured match. First of all, Jessica Robinson versus Yoho, and both of them basically have said it doesn't really matter at that point, but I'm sure all 4 of them really want to be the European champion.
Do you think this is where you play your best Yu-Gi-Oh! Almost? Because sometimes in the feature match area or when there's World Championships on the line, maybe players get quite nervous and make mistakes, but now you've qualified, you're on the big stage in front of everyone, now you can really show everyone what you've got.
Honestly, I think so, right? You can now just put up a show, basically, because you literally have worked so hard for this. Yeah. Now you're in the spotlight, so you can show everyone why you're here, why you love the game, that you are incredibly good at the game. But let's first of all go back to the table and let's see how the die roll turns out here.
Here we go, the top 4 feature match here at the EUWCQ in Utrecht. Very exciting stuff. And I know that both of our duelists here may be on their way to Worlds, but we still have to find out who's going to be taking home that European Championship. We have Jessica Robinson and Juho Ahn right in front of me, ready to get this started. Jessica, I'm going to let you finish that shuffle and then we can roll a dice if that's all right. We can do a high roll. Juho, do you want to roll the dice first quickly while Jessica does that? And we can figure out exactly who is going to be going first in this top 4 feature match. That is a 12. Goodness me, okay. Right, and Jessica, over to you. And that is a 2. The 2 extremes of the dice game. Okay, so Juho, are you going to go first? Okay, Juho is going to go first. Now, you guys mentioned that you think I'm running out of adjectives to describe the commentary team, so I'm going to hand you over to the illustrious and the magnificent Tom, Basti, and Leo, who are going to take you through this very exciting top 4 game for not only the semi-finals here at the Euros, but our World Championship qualifiers. Guys, take it away.
Illustrious, never heard of it, but I take it surely means something nice.
He's
right?
actually being very rude about you.
Yeah, I'm impressed, though. He's still not out of words, but how could you be? I mean, the best 4 players out of Europe now have gathered, and one of them is going to be a European champion in just like 2 hours or something. How incredible is that?
This is so exciting. I mean, I'm really excited for this matchup as well. So we didn't have it on the stream, but we saw Jessica actually played Jonas Keschel in the last round, and she played exactly this matchup that she's about to play. So maybe she's
she knows what she's doing that matchup for sure.
Let me tell you one thing. In game 1, she just Harpies Feather Dusted for 4, and Jonas immediately had to scoop it up, basically. But I think that the players are already ready. So why don't we just waste no further time and directly go into the top 4 match of the European Championships in Utrecht?
Honestly, not only the Harpies Feather Duster, but there's so much stuff she has for the Labyrinth matchup. Actually, her version of the deck is pretty tacked out to beat that matchup, because we have Ash Blossom and Joy Spring in the main deck, there's Pankratops in the main deck, and those cards certainly are going to be able to help her even going second.
There is also a small plant, I believe, I've heard she's playing, a level 1 that allows you to
she plays the Spider Orchid in the side deck. But
first
of all the spotlight is going to be on Yoho, because he starts with Duel off and he searches the big Welcome Labyrinth with Ariana.
That was a very emphatic win of the dice roll, so hopefully he's got something to follow it up.
I mean, this matchup is incredibly difficult for the Rika deck, and losing the dice roll even makes it harder. By the way, if Yoho wins this would be the 3rd event in a row that we're casting internationally with a German in the finals, right?
That is indeed true, and also after the win at German Nationals by Din Kabui, this would again be Labyrinth in the finals of a big tournament. But it's over to Jessica, and it's only 2 back row. One of them certainly is going to be Big Welcome Labyrinth, one of them is going to be unknown, but there is this time the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. And honestly, it's pretty good because it does play around the Harpies Feather Duster right away.
That is true.
Maybe he was watching the table next to him. Just to mention, you guys being so proud of your German competitors, I should point out that this is could be 2 years in a row that an English person wins with Rika. No
totally, that would be a hero story as well.
Statistics again, guys, and it looks like Yoho actually expected this die here, expected the Loki to hit the field, and now we are already welcoming something big time.
Totally, and I think we're just going for Lovely here. I think the way for Yoho is here just to immediately get that Loki off of the field. I imagine that would be the way here, because that's the only reason why you would right away use the big Welcome Labyrinth here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Otherwise, you might have
Oh, but no, it is Cooklock. And honestly, Cooklock kind of makes me think that we want to eradicate her here. But is Rika really the deck we want to eradicate her on?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe we're going to play this Lord of the Heavenly Prison now. Oh, along with the Ariana. And then use the Cooklock to activate whatever we set.
There we go. Cooklock is being chained as well. And we can fetch out one of our cards from our deck with the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. And even if it is a trap card, Cooklock enables it to be activated right away.
Yeah, quite a fun card, Kuklock, just activating one trap card. That could be really powerful because trap cards are often...
Oh, but that was the Rumor Cannon, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that card just actually saved him in his top 8 match.
Oh,
his
yeah.
opponent Baptiste had 3 powerful monsters on the field, and he just Rumor Cannon and took a turn off of him.
Totally, a really, really, really good card at the moment. In Labyrinth decks, of course it is, but on top of that, even other decks have been playing this card now. As a thrust target, it really, really is powerful. But Yoho really did nothing about the Loci so far.
Yeah, interesting why he made a bunch of plays there and then didn't activate anything to interrupt.
True, yeah, I agree.
Jessica. It seems like normally you wait to activate your trap cards until you're going to do something to interrupt your opponent.
If he wants to eradicate her, he wants to wait until the sowing is added to the hand.
True, but I mean, we took the Rumor Cannon, so I assumed we would just go after a monster that we could book, but now there's a Link monster that cannot be booked.
Yeah, he could have set the Eradicator. The Rumor Cannon, of course, will send the Sunseed Locust to the graveyard.
Yeah, it kind of does the same at the end of the day, you're right.
Yeah, you do have to wait until... Oh, well, I suppose you've got your own monsters to set face down. You can't activate it unless there's at least a monster on the field that's going to get set face down.
But now you're opening up yourself to a Harpy's Feather Duster, right?
That is indeed true, but there is the normal summon of the Sunseed Twin.
That is not the one you want to draw, really.
No, that is a card you want to special summon out with the sowing, usually.
Oh, did we see a sphere mode there in Yo's hand?
I mean, Yo is running the card, that's for sure.
I think I saw it. I think I saw flashes of it. It's a very scary card.
It is indeed. I think his list actually looks quite similar to the one of Dinkabui, and that also played Super Polymerization, which is being activated right here.
Super Polymerization incredibly powerful lately. This card just integrated into the deck by Dinkabui and Jack Verma at the German National Championship, and it made the deck so much more powerful. It is so much better going second now, and also going first, having a Super Polymerization set. Crazy.
And I think that explains now why we did all of the other stuff before, because we wanted to draw a card with the Ariana, so we had something to discard with the Super Polymerization, because the last card in hand might be very valuable.
Yeah, it makes sense to draw a card before you're choosing what to discard. I love Garura coming into play here. There's so many fusions nowadays. Almost anything your opponent has in play, you can Super Polymerization away.
Yeah, now there is the sowing. This will most likely special summon out another copy of Loci. There it is.
And it looks like we're back to square one right here.
Kinda, right? But there is still the Rumor Cannon, so we have to worry about that.
There's also yeah, I suppose now we've used the Sunseed Sowing as well. And the normal summon.
Yep, so it's not really square one. There's a lot of stuff that has already happened, a lot of stuff that Jessica had to do to actually get into this position. And we are going for a Link summon here. And I would be pretty sure that this is going to be the Aromage Gisman.
So is there any way to trigger the life gain effect here now? Because don't you need like both the Loci and the healer in play at the same time in order to gain life points?
I think that's true, yeah. We should not really be able to do that anymore.
Yo, just waiting for the absolute perfect time.
Oh, and there it is. We are going for the Rumor Cannon, and we are going to set all of the monsters and send the Jasmine to the graveyard.
But Jessica is still at 4 cards in hand, which is a lot considering that there is only one more set card by Yoho, and I think that this one can't even be activated, right?
No, it was set with the Ariana, and he's already used his one trap card activation.
Oh, what's next? She's definitely not done yet. I'm curious, can she really play through all of that?
Yo, just maybe missing it. I'm pretty sure he could have added his Kuklock back to his hand.
Oh,
no,
look at that. There's Rika Princess activating the effect and special summoning itself. And is that really the Konkon on top of it? So we were interrupted on our Sun Avalon stuff, but here is the Rika part of the deck. We are using the Rika Konkon to pretty much set the glamour. There it is.
Such a powerful effect here. Just going to get to tribute off one of your opponent's monsters in order to search 2 cards from your deck. That sounds like a pretty good trade to me.
Maybe try to not tribute the Garura.
Would be smart, yeah. Also, it can only be monsters, not the back row, so that's kind of unfortunate, but I think Jessica is doing still very, very fine here.
That would be very fun if you could tribute.
Oh, we go into the battle phase, attacking into the Ariana, and that will trigger the effect of her Link monster of the Sun Avalon Dryas.
Oh, that's a very tidy play.
Therefore, the healer once again comes onto the field.
Does Konkon, we think, have to tribute face-up monsters? Is that why Jessica's not tributed anything in the main phase 1?
Let me just double check on that, but that might very well be the truth, yeah.
Do you think that there was maybe a situation that Yoho could have waited for with the Karma Cannon? Like, maybe let your opponent extend a lot more? Are there even ways to negate trap cards except for the regulars? But then you can still react to the Lily Borea, right?
I would assume so. I think that was pretty quick. So Yoho just wants to get it out of the way. He was saying before the match, I am totally in love with the fact that I'm now going to the World Championship. So this is all just a plus here. But that might have been a little bit preemptive. Also, following up on your question, yes, indeed, Riga Konkon needs to tribute face-up monsters on the opponent's side of the field. And therefore, it was smart to first of all go into the battle phase. There is the second copy of the Aromaseraphy Jasmine.
Yep. Getting some good value out of just the battle phase there. Both attacking to trigger the Sun Avalon Dryas and flipping the Ariana face-up so you can tribute it later.
Honestly, I think I'm more and more impressed by the Rika deck the more I watch it. Like, seriously. Like, for the first time, of course, it was the weekend of Marcus Patel last year, exactly 1 year ago at the European Championship. But since then, I do get some new ways how you can play the deck. And of course, Jessica, for so many people, being the mastermind of the deck, consistently topping with it, and also basically building the deck back in the day for Marcus Patel, and now playing it herself here into the finals.
Yeah, what a story, having like Marcus win it despite Jessica building it, and then Marcus winning with it, and then Jessica being like, yep, but it is me. I'm going to win with it now too.
Yes, so we are going for the Snowdrop plus Mudan, and we're getting to a lot of monsters on the field, and as Leonard was saying earlier, I think if we would have just waited with the Daruma Cannon, we could have just taken care of all of the Rika stuff as well.
Yeah. Tricky to figure out exactly when the best way to activate it is, but maybe it does look now like it was too early.
Especially if you're playing versus Jessica Robertson, who's just, as Basti already stated, a mastermind of this deck. We have so much going on right here. I think we're going to end on Bangle Lancer and Teardrop and Ricochet, which is just a lot.
That's almost as good as a going first board of the deck. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, is it possible for Bangle Lancer to bounce face downs? I can't imagine it is, because you have to take damage equal to the attack, right?
So we do also have the ability to just tribute one monster here already on this turn by the Teardrop. Another card being sat. And look at Yoho, he was really happy after he rolled that 12 to begin the duel. But now he's kind of unsatisfied with the direction that first game has taken so far.
Yeah, I feel like when a lot of people say that this matchup is favored for the Labyrinth, I think the key cards you need to find are things like Skill Drain, maybe Gozen match as well. I think there's a lot of different attributes going on between Rika and Sun Avalon, but without finding either of those cards, Jessica just happily pushing through all of the defenses.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be fair, Yo is not out of this by far, because I think he has used a big welcome so far. Was it just a regular labyrinth, welcome labyrinth?
It was big
welcome. And he also has the Garura, so the battle phase is not the most important phase for the Labyrinth deck, so he can actually just crash with the Garura and get another draw and maybe find himself back into this game.
The thing is, we probably just are going to give that Garura back into the extra deck, aren't we? Because there's not that many great cards to bounce back to the hand, like main deck monster-wise from the Labyrinth deck, so you could just also go after the Garura to deny the draw.
So we're normal summoning the Ariana now. Is there maybe a possible Link play?
That's a good question. Doesn't normally happen with Labyrinth, does it?
Check the extra deck. In terms of Link monsters, I can tell you there's a Nightmare Phoenix, which might be handy here.
Oh, we are immediately going to tribute the Ariana.
That's strong. Also, Muckracker is a card that is not only being played in the Livestream Runic Sprite deck, but also this Labyrinth deck.
Oh, another big welcome. Jessica is considering her Ricochet here. I don't know what the point behind that would be. We're going to resolve the big welcome and immediately add bag card from the field. So I don't think that we're going to put back the Garura in the extra deck.
Do you reckon Yo has got an English copy there in his graveyard? Do you reckon that was... Because Jessica motioned to read it, and then... was that a concession maybe from Yo?
Oh, wow! Jessica Robinson leading 1-0 after going second against Yoho's Labyrinth deck.
super impressive stuff. Like, seriously, the trap deck setting up really, really well, even having super polymerization, and still Jessica just slicing through it.
The impatience here, I think, was key. Maybe wait with the Daruma Karma Cannon. Maybe there was a reason why he did not activate it. Maybe he knows there is some kind of card that she can summon or play there that just takes my Daruma Karma Cannon out. So I have to hope that this is enough. But 2 big interruptions on the starting of the combo, and then we still just lost.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive for sure.
Yeah, that was very cool to see. Because, I mean, I guess when you're not super experienced with the Rika deck, maybe you think like, oh, if I just like, they start with a 1 Sun Seed, maybe if I stop the Sun Seed, that's enough. But definitely not, apparently.
No. Yeah, that's definitely not the case. Now, we saw that there was Eradicator being considered. And honestly, Eradicator feels okay-ish versus Rika, but it's much more about the monsters of deck. Yeah. And therefore, we could see Full Force Virus coming in here. How do you like Full Force Virus in this matchup?
In my head, I think it's very good, but I don't know all of the defense points of all of the all of the Rika monsters. You know, like Princess maybe has 2,000, Mudan maybe has 2,000.
I think a couple of them do have a couple of high defense points. So I could tell you Mudan is actually 2,400. And Rika Princess is pretty small. Yeah, she's 0-0.
Okay, but so that sounds pretty good.
On the other hand, getting Princess into the graveyard also is a double-edged sword because Barrett can use its effects. So it's also not very perfect. On the other side, Jessica Robinson certainly not going to bring in one of the most popular side deck cards this weekend, being Drone Lockbird. That doesn't do anything versus the Labyrinth deck. But evenly matched and Cosmic Cyclone do look a whole lot better. She respected the back row deck a lot.
And the card we mentioned earlier, the Predaplant Spider Orchid, card that you can search with Rika Glamour. And then, yeah, you can use it to destroy a face-up spell or trap. So that's, I think, deliberately intended to destroy things like Skill Drain or Gozen Match.
Totally. And then there, on top of that is Triple Tactics Thrust in there too. So Evenly, Feather Duster, all of those cards can actually be just searched out from the deck. So that's really, really powerful all around.
To be fair, Thrust not the best cards because you can play around it pretty well as the Labyrinth player if you want to, but maybe bring it in as a surprise and your opponent is just going to run into it.
I mean, when we watched game 1, we saw that Yoho just...
That is true.
Immediately started to play into it by just on the first thing started to use monster effects. But maybe he knows that Thrust is more of a side deck card, so he can be less careful about it in game 1, and then in game 2 he just values it a lot higher. That is definitely something that is possible.
I'm incredibly hyped, and I think the cutting has been done on the deck, so let's go right back to the table for game number 2.
Yoho An versus Jessica Robinson for the second time now here in our top 4 match. And Yoho is down a game, but still very happy as he's also going to the World Championship in Japan. But I'm sure he will try to turn this game around here.
Sometimes when you're just overwhelmed with happiness, you can't even think.
Fair point, yeah.
I know that feeling.
Oh, look at that. He's just spreading his hand onto the table. Classic set 5 by Yoho.
Applause from the crowd.
And the crowd
We love it.
is loving it. They're celebrating the classic old school set 5, but there's the Irish family.
No, and she shakes her hand! Jessica Robinson advances to the final with the Harpies Feather Duster 4-5!
Holy, what was that?
Wow!
I was saying Yoho is about to turn the game around, then the set 5 cards and the Harpies Feather Duster just break the entire field.
That is the most iconic way to enter the finals of the European Championship, let me tell you.
That's the most iconic way to beat a deck running lots of trap cards, isn't it? It's like, how do you beat this deck? Just draw the Duster.
The dramaturgy here, right? The crowd celebrates the set 5, and then the Feather Duster just to take it all away within seconds. That was beautiful.
Yoho immediately reaching over for the handshake. Jessica Robinson advancing to the finals, possibly fulfilling the UK legacy of winning Euros with Rika.
Yeah, it's the Rika arc, basically, the Rika lore. Last year, the European Championship has been won by Rika, and it might be time again. How does that even happen for a rogue deck? If this deck is winning this year now, is it just going to be not a rogue deck anymore?
Can we still call it? It had about maybe 4%, was it, of the deck breakdown?
I think so, yeah.
I'd still call that pretty rogue. That's like 1 in 25 players. That's really not many at all.
But I also have a follow-up question. are like Germans even allowed to play the deck? Because it seems like only UK players can actually
What can I
pilot this
say?
deck successfully.
There are some secret things that our English players play. I think we may be having a
have
chance
a nice
to
match to show.
Oh yeah,
Guys.
go for it.
Yes, of course. So we have the last playoff match of the points qualifier, and we are just going to show you that now, so you can experience all of it. So guys, see you back in the finals. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the World Championship playoff. We are here with the last match, the third and fourth playoff within the playoff, to find out who the last duelist will be qualifying for the World Championship. It's an amazing and thrilling match we're gonna see, and it's the one between Dinka Bui and his Labyrinth deck and Sofian with his branded deck. France against Germany, amazing stuff, honestly.
This is the heartbreak matchup because they've both just come off the back of losing that world spot.
Yep.
And they get their second chance, and it's the emotions I can't imagine.
Unfortunately, only 3 can go, and one of them will have to lose. I guess the only positive thing is they still get the VIP privileges, I guess, so regardless, they can play at the main event with 2 buys, so they can get some extra sleep, I guess, tomorrow in the day, and then
you get to sleep in.
I'm trying. I mean, but regardless, it's gonna be an amazing match. Obviously, they both still had to make it X1 in a field with the top 32 best players in Europe, and yeah, that's no easy task at all, but now they gotta focus with a huge crowd watching them play, and it all comes down to this last match. I think our duelists are ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of Game 1.
I think no matter what happens and what the outcome is, regardless, both players should be extremely proud of their success and how well they've played, and just to get this far after such a long grind and coming out into the third place playoff for this game.
Totally agree, and it seems like it will be Sofian going first. As you were mentioning briefly before the match, it's obviously not really the Gimme Puppet line that you want to go for this specific matchup, but there is a card that we have not yet seen, that is the Dark Magician going into the Dragoon in this deck. That's an option, and it seems like it would be a really good one. So
yeah, we were actually discussing just before this if, you know, Sofian likely should not be really going for the Puppet Lock in this matchup. Doesn't seem like the strongest play ever. Instead, I think Red Eye's Dark Dragoon, as you mentioned, is an extremely powerful win condition as a untargetable monster that can boost its attack up, and it's going to be very difficult to out.
Tough, yeah.
All right, here is Branded Fusion. Best card you want to see starting off here, and it looks like we're going for the Tragedy as we go into a Dark first.
Yeah, what you need to do is probably something along the line of resolving somehow a skill drain, or like the Daruma maybe, those kind of cards. It's the only way that you can manage maybe to out it in Game 1. But when the deck goes first, as we can see here, and it has access to the fusion, it can obviously do a lot. And yeah, the creativity is where this will see. And Sofian has been proving to know the deck in and out pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, I think he's shown really, you know, amazing mastery over this deck. Even has the fusion deployment here to go for further pushes in place, so he should be able to set up a decent, you know, first turn here. And I guess it's just a question of, you know, naturally when you play against like pretty much every deck, you go for like a, you know, the standard line of like Jade and like a Pop or something like that. But in this matchup, I wonder if he will identify the power of Dragoon.
Yeah, it seems like Dragoon and Chimera are really, Guardian Chimera are his best friends in this matchup, which kind of bring the deck back to what Brandon did 2 years ago.
He's playing old school.
Last year, yeah, pretty much. So, but it makes sense. Sometimes you really need to adapt to what you're facing. So.
Yep, and it's a good point there as we go into another fusion play with the Cartesia. And Branded Lost has been established as well. There's a Guanguinol.
Let's see if we are actually gonna go for the Dragoon line or more of a standard play.
Guanguinol sends any monster from your deck to the grave above level 6, as we are indeed going to soon Albion.
Yeah, he's gonna search first with the Lost, I feel like, and then he's gonna send something. But yeah, it's gonna be from extra, I feel. So
Okay, sends the Albion for the Guanguinol effect, and Lost searches the Shrouded Dragon.
can send the Retribution or any of his other cards. And yeah, it's gonna be the Retribution to get a draw.
Wonder how many times he's had his Branded Fusion ashed up until this point, I think, to get this far. Maybe he's been on the higher end of that dice roll, or that coin flip, rather.
In the other semi-final, 3 times. That's what I can tell you. No wonder he lost, I guess. But yeah, this feels like a decent opening. As you mentioned, he's prioritizing what Branded used to do with the Branded in red into the Chimera to pop 2 cards, which makes sense. Honestly, you take this as a grind game, and you play around Sphere mode by ending on this field.
Which I think makes sense, especially because like seeing a Dinkabui strategy usually setting 4 and then risking the Sphere mode doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So it's,
but once again, it seems like the decision to main deck 3 Heavenly Prison is working out, because even here it would play around the Guardian Chimera. So
yeah, it's an important card to have in this matchup specifically because of the protection effect from the destruction that Chimera can inflict. So definitely something you want to lead with here if you're Ka, but I don't think we've got anything just yet.
The strategy of passing does not work against Branded.
Yeah, that one is not going to help him out here. All right, so I think Sofiane is just still making plays here in the standby of Ka here. So, this, okay, Prosperity is a very good card you want to see going first here. Get to dig for 6.
Nice one. I don't think he's playing evenly in the main deck, right? So
No,
he
he's
doesn't.
not. Yeah, that is definitely a good card to have post-side here, but that is a Daruma Cannon.
And there is also the
Lord.
Heavenly, potentially, yeah. Could be a good one, to be fair. Yeah, and I agree. I think it's a really good pickup here. Prevents the Chimera, as mentioned. I might see just a set 5 alongside it. So. Oh, and Sofiane gotta read it.
Okay, maybe that's not a card we... okay. Mercurier negates the protection effect. Now, how much does Dinka want to commit to setting here when we know that there's a locked and loaded Guardian Chimera ready to come down potentially?
We have to say that this was quite unexpected. I think, honestly, was Dinka was not expecting this.
This really niche way to play around what's going on, and Arianna will come out resolving.
All right, we've got some engine here as well into the big welcome search, so it's a decent pickup here. But again, we need to find a way and a strategy to deal with this Branded in red.
And yeah, we are just gonna start setting some cards. Hopefully as many as we can to play around the Chimera. Yeah. And now in the end phase,
4.
What can we do? I mean, I think you still go for it. You can go into the Jade. Obviously, you don't have access to like the Ad Libitum, which would have been really strong, but you gotta go for this. Yeah, and you can target the Tragedy, getting even an extra search, and chain the opening to get to the Ad Libitum. That's insane from Sofiane. Wow. As mentioned, he was really missing that piece of interaction. He gets rid of a Cartesia that will most likely return to the end, and this is really well played by Sofiane.
2 cards are being used from the field here as the Branded opening special summon, so that means 2 pops rather than the 2 draws, as you can choose to manipulate that with the Guardian Chimera, and here is the all-important...
And this is crazy, because you get
these
so
chain links.
much advantage.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Basically,
5.
Yeah. you're gonna get the Mirror Jade back. You search for another card with the Lost. One for Tragedy and another draw, so that's...
Yeah, so...
+6?
Not bad for a single Branded in red.
Decent enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's always been like the great thing about Branded. It seems like a very high ceiling, very like full-powered deck. Just doesn't really have that sort of versatility, I think, that some of the other decks have offered, as we saw, for example, the incredible play by Gabriel in some of the previous matches with the For Hire deck. So this is, I suppose, one of the glass cannon a bit sort of ways that you can interpret this card. And that's a big welcome.
And he's actually playing Shume Courier, which is also unusual, I guess.
Was that I think that was a Daruma cannon we hit with the second card. Can't even use it defensively to protect here.
And this is brutal, as mentioned. The Cartesia gets back to the end. Only 2 face-down cards from the Inca. This seems like it's gonna be an upfield battle to remain.
The Titaniclad getting a Quem out of the deck?
Yeah. Again, this is one of the reasons why Quem is amazing. It's also a Dogmatica card. You can get it with the Titaniclad.
All right, well, those last 2 set cards better be something to be able to save Dinka here, as we do have pretty much just game on the field here.
Yeah, we do. So the limitation of attacking directly from Branded red only.
Do you know what I just noticed?
Okay.
He has the sphere mode.
He's got sphere mode in his hand, and Sofiane played around it, you know, and unfortunately we cannot normal summon in the end phase. That's not going to work out.
Brilliantly played by Sofiane,
no,
I gotta
he's
say.
Really mastered this deck.
Yeah. And there comes the Dragoon potentially, but at the same time, here, as you can see, he has access to it, even though he has 6 monsters already.
God, it's been so long. Remind me, does Dragoon destroy any card or monsters only?
No, he can destroy monsters depending on the number of,
Yeah, the materials.
Yeah, but only monsters.
How long has it been since we've seen this this card really dominate with the Verte? It's been a while, but yep, we are indeed going to go for Lebellion, shuffling back.
Let's see if we're gonna see this.
Ooh, the
red card.
The other rarity of
there he goes, and there is Red Eyes Dark Dragoon making its first appearance this weekend, and well, this could be a quick one for Sofiane.
Controversial card among the player base is Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, but we're going to go straight to the battle phase here.
Yeah, like, you know.
Storming would be pretty good here.
Storming, It's like drowning Mirror Force even,
Welcome is negated by this discard.
Ooh!
Daruma Cannon!
Ooh!
Huge!
That's literally one of the best cards that could happen, but still.
Do you think it was a bit preemptive of Sofiane to negate the welcome? Maybe he just doesn't know Dinka has Daruma?
It's like, I mean, kinda, but at the same time...
Because he definitely did not think about that. He was just like, discard negate.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, you know, he was feeling himself.
Yeah.
Maybe he should have taken more time, but at the same time, the big welcome in the grave would have been active, so he could have used that as a compulsory if that resolved, which might have been annoying for Sofiane.
But you were right. The one was destroyed previously, so that's why maybe it negated the...
Oh, right. So, yeah, so he must have drew double Daruma, and he maybe thought...
he had to. Yeah, so maybe...
So now
doesn't have it.
he can still flip a few, which obviously is someone last turn. But
yeah, you can flip these back up. You know, there's no need to keep them face down.
Yeah.
He's not going to get 6 draws, unfortunately, like Eclipse would have you do.
Exactly, and this is exactly what's going on here. But now that cheeky sphere mode, although much less impactful, is in the end and can be used by the Inca next turn.
Yeah, so just noting that those last 2 monsters can't be flipped face up. And yeah, no, we talked about it before. Having an out to Dragoon in Labyrinth is actually pretty difficult. It's actually quite hard to handle. But as it's face down, or we can just tribute for cost, Sphere mode can actually come down here.
Pop it as well, so yeah.
Yeah, many ways to attack this field here, and Sofiane has definitely committed a lot, but Dinka's quite depleted on resources, admittedly. The negate of Dragoon did cost quite a lot there, having to go for
here
the...
we see
we're still
the
playing.
Prowly, wow.
All right, going for more.
Makes sense.
Masquerade?
Might just be a Stapelia, which I'm not a big fan of, but I guess...
really does a lot in this matchup here.
No. especially with the big welcoming grave that can act as a protection against it, I guess.
Yeah, Masquerade would be really good, you know, have your opponent pay some taxes for all of the effects that they play, but unfortunately doing no damage in the battle phase whatsoever is gonna, you know, not really be that useful
and I
here.
think nowadays you side the card instead of maining it often. And
oh yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah, and I think that's the case as well for Sofian. But yeah, Brandon Red is back and he's picking up his cards. Yeah. Game 1 goes to Sofian. Wow.
He played that really well,
Yeah.
I think, all things considered. You know,
Absolutely.
as we saw the sphere mode in his hand, still could have dropped it on this turn, but I suppose it wouldn't really amount to anything.
Yeah.
No, but I think he's showing us how powerful the deck is and how he's mastering it, honestly. So it's...
And now, obviously, the momentum of the match switches because while Sofian just won a game, Dinka has lost 2 in a row because obviously he lost in the top 4 and now he's lost again. So obviously he must not be feeling himself too much, but still nothing is lost. He can totally make a comeback and I'm sure Dinka is not the player who gets his nerve ahead of him. He has been here multiple times, at least in a different kind of stage, and he's gonna go first. First of all, bring in his cards, maybe Solemn. What else do you think he might side in?
I'm seeing this Bestial package here could be really clutch against Branded in red, but I don't think the Despia deck relies on Branded in red too much as it used to.
No,
although it is kind of important to stop Chimera.
I do think, as we saw here, it's really strong, but probably as I go in second card rather than I go first. What obviously we can see is the dimensional barrier, which can be easily searched by the lady, and with the clock you can get it on right away, and that's an amazing card, obviously, against any form of Branded. And on the other end, though, Sofian is probably the first duelist this weekend that is somewhat more prepared against Labyrinth, though.
Yeah, there's the evenly matches here, is what I'm looking at.
And also the Cosmic Cyclones as well, which might help him out
protection
a
of
lot.
Lord.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's the only player having at least 2 cards this powerful.
And in this case, he can side 5 with the Cosmics and evenly. And obviously, against this specific version of the deck, evenly is much better because they rely on a lot of traps. And that will be the case, but it seems as if our duelists are done shuffling up. Let's head into game 2.
So it's really impressive just how Sofian's managed to build his side deck here. I think because of the way that the Rurik matchups really work out, you're naturally going to be, putting in a lot of hate for them, and that sort of, catches Labyrinth in the crossfire with things like the Evenly and the Cosmic. So I think he's going to actually be pretty decently prepared for going second here.
I agree, absolutely. And worst case scenario, he can just do the same, playing around Sphere mode in game 3. So seems like he really took his time to study Dinka's strategy and try to adapt it. But here they are, the usual pyramid from Dinka. Let's see if he will be able to even the score 1-1 or not.
Yeah, this is okay, Ariana.
Great
that's
start.
Yep, that's what you want to see. No triple super polymerization this time.
Yeah.
Is there like a really crazy super poly target specifically against Branded?
I mean, first of all, it's an out to the Dragoon as well, which
that's
to be
important.
fair,
Yeah, that's really
important
good
to mention. But he's probably
I
playing,
think that's kind of what I was thinking about. Trifo Veritum. It's the
crazy one. Yeah, you can use 3 darks.
Three darks, right? Yeah.
Something like the update. Oh, and there is a clock right away. Wow. So he's actually gonna go for a somewhat of a combo, if that's what we can call it, which is interesting. But he did outdraw the Lovely, I think, unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it came out of the hand.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna snipe something here.
Let's see what that is. It's a good one opening. But definitely an interesting start. Unfortunately, drawing the Lovely. You really want to have it in deck if you want to go for this opening, but it's a decent one.
All right, Branded opening is a very important key piece here, but hey, at least there wasn't Branded Fusion.
Imagine if that was, Tragedy or the Edge Imp, I guess.
Ooh, okay, Dika's going for this in the standby phase.
You're thinking what I'm thinking? I don't know.
All right, okay.
He's probably just going for another pop and that's it, I guess.
All right, yes, the returning of the Fiend Monster to the hand here, triggering the Lovely to try and attempt to hit more cards out of the hand here. Ooh.
Okay. Nice interaction here. Gonna change Magnamut to get something on the board. And no, at the same time, once he gets to the field, I mean, it kind of makes the Lovely better as well, right? It's a weird one. Ooh, and it's an evenly matched.
Okay, to be fair, that might not have done too much in this this particular turn here. How do you feel about the Bestials here?
I think it's really lucky, I gotta say, that he's able to resolve one. Because literally, like the clock is literally the only card that would be in the graveyard turn one, and he's playing one, and that's it.
That's
maybe he just thought that I think I was playing the Stovies, you know. I don't know. That's the only thing.
Yeah, not exactly the card you would probably think of as an amazing side option versus Labyrinth.
Oh, and the rest of the end looked like Super Poly and another spell, which I'm not sure what that was.
Okay, so Fusion Deployment is being deployed to get a Cartesia. Alright, he's weighing up his options here, okay.
Yep. Yeah, it's really debating. I mean, even Albats would be decent depending on the last card set, but it seems like he's going for Cartesia, yeah. No, changed his mind. Yep.
Rindbrum is instead the target of reveal here.
Changed his mind at the very last second and went for Albas. Aggressive. But this can get punished by so many traps from Dinka.
Yeah. It's a big heavy cost here to discard as well. And change Super Polymerization.
Wow. This is huge. Huge stuff from Dinka. Obviously, that cannot resolve. And
is that a Furious Dragon?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, we have a Destroy Phoenix Enforcer style card here.
Wow.
And, you know, that discard cost that you mentioned is super punished here. Super Polymerization clearing Sofian's field, and of course the Albaz was activated, but it won't fuse as it's no longer in your control.
Funny enough, we could see just moving it to the end phase, searching the other Bestial, and then using his own copy of Super Polymerization afterwards, you know?
Okay.
So like, or even just setting it, you know, he can use it right away, I think, because otherwise...
Yeah,
otherwise he loses it to the border load. So I think that might be the case. Yeah. I think you get the Druid Swarm and then you just go for Super Poly here.
Oh, searches the Shrouded Dragon.
Yeah.
Okay, it can search any dragon, I suppose, here.
He doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't use the Super Poly.
Wow.
He could be in risk of getting OTK'd, maybe? No, right? We don't have any set cards. We can't OTK.
No, because he has Ariane, no? Does he not all?
Oh, yeah, he normally...
That's easy in the game.
Yeah, that was the bounce
so
there.
why would you not go for Super Poly? Wow.
Yeah.
I don't, because, I mean, if you don't go for Super Poly, you would search the Druid Swarm.
Maybe he just didn't see the line?
No, he's not playing Druid Swarm.
Oh, okay, just okay. But even then, I think you always go for Super Poly. Yeah, maybe he just didn't see the line, I guess. But it seems as if Dinka really found his way.
He's got a lot of cards that he can bring in for this matchup, and brought in the Bestials, I suppose, maybe just because there's a lot of dead cards in his main deck that I'm noticing from Sofian.
As you can see here, he's gonna go for the Mac Cracker, bring back the lady just by discarding a card, since the Druid Swarm was not there, and this is easily game. I think we are heading into game 3, most likely. Gonna be a battle phase, and that's it, 1-1. Unexpected ending, I gotta say, to this game, with the Super Polymerization not used by what looked as if could have been a game of just Super Poly's the last, but like, yeah. At the end, I mean, you gotta just keep composure. Finally, Dinka winning a game again, and now it all comes down to one game to find out who goes to the World Championship.
One last duel, This is it. Both players are in that spot to try and go to Japan for the World Championship, and it's the last game. I think they're probably both quite settled into this match at this point. They're, you know, very likely just completely focused on this. Yeah, it's gonna be a good one, and it's all to play for. Sofian does get to go first, and I feel like, you know, with that crazy setup of his we saw in game 1, he might be slightly favored if we're talking purely in terms of
especially
mechanics here.
He proved that he can play around the sphere mode successfully, and he has even some decent cars. I really would hope that he doesn't keep those Beastials in, but maybe, I mean, that's working out for him. On the other end, though, I might assume that Dinka is going to side in, obviously, the 3 copies of Ash Blossom, his own 4 Bestials, which are much better than his opponents, and maybe the Kaijus, because if you expect your opponent to open up with them, maybe it's decent, but
do you think if you recognize that your opponent is playing around sphere mode that you just...
I would cut them out. Yeah. I think so as well. Like, you have played on stream multiple times, your opponent knows that you play sphere mode. One thing is, you know, the matchup against Gabriel when they cannot choose to play around it, but something like this, it literally happened in game 1. Yeah. So I think it's definitely something that Dinka should consider.
Although we didn't reveal it, to be fair, but I would assume by now he's most likely aware of it.
Yep. He just showed it multiple times on stream throughout the weekend and even this, the previous semi-final, so that's why everybody knows that he's playing sphere mode now. So without further ado, I think we have one more game to show you guys to find out who is gonna join Jonas Koschel and Gabriel Susi at the World Championship in Tokyo. Let's go to game 3.
We mentioned a little bit about how powerful the branded setup is turn 1, specifically against, you know, either a combo deck with the Gimmick Puppet Lock, or even in this matchup with the versatility to be able to adapt and instead go for the multiple destruction effects on the spell and trap cards.
Let's see, and let's see especially if there is an Ash Blossom from Dinka's side. Starting thing off with Fusion Deployment.
All right. That is step 1 of Sofian's plan here, going for the Guanguinol, and that will be getting Cartesia out of the deck here. And now it's the all-important, can we get to Branded Fusion?
Aluber time, always great way to play against around Impermanence or Veiler.
If he searches opening here, I'm going to be, okay, all right, it's not that crazy of a start. Okay. Just Branded Fusion going,
ooh, but this is huge. Patchwork.
What a start, honestly.
Amazing opening. Really important to Ash this Branded Fusion, but still the setup is really strong regardless, even if you get Ashed.
Yeah, that's one of the ways that people have adapted to play around the Ash Blossoms by having
even
this
the Albion.
here.
Yeah, this is a crazy start.
All right, we've got a lot of gas here, so not looking too bad at all on Sofian's side. Sends that Retribution.
Let's see if Dinka has anything.
So some of the you know, main kind of talking points about Branded in the community sometimes can be just about the consistency of the deck.
Let's see.
But
no response, no Ash Blossom. Wow.
Yeah, this is a dream opening here. So, you know, the consistency of Branded can sometimes fall apart, you know, with things like the Ash Blossom, or even sometimes you just don't get to the engine piece that allows you to resolve it. But Sofian has managed to pull together for this whole weekend here, and yeah, we're this far, and it's time to see what he chooses to go for here. He's actually weighing up his choices quite heavily here, and of course, why wouldn't you? 22 minutes left on the clock. You're in game 3. Every single play now has to be made to absolute perfection.
Yeah, that's right. And also, I think with no Ash Blossom being activated now, Dinka is relying either on his sphere modes or super polymerization.
Yeah, and once again, I'm betting that Sofian will play around the sphere mode.
So resolving the full chain here, the Libellion as Chainlink 1. Tragedy going to get a search for any Despia monster. Goes for the Ad Libitum. Could be seeing a very similar setup to how we had in turn 1.
Yep.
We're shuffling away into Mirror Jade.
And we could actually just see this as in game 1 with just the Grand Guignol plus Mirror Jade, and that's it. At the same time, though, Dinka has Bestials, so we should consider that maybe there is a Bestial there. That would be nice. And yeah, I think Sofian might just pass, just like in game 1. Once he, you know, he has access to his red. Yeah, I think this makes sense. You just play safe, play around the sphere mode, grind it out. Why not? Obviously, the lost makes a big difference because that.
Yeah, you get a lot of advantage off the lost, especially when you can search the draw of the Shrouded Dragon or even the negate of the Mercurier.
No bestials though from Dinka, it seems, at least for now. Usually you would use them right here to just prevent the red at all, but maybe he's holding into him, and obviously you can still top deck them and they're gonna be fine against the red.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most beautiful ways of siding is having cards that are good to draw.
I agree.
Because sometimes, sometimes having a card that you see as your sixth can be really frustrating.
Absolutely. And yeah, Dinka just checking what he's gonna be up against and picks up what could be the last card that he picks up this playoff.
Yeah, it's really just down to this turn here. And we've seen Sofiane set it up pretty well, similar to game one. And it is Dinka's prerogative now to try and do something about this field.
Sofiane came prepared to this playoff with a plan in mind on how to beat Dinka. Only time will tell whether the plan was good enough. And I might see a super poly, and there it is. Super polymerization from Dinka.
Oh, he's hard drawn the lovely
again. Yeah.
That is frustrating, but Super Poly is still going to put in a decent amount of work here.
It's actually really, really nice because what this does is you cannot Chimera.
Yeah.
You have no monsters on field.
Yeah, so no Chimera, but just a battle phase and pass here, or rather main phase 2, we'll see. Come up here and just how many cards we're going to set alongside this Stapelia. Yeah, as you mentioned, the cutting off of the branded in red was absolutely important.
Ooh, and we see the evenly as well. How many cards is he gonna set? This could be a perfect opener. One, two, and three.
Set
what
cards.
A start from Dinka.
Three cards set to protect after clearing a extremely difficult to clear field here, but not too much of an issue for Ka with the super polymerization and the Heavenly Lord.
Yeah. Seems like play might be back soon to Sofiane, who can pop the Stapelia.
Favor has swung back into Dinka's court here, I think. He's probably feeling quite good now.
Gonna destroy the Stapelia, does not activate the red during the end phase. Interesting. Just wants to keep it for the Chimera.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a really important way to potentially try and dodge like a skill drain maybe with the Brandon Red as you fuse off something that's triggering potentially. Could be using it as that type of...
And we start with another deployment here.
All right, not too bad. I think we got the Retribution and Branded Fusion in the graveyard as well, right?
Yep, absolutely. So the setup is there. He also has the Tragedy, which can do pretty much the same thing as Retribution. So we are gonna see an Albaz here.
All right, Albaz is special summoned. The Retribution looks like... No.
Special the Cartesia, for example. Let's see.
Yeah, Cartesia added back to the hand in the end phase. The resource loop that she allows you to obtain in this deck is extremely powerful and exactly how you want to play out this kind of matchup with the grind game that you've mentioned to us.
Let's see, it seems like he wants to activate a spell instead, but no, changes his mind and goes for the Cartesia here. Is there a response from Dinka?
So there's...
Oh, and skill drain, as mentioned.
Yeah, that's a great card to have going second in this matchup. Specifically being used before Cartesia hits the field, just in case we're trying to quickly fuse off there.
Let's see if he's gonna use the Lord or he's gonna just keep it for a next activation of a trap. It seems like he's gonna keep it.
No Cosmic Cyclone for Sofiane as well, so...
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier, how he was siding it and has not appeared to have picked it up.
But as you mentioned, he just moves to the battle phase, attacking with the Albaz. There are ways to play around skill drain, especially with the red, so he can still maneuver this and find a way. He's also using his own copies of Super Poly, by the way, which can be really useful in this matchup, and another way to play around the skill drain. So,
yeah, not too bad of a situation here, but question is, did we maybe cut the Super Polymerization's pulse sighting? I'd say you probably want to keep it in. There's a lot of dark targets in this matchup.
If you kept Bestials in, I feel like you might well keep those in, yeah.
All right, does not retrieve the branded fusion.
Yeah, I mean, did he play it a little too passively? He might have just passed back.
Yeah, we've already had our battle phase.
Whoa,
so
and there is the big welcome too. Is there a Nash from Sofian? No.
You think there's a reason that you don't big welcome in the battle phase to protect your life points a little?
I mean,
I suppose playing around Super Polymerization is what that affects, right?
Again, the main reason.
So having this come out in the end phase is extremely important.
So much advantage now, because you can resolve again the Lord, set anything from the deck. And was that really all that Sofian could have done?
Definitely feels like there was a lot more gas in the tank there.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
maybe that skill drain is just being a little bit more intimidating towards him.
But I mean, even if you just gotta play it out and try to at least OTK your opponent, I feel like. But as we can see here, the Lord is gonna activate special summoning itself and setting any spell or trap. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm generally curious to see what you would really want to go for here. I mean, you could go for some more welcomes, but in terms of being able to set any spell and trap from your deck.
You can even go barrier. You can go for anything, really.
Yeah,
you can do so much.
In this matchup, it's really all up to you, really. Yeah, it looks like he's going for a welcome there just to try and mount more pressure.
But another big welcome, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. Because on the one end, when he goes for Ariana next turn, if he uses the effect, it's forced to use the big welcome effect in Grave to bounce it back. So that means that he cannot use both effects of big welcome in the same turn.
I think Sofian might be considering some options here in the end phase. Not really too sure what there is to do under skill drain just in the end phase. That's the thing.
Yeah. The red right here, wow. Surprised about this.
Looks like the Tragedy is our target of choice right now.
Yeah, with the Ad Libitum in hand, this can lead to Mirror Jade coming back, but he's gonna chain the opening to this. Probably discarding Poly, okay. So last card in hand should be that Libitum, and now we are gonna go for Wham.
Do we know what his final set card is?
No, that's the big surprise. Because it could be a Super Poly. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, that's like the big kind of comeback play that he could make here.
I think that could be the Super Poly. I think that's maybe the only thing that would make sense here. Like a way to resolve this Chimera. If not, I would be surprised.
This is huge. This is the time to do it.
Okay, might as well. Similar
Okay.
thing. Still really well played, a way to resolve this Chimera.
Yeah, no, this is oh, okay, just
yeah, gonna resolve, banish both the Chimera and the Lord from his opponent field. This will allow him to resolve the Chimera, destroying the skill drain potentially.
So he has managed to navigate into the out there. That's really cool with the interaction with Chimera there, being able to dodge essentially with that banishment. But my only question is there any reason we didn't do this maybe before passing turn? I think our judges are just clarifying the chain links here.
Yeah, they're just saying that he was supposed to special summon first and then resolve, but yeah. He's gonna just destroy Chu, and it's both the skill drain and big welcome. Well played by Sofian.
Well, it's worked out despite the, not sort of pulling the trigger a bit earlier and waiting until the end phase. It seems like it's...
yeah. And now the Inca is left with Ariana and a face-down card. Really needs something good off the top. Imagine he keeps those sphere modes and he just picks up one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's an option potentially here. Although I think after checking this,
really down to the wire. This most likely gonna be one of the last.
Yeah, no, we said this was turn 2 was the last turn, but here we are. We managed to pull it back, and Dinka is, praying that whatever he drew right now is something to help here. We've got Ariana,
the
I think, already.
Oh, and
Another
there is a
skill drain.
second skill drain. Interesting.
Okay, so establishing this again. And
now, we are just gonna go for this line to bounce back the Ariana.
So, do you think we preemptively skill drain to... I don't know, I mean, I guess it's to prevent the Drixtapile, but I mean, you'd be able to bounce anyway, right?
Yeah, he was probably playing around the effect of Cartesia, I wanna guess, because if that's set up, but this can... What can happen is basically you can use the Cartesia, the Stapelia, then chain the Jade so that the Cartesia resolve and like kind of, I don't know. Oh my God!
Still pulverization!
The Super Poly! No way! The last card picked up another Super
Starving
Poly.
Venom.
Oh my!
The double dark target. Can't respond here. Will try and break. Oh, you actually can't summon back the
because
the
you cannot negate it.
Yeah.
What a top deck. That's crazy. What a top deck from Dinka. Yeah. Wow.
Okay. All right, we've managed to crawl ourselves back into this. Set a final card here.
Yeah.
It's the big
Which
welcome.
You just searched. That's what is top deck. Oh wow. He drew 3 Super Polys in his other semi-final, and that costed him the match. He drew 2 here.
Was the Mirror Jade not able to destroy this in the end phase?
No, because it was special summoned, right? Back.
Yeah.
From the grave, so it wasn't properly summoned,
Yeah, that's correct. It wasn't fusioned.
Yeah. Oh.
Honestly.
What a top deck.
Huge. And to be able to reestablish the skill drain here with the Starving Venom.
Back to square one. Yeah.
It's literally just tit for tat in this game here as we've going back and forth. Both players here just at the highest level of this gameplay, really picking apart each other's field here. Thank you for that, Marcello.
Back to square one we are, and now it's Sofian trying to close this one out.
And notice that we've added back Banishment as well, so we're still not even like completely out here. We've still got options.
A face down card with only 4,000 life points remaining. This is getting scary, and what seemed as if Dinka was going to lose this one out, he might incredibly come back.
Every single turn we feel like the other player is going to lose, and here they are. Back at it again. A set card from Sofian.
Another Super Poly maybe from Sofian. A cheeky one.
Truly super polymerization in the matchup here.
Sneaky Super Poly. Or, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Heroes were going to be the deck to fuse this much, but it looks like Labyrinth
attacking and destroying the Tragedy. He can activate the big welcome. Let's see.
4,000 wouldn't be enough to close out the game shot here, but that is still in Sofian's... okay,
I think he passed.
Yeah, I know. He's going for that Banishment now.
Yep. Banishment gonna be really strong here. Bringing back... What is an Aluber? He might be out of targets then, but I mean, what makes sense is that you can keep the Tragedy in the graveyard just to get access to the Branded Fusion and OTK next turn, I guess.
Yeah.
So, again, a back and forth one here with the Banishment resolving and then the big welcome, bringing back the Lady. Or actually the welcome,
Yeah, regular welcome here being activated to special
This is still a close one, because now the big welcome in the graveyard can be used as a compulsory like effect.
He drew Cosmic. Did he? I don't know. I saw a spell.
Okay.
I don't know.
He's excited. He's drawing. He's using Tragedies, retrieving the Branded Fusion.
Really close.
Sets it, activates it.
And there is an Ash from Dinka. Wow.
Oh, that's not quite the joyous spring Sofian expected. It is Ash finally being utilized in this game.
What an ending for this third and fourth playoff crazy match.
All right, it resolves, hits the graveyard. That is going to be the end of Branded Fusion this turn. There is a Cosmic.
There is a
indeed
Cosmic, but he needs a way to play afterwards. What is the rest of the hand? He does have Cosmic in his hand.
No, this is like absolutely phenomenal. We've seen multiple skill drains resolved. There's a Cosmic in the hand here. Ash Blossom comes down on this Branded Fusion. We've seen dodges of the Chimera pops. This is unbelievable.
And a Foolish Burial here. Interesting. Let's see. He has gone through a lot of his resources looking for other copies. It seems as if he goes for the Mercurier. Okay. If he has a way to banish it now. One of those Bestials.
Bestial to banish the Mercurier. Okay.
Goes for the Bestials, get the Mercurier effect, and with the Cosmic to potentially get rid of the skill drain, he only needs to pay attention to the big welcome in the graveyard, which, as mentioned, can't bounce back to the end. One of his monsters.
Okay, normal summons Albaz, change the discard,
but as
Cosmic
you can
Cycle,
see here, wow.
banish skill drain, chain the trap card, bounce the Albaz. Will not fuse as it's down in the hand.
He might have forgot about the big welcome being in the graveyard. Got a little too excited there.
Potentially, but I mean, we had to force it out at some point, I suppose. Skill drain taking himself down to 3,000 life points. Not a pretty number, by the way. We are dangerously low here.
And it seems as if he did not manage to compete here, and with the welcome set, I feel like this is back to Dinka's favor, who can now just attack over, activate the welcome, and be in a great spot. What a match this is being.
Straight to the battle phase, welcome flipped here.
Yeah, this is crazy. You can get the barrier if you're not able to OTK here.
Oh, he kept Sphere Mode in.
Yeah?
Oh, he kept it in, right, okay.
The risk.
And the D barrier is the card, I think, of choice here that we're looking at.
I think you get for the barrier.
Yes, it is Dimensional Barrier. Oh, that is a massive stop here for Dinka. I don't know what Sofiane can really do versus a Dim Barrier. That's the issue. It's
this is a crazy
back and forth, but
maybe, yes.
Is there more? Like, what else can we do?
Unevenly matched to just take some time, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of.
He started
this
game,
he went
right?
first. I don't think he's a...
He might not have it in here, but kept Cosmic despite that. I think that's probably still a card you want to keep going second. Dim Barrier comes down on this standby, it looks like.
Gonna activate the lady, set a big welcome right away.
All right, firing off this Dim Barrier immediately to play around anything that maybe Cartesia can do.
Of this one, Cartesia is special summoned. Is there really anything you can do here? He passes back. Which means that obviously Dinka needs to pay attention to this one and only interruption from his opponent, but he's just moments away from potentially winning the game with the Lovely being activated here. It seems as if this is all over. And Dinka will be the
directly.
one.
Is it? Is it over?
He picks up his cards.
Oh,
wow.
Attention duelists. It all comes down to this. Thousands of duelists from all across Europe have come together to battle to the position that the two in front of me are now in here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG European World Championship Qualifiers. In front of me, I have Jessica Robinson versus Christian Thomas, battling it out to see who the European champion of 2023 is going to be. So I'm going to ask you guys to do a high roll for me, and we're going to see which one of you is going to be going first. Jessica's going to roll first. That is a 7. And what's Christian going to get? That is a 4. Jess, you're going to go first? Jess is going to be going first, which means I get to say the thing I look forward to saying during every tournament. It's time to duel. I'm going to hand you one more time over to Tom, Basti, and Leo, who are going to take you through this amazing final. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ed. We waited for one entire year for another European Championship. It's time to crown a new World Championship Qualifier Europe champion. And it's either going to be one from the UK, Jessica Robinson, or from Germany, Christian Thomas. Guys, how excited are you about this?
I can't describe it. I'm lacking words right now. This has been such a hype tournament. The semifinals was crazy as well, and I just can't wait to see how this plays out.
I'm very excited as well. They picked the perfect commentary trio. Obviously, we couldn't have the Italians in. We've got the English versus the Germans.
Absolutely. So, also, for the last time, by our side, let's get into the action. Let the finals begin.
Jessica Robinson is about to start this game with her Rika strategy, and that is always such a big advantage, especially against a deck like Kashtira that can really give you a hard time with this Arisehard. However, Christian has built kind of a special Kashtira deck.
Totally. That was usually not the approach anymore lately, because we've seen a lot of field-breaking cards being in there. But there's a most loved normal monster of the game right now. Normal Summon Genius Lokai.
Yeah, the best play that the Rika deck can hope for, really. Short of unexpected dice, you don't even have to use your normal summon.
Oh, but there's Ghostborner. Leonard was about to say it. There are a lot of hand traps in this. And there's, for example, Ghostborner and Moonlit Chill, which makes that Dryas chill for quite a bit.
I'm loving the crowd here. It's like we're doing a stage play. You know, every time something happens, the crowd's like... every play, there is a cheer.
Have you seen Jessica's hand? There are, I think, 2 infinite impermanences in there, another spell, and now Rika Glamour. So I think that we might not see a full combo here. This Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill was absolutely powerful.
Huge, absolutely huge. And we've formed quite a crowd here in the venue as well. So many people watching the game, trying to see who's become our new European champion for this. Now, Mudan is being activated, summoning itself, and it's huge for Jessica, but at least this is going to resolve. Because if Christian now had Ash Blossom or Impermanence for this, I think Jessica would have been left with almost nothing.
So here we see the Con-Con, and since Jessica's already used the Glamour this turn, it probably means she's going to have to go after Sheet to set face down.
Which is quite okay, right?
It's pretty handy, so she's going to have at least Sheet and, as you said, 2 infinite impermanents, so I guess it's a mystery to us still what the last card in her hand might be.
Oh, she goes for another Glamour, so maybe the last card in hand or one of the impermanences you spotted is Rika Sheet.
All right, but let's also see if Christian has maybe another hand trap in his hand. I mean, does he even play field-breaking cards? I think that he's playing 1 enemy controller.
Yeah, there's 1 enemy controller in the main deck. There's more coming in from the side deck, but in the main deck, that's the only one. And besides that, not really. He really went for the hand trap approach. As I said, very unpopular. Cards such as Ghostmourner and Effect Veiler. It's a set-free card going over to Christian. 5 cards in hand. This is not the field that Rika wants to produce.
And one of those cards is for sure Rika Glamour next to the deck. So that is also really important to notice. There are just 2 threatening cards face down that you do not know about.
It's a really interesting build from Thomas here. Like, almost all of the other Kashtira decks we've seen in the most popular cards is to play things like maybe Talents, maybe Book of Moon, but Christian just going for a full suite of hand traps instead. What do you think of that?
I mean, you gotta give it to him. He's in the finals, so obviously it's the correct decision. But I really like it. When everyone goes into one direction, it's usually a very smart move to just counter the field and go for a different approach. So therefore, I'm quite happy with what Christian did here.
One of the things I do like about it is it might make you a lot less vulnerable to cards like Evenly Matched and Lightning Storm. So a lot of times, you know, even though the Kashtira board is extremely threatening, if you keep cards in hand then, instead, if you keep your interruptions in hand instead of leaving them on the field, you're less vulnerable to those cards.
Yeah, totally. So we are revealing a bunch of spell cards, Terraforming, Theosis. We see there's also Effect Veiler in there and the Ash Blossom. So do we have enough hand interruptions already, or do we need the engine here?
I would be amazed to see an Effect Veiler be added.
I mean,
maybe the Ash Blossom,
If he already has the planet Greatsauth and a Unicorn, maybe, but we are choosing Birth, and this is usually a really good choice. If you can already play this, helps you play through some interruptions. You can always go for a Unicorn here, search out a Theosis, activate that one. See if your opponent wants to do something with the Rika Sheet, because I imagine that you will have to bait this one out first.
Oh, and there's the first Kashtira monster of the finals being summoned, and it is Kashtira Fenrir.
I want to say this is definitely the best card here because you can just, impermanence immediately. Keep in mind, middle zone.
And I do like that because Jessica here plays around enemy controller, because if Christian goes chain link 1 Fenrir and she tries to imperm that, a chained enemy controller might be crucial.
And we are reading Rika cards again.
Of course. Flashback to 1 year ago where Marcus Patel played those cards in the finals, and still people have not picked up on it completely.
I think he knows what it does. I think you always just take a moment to check. So one thing to know about Rika Con is you do need to have a Rika monster in play in order to use its effect of tributing an opponent's monster.
I think that if there is a Rika sheet, you have a guaranteed line of play if you have a Unicorn in hand as well, because Christian can just activate Birth. Oh, Rice Heart here is also a really good choice there, because you can special summon out the Rice Heart, activate this effect, and then force the Rika sheet out with a Dark Armed. And then you have the Birth to summon back the Fenrir that you can then activate.
Let's see, maybe there is another impermanence though. Oh wait, no, we know that there's one Rika Glamour, so it should be Sheet plus Glamour, but let's see. First of all, of course, the effect is going to pay its cost. We are banishing the Unicorn to banish 3 cards face down from the top of the deck. And is there going to be a response by Jessica? She kind of has to, right?
I think you have to here, because you can tribute one of your opponent's monsters to take control of the other one, so that you don't want to let them combine into an XYZ, because then you'd have to tribute your own Mudan instead.
The only problem with that is that you're leaving an open field to that. So Kashtira players like when their field is empty, because they can just special summon out Kashtira monsters again from their hand for free. So that could turn out to be a problem. And now I think I like what Christian is doing, because by the fact that he now has 3 monsters on the field, Rika Sheet isn't as powerful anymore.
I think it really is, because now you can take away the Unicorn and then leave your opponent with maybe just the Rice Heart for this turn.
Fair enough. I agree with Leo here. I'm not sure. I feel like you should try and force out the Rika Sheet before.
I think the Dark Arm would have been a really good line.
Or Big Eye, or anything really, to force out the Rika Sheet and get the Mudan off the field.
So there is the Rika Sheet we were anticipating. Jessica also agreeing with the 2 of you. And she found the spot to use it. Which one are we tributing? Probably the one that already used its effect, right?
That's a really good question, actually.
Yeah, we are trying to tribute the Fenrir and trying to take control of the Unicorn here.
Well, Fenrir hasn't actually used its effect, right?
Oh, true. You're right. She played around the enemy controller.
Do you think that there is going to be a normal summon Fenrir here?
There hasn't been a normal summon yet this time.
Yes.
So that's why it's scary. There's like the normal summon still available, so leaving Christian with a monster here in that case is not that great, honestly.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that it was nice to play around the enemy controller.
And there
is normal summon
Fenrir.
Fenrir. That is incredibly powerful, and that explains why he wanted to bait out the Rika Sheet just like that. We can now just safely go search some follow-up, or you could even go for the Scareclaw Kashtira to extend your field even more and secure Kashtira a Rice Heart.
I must have been that the impermanence
was on activation,
was chained to the Fenrir. I was going to say, because there is obviously the upside of not being enemy controller, but there's a big downside is if your opponent manages to get a second one in play, they'd be able to use its effect.
But honestly, Christian piloted that really, really, really well. Like, step by step, he was playing around stuff, and he now ended up with an Exceed monster on the field that will be able to activate and probably also resolve its effect.
Jessica just asking for a translation, maybe? Looks like the judge is translating the card for Jessica there.
Yeah, the new version of the Dark Arm Dragon, the Dragon of Annihilation, that can be used twice per turn, or as many times as you have materials, but in this case, it would only be 2.
But you cannot attack after you've used its effect. So if you want to rank up that Dark Arm into a Zeus, then you would have to attack before using its effect.
I think that's a pretty cute line, isn't it? Just going for the battle phase first, trying to run over the Mudan, and then in main phase 2 trying to go for Zeus after clearing another card off the field.
I mean, there is also a way in which you want to keep your Birth on the field.
True.
So you could agree to pop the Mudan, pop the Concorde, just so you could stop the follow-up, and once there is this Rika Glamour activated later on,
we can attack the Mudan and then pop the 2 other cards, and then you get the Unicorn back.
Oh, right. That's probably the line.
I don't know if you guys noticed that, but I really enjoyed seeing the Neuron app in action there. That was really swish. You just scanned the card and just showed it. That was really cool.
Yeah,
I really
Neuron
like
is
that.
a good application for sure. So, Dark Arm is being activated. And they double read it, and we know that this card is Glamour, so we want to deny Jessica out of her follow-up here.
So just the one card in hand going to be left for Jessica after this, staring down a Unicorn and a Kashtira Birth, and whatever Christian's last card in hand is.
And also, usually, Rika has good follow-up by Rika Paddle, but there is no Paddle this time to be special summoned back out from the graveyard.
And I actually like that a lot more. You're going to get back the Unicorn. You have the Zeus on the field now as well. So if there is some big follow-up from Jessica, because I think 2 Glamours out and 1 Ricochet out, maybe there are no more targets.
Yeah, that's lovely by Christian. Very well piloted. And now what can Jessica even do here?
Can she even do something? She's packing up!
She does pack up her stuff, and that means Christian Thomas, even though going second in this game, is taking game number 1 here with the Kashtira strategy.
Wow.
I did not see that coming. That Mona was crazy.
Yeah.
That all just completely shut down Jessica's turn. I mean, we've seen time and time again, just one Loci can end on this absolutely ridiculous field, and Christian's showing like how his deck is built, and including this large suite of hand traps. Really cool stuff.
It worked out like a charm once more, and now, as it worked out in game number 1, it maybe works out in game number 2 too, but Jessica has some tricks up her sleeve as well coming in from the side deck. There is Vinaturia Rose Whip, most likely going to be a side in going first into basically every matchup you could imagine. Then also, the Spiritual Water Art Aoi from Cybernetic Revolution from the back in the deck.
I love this card.
That's pretty crazy. And also, I think I really like that she's bringing in additional copies of Furion Lily Borea from her side deck as well, because that just gives you extra grind game, extra follow-up. I really, really like that as well.
One question maybe for Jessica's side decking is, so you mentioned the Rose Whip. Now, a lot of Kashtira decks play a lot of spells, a lot of traps maybe to help them go second, like Evenly Matched and Lightning Storm and Dark Ruler and so on. However, Jessica's seen a Ghost Mourner. Now, to me, that's quite far down the list of hand traps that you expect to see. So maybe she can cotton on that there's actually a lot of hand traps in Christian's deck. Maybe you keep that Rose Whip in the side.
Is she running Talents, though? Because if you're having Thrust in the deck, you can actually search out the Talents. Well, you can't use it if you are playing versus just Ashes and Veilers, because you cannot actually activate the card, and you want to get possibly an AoE.
There's no Talents, but shall I tell you something? Even though there's a million hand traps in the deck of Christian Thomas, he decided to not play Dimension Shifter in his main deck, which is crazy, because you just said he went way down the list. He went for Moonlit Chill, he went for Effect Veiler, but Dimension Shifter is a card he did only put into his side deck. Now the question becomes, is that a card you want to bring in necessarily versus Rika?
I think it is, for sure. I think the only reason you don't include it is because you're very scared of the mirror match. And also maybe he was, he heard the message that all of the Italians heard that they were all supposed to be playing Flanderies this weekend. But
potentially.
Also, there is a Vanquish Soul, which also can run a Shifter. So the card is not really that strong anymore, just in certain matchups. Also, I like that if you're saying, okay, if I'm going first, I'm going to summon a Rise Heart anyways, then I really don't need the Dimension Shifter. So I can actually just play other hand traps. To be fair, if you are having a Rise Heart, a Veiler doesn't help you as well.
That's absolutely true. The thing is, yes, Dimension Shifter does lower the follow-up that Rika can create, but they can still combo off quite well. They can still set up some really, really good interruptions, so it does not really feel like the best card you want to have versus Rika. So I want to say I even like Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill better than Dimension Shifter, to be honest.
I think it's a combination of hand traps that you want to have, right? You want to have the Shifter plus a Veiler, maybe, so you have to, on an effect, go Shifter Chain Veiler, so you can actually resolve both of them. But
that's rough,
I think in a combination, this is really strong.
Totally. What also is really strong, that players are ready with side decking, so game number 2 is about to begin. Let's get back to the table right now. Here we go. Can Christian Thomas do it one more time, win this going second, or will Jessica now really, really show us why she got that far, why she is the Rika expert that she definitely is?
I like the Jessica and Christian just having conversations, Jessica being like, yes, I will in fact start the game. I'm not gonna try anything crazy.
Yeah, you gotta be formal, just informing your opponent that you would like to start this off. And how is she going to do so?
Is she going to start with a Genius Sunseed Loci?
No, this time she is bringing out Marcus. Patel. No, no, it's not.
It should be called Rika Robinson at this point, right?
I agree. So we are searching out Rika Princess. Quick double read by Christian Thomas. But as we were saying, this is not Sansi Genius Loci. So we're not starting off with the Sun Avalon stuff. And we got right into the Rika stuff instead. And usually it's Sun Avalon first, Rika second. But now she already has to start with the ladder.
Yeah, is there a good way to bridge into the Sunseed cards? I don't think there is from here.
I mean, to be fair, you can just also use the Petal to link summon into the Dryas. That totally works because it only needs one level 4 or lower plant monster. But then, yeah, as you just see, she actually used the Rika Princess here. And if you have Sowing in your hand already, that will do the trick, because now we are into our Sun Avalon combo. If you have that card hard drawn, and that does resolve.
Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, I was going to say, you don't get the full effect of the Dryas, but if you've already got the Sowing, then...
Exactly, there's no surge of the Sowing, but there's a Sowing is already in your opening hand. That doesn't matter at all to you.
So we are immediately getting out the Loci here as well, ready to combo off. This is a bit of an awkward start for Jessica, but I am 100% sure that she knows how to go on from here.
She basically can play out every single Rika hand there is. I'm 100% sure, so she will have no trouble to also figure out the line here. I'm really, really sure. And the cool thing now is also that there's Rika Princess already in the graveyard. So Christian, with his 1000+1 hand traps, is not going to be able to resolve the first one that he would like to use.
Yeah, he will need at least 2, unless, of course, one of them is infinite impermanence, and that one works by itself. I don't know if it's in his deck, but...
It is, of course.
One of the coolest hand traps, because it's actually a trap and gets around a lot of monster negation.
Absolutely. So Jessica going to activate the Rika Glamour here. What are we searching? Oh, we are searching Lily Borea and also the Snowdrop.
That is a super cool pair of plants to add to your hand. Lily Borea gonna find its way into Therion King Regulus, pretty sharp.
There is the effect of Lily Borea. So if Christian has something to do here on Jessica's turn, it's probably going to be soon, because we are now also going to grab that Regulus, so we would have a double negate set up.
Yep, and that is double protection from hand traps. I think that Christian is going to have to deal with some field-breaking cards here, but I think looking at the side deck, there are quite a few, right?
That's the thing. He only plays the good old hand traps in the main deck, but from his side deck, there's much more coming in terms of field-breaking cards. Frost, Talons, Lightning Storm, Duster. I think he's good to go, even though he has no interruption just yet.
Do you think that maybe he just sides out all of those hand traps to go for a full power spell going second?
That would be pretty crazy. Just tricking your opponent into believing that it's only going to be hand traps, and then just going full field-breaking cards in the second game.
I think Jessica will be fine with that. I feel like Rika is excellent at even being hit with cards like Dark Ruler No More, which has picked up a lot in popularity this weekend. Having access to Rika Sheet, which is an extra form of interruption that's not a monster effect, and the Concon, of course, just to tribute an opponent's monster, is really powerful.
The thing is, I do believe you're just always going to side in Naturia Rose Whip, whatever it is. And if your opponent then decides to go for the field-breaking cards, that is a problem, because Lightning Storm and so on will not really be able to get rid of that.
Ah, but the Dark Ruler No More.
It would be able to, but I think there is no Dark Ruler No More in Christian Thomas' deck.
That is indeed true.
All right, then. Rose Whip will be excellent against him.
So, Jessica just double-checking. I love how Jessica and Christian are playing with each other. Like, every single time after something happens, just confirming with your opponent that it's okay, that we can move on, that we can definitely have a safe ground to play on.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a match where players are communicating very clearly and just playing like...
Just a quick adjustment of the graveyard by our featured match judge. We have the healer on the field as well. Now the life points are going to be adjusted once more, getting some 300 life points in. Tasty.
Absolutely.
Don't know where that came from, to be honest.
So
you really wanted those life points.
Already on the screen there in the card highlight tool, but will it also find its way onto the field? I think Christian now informed Jessica that he wants to think.
Oh.
And the only thing he could think about here would be a potential Nibiru, I want to say. Does he have Nibiru plus impermanence or something like that?
But I mean,
well, you can't negate
the princess,
with an impermanence, right?
Fair enough.
Although Nibiru plus impermanence is usually just completely foolproof. There's very rarely a way to stop that, but here we do.
Is he running DD Crow as well?
Did
That would
DD
be
Crow shuffles back
crazy.
for Princess shuffles back for cost, so you'd have to preemptively use the DD Crow, yeah.
So,
but this is really the last chance for him to use hand trap, right? Because the Therion King is going to be summoned pretty soon.
it should be the case, yeah.
Oh, unless, am I right in thinking that Petal locks you into plants for the turn?
Is it Paddle? There is one Rika card that locks you into plants, that's for sure, but I'm not sure whether it is Paddle. Leo, you just have the card right there.
I'm going to let you guys read it as well.
Yeah, you cannot special
Yeah.
summon monsters except plant monsters.
So Regulus is not going to be a card here, but we did search for Primula right there. That's also one of the one-off Rika cards we are playing in this deck.
Yeah, I think Primula is included. I mean, it's a reasonable extender, but I think it's included specifically to give you an extra level 4 monster to search with Rika Glamour.
Oh, and there's the impermanence onto the Jasmine. And there's nothing Jessica can do about it. As we said, multiple ways to negate monster effects, but impermanence is just a trap card.
Christian is now doing what Jeho really couldn't do in his game versus Jessica. He is incredibly patient, waiting for the perfect moment to throw this infinite impermanence. And this really seems to be strong against Jessica. But let's see how she can continue this turn.
I wonder what level she made her monsters with the Snowdrop.
Doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter if
because-
you're going to link summon with them.
Oh,
there's another Jasmine.
I don't really know whether I've ever seen that before. There's one Jasmine in the extra monster zone and now another one in the main monster zone. And there is going to be the effect of Sunvine Healer to be used from the graveyard.
And now Christian will have to read the cards again because they have so many different effects.
So, yep, Healer's back, Healer targeting Vidrius, and Jessica once more gaining life points. I don't know, is that just her strategy from now on? Are we just winning by gaining life points at that point?
Well, I was just double checking the effect of Jasmine, and it looks like the effect to add a plant from your deck to your hand is not limited to once per turn. So if you summon another copy, I think you can just do it again.
That would be really cool.
The next question is how many...
But there's also another infinite impermanence by Christian. So Jessica following it up with a second copy of Jasmine, but Christian had the answer.
Imagine having to start with the Princess already, locking yourself out of the Regulus or the Petal, and then you're realizing that your opponent is just hitting you with multiple impermanences. That is crucial. And I think she's just going to end on a Banger Lancer.
That's usually what's coming out of the Melias. Melias plus Loki will probably going to end up... Okay, he goes for... Or she goes for the Dryas plus Melias into Banger Lancer, as you were just saying. The thing is, Banger Lancer, in theory, a pretty cool card, but versus Kashtira specifically, getting cards back to the opponent's hand is not really what you wish.
Can basically just deny a Theosis if your opponent doesn't start with a Fenrir.
Yep.
She does still have the Snowdrop effect, so she's going to make her rank 8 here, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's a lot better. Now it's Banger Lancer plus also the
Teardrop. The
Teardrop.
Brick Queen. So we know, it looks like Jessica's got 2 cards in her hand, so that would make for 1 Therion King and 1 that we don't know.
And it also looks like we did not get the Concon to the field, so we are also not having Ricochet, which is usually the best interaction of the deck, which I feel like it is.
I mean, we just had no access to Mudan at all, and Mudan is like the key point of getting your Rika engine going, and therefore Jessica will only have to rely on this as being her end field. Does Christian have now one of those field-breaking cards we were talking about? Does he just have Darkhold to immediately go after this?
Darkhold would be absolutely strong right here. I don't think that this is in the deck, though.
It would still be cool.
Yeah, we're summoning out Unicorn
And
here.
now it's a crucial point. Do we just tribute this right away and pray that Christian doesn't have another Kashtira monster?
Or do we let it go through and maybe search a Birth? What do we think of that?
I mean, Birth then also is crucial. So I think at this point, Jessica kind of has to take a gamble, hoping that there's no additional Unicorn in his hand. And I mean, there's only 2 Unicorn in his deck, so chances are that there is not an additional one.
Maybe Princess? All right, but we're going to go to our deck. So Christian is able to search off of Unicorn. And this adds a Birth. This is an indicator that there already might be the Kashtira Theosis in hand. Or are we just going to normal summon a Fenrir next to the Unicorn?
I feel like the Birth is higher priority than the Theosis here, right? Because if you activate Theosis, as you mentioned, then you can chain Bengal Lancer, and that will stop the Theosis from summoning a monster.
Yeah, also the Teardrop is going to tribute one of Christian's monsters, so it will end up in the graveyard at some point, and then having Kashtira Birth ready is pretty decent. But Christian taking his time here to figure out what to do.
For Birth to be valuable, of course, you need another monster in hand, because if you have nothing, then you would have to go for the Theosis.
Exactly. Yeah, and probably you want exactly Fenrir, or maybe when I say that now, maybe you could have Rise Heart, which would special summon itself and allow you to banish a Fenrir from your deck, so you can get that back Birth.
Oh, and there's normal summoning the Fenrir, and now I think it is the perfect... Okay, Bengal Lancer is just going to bounce that one. That's a pretty huge Bengal Lancer here.
I do like that, but Christian takes his time thinking about whether to respond. Of course, you will have to pay 2,400 life points for that. But it is going back to hand. Does Christian have a way to extend from that? As you were saying, Rysard would be a pretty good way to do that. But does he have access to that? Maybe Theosis as well?
Also, there's still Princess, right?
Yeah, Princess is less valuable of a negation when you don't have the Con-Con, because you can't tribute an opponent's monster to negate an effect. Instead, you have to tribute one of your own, which is normally fine, but both of Jessica's monsters seem pretty valuable here.
Oh, but we are, of course, activating the effect of Kashtira Unicorn, so Christian will have a close look at the extra deck that Jessica has brought to this final of the World Championship Qualifier Europe in Utrecht.
Does the Disc Colosseum do anything here?
That's a very good question. It adds a Therion monster.
Yeah, but it also has a battle. It actually has a battle effect, so it would be able to, in battle phase, also use its effect, which is kind of nice. Is that only true for Therion monsters, or could it be any kind of monster?
No.
Yeah, I think it's any kind of monster,
is
right?
destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can target one Therion monster in your graveyard.
Yeah.
That could be extremely relevant if Jessica knows and Christian knows.
So, but there is the race-off,
Wow.
so he can basically choose which of the ones he wants. Also, pretty important, there is now the attack gain effect in place of the race-off, so Unicorn could just run over the Bengal Lancer, and that is pretty impressive. Teardrop also has 2,800 defense, so I think the Unicorn is at 2,800 now as well. So if he finds another monster to summon out, that would be big enough.
With a different attribute as well.
And that would be the Kashtira Rysard. However, Teardrop is still a thing right here. I'm trying to think of a way in which you are completely fine by just going for special summon Rysard here, because then I think Teardrop would have to be used.
Yeah, but then you have Kashtira Birth, and then you can just bring back the Rysard, so I think we're totally fine with that. He decides for the Scareclaw Kashtira, though, which is also a reasonable thing to do, because if you now use Scareclaw Kashtira, you can banish one of your Kashtira monsters from the hand, which you then can bring back with Kashtira Birth, so that's kind of nice too.
Yeah, I really love this play, actually, because I was thinking, as you guys were, to add the Rise Heart, but then that would get tributed, and then you'd never have a way to get your Fenrir into play because you'd have to bring back the Rise Heart from Kashtira Birth. But this way, you just banish the Fenrir straight from your hand and can summon it straight up with Birth. Also, it's got a very threatening effect when you go second. Scareclaw Kashtira. Any monster that battles a Kashtira monster will have its effect negated. So this forces out the Teardrop if he wants to, just by attacking.
Jessica did not even think about negating the effect of Scareclaw Kashtira, because that activates in hand. That Rika Princess in the graveyard was not chained to this, and therefore it has immediately hit the field. Because if she would have just negated the effect of Scareclaw Kashtira, that would have meant that both cards would have stayed in hand, right?
I think so too. Let's check Scareclaw Kashtira if this is... I think this is not a cost, because you can Ghost Bell it.
Yeah, it's not a cost. That's the thing. Like both of them would stay in hand, but there is the tribute effect of the Snowdrop. Or rather, Teardrop it is, right?
And now I think you can even run over the Teardrop with the Scareclaw Kashtira and run over the Bengal Lancer with the Unicorn.
True, we now have 4 attributes, so that Unicorn would be big enough, but also, of course, the Scareclaw Kashtira is big enough to run over it.
I was thinking...
Oh, wait! But let's not forget about the bonus effect of Teardrop, right? Because Teardrop gains 300 attack and defense.
Points.
Oh, only attack points? Oh, that's
I read
really
that one earlier as well. I was checking to see if it gained enough stats, but it doesn't, unfortunately.
So I was thinking as well about the Disc Colosseum protection effect, or the add-back effect, rather. If you take away, okay, we're attacking with the Skycloak Kashtira. If we are using the Disc Colosseum to summon back, to add back the Lily Borea, you can special summon out the Lily Borea soon, but there is no card that you can search from your deck, and then you have no card in your graveyard that you can target with the Therian King Regulus that you have in hand. So you could still use it as an extender and then link it off at some point, but you would... I think it's a free summon. It's pretty good. Depends on the hand.
that was what I was about to say too.
I think once you finished your own thought, it was like, yeah, I think we should add it and then summon with it.
Yeah.
But it's definitely worth considering.
Of course, Jessica does use the effect, does remember the effect of Fury on this Colosseum here, and that will be able to send that Lily Borea to the graveyard.
Oh, it protects as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I was getting confused. So you can protect and send to the graveyard, and then when you destroy by battle, then you can add one back. So you also have 2 Lily Boreas now. This is really, really strong.
Yeah, I hadn't realized this either. Christian may not either have realized how badly this was going to go, maybe, just using the battle phase here.
It's almost like we weren't reading the cards completely. What a mystery.
I mean, we can't even blame Christian. We didn't even. We had the card in front of us, we read it, and we both missed the first effect.
Every time.
To be honest, Fury on this Colosseum is not the card that usually stays on the end field of the Rika board.
It's no excuse, though.
Exactly. You would usually have Rika Concom there, which is super powerful. But we are just trying to attack again. And this time it is successful. We are running over the Teardrop.
I thought that at this point you could run over the Bangalancer as well, and then go into a Big Eye, take control over the Teardrop, because you can actually use the effect as long as you have a plant monster as the material, and then go for Zeus over the Big Eye.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
I would have liked that too.
Yeah, I was thinking of Big Eye take Bangalance. I'm not
sure. That works as well, I think.
So let's see. Do we go for the good old Big Eye? Such an old and iconic card. Of course, it's not the regular Big Eye, but the number 11 Big Eye. 11, my lucky number, by the way, in case you didn't know.
I was wondering if you knew the effect of regular Big Eye.
There's none, right? Or is
yeah, there's a Big Eye. It's a flip. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck.
Oh, fair enough.
Bangalancer has a powerful grave effect that special summons itself back, so it is much cleaner to go for this line, go for the Zeus over the Big Eye, and take the Bangalancer because it can't be summoned back immediately.
Honestly, I feel like Christian has not done a single mistake so far in this final. He's really piloting well through what Jessica is putting up there, but now he has to face that Rika Paddle coming back from the graveyard in the end phase.
Yeah, Paddle are really powerful. Little extra bonus at the end of each of your opponent's turns. Even if your opponent looks like they've got through everything you have to offer, there's still one more thing you're for sure going to have to deal with.
This is also, Christian has not lost a single life point so far, so Bangalancer won't hurt him that much. Does Bangalancer have any restriction, or can you just use this whenever?
So there comes the Regulus from hand. We knew about that. Does Christian right away respond to that?
I mean, you can't really, right?
I do agree, it's kind of rough.
It'll be an interesting time to Zeus.
But that makes the paddle go off pretty easily, doesn't it? You can't really do anything about the paddle now either.
I mean, you can use the Bangalancer at some point, bounce back the Therian King Regulus. That will, of course, maybe be negated. And then you can Zeus. But then again, the Bangalancer is in the graveyard, so that's also not that great. I think this is a decent spot for Jessica here.
I do agree. It doesn't look too bad for her.
Christian with just the 1 card left in hand, which I'm not sure we know what it is.
I don't think he showed us that just yet, so it might be one of the hand traps he has left.
Yeah,
there is Mudan. Finally access to Mudan, and access to Mudan also, of course, means finally access to Rika Concon, because that's the card you want to grab with it.
Jessica just got to make sure that she destroys or deals with that Zeus before committing everything to the field.
Also, there is a Rika Princess still in the graveyard, right? So even if you're going for this Bangalancer bounce regular Zeus line.
Oh, and look at that. All 3 Lily Boreas now in play. As we were saying, 2 already in the main deck, and the 3rd one find its way into the main deck as well from the side deck. So I love that perspective. All the Therion cards there right next to each other.
Yeah, is this a Rika deck or a Therion deck?
At this point, it's Therion.
I couldn't tell. Regulus, Lily Borea, and Lily Borea there, forming a pretty cool field. And also that Disc Colosseum there, so it's even stronger.
It's true.
Yeah.
Does Lily Berea have any other effects other than searching a Therion spell trap
Ethereum
card?
monster equipped with this card gains 700 attack. So actually, this would be big enough to run over the Zeus here, which we are trying to do, in fact.
But there is still a Raidsoth for Christian.
But wait, let's calculate. Lily Berea is equipped with one Lily Berea, meaning she goes up to 3100. But there's also Raidsoth, and Raidsoth does not only increase attack points, but also defense points.
And for any monster as well.
I do believe that Zeus is actually big enough to withstand that attack, right? Yes, I think we are going to take damage here from attacking into the Zeus.
Jessica got a little bit ahead of herself because I think that Therion King Regulus is still stronger than the Zeus.
So Therion King's at 3,500. How many attributes do we have in play?
1, 2, 3.
I think it should be 3, yeah. Oh, and on attack declaration, Christian heavily considering to use the effect, and he in fact does so. And Jessica still has that Rika Princess in the graveyard.
Yeah, perfect time for the Rika Princess here. Not too much of a cost to tribute off that Lily Berea. It wasn't even big enough to attack over Zeus anyway, so what do we need it for?
That's indeed true. And now the Zeus is run over by the Regulus. The next question I want to ask myself is, what can she do after this? Because yes, she got rid of the Zeus. She used the Princess. There is still a Bangalancer on Christian's side. He has the Kashtira Birth and 1 card in hand.
But
so
I mean, we have Mudan.
Jessica has the Mudan.
Yeah.
And she has the Therion King to negate Bangalancer. And Therion King as well, normally it only comes in with 1 negate, but I think you can negate by sending the Lily Berea if it's attached as well. So that should mean you can negate once on this turn and again on your opponent's turn.
I think you need to tribute a monster? I'm not too sure about that.
So Mudan coming onto the field, and the last card in hand for Christian was Effect Veiler, so still no access to Rika Konkon here. Through that Effect Veiler, that's huge for Christian. So Jessica really again being stopped in her track. But we are trying to negate with Regulus, sending the Lily Berea.
I think you have to send a Therion monster card.
I think it's still considered a Therion monster card, yeah. It's a bit of a strange ruling, I totally agree, but I think it's still considered a monster card. It doesn't say equip it as a spell card, although I'm not 100% sure, but I think I've seen people
equip
do this
that monster
before.
to this
I'm
card.
99% sure that Jessica has done that a couple of times before, and she knows her Rika stuff and also her Therion stuff, so I would be pretty shocked that that wouldn't be correct here. And therefore we do, in fact, get access to the Rika Konkon, which now will be the new field spell on our side of the field.
Would it have been the correct play to preemptively use Bangalancer on the Therion King Regulus, just so you have this Veiler in your hand that you can activate if the Mudan comes down, because you knew that it was coming?
I do kind of like that, I gotta say, yeah. Because, I mean, Mudan activates in hand, right?
Wait, you can only set up your Rika cards with Konkon if you control a Rika monster. So if you bounce this one back now...
Can we tribute
But I
summon
mean,
the Mudan?
yeah, exactly, that's what I was thinking.
How big is Mudan?
Mudan is level 6, I'm pretty sure, so we can just tribute it over the Regulus. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, this is a very cool game. There's a lot of niche interactions going on here.
Let me just double check. Yeah, it's a level 6. It absolutely is a level 6, so we could make our Rika Konkon live here again. Oh, and there's also triple tactics thrust! Sided in, going first by Jessica, but now there is a monster on Christian's side of the field, so we can just search out any spell or trap card that we like from our deck. That's huge!
Are we actually searching for Glamour right here? Because then you could tribute the Bangalancer on the opposing side after you tributed the Regulus, of course, because you still need a plant monster.
Or
there.
maybe a talent? Does she have a talents to go with the tactics?
No, we checked for that earlier. There's no talents in her deck.
Wow, just the tactics.
I mean, there are other really good cards you can grab out.
Maybe something as simple as a Harpy's Feather Duster to make sure that Birth is no longer in play.
Oh yeah, right after this. Oh no, we can't use Birth here. I was thinking you could banish from the graveyard. No, you can use the Glamour.
It is just Engine.
And you don't really even need to tribute the Mudan here, right? You can just tribute the Bangalancer immediately with the Konkon and then special summon it out as well.
Well, you wouldn't be able to do that yet because Konkon, you need to have a Rip monster.
Not just for setting a spell or trap card from the deck.
Oh, absolutely.
Really? Yes.
So we are tributing Christians, or rather our own Bangalancer, because it goes back to our graveyard. And Rika Glamour is resolving here. That's super big for Jessica.
And the Bangalancer are going to be able to come back.
Oh, the Orchid!
And also the Predator and Spider Orchid. So that would be a way to take care of the Kashtira Birth. So I think Christian is going to be left with nothing after this.
Was it really the correct play to Bengal Lancer the Therian King Regulus and keep the Veiler in hand for the Muda later on? This is such a crazy comeback from Jessica. She really shows Christian how to play this Rika deck. I mean, he's not trying to play the Rika deck, but now everything is cleared off. The Birth is gone as well. Bengal Lancer is going to be summoned back. There is still the Therian King Regulus. This is just looking perfect for her in this game too.
Also, I love how she held that triple tactics thrust for so long, right? Nobody saw it coming, and then she just played out the most powerful card that we have seen in this final so far. And Jessica equals the score. We will have the third games on our hand. That's crazy. And the crowd loves it. Look at those people celebrating. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is beautiful, and we are all enjoying this final. Wow.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is especially beautiful when we're playing with these lovely plant monsters as well. No offense to the Kashtira guys, but you know, some big psychic monster things compared to the lovely plants that Rika is.
I think Unicorn is cute, so this card is really, really strong as well, of course. But what a game we have just seen. We had cool lines of going for Zeus, taking a Bengal Lancer before with the big eye, outing the field back and forth. I really love to see this. But the first turn even, setting up the Princess immediately from Jessica, playing around all of those monster effects just to get hit by double impermanence. What is this?
Now it will be pretty interesting to see, though. We see in his deck list that Christian Thomas is super prepared for going second, but now he will be kind of forced to go first, or he has the pleasure to go first. So what is he going to do? Is it even strong enough to just go a Rise-Out Pass or something like that versus Rika?
Having had a look at his deck list, to me it says go second.
You think he just goes second again?
Well, if he wants to use his side deck, I think he's going second with it. But maybe he goes first and just shoves in those anti-spell fragrances.
There is anti-spell fragrance, so at least he has an option if he wants to really guarantee having something cool to go with going first.
Also, I think if you're running all of those hand traps, it doesn't really hurt you if you're trying to go first, because those are just a great backup behind this Kashtira, a Rise-Heart, maybe also a Shangri-Ira and a Fenrir. So this field is still kind of impressive. If you can back it up by Morna and Ash Blossom, this is still really, really strong.
Totally agree. I think we are going to see him go first, and I mean, there are so many super versatile cards in his deck too, because setting enemy control is also kind of nice, because you can do the Rika technique of actually taking the opponent's monster to your side
the
of the
opponent's
field.
monster, though.
Yeah, that's actually a sad thing, but I think it will be good enough for him in that case. And I mean, as you just said, there's so many cards you can just keep in your hand, being protected from field-breaking cards such as Lightning Storm and all that kind of stuff. Evenly matched, also one of the cards that Jessica Robinson is siding in, which is a superb side versus Kashtira, but not that superb of a side versus the hand-trap Kashtira deck that Christian Thomas is bringing.
Christian Thomas just with a fantastic call for this event.
Totally. I'm absolutely in love with it. He already secured his spot for the World Championship with it, but now he wants to also secure being the European champion. He wants to bring it to Germany. Now that the UK had it last year with Marcus Patel, he wants to take it to Germany again. And I mean, we haven't been European champion for a while, to be honest, because before that it was France, before that it was UK as well.
I was going to say, I think we're going to continue a streak of UK domination.
We
had
a
UK versus Germany final in the last Euros as well. We had Zio Mundri in the final there.
True.
So, yeah, Christian Thomas is trying to take it to Germany here. Jessica Robinson, of course, wants to have it in the UK. We are going to see how this plays out. Both players have had fantastic performances. We have seen so many quick games over this tournament, and I'm really happy that those are really long games back and forth. It is just incredibly exciting. The tension is real in the venue as well. Everyone is on the edge of their seats, and so are we.
I think the crowd as well, though, is so happy to see. I mean, maybe they're not all supporting Jessica, but everyone just really wants to see that game 3, and they're just really enjoying the final.
So we will have to see. Does history repeat itself after last year? Rika already won one European Championship. Is it going to be one more time, or will Christian Thomas and his Kashtira deck be the new European champion? Let's start game number 3 of the finals right now. The crowd wants to see it. The crowd wants to crown a new European champion. Friendly handshake before we get into the action. And we will see, is Christian in fact going first, or will he give the pleasure over to Jessica to start this third game?
I think I saw him motion towards himself there.
Yeah, also Jessica does not look like she's ready to combo off right here. And we are starting with Pot of Prosperity, which is pretty nice. So you can basically hand-pick the first card that you want to play, which will be the second card that you will play, because Prosperity was the first.
I like the way you said Jessica didn't look like she was ready. I think Jessica is always ready to combo
you could
off.
wake her up in the middle of the night and she would just put up a perfect combo
Here's
field.
a Rika hand, go.
Okay, Loki, what do you do?
So 6 cards, what are we looking at? There's Kashtira Birth, there's a Unicorn, that's pretty huge if he didn't have that yet. There's Nibiru, also very nice.
Nibiru as a very valuable backup here for Christian. If he wants it, he can just now choose, do I need extenders, do I need starters, or do I need a backup plan if everything goes south? No, we are taking the Unicorn.
Yep, that's what we're definitely going to do. Jessica considering her hand for a second. I thought maybe Droll and Lockbird is coming down, but it is not. It would have been in their side deck, but probably not the best card to side in this matchup.
Unicorn is now going to search for the Birth again. We might actually see a Birth normal summon Fenrir play yet again just here. So, what is it going to be, Christian? What can you offer for us?
It is Kashtira Fiosis first of all, and Jessica says, wait a second, I might have a response for that, but she does not, in fact. It is resolving, Fenrir hitting the field.
And I don't think we've been asking this question all weekend because we've not had too much Kashtira on the stream. But do you play around Nibiru? Are you an anti-Nibiru person?
It's rough. I think we did not see Nibiru in game 1, we didn't see Nibiru in game 2, so I would just go in it here.
For it.
We are not playing around Nibiru. We want to win this game with a big combo. That's
Even in the final.
Yes. I'm no person of securities. I just want to go for it.
That's fair.
All the way. And I think Christian has a similar mindset.
Yeah, that does sound like you, Sebastian. So we are going to see a Shangri-Ira.
But look, he is
here.
agreeing with me. Shangri-Ira is being summoned right away. Right after that, the Rysart is activating, and that means we will also special summon one of the materials through the effect of Kashtira Big Heart here. Big Bang, not Big Heart.
I'm sure Rysart has a big heart as well. And now Shangri-Ira is going to give us back one of those Fenrir or Unicorns. I'm much more of a Fenrir guy. But let's see. Also, do you think that he's going to leave a Fenrir on the field and then end up on one Rysart with one material? Or are we going for an overlay for the second Shangri-Ira and then have the 3 material Rysart ready?
He also has the Birth. It's not so easy to use the Birth in this situation. Normally it's good to have the field spell. I mean, it's always good to have the field spell. But if you have the field spell in this situation, then you can use the field spell to destroy your own copy of Shangri-Ira.
He's not sure himself there. Are we going for Fenrir or are we going for Unicorn? Because I have to say I also like Unicorn, because if you summon out Unicorn here, you can special summon out Fenrir from the deck, and there's only 2 Unicorns in your deck, but 3 Fenrirs. So I do have to say, if you want to have more Unicorns in your deck, I kind of like going that approach. But does Christian even special summon here? He just wants that for follow-up. He just keeps that Fenrir in his hand. That's a very, very smart decision there. I like that.
Yeah, it's a lesser known effect of Big Bang here that you can just add the card straight to your hand if you want to. Keep it nice and safe.
Oh, but that's it. There's no anti-spell, no nothing. He's relying on all the hand interactions he has. There has to be Ash Blossom, Effect Veiler, or Ghost Mon in his hand, I'm sure.
Not gonna be impermanence, I can tell you that. We are in standby phase already, resolving the Shangri-Ira, and there is a Fenrir on the field in nice defense position. Lightning Storm who?
Like, what do you think about that end field there? Because a Rysart not being able to activate its effect just yet because there's only 1 material under it. So is there even any kind of interaction?
Oh, there is Dark Ruler no more
from Jessica, and the crowd goes wild! No effects to be used from Christian's field anymore, so he has to rely on his hand from now on.
Also keep in mind, if she wanted to use Triple Tactics Thrust, she just absolutely could, because the Shangri-Ira activated itself in standby phase. So you can go for whatever you want if you have it. We are considering to activate the small one. Okay, small one is still incredibly powerful. You can get to the Sunseed Genius Loci.
With basically any monster, I think, will get you to the Sunseed Genius Loci.
Is he going to do something about it? No. Is this going to resolve? We are going to reveal the Primula. Primula, what will be our bridge here? What will bring us access to that beautiful normal monster, to the Sunseed Genius Loci?
I love the theme of that card because it indicates that this is a small world and every monster knows every other monster. You know, so you can just search basically anything with anything, and that is just beautiful.
I think this is a super cool card. I don't think we've been seeing this that much in the Rika deck. And maybe it's why Jessica's running cards
look at
like
that. We don't even
Anchor
want Lokai. We go for the Petal. Interesting decision there. I would have thought it's always going to be Lokai because that's the first monster you always want to summon out.
We might have it already.
So, oh true, that's a good point. We might already have Unexpected Die being the next card we activate, and then we just normal summon the Petal after, and we wanted to bait out an Ash Blossom with that Small World, and the Unexpected Die just comes right after. That's what's going to happen.
What I really liked about Christian Thomas's play is that he really prepared himself for a Dark Ruler no more, because yes, he set up his end field, okay, but he added the Birth to his hand, did not play it out, he added back a Fenrir to his hand, did not play it out, so he just basically plussed the entire time for free in case Jessica breaks his field, and it is an evenly matched. So Jessica actually decides, hey, I can't deal damage anyways this turn, why don't I just evenly away your field?
And honestly, I love it more and more that Christian just didn't commit too many cards to his side of the field because
Triple Tactics! Thrust! Let's go! The next power card that she activates. We haven't gone into any of the plant card yet, but we are taking away Christian's field, Christian's hand with those generic cards that are just oh so powerful.
Oh boy, but there's
Ash Blossom
is
the perfect answer for it, because you can add the card from your deck to your hand. What is the next thing going to happen? We know that there is a Petal and
we
Princess.
now know all cards. We start with Princess. Princess is going to go into Dryas. So next thing to happen is the normal summon of Petal.
Is there any more interruption from Christian here? There can't be, right? Because we have the Princess, and we have a Princess in graveyard should negate any monster effects, and no more infinite impermanences can come down.
But what do you make of this? Because Christian has a lot of follow-up in his hand already for the next turn. Fenrir and Birth, that is just a lot. And also she has to get rid of the Kashtira Arise Heart. I'm pretty sure there will be some Mangalancer shenanigans later on which can remove the Arise Heart from the field. However,
we can tribute it for Konkon. I think it shouldn't be too should be nice and easy to get rid of that Arise Heart.
There is the Konkon. Konkon also just immediately using its effect to set a recast spell or trap card. Do we go Glamour here? Most likely, right?
Yeah, I think so. One thing I'm really impressed by here is against almost every other Kashtira deck, there would have been a couple of set face down spell or trap cards, and that evenly matched would have been very, very powerful. But here, it's already paired with the Dark Ruler no more. It was very minimal effect here. I mean, you might as well use it, of course. You've already used the Dark Ruler. You're not going to get too much value out of your battle phase, but this is really showing off Christian's deck building here.
And honestly, after seeing all of this, I think Christian just maybe didn't know that Jessica is not running Triple Tactic Talents, because arguably Glamour is the best card you can ash. She's just going to get 2 plants off of this, because what else could have come off the ash?
Yeah,
the thrust.
You're right. Most likely would have been that. So we can now, because we also tributed another monster for cost, search for Petal and also for the Lokai. And the thing is, we did already normal summon, so both of these cards are not going to be too impressive for this turn. So what can we make out of this here?
That's what I was thinking. Both of these monsters are not too useful.
I think the only real way is to go into good old Sylvan Danspion and then try to hit a card of the top of our deck. I like that, to be honest.
Is Danspion link 2 or link 3?
It is a link 2, so it would be available, but she just passes it over. 1.5 minutes left on the clock, and it's again Christian Thomas' turn here.
Christian Thomas has the title as the European champion in the palm of his hand. He is now special summoning Kashtira Fenrir from his hand. He has the Birth follow-up, and he has, I think, at least 2 more cards. So that is really a lot that he can work with.
Jessica not using the Princess here. She's slow rolling it quite a lot.
We are searching out the Rise Heart, and I think Jessica might think that she would have to wait with that Princess for quite a while for maybe Banish face down effect or something. And it's very important that you are double reading that Son of Long Dryas here, because you might think, hey, there's only a monster with 0 attack and attack position, so we could even just run over it. But it's not so easy with the Dryas. You gotta read the effect fully there.
Birth is going to summon back the Unicorn. Unicorn is going to be able to search Kashtira Theosis as follow-up. We're going to summon the Rise Heart now as well. Everything in attack position. Is it possible that Christian Thomas is going for the game push right in this turn? Or is he going to slow roll? He has the Kashtira Scareclaw in hand, so no need for Theosis special summoning out the Scareclaw. Are we going to try to win this game in this turn?
Jessica is going to have a Princess, presumably to negate that Scareclaw Kashtira, maybe tribute off the Unicorn.
In the last game, yes, we are going to tribute that unicorn. At least that's what she's thinking. Time is dwindling down here. Is Christian going to be able to put up enough damage here in this turn of the duel? Now there's timeout being announced, so the next damage that is going to be put in here will decide the outcome of this final.
And as there is the Fenrir in attack position, this card is always known for dealing a lot of damage. I don't think that the Scareclaw Kashtira is going to be summoned out here. It is going right back to the hand. We have the Birth, and funnily enough, if you normal summon Kashtira Scareclaw with the Birth, it is going to be in attack position, which is really not that useful.
That would be very funny. I mean, we do have the Fenrir effect here, right? Just to banish any of the monsters, and then that should just be enough just to attack directly, right?
And to be honest, Scareclaw Kashtira normal summon overlay with the Rise Heart is also a play that you will have to consider.
So first of all, though, we are going to use the effect of Rise Heart, making it a level 7, which apparently successfully happens. But we need Jessica, of course, to banish the top 3 cards of our deck.
Jessica with just that. Well, she's only got the 2 cards in hand that she added from Glamour last turn.
Yeah. This is really not looking like she's going to have a good time here. The Fenrir is set up. The Rise Heart is level 7. Are we going to do anything about that as Christian Thomas? Are we going to normal summon the Scareclaw Kashtira? Yes, in attack position. What a stylish way to go into a possible rank 7 Exceeds play. We will not be able to summon Kashtira Rise Heart as it is in the graveyard, and it is limited to 1 copy per deck. And we're going to the battle phase. Fenrir is attacking. Fenrir wants to banish the Sun Avalon Dryas right here face down.
Has 2,400 defense points.
Wait, it does! Did Christian forget? Mudan actually is 2,400 defense?
What?
We will not be able to run over this Mudan! What's going on? Christian, did you not read the defense stats of this monster?
Just had to target the Mudan, and then it says you can attack directly if your opponent only controls a Dryas, and that would have been the game.
Christian, what a huge misstep! We're in battle phase. I don't think he's going to be able to deal damage this turn.
Christian Thomas just took the game out of the palm of his hand and maybe just gives Jessica the chance to recover in another battle phase. I would have never imagined this. We're looking at our extra deck. This might mean that we are already in main phase 2. That was a really easy way to deal damage. Christian.
So now he's considering his options, and also that will mean that there will be an attack position monster now left on the field, most likely for Christian.
Definitely main phase 2 here, because we're activating the Spot of Prosperity.
That is crazy. So it seems like Jessica will have another chance here in this. And of course, it is not going to end in a draw, as this is the final of the European Championship. But that means the first damage that is going to be dealt, or in this particular case, maybe even the first life points gain that Jessica might perform, and could be cool here.
If Christian just activated this Pot of Prosperity before, because how many life points you're taking does not matter, he would have found the enemy controller to turn the Mudan into attack position.
Or just take it. Anything.
Or that.
That would have been easy, but now he has to think about what to do in main phase 2. Way worse of a situation, and I think now you kind of want that Effect Veiler as an interruption, don't you?
Or maybe the enemy controller. Just take that monster off the field, get rid of maybe your Scareclaw Kashtira that has 0 attack points.
But I mean, also we kind of have to deal with that Mudan now, right? Because
I think this is
Mudan
Dark Arm time,
is a Rika monster on the field with Rika Concon together. I don't think that's too favorable.
It's
so probably
Dark
just
Arm
Dark Arm
time.
for both of them, right? Yes.
Dark Arm summon in attack position, which is also really brave, because we're opening ourselves up for another bit of damage. You can, if you leave up 1 monster in attack position, then you can tribute it off of with enemy controller later on. But if you have 2, you do not have the option to have all of your monsters in defense position later on. So we're getting rid of the Concon and of the Mudan. We're banishing the Theosis first, so we are going to add some resources back to our hand. Christian Thomas is still not in a bad position, but I think it's crazy how often we have seen this for so many important games this weekend, that players just do not attack for game.
Is it even correct here destroying the Mudan, because that should let you summon the Petal, or the Petal can summon itself anyway, right?
Yeah,
you don't need no monsters, you just need only plant
You just
monsters.
can't have a non-plant, yeah.
So here comes the Petal.
Good start already for Christian, but and I mean, Kashtira Fenrir already was used to banish the Dryas face down, therefore we can't use it here anymore, as this is still the end phase of the same turn, and play will go back to Jessica Robinson, who now has the game in her hands. She can decide it here in this turn.
She must be absolutely amazed she's getting another turn here. We know there's 1 Petal, 1 Sunseed Genius Loci. What else can she do?
And Christian Thomas playing this entire tournament carefully to perfection just to not attack in the correct sequencing. We're going to see another Rika Concon,
wow, that
which
was
is
the top deck.
Absolutely crazy draw right here. What are the other cards? It's Princess in hand and Petal, right?
Yes.
Lokai.
It's Lokai in hand, so you don't even want to take the Petal here because that would enable him just to normal, or her to normal summon the Lokai and then go off.
We have Birth though. Does that change anything? Birth can be activated here after the Concon resolved. And now we are not going to banish anything. Concon is going to set a Rika spell from the deck, which is Rika Glamour in this case. Rika Glamour can tribute away the Fenrir.
This Concon is super powerful here because it can just clean away that Fenrir before you have to use any monster effects. So now that's one less interruption to worry about.
I'm kind of worried that Christian also did just not use the Kashtira Birth effect there, because that Kashtira Fenrir might be gone in a second, as you were just mentioning. Yeah. So rather use the Kashtira Birth effect to banish 3 cards from the grave face down quickly.
Maybe she's just in his head right now, because this was a crucial mistake. And I don't know if he can recover from this, because Jessica just needs to deal any kind of damage right here.
Or gain any life points.
We are tributing Fenrir for the effect of Snowdrop there.
And you cannot respond by tributing your Fenrir with enemy controller because it is being tributed for a cost.
That is 2 special summons already, yes, and she just has to gain some life points. And we all know that a card that is called Healer is really good at that.
And getting another Petal in play for free with the Snowdrop effect. Snowdrop can make all of your monsters level 8 here, which is another threatening thing. I mean, no level 8s do damage, but they clear away that Dark Arm Dragon very, very easily.
Christian Thomas is shaking his head. He knows what just happened, and Jessica is just in her element right now. This is what she wants to do the most. Go for uninterrupted combos with the genius Sunseed Lokai. It enters the battlefield one more time, and this looks like a really, really easy combo for her because she just starts with 4 monsters on the field.
Yeah, I mean, she's got that Genius Lokai, which is full combo by itself. It's definitely enough to force out the enemy controller. You can just gain some life points maybe with the healer. This is going to have to be a very magical enemy controller or something in Christian's hand that we don't know about.
Maybe a Nibiru.
Maybe a Nibiru.
Nibiru could be a card that could turn this around one more time. But I gotta say, Healer is so powerful because it doesn't even activate at some point, but it does activate on its summon. So enemy controller cannot really answer that at all, to be honest.
And the Princess now should answer any possible hand traps.
Ooh, Nibiru not really a problem anymore. It's getting tense in here. Also the crowd, just everyone basically on the edge of their seat. They want to see whether Jessica will be able to do this.
Jessica does need to know the rules that she doesn't lose just for taking 1,000 to the Sunvine sewing.
That would be quite funny, yeah.
Even though you gain it back instantly.
So Dry is being summoned. Christian probably going to think about that for a second. Jessica saying, sure, go ahead and use the enemy controller here. We now have all the time of the world because we are already in timeout.
I mean, she can just make a healer straight up. She doesn't need to do anything else. Healer just needs 1 material, right?
Yeah. That's true. And she's already touching her extra deck. She wants to bring it out so badly. Sunvine Healer might be the card to decide this final here.
I could just imagine the nervousness on Jessica Robinson right now, wanting to go for that healer. Why can't I just play this card right now? I want to get ahead in life points in timeout situations. But there's Nibiru, the primal being! But the princess is being activated. We're tributing the Petal. And that does mean that Nibiru, the primal being, is not going to tribute away everything on the field. This looks like Jessica Robinson is just going to go for this Sunvine Healer after all. Can she finally do it? Is there anything that this enemy controller on the side of Christian Thomas can change here?
Taking control of the Sunseed Genus Lokai would give you a monster with 0 attack points, so
yes,
can't really be doing that when your opponent could just link up into anything and attack it. So what's the plan?
I think it was interesting to see that she decided to special summon the Snowdrop in defense position, because we could just take the Lokai here and then there would only be a monster with 0 attack left on the side of the field of Jessica. But now we are able to perform a Link summon, and I do believe that is the Sunvine Healer we were anticipating. She will be able to gain life points from this here.
Can we have an Effect Veiler or a Ghost Mourner to stop this life-gaining madness right here on the side of Jessica Robinson. Christian is looking at this enemy controller, said he is not too happy about this. Does this resolve? Is there any way he can deal damage or gain life points equal or more?
No,
there's the handshake!
that's the game.
Jessica Robinson is the European champion of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game in 2023!
Back-to-back Rika Sun Avalon champions, and what a deserved champion Jessica Robinson is. And as you can hear it in the background, the crowd is celebrating their new European champion. Jessica Robinson is going to represent Europe as the European champion at the World Championship in Tokyo in a couple of weeks. And I totally love it.
Oh, what a fantastic game. I'm sorry, guys, the Germans couldn't bring it home this weekend.
Honestly, with Jessica being the champion, I will take it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely fine as well. She really deserved it. What a fantastic performance. Top 4 at the own nationals and basically tops at every European YCS before that. Always with Rika. This is really her deck. And considering that Rika might be a really good pick for the World Championships.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah. She mentioned it in her interview as well. She said, you know, if I go to the World Championships now, I can take my Rika deck basically untouched.
Yeah, every other deck basically is somewhat hit, and she will be able, and I mean, she has to play Rika at the World Championship, right? There's no way she brings something else. That would be so unfunny, because she's just the Rika queen, and I cannot wait for all of that. But that is definitely now the finals. We have crowned a new European champion, but shall we just look at all the people that we are going to send to the World Championship? Because we have a very, very, very cool graphic of all the people. As we just saw, the main event concluded. We have sent 4 players, the top 4 of the tournament, to the World Championship. And it will be Oliver Newton from the UK, joined by Juhu, which lost the top 4 matches, but also, of course, our 2 finalists.
Jessica and Christian.
Yes, and of course we have the matches of the World Qualifying Points. You have seen them all in their full length and beauty. We have Dinka Bui, Jonas Koschel and Gabriel Susi, who are going to represent Europe at the World Championships in Tokyo as well. And I can't think of players who deserve it more. Dinka Bui especially, I think, is one of the best players we have in Yu-Gi-Oh! In the entire world right now. He's a fantastic player. Jonas Koschel has proven himself over and over again. This man is just going into tournaments with decks that he just picked up the day before, and he just qualifies for Worlds.
Absolutely, but speaking of the best players, there is one best player in Europe right now, and it's Jessica Robinson. So it's time to give her a trophy of being the European champion.
Attention duelists, I give you the winner of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European World Championship Qualifier. It's Jessica Robinson! Jessica, a member of our Konami team, has come to present you with your trophy. Congratulations. This must feel absolutely amazing. Not only a Worlds qualification, you are the champion of Europe. How do you feel, Jess?
I'm not sure this is real, I'm not gonna lie.
It'll sink in at some point soon, but congratulations. This is a fantastic trophy for you. This is an amazing achievement. Rika, back-to-back winners, and this is so wonderful for you. Congratulations. Give it up again for Jessica Robinson! We're going to welcome the people to the stage. Thank you so much to everyone who has taken part in this. Thank you to our partners, our judges, my wonderful coverage team colleagues who have been here every step of the way, our viewers, and most importantly, all of the duelists who take part in these events, because if it weren't for you, these would not happen. We hope you guys are looking forward to the World Championships as much as we are, and especially Jess. So one more time, give it up for your new European champion, Jessica Robinson! That's going to be it from our coverage. Thank you very much, all of you, for watching at home. We'll see you next time.